we have the same experiences that you do. So you can all, we're on the same time zone as you, right? And the whole idea is that you have an ally here that's helping you make sure that the care, that your parents get the care that they need back in Nigeria.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Eagles Air. What question do you have for them?
Yeah, thank you. I hope you guys can hear me clearly.
Yes.
Yeah, I must comment a good job to make sure that some things are put in order, so that some of us who are in diaspora, we focus on what we are doing over there. But personally, I don't know whether Help Me Waka has an office here in India, because most of us in the Asia country, we know what we're passing through in Asia country. Especially for you to send something to your family members back home, Nigeria, we find it so difficult. Except we have a friend who travel back to Nigeria, you're able to tell the person, see. Secondly, you know the kind of treatment and our people are getting in Nigeria is so funny. So most of the time we receive the, what they call it, the doctor's report. Then we look for somebody that's going back home and give you all these medicines, for all these pills for them to travel home with it. So I believe here in the India especially, we don't have that kind of services here. So what are you going to do to make sure people like us in the India will be getting the same services people are giving to other people in America and Europe? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I can take that, right? So you say you're in India, right? Yeah, so India happens to be one of the countries in the world that everybody, even from Nigeria, they fly to for medical things. So I'm sure you can always find the right medications to send to Nigeria. But for now, what we primarily do is we focus on Africa, meaning that you are at home now in India, you want to do things in, say, for example, Nigeria. So we don't ship from. I know people have reached out to us that, hey, we want to ship things from the US, from other countries to Nigeria, but we don't do that. So now where we can come in, I'm an advocate that I tell people that if my parents don't have to go out, why do they have to go out? Right now, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately for some people, exchange rate is what, 1,600 now to a dollar, from $1 to $1 to naira. Let your money work for you. So we call ourselves the convenience service. If you need to, just like the device stuff that we're talking about now, for how much in the whole year, and every day your mom's blood pressure is perfect, boom. And if there's a problem, there's a doctor that's always there. So that's one part. Also, medication wise, in Nigeria, you can get us and we can always go. We do wellness check. We go check on parents. There are some parents that we go to their houses that you'll be so shocked that they don't even have anybody that's helping them. And people will come to us and say, you know what, once a week, go check on my parents. They don't even know how to use the phone. Get the phone and let them see, their kids or their loved ones on the phone. So in terms of what we can do, I always call ourselves the 360 service company that, what can we do for you? You just relax and get the things done. So, but shipping from India, I'm sure that, funny enough, India is actually one of the countries that we're supposed to actually partner with to do things, but we still, before we go to certain places, number one for us, security is key. Number two, integrity, because in Nigeria, there's no way, no single state in Nigeria, Ghana, or Cameroon that within 24 hours, we cannot do anything. So we already have that. And anybody that works for us, as I'm speaking right now, we have over 300 plus people that want to join us. But we don't just take people. I want someone that's going to go there, that's going to make sure that, number one, security, safety, those are the things. Because why am I going to, we just want Fisayo, and you know what? I would commend Fisayo because all the things that he said he's been doing, I was just praying here that, God should just continue to keep him. But for us, that's just the same for our contractors. We do things in, Adama, we do things in Bornu, places that people would never think that they should go to. But one thing that we do is, if I don't know the person or my partner doesn't know this person's person, they cannot work for us. Right now we have a workforce of over 100 and something people, that are doing contracting work for us in Nigeria, and every single one of them, I know their name, I know where they live, I know who their wife or husband is. Those are the things that we do. So, for your question, maybe in the future we'll look into it, but for now we don't ship to Nigeria.
All right, please, Rudolph, what is the cost of your services? So that if somebody wants to contact you, you know what it takes.
Okay, cost of our service. The first thing first is I would recommend that you join our platform, www.helpmewaka.com. We made it very easy. Everybody knows what Waka means. And help me and Waka, right? So you go there, register as a customer. Once you get there, everything is well laid out in terms of how much is the groceries. You want to get transcript from school. You want to get the health device. Transparency is key. You can easily see that, okay, these people are pricing accordingly. So we have various pricing models that we have on the site. So I would just ask that you please visit the sites.
All right. Thank you, Eagles Air. Alaba, you're next.
Yeah. So your services sounds very good, but in the Nigeria whereby the legal system is faulty, if you default or someone defaults you in the contract, do you have a specific way you want to address this issue?
All right, so I can address that, but I see my sales and marketing person, Mobula, so I want you to at least, she's the one that is our face over there, so just go ahead and just address that, and I can help you if you need my help.
Hello, please confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Omobola, and I'm in charge of sales and marketing with Help Me Waka. And to answer your question, it depends on the kind of service that the person is contracting Help Me Waka to do, right? But one thing that we pride ourselves in as an organization is integrity, right? Our services are, top notch. We pride ourselves on the fact that we prioritize quality and integrity. And on the website, there are terms and conditions. We have our lawyer, right? There are terms and conditions, and we have agreements drafted out for every single service that a customer decides to book on helpmewaka.com. So really, depending on the kind of service that the customer really requests for, if there is, and I must say that there are hardly any issues, right? There are hardly any issues, and even if we have issues, we because it's a convenience service, right? And we want the customer to be happy. We make sure that we resolve those issues. And as Mr. Lumide Ashiru Balogun had said earlier, we are very particular about the kind of people that work with us, the kind of staff, the kind of vendors. We do our checks, we double check, we make sure that we're involved every step of the way with every service. So there's hardly any of such issues, right? And in case that any of such issues occur, definitely resolve it through normal legal procedures that the customer obviously has already assented before they requested for that service. So does that answer your question?
I can even add to it, right? So in processing thousands of orders, I can say that we've never been sued before. We've never, any customer that is out there that would say that Help Me Waka took my money, I didn't do something. I always say, and I've been on Dr. Damage's show and of course his sister's show, I tell them my name is on the site. If you are not happy, we'll give you your money back. That's the guarantee that we have, because the fact that you came to us, you have your friends, you have your sisters, you have your parents in Nigeria that they can do the job. So you trust in us. So, we are not there to take the money. We are there to solve a problem that we knew we had then, but now we're just solving. So we don't pray that we get into lawyers and all that, but our part is making sure that everything is fine. So that's the key thing.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Janaba. Thank you, Alaba. Janaba.
Okay, thank you guys for coming. I saw when Dr. Damages went and delivered your grocery the last time. So you guys are doing well to have our great doctor to go to Nigeria and deliver goods for you. You are doing very well. My parents are with the ages, so but nevertheless, we look up at your website and see those things. Sometimes we give to charity and all of that. So around Abuja, mostly the northern part of Nigeria, I'll look it up and try to patronize you guys. And thank you for your service. 5 years is a is a good number of years, but then I know you guys will continue to do and make us proud that we can bring the business like we have experience in any part of the world to our homeland. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, John Ava. The flagship.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, and thanks to the two guests that we have today. It's quite phenomenal to see this innovative ideas that you guys are sharing with us, and quite impressive, I would say. In the course of your speaking, you have addressed what I potentially had as questions, but two of them still stand out, and one for Care 360, I guess for both of you. You said you do your background checks and all of that, which is great, and your caregivers are vetted. My question is, what process do you go through to vet them, considering the insecurity situation in Nigeria, that these people are capable and will be confidential enough to handle these patients or clients very well and make sure that they are well secured data-wise, that you gather and their information is not shared with a second or third party. And then second question, just to make it one, for the Pamper Me service that you provide, which involves you coming to the home of the client and taking them out, if that's the service that they choose to request, are your services or your caregivers insured in the event that you take them out, you're riding, and God forbid something happens on the road? Are you insured, and does your insurance cover your clients? Thanks.
Yeah, that's fine. So I'll answer it in a two-part way. Actually, one part, and then Cordy, you're going to take the other part. So in terms of, let's break it down. Caregivers on the health side, Cordy is going to take that. In terms of the people that work for us, one, like I mentioned before, is not just a random person that's going to come from the street to work for us. We do our own internal checks. We also have external checks that are done. So even if I know you, it's not possible that I know you 100% or even like 90%. But there are other things that we have to do, through external checks. So we do that. Now, people going to do things for us, like to get services done for us, you don't necessarily know. We are just giving you information, so you don't even know who is sending you. So there are things that we shield away from people. I understand that now people say, "Oh, you know what? This person's son is in the UK, is in England, is in whatever place." Security concern. Unfortunately, that's the kind of society that we find ourselves. So that's why one of the things that we do not do is called surprise. If you call my mom or my dad today and you say, "Hey, there's a surprise that's going on," they'll hang up the phone on you. So we looked at ourselves and say, certain things that we're not going to touch, surprises and all that. When you go to people, what they need to do is, who are they delivering to? What time are they delivering? Because the people that are also delivering that work for us, they have to be safe. So we don't deliver at night. Of course, sometimes things will happen and traffic will come on. But the main thing is, security-wise, we have our own internal things that we've covered. Now, for the Pamper Me service, I'm in the US. I've lived in the US for over 27 years. I can't even believe I've been here for 27 years. I came here and I'm still here. So, when you laugh at people like Dr. Damages now that, they've been here for 45 years, you won't believe that so for me being here this long, and I'm in Nigeria a lot. So for the kind of business that we do, we have people that run intelligence, on in different quarters. So they're giving us, okay, this area, is it safe? Is it not safe? Because I just don't want to send somebody out and then look at what happened in Kaduna, that they kidnapped 280 people. Things like that. When we hear it, and you tell people you tell a white man in America that they kidnapped 280 people and they say they can't find them, you'll be wondering, what kind of jungle country are we? But we still have to run the services there, and that's why you're with us. So we, as Help Me Waka, we make sure that things are done well. The people that work for us, insurance-wise, they have to be covered. The cars are covered, and of course, there has to be waivers that have to be signed. We're not going to be reckless. The person that is coming to pick your parents up or your loved ones up, they are well professional people. By the way, 99% of the people that work for us were they are graduates. That's one. They had their jobs they were doing before, but they were like, you know what, why won't I just go work for a company that when they need me, they send me, I'm making more money. Sometimes some of them even make way more money than bankers in Nigeria. So we make sure that our people are well taken care of. We've had zero, I would just say zero instance of anyone in our company doing anything bad. We don't condone that. I tell them I'm the one that controls all those things. I tell people I'm not a Nigerian company. We're a global company that we go by global standards. So what Walmart won't take, Help Me Waka won't take it. So anyone that works, we check them. If we see anything, and Mobilize on the call, she can confirm we have never fired anyone before. So for a company that is doing well and they've never fired people before, that means people love it. So once your employees are happy, so sorry, in Nigeria, a personal driver can set someone up. We pray that doesn't happen, but our goal is just to make sure safety-wise everything's good. Quadri, I know you want to just talk about your side. So I'm so sorry. I'm so passionate about Nigeria, and that's why I always speak like this. So please bear with me.
Oh, thanks, Olumide. So I'll talk about privacy as it relates to the Care 360 platform, as well as security. So as I mentioned earlier, Care 360 was created out of need, right? I spent 20 years doing the same thing in the US, working for some of the largest organizations like the United Healthcare's, AARPs of the world, doing this exact thing. And our application, our system is built based on the US standards. It actually complies with all privacy regulations available in the US. Our chief medical officer is a US trained medical doctor, right? And what we also do is for everybody that works for us in Nigeria, they undergo a 1-month training program. And this is not just a customer service training, right? But we train them on gerontology. How do you talk to the elderly? How do you sit next to them and help gain their trust? So even show them how to use a device, right? What are some of those things that you need to do? So there's a full orientation process. Right? Like I said, we created this not. When you think about healthcare in Nigeria, right? It's not a glamorous sector, right? But again, it's something that's needed, and that's why we are doing it.
All right. Man of Prestige, Eunice.
Yeah, thank you very much. Greeting to our guests. It's nice to have you on this platform. But before I begin, I'm going to salute you for your great visionary, for being able to provide this innovative tech in Nigeria that is, really needed. We know about the healthcare system in Nigeria as the highest deplorable condition, no doubt. But this is a great. I've been on your website. It's very, very easily. You don't have to have a PhD or to access it. I'm looking at it right now. It's very easy to access. All the whole information, is there. So I'm just trying to let my people hear. If you go to the website, it looks very easy. This is the first time I'm hearing about this, but I just went on the website. I was able to access some information, register and everything. It's just quite easy. But having said that, this sounds like a kind of a telehead, maybe a hybrid form of telehead. Maybe, if I'm wrong, you can correct me, but it's very innovative. So Black Sheep has answered has answered some of the question. I mean, have provided some of the question I was going to ask, but I'm just going to be very short on it. In reference to the caregiving, how about if your parents or your loved one, whatever, have a caregiver already? Can that person, be the delivery person between your, the bridge gap between you all and your parents? Is that obtainable? That's just my
Absolutely.
question.
No, absolutely. It's really whatever, and however you want it, right? We have customers who have said, I'm very busy, but I have a brother who lives in Lagos. My parents live in Akure, but and I want that brother to be the caregiver. I want him to have access to the application, and that's fine too. So we'll just work with you, doing the onboarding process to understand your needs, to understand how you want us to communicate with you, and just set appropriate expectations and deliver on it.
All right. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Thank you very much. That's all I have. I have the whole information that I need already. Thank you.
All right. Let's go to who is next. Am I missing someone? I think everyone is had a chance to weigh in. So, any other question from anybody? I know there are some people in the studio at the back end. If you want to join the conversation, please turn on your camera. And
Dr. Damage, you can put me down so other people can come in.
Yeah, we can bring you in. So
you can do also to me. You can put it as backstage so other people can come in.
All right. So one question. Let me ask you this question. I don't know if you've done something. Someone contacted me and said something about building homes in Nigeria. They have had some bad experiences trying to build a house. They wanted to know if Help Me Waka to help supervise such projects because people have basically.
I don't think we can't really hear you. Is it me?
You can't hear me. Can you guys hear me? No? Yeah. Maybe it's
I think it's breaking up, right? Is it just me?
Yeah, it's you. Maybe because you're on the road.
Sorry, I'm closer to New York. That's why the service is not that good there. So
I didn't want to talk about your phone. I didn't want to talk about your phone. Whether it was made in
in that way you're from like that. Village again.
Maybe it's a Baltimore phone or a bad phone. Anyway, but yeah, but I'm talking about the service. I think I raised that issue with you one time when someone called me. I was talking about whether you guys can provide such a service where you supervise construction of buildings because they've been cheated. They've been their family members have cheated them, and they were looking for people they could trust in terms of supplying even something like cement and to a contractor what the contractor needs because they end up paying more when they give it to family members. So
go ahead and take that. Yeah.
Mobala. Okay.
Thank you very much for that question. Absolutely, it's our house project, and we know that it's like I would say it's an epidemic in Nigeria. We go to social media and see a lot of videos. You see a lot of people, agitated people, frustrated online, rant about they trusted a family member, they trusted a friend, and they didn't deliver. That's something that Help Me Waka is very well, right? So we help monitor house projects and we give feedback. We're even capable of taking drone videos, pictures, evidences, and we would, capture everything that the builder or the house owner really wants to find out about the project. And we're definitely going to, do agents and, give the person the feedback. So yes, that's definitely what we handle in Help Me Waka. And for people to be able to access this service, they have to go to our website, look services, they're going to see right there, house monitoring projects or building projects, and they just have to make their request. We're going to keep everything in confidence. We're going to do the job as assigned and deliver. So yes, thank you. We are capable of doing that.
All right. Thank you. Any other person has any other question for them?
I just wanted to clarify your subscription. Is it monthly or yearly?
Yeah, Mabula,
Okay.
go ahead. I want you.
So
I want you to be I want you to be the one saying, answering all the questions.
You're muted, Mobala. Okay.
I'm so sorry. I've been trying to unmute. I was so excited that he asked that question. I didn't even realize that I had not unmuted. So I'm so excited that you asked that question about subscription. So so yes, Help Me Waka allows you to, allows you to be flexible. Whilst we have different subscription packages, we also have a buy in the instant package. So you can decide to just buy once, but most times we encourage people to go for our subscription plans. And our subscription plans are limited groceries and edibles, right? Because those are the things that you would need on a monthly or on a regular basis for your people in Nigeria, Ghana, and Cameroon. Thing is, isn't just you just don't subscribe, but you subscribe with the chance to actually win a reward after your subscription. So you can just head to the website, right, and look at it. We have the 3 month subscription plan. There's a reward for that. We have the 6 month subscription plan. There's a reward for that as well. The 12 month subscription plan. We'd encourage people to go for a 12 month subscription plan, obviously, because there's like a larger reward attached to that. But if somebody wants to take an easy step and to, try out Help Me Waka services, you can also start the easier one, 3 months of plan. It's easy, straight points. You can decide to upgrade your subscription if you want. You can to Help Me Waka customer care. And the good thing is, as a Waka subscriber, you're treated as a VIP customer. So your profile is a VIP profile. You have direct access. Your order ties, right? We deliver in less than 24 hours. Your orders are prioritized. Any questions, you want to review a subscription order, you want to upgrade your subscription, and icing on the there's a very big reward, right? So depending on what subscription level you decide to get on, I'm encouraging people to subscribe to Help Me Waka, join and become a VIP customer. We're inspiring kindness with Help Me Waka, and it's all part of what we're trying to do, right? So we want to spread love, we want to share our friends and families in Nigeria, Ghana, and Cameroon. So thank you for that question. I hope I answered you.
You did, and thank you very much. I was going to direct one to Care 360 for your devices.
Okay.
Do you have can they be used for multiple clients? How do you extract the data if they need to go to the doctor, for example, and they ask for their readings for the past 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month? How do you extract that and present that to their physicians?
All right, so thanks for those two questions. The first question, at this point, it's one device per user. And the reason is simple. We found a way to use devices that do not require the patients to be tech savvy. So what that means is we're able to attach a serial number to a patient, right? So every time they take their vitals, it's automatically sent to us, and we can monitor them, right? That's the first question. And how we work with doctors is we're able to so in our database, we can easily export the vitals, right, readings over a certain period of time, and send that via secured link to the doctors who need it to monitor to review and coordinate care for their patients. Now, the doctors also have the option, right, obviously with the permission of the customer and the patients, to download our mobile app, right? There's a special mobile app that the doctors can download and also be notified in the event of any type of health crisis as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I guess that doesn't require a subscription for
the doctors. No.
Okay.
Your subscription covers all of that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Great job.
All right, Mazi Prince.
Yeah, my question is the customer care, is it a 24 hours service or just, and are they based in Nigeria or are they based overseas?
So,
okay, yeah, go ahead.
So, do you mean the customer care for Care 360, or are you talking about Help Me Waka?
Yes, especially for for Care 360, in case if I want to call, because definitely if I have a location that they have to go to, I want to be able to make sure that they will actually be able to go to that location and what is required and all that stuff. Yeah.
Okay. We have two customer care teams. We have one team in Nigeria and we have another team in the US. So just by being in two different time zones, you're able to reach us just about 24 hours. If you have any type of customer care question, just around, maybe before you order, you want to know if we'll be able to go to your parents. But I can just tell you right now, we can get to anywhere in Nigeria, even Borno State. I noticed someone had a question about that. So we can get to anywhere in Nigeria, and we're able to do that.
All right, thank you. Any more questions from anybody? All right, so I'll go to Lumide. You can round up, and then we can take a break, because at the top of the day, we are going to connect to Shore, right? The reception for Shore going on in New Jersey.
No problem. So I don't even know what I can call you, because I hear Rudolph, I hear Doctor, I hear, I don't even know which one it is, but I can say this on behalf of myself, my partner, and of course all of us at Help Me Waka, Dr. Damages. You are doing an excellent job. Someone said, I think when Fisayo was talking, they were like, how do journalists like you people get compensated? I know you do all these things, and sometimes I will ask him, like, when are you going to be a millionaire? Yeah, you yourself, you don't even know. So you say you are just blessing it. So, I know we don't say this much, but thank you so much for what you do. Thank you so much for letting us see insight. Thank you so much for bringing good people that can discuss. And we're not talking about, for me, I'm from Ogun State. I don't tell people I'm a Yoruba person. I tell people I'm a Nigerian. Now, if you want to switch it now, I tell people I'm an African, because we have to believe in where we're from. And that's one of the things I help me work out. And, we have people that would just call and say, Dr. Damages said I should buy something. They don't even know what Dr. Damages is, because they trust you. And that's where, we're always so glad to make sure thousands of people that you send to us, maybe one person has ever complained, and we always make sure that we get things right. So once again, please, and for those listening for this weekend, just because of Dr. Damages, if you order anything from us this weekend and you mention Dr. Damages, we're giving 10% off. So once again, we thank you so much, and I know Quadri, with the 360 team, like we said, we're taking over everything health in Nigeria. So we've just started with devices. There's so many other things we're going to do. So once again, I appreciate everyone for joining today. And as I said, I'm driving. So Dr. Damages, hopefully we can eat something from your town, because we deliver goods to your country there. So now when I'm in New York, take care of it today.
Yeah, you didn't tell me you were coming. I don't know how you are going to pass the gates. I mean, you don't have any visa, nobody. You didn't tell me. You are in trouble.
Dr. Damages, in America, if you go to Nigeria, they might capture you. But in America, you are safe. We can knock on your door. So don't worry. We don't need no Tesla truck to protect you out there. But thank you so much. I appreciate it, though.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate all of you. And we'll bring you back as we go along to tell us how this is going. And anytime anybody reaches out to us, any question, we will bring it to you guys.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, everybody. Mobala, thank you so much, and Adri, thank you. We are going to take a break. When we come back, we will continue our conversation.
You're welcome.
From Help Me Waka.
Yes, I got your call. Who sent this to me?
Your brother from America.
Wow, I'm so excited! Tochukwu, hurry up, hurry up! I'm so excited!
Ta-da! Surprise! Surprise! How are you guys?
I'm
nice to see you.
I'm live.
With Help Me Waka, I came to your house. From your brother in America.
Wow!
Are you happy? Help Me Waka, the people who do what? Run errands for you in Nigeria and in Ghana. Say Ghana. Ghana. Say Ghana.
Ghana.
Nigeria and Ghana. Say Help Me Waka. Say Help Me Waka. Say Help Me Waka.
Help Me Waka.
Help Me Waka, the people who run errands for you.
All right. So after 4 hours, we're starting the show the normal way we start, which is to discuss topics in the news. And we have about 49 minutes before we join the people, our people at Shore's event. Hopefully we'll get him to join us live. But let's start to talk about the kidnapping. I think it's the major news in Nigeria, this kidnapping of school kids on the assembly line. Remember when you were a kid in primary school and every morning you go and stand there and you recite the national anthem, the Pledge of Allegiance to your country, and some people on motorcycle just come in, order all of you to follow them into the bush. The story says that some local people tried to rescue them, actually went to confront the kidnappers, the people they call bandits. And there was a shootout, and one of the local guys was shot and killed, and the other ones couldn't proceed. But there are so many questions. One of them is, how did people on motorcycle kidnap and arrest 200 and something people and march them into a forest and nobody could trace them? The report by the governor of the state says that about 25 of them escaped, including a teacher. And part of the things they were reporting back is that these kids have not had any food because the kidnappers didn't have any plan for food. There was no food for them, no water to drink, and they are in the bush. So it's a serious situation, and the president is vowing that they will get them and punish them. All right, let me open it up. Alaba.
Yes, I think our situation now in Nigeria has now reached the situation whereby instead of commenting on the kidnapping, we should be saying whoever is the president should resign. Whoever is the minister for defense should resign. Whoever is the governor of that state should resign. If we have to form hashtag to that effect, we need to start talking like that rather than analyzing this madness, because I just don't know what to call it. There is no country. The primary purpose and function of any government, whether legitimate or non-illegitimate, is to protect lives and property of its people. Those people have no citizenship. The country doesn't offer them nothing. So why do we recognize somebody as president, or somebody as governor, somebody as a senator in that geographical district, and yet 250 students were kidnapped from their school? This is a failure of government, and those of us who have voice and microphone close to our mouth should call it what it is. This hyper over analysis of the situation of what the Nigerian condition is should be straightforward. Every mouth, every voice, every person should be saying right now, whoever is in charge of that region should not have a job, should resign. We know they won't listen, but maybe if the voice is loud enough, instead of this psychoanalysis of madness. I mean, I'm tired. Before tomorrow, there will be a bigger one.
Oh, I'm hearing there's one in Sokoto. The one happened in Sokoto yesterday or today.
Yesterday, today, or this morning. I'm hearing that too. So what are we talking about? I mean, we should be loud. We should be mad. Let them resign. We don't recognize you. You don't serve us. You're not protecting us. You shouldn't have the name Nigeria by your name as a government official, whoever you are, whatever you are. From the president down to the local government person, to whoever is the police commissioner of that area, whoever is the military commander of that zone. My people, what is going on? How long we've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. So long. Too long. So long. My people, too long. Let's scream it at the top of our voice. Any name that wants to be recognized, Bayo Adenuga, resign. Any fool that stands in front of the microphone to represent the government, we don't even want to hear you talk. This is what the journalists resign. Resign. You're not capable of holding that position. You are a disgrace to mankind. You are a disgrace to humanity. The basic primary function of anything that calls itself a government is to protect lives and property of its people. You have failed. Resign, whoever you are, whatever name. Akpabio, resign. That idiot says there was no security problem. Resign. Let's echo that. Let's resign. We know they won't, but maybe if we're loud enough, they'll get the message. You don't represent us. You're not fit to represent anything. Let them go. I mean, I don't even know what to say. Let me let other people speak. And in terms of people who always think Nigerian problems are insolvable, you're wrong. In the 60s, although I don't like to compare America and Nigeria, the moral compass of America in terms of morality, I would say would be around 10%, because majority were so racist and anti-Black. But within 10 years, by the early 70s, that has changed. Laws were promulgated to change. The same thing right now. The morality of Nigeria is in decadence, is in decay. Less than 5% or 2% of Nigeria have the moral upright to reject corruption. But I say with the right movement, with the right people, with the right conversation, with the right people on the round table, that can change. But it's not going to change by reanalyzing the problem and discussing the problem. It's going to change by intensive action, mobilization. By now, we should have a screen somewhere online that shows number of people that subscribe to a new Nigeria. The number should be increasing. We should be celebrating, oh, today we hit 100 mark of people, even if they don't believe, at least they click something to subscribe. In a week or a month, we should have 1 million. In 3 months, we should have 10 million. 10 million of people who voicefully say we need a new Nigeria. And we should have that data live, online, live. 10 people join today to say, yes, we need a new Nigeria. 20 tomorrow. We should celebrate those numbers. Today, we hit 50,000, just like we want to celebrate Dr. Damage's number of, oh, one day we reach 100,000 subscribers. We should have I don't know, people, I don't know. This is too much. Those people, those children, they have parents. They're children, for God's sake. What kind of a society are we? And we have some idiots riding around in Range Rover and expensive cars calling themselves representative, senators, or whatever they call honorable. Honorable what? A disgrace to humanity. A disgrace to mankind. Resign. We don't even want to hear you talk. There should be press conference. Resign. You're not fit to lead pigs. How much more humans? Let's others speak.
All right. Flagship, I'll let you speak, but let me just mention that I've just been reminded that Ababio, Godswill Ababio, Senate President, said that the insecurity has reduced since Tinubu was sworn in as president. And there was a police officer, I think a police commissioner, saying that most kidnappings were done by family members, that it wasn't something real. I wonder what they think or what they are saying today. The flagship.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. That was a good response to Fabio's claims that security has improved. over 200 kids, Nigerian children, have just been abducted and taken into captivity. There you go, Mr. Akpabio. Nigeria is safer with Tinubu in office. You know, it's gotten to the point now where Nigeria is seen as a joke to the rest of the world. I have a friend, he's Caucasian, and we were chatting on the phone over the weekend. He said, I heard this about your country. Tell me it's a joke, right? I said, no, it's not a joke. And his question is, how is that possible that 100 guys on some kind of bike will just stroll up into a school, pick up 200 plus kids, and just ride out unopposed, unchallenged, no questions asked? And we say we have a government? I don't think so. The result, what we're looking at now, is the result of incompetency and nepotism mixed together. That's what we're looking at. Nigeria has never enjoyed good governance since its inception. It's getting really worse. The North is suffering it today, and everybody else is looking away, and it's almost like normal. We are so numbed that incidents like this are almost considered as normal. It doesn't, where did it happen? Up north? Oh, well, that's them. When will it hit home? When it gets to you? Nobody seems to speak and stand against this sort. I, for one, it upsets me to see that the military chiefs are not summoned to the Senate. There is no committee set up to have these guys come and explain what they are doing. The Minister of Defense, and I echo what Alaba says, all of these guys ought to have tendered their resignations by now. They seem to have no idea of what it takes to do what they've been appointed to do. It's worse right now as we speak. 200 plus kids will never or has never been home for a few days. We don't know how they are, what's happening to them, if they've been fed. We don't know where they are staying, in the forest, the bush, whatever it is. And we haven't heard any response. And it's sad to see that we have a huge concentration of Nigeria's military in the same place where this happened. The Air Force Base, a good one, is there. They claim to have drone technology. You can't find out 100 bikes or 100 folks with kids gathered in a spot. So where's all the money that we hear about going to? What are they using it for? All the trainings that they say they get. How come these guys who have no military tactical training, jungle kind of training, would outsmart people that we've been investing our taxpayers' money on to train? It is sad. It is very sad to see that the future of Nigeria is paying for the mistakes of the elders today. These are kids who are going to be traumatized for a while. So in support of what Alaba says, I think they need to tender their resignation let us know that they don't know what to do, or maybe they don't have any idea on how to go about this, so we can find alternative solutions. It is time, and I'll end with this. It is time that Nigeria call for help. If they know that our military cannot handle it, our police can't handle it, there is no shame in calling for help, and let other countries' military come around to help and assist to put an end to this menace that we have in our society. We helped them in the past when they have their conflicts. We are at a stage where we really need the support of other West African nations to bring their military or security apparatus in to help us curb this nonsense and think of how to get the nation back right on track. Thank you.
Thank you, Flagship. Someone, I think it was Marina, mentioned that we should compare Nigeria to Haiti, that the situation in Nigeria probably is approaching that of Haiti, where gangs are just taking over the country. And I heard that over the weekend, over the week, that the president could not land into the country because the gangs wouldn't let it. Not the president, prime minister of Haiti could not come back into the country after he traveled out. So we're in a serious situation, but we are.
But Rudolph, Haiti is better than Nigeria. The gangs are with the people. Nigeria, who is with the people here? The terrorists are not. The governments are not. Haiti, as it is far better than Nigeria. That's the key fact. The gangs are with the people. The people are with the gang, which however you want to slice that. So Nigeria is far worse than Haiti.
Ferrari, I think the question is that, is the people with themselves? Are we with ourselves?
All right, Ovia, you have to work on when we get to your turn. Let's get to Mazi Prince. Mazi Prince.
For me, insecurity in Nigeria is just, you know how it is that you just come home and then probably you have kids and they're playing, and then it's all about after pleasantry. They keep, doing what they're doing. But within you, you know that you just want to go sit somewhere and relax and not mind whatever else they are doing. That's how I feel about insecurity in Nigeria. Why do I say so? It's not done by ordinary people. There are people who sponsor those things. The military is complicit. As a matter of fact, what is Bichi still doing in DSS? What is someone still doing in DSS, if I may ask? For Christ's sake. Bichi is equivalent to somebody heading the FBI. And all these things is happening. Today they will call it bandits. Tomorrow they will say it's headsmen. Tomorrow they will say, oh, they are just kidnappers. No, they are terrorists. Let's call them what they are. The only thing I don't know is what particular tribe they are. But as far as I know, any kidnapping anywhere is terrorizing the people. Even if it happens in the East, it's also terrorist or terrorism, whichever way you put it. Another thing is, if I would ask everyone here, does anyone even know the history, or just, let's say, does anybody know the Minister of Education? I don't think so, and I don't either. But I'm trying to read more about him. Could you believe that these things have happened in about 2 or 3 states now, and he has not said anything? I was somewhere last week and they were talking about Zulum, how Zulum was the best governor, this, that. And I told them, I said, it looks like they're running faster than their shadow. As if I knew something was going to happen. And what happened? Boom, Borno State. Tell me, people who went to that school said that school looks like where you rear chicken. It doesn't look like a school. It doesn't look like a school. Even the one in Kaduna too. So the thing is this, it pains me so much because at the end of the day, we keep talking about violence against women and all these police chief, what do you call them, CDS or whatever you call army chief or whatever it is, they over there parading thinking about how they will build mansions and amass wealth. I don't think they're patriotic because some people will say, what about the sacrifices they make it? They are not the ones making the sacrifices. The people who are in those places are just ordinary soldiers and they don't even get that paid. Something even happened. Let me divert a little bit. The other day, in what do you call it, in Kogi State, a bank, some banks were being robbed, and we saw a video. The policeman ran away. Jesus Christ! The policeman went to hide it somewhere. It's Listen. I'm laughing. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you will imagine if the people who had the guns to protect the people, the customers, were to go and hide, then what about the customers? It's a shame. And somebody will come and tell me that the president doesn't sleep until 2 o'clock, working on files. I wonder the kind of files he's working, the files that he never went to school to even read and see what is in there. It's now that he knows about files. He should go and sit down and rest. I rest my case for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Master Prince. Eagles Air.
Thank you, Rudolph. The reason why I'm laughing is that there is a saying that says, when evil stay longs, it becomes a tradition. When evil stay longs, it becomes a tradition. This kidnapping of a teen has become a tradition in Nigeria. It's no longer a new news in Nigeria. For instance, what happened? How many days right now? It seems that nothing happened in Nigeria. Where are we going? But the problem that we have is that people that are consigned are not together. The citizens, Nigerians, they're not together. Look at what is going on in Northerners. All the whole northern states, they are facing one problem or the other, kidnapping and all the rest of them. But tomorrow, when you talk about good governance, they will be the one to stand and begin to slaughter and begin to kill. That means people are not together. Northerners, they are not feeling any pains. What is the work of DSS, if I may ask? What is their duty? DSS, their own duty is to go and look for Yahoo boys, look at innocent boys that did nothing. Where is the intelligence of DSS? Where is their intelligence? Where does their intelligence work? On the poor masses. Rudolph, let me tell you the truth. Here in India, if you dare do anything wrong and government decide to look for you, prove me anywhere within 5 minutes, even if you change state, within 5 minutes, they will get you from that state where you are. Without wasting time. You will not hear a gunshot, but they will get you from that place where you are. Why is it so that the time to make things right, Nigerians who are feeling the pains forget so easily? Nigerians, they do forget so easily. It's a piece of tears. It's a piece of disappointment. It's a piece of shame. Could you imagine? It was Al Jazeera that I had this news. Immediately happened. And they were showing the school where they kidnapped these children. The place looked like where they are rearing goats. There's no security over that place. What did these children did? What is the offense of these children they kidnapped? They go to school to study like other children. That's their offense. And what is his name? Say Abagio or what? Senior president is there making noise because it has not touched the knee. because nothing concerns him. Let me tell you, this evil will continue as we Nigerians, the citizens, began to turn around against these people on the seats. Okay, Rudolph, please, I want to ask this question. Can you tell me that the traditional rulers of those states or the local government where this thing happened don't know where the bush is? Are you going to tell me that the forces, the military, the citizens, the people, the locality of that place don't know where the bush is? What happened to the bush? Is it any lion in that bush? That make Nigerian forces, they cannot go into that place and rescue these children. How can you tell me 100 bikes, 100 bike is running on the roads? No security officer hear about it. Nobody knows about it until you get to the place and kidnap up to 100 and something and make their way with it. Nothing happened. You tell me that Nigerian security don't know about this kidnapping. This is their own business. Somebody right inside of them know about these things. Then when they made their way, he come out and begin to make noise. The highest rank we have in military is not from North. What are they doing? This is government fault. This only that Nigeria is ruled on propaganda. And when propaganda becomes a norm of the state, the rule of law dies. And nothing will happen. Rudolph, quote me right, it will happen tomorrow again. Before Monday, we see hear another news. And nothing will happen.
All right. Thank you. Emi.
I'm going to use Kaduna as a case study. The last place I lived before we moved to Lagos was Mando, Afaka Village specifically. That's where you currently have NDA located. Previously was in Kawu on your way to the MIS Palace. Now, the reason why it starts this way is that as much as we like to think that, it's true. While it's true that people would, yes, you know people around you, but let's not forget as well that this is part of the things we say about the way Nigeria is structured. When the local government's administration has been totally erased, if you will, there's hardly any. You don't even know that it still exists. It's almost like we're down to just the federal and the state, and that's it. Now, the reason why I go this route is because there are bushes around that Mando area. For example, I fully well remember going on an excursion one time. There was a time we went on an excursion prior to when I left. I was in primary 6 at the time. We're just about to finish. And you'll be surprised, as much as there's desert encroachments, we also have thick bushes in and around that area leading all the way into Niger. Now, it's not as straightforward and as easy as it's made to sound, especially having experienced areas within the north. And we also need to keep cognizance of the fact that the military is overstretched. And the military is not even supposed to be carrying out a lot of what it's carrying out. But then that also goes with the fact that we've not invested in policing, in intelligence. Because it's not enough, because after all, there was resistance by some of the local people that when these bandits, the ones that came to kidnap the 250, came to kidnap them, there was resistance, but they killed one person. And it's not like they can even go hand in, and they can go toe to toe with them. Now, having said that, I think we must also recognize the fact that there are economic reasons, not an excuse, economic reasons, political reasons why a lot of these things are now haunting us. Rudolph, next month is going to be 10 years since the Chibok kidnap. Has it improved since then? Now, Al Jazeera, there was a documentary I was watching recently. There was something that because these people are not just people that are being kidnapped. It could be anybody. They're not mere numbers. Between July 2022 and last year, June, estimates have it that nothing less than 3,600, that's 3,600 people were kidnapped. And that's the one that's reported, because there's a lot of unreported, undocumented kidnappings as well. And it's not just when you're talking about the northeast, especially, and the north west as well. Today we're talking about Borunu, we're talking about Kaduna and Katsina, but there's also the issue of Zamfara and Niger. In fact, that's even just by the north by itself. How about when you now come south? There's a lot of it going on as well. I just feel that, well, I'm not the president, I don't have solutions, because sometimes people talk about us having solutions, and even you have admitted that fact. We can talk how we like here and talk about solutions, but I am not Tinubu. I am not the state governors. After all, they have security votes. We don't know what they do with that as well. I am not Akpabio, who again talks off the cuff and just says all kind of nonsense. Because, see, my thing is, unfortunately, it's going to continue. And until I don't know, it's just unfortunate. We're going to keep reeling it. As we were talking this morning already, it didn't just happen in Sokoto again. It's the same thing. And then you keep hearing, oh, I've given marching orders, because nobody just gave marching orders again. You know, it's a common refrain now. We've heard this before. It's not a new thing. There are simple solutions as well that could be applied if only we are willing. There has to be willpower. After all, remember that Jonathan mentioned the reason. I know a lot of people didn't take him seriously, that he knows that there are Boko Haram elements in his government, in the military. I think it's still true till today, especially when you also had the fact that even the military is not well catered for. The same military that you're sending all over the place, that is not enough. As a matter of fact, is it not even a joke and a shame that whilst they're telling us that they're recruiting, did you notice what they're doing right now with the 10,000 police officers that they're trying to recruit? And by the way, Rudolph, I thought the DSS was supposed to be useful when it comes to intelligence, rather than chasing Showore and the likes. That tells you that we're not serious. And that's even adding to the fact that we're not taking advantage of technology.
All right. Thank you. Ovie.
In fact, Ataya, gonna know this. Seriously, I hardly noticed that the topic that we are discussing and actually happened, the kidnapping of a student. I don't know.
You were looking for the elite and where they were meeting.
Yes, because it's like my mama said, if you come out for street, see woman where they sell akara the first day, you come out the second day, you see them. You come out the third day, you see them. That means she's making profit. So you don't become normal. I would say now only 227 now they kidnap. I think people will not be angry by saying only, because it's normal. But there is one thing I want us to pay attention to so far this administration that revealed Asari Tokumbo and Abaribe, they have something in common. You will say, where am I going with this? The first week when this administration come to power, one of the august visitors we received for Asu Rock was Asari Tokumbo. Right? And he said something, make revelation that the military are in charge of the people that is thieving Awaya and all that. But of course, the likes of Abati and the rest, they focus our attention on why would the man even be in Asu Rock in the first place? Who in be safe? It doesn't qualify to be in Asu Rock. That one just went the radar. Abaribe granted an interview recently where he stated that he visited the chief of naval staff, office. See, while sitting in his office, the screen when they see for table, from there you can see Takwa Bay, Dotana, you can see everywhere, live feed. Now you can say, come. So if you can see almost everywhere, how come they see our refinery ship where they come and go? He said the man tell us, well, there's no link between them and NNPC. And he just laughed, right? So that laughter means a lot. Again, he said something, say when they won't arrest him for Abuja there, ain't just disguise come out. But DSS nowhere in there. How do Martin know that I did this stuff? They track a phone. Why am I saying all this? But Nigeria no be, if you give me bus, I enter some because I live for Dumba local government, just few miles from Chibok. I feel only me like that place. So all this, so not be say I just weak because it's the same. I mean, we know all these things. We know the. I mean, you want to know that we don't know where the kidnappers they, or they don't fly. They come out. So it's becoming laughing. It's norm now, a normal thing. Somebody pointed out 10 years ago when the first happened. The whole world was in a way everybody from Barack Obama to Michelle Obama, Aisha, everybody was. But now, we hardly know there's such a thing that happens because it's pretty much every day. And we have negotiators, right? If we know if we comprehend the fact that there are satellites everywhere that can see and dictate everything, where the source is there. But we can talk to our negotiators. We have the gourmet of these days and Yusuf, who proudly will, with a passenger, they go enter forest, go sit down. Talk to these people. Then they tell us. It's not, they say, maybe if I talk like this 5 years ago, they say I'm a conspiracy theorist, right? This is people they tell us what is happening. Somebody will come out next week and say that yes, it's just finished meeting with those kidnappers, where those children are. They'll say, oh, they are okay. They are okay. Like, this is real time. This is not only we scripted, real. Somebody will come and do it. And so it's like normal. So I think my curiosity now is that why are we like this? Even we the ordinary people. But when a Ferrari was asking that the government is not with us, nobody is with us, I said, are we even with ourselves? Because it sounds normal. It's like not normal life we live. So what is wrong with us? I think that's the question we should be asking ourselves. There's something that is wrong with us because now only us they behave like this. Maybe not because they speak English. I don't know. This is the only place all this kind of thing will happen, and it's normal. 220 people kidnapped. It's okay. Let's go to Qatar. Let's go. So what is wrong with us? Because we will continue to produce this kind of. At this point, the leaders are there. The next ones are thinking the same. So what is actually wrong? I think Matthew Ashimolo wrote a book that says what is wrong with a black man? I mean, what's wrong with being black? That's the title of his book. So what is wrong with we Nigerians? Because this is peculiar. Everything is norm now, and normal. They wait for the next thing, the next Messiah. I don't know what is wrong. Maybe in a prayer we need to go into and seek the face of God. That question that what is wrong? Okay, so because I don't know because these are friction where you go read for books. You go they say like these are barbaric days. I don't understand. Just like when you hear say thousands of sheep they can't carry people for Africa, they can't do slavery for Europe, right? You like wow, pretty much the same thing. Boy, it's okay. So I don't know. So I'm sorry, but I don't understand. I'm just what is wrong with us?
All right. I can see that Ovia has no answer. Let me go to Niger. Let me play
both NetSuite and QuickBooks offer software designed to help businesses manage their accounting processes. QuickBooks primarily focuses on accounting software
made in the 80s, and in a scene in the movie was where some armed men went to school and kidnapped school kids and took them on foot deep into the forest, and they were demanding for the government to do certain things for them. This is in the 80s. And local people, if you know the story, they try to find a way to disarm the armed men. So the only place I've seen something like this happen is in fiction and a satirical movie, but it's happening in Nigeria. It happened 10 years ago, and we didn't do anything. We didn't take any action. Meanwhile, in our budget,
it's been happening every year since then. Not that it happened 10 years ago and happened again. It's pretty much like every month at one point.
So our budget of, I think we have a 28.77 trillion naira budget. About in dollars, I think it's 34 billion. Then we reserve 12% for defense and security agencies. So, which is about 3.25 trillion. So it's not that they don't have money. All right, Niger man.
Good evening, good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Yeah, how are you?
No, Nigeria, I'm tired. Please, I want to just appeal to everybody. We have to pray for this family. Okay, it's 287. We have to pray for them. That is only what we can use to support it. Huh? No, you said you were saying 220 something. I'm telling you it's 287. I'm just trying to correct you there. Sorry, my brother. But there is something I'm looking about Nigeria. There is I don't believe, because I've tried to look many part of the world. I don't believe that kinetic or not kinetic can fight hunger and poverty. I don't think this is by bringing more military or buy more gun or buy more ammunition. That is, bullets cannot fight hunger. The country, there is too much agitation. There's too much anger. There's too much bitterness. There's too much poverty. Government have to fight poverty, fight hunger. That is the problem. That is only the solution. People are hungry. Look how many people out of school children. What do you expect those want to be? Just think of 20 years. Go to Kano, go to the north, see 5 years. Doing Lalomajiri in mob, not maybe 2 or 3. So just think, these people in 15 years, 20 years, what are they going to be? Look at what happened in Castina. Little children, don't you see the video? Little children went out, little remember 6, 7 years, carry stick, went out and demonstrating that the bandits have killed their parents. So children like that have begun to start doing riots. What do you expect those children to be in 20, 15 years time? Government have to fight poverty. They have to fight poverty, fight hunger. That is the problem. People are hungry. This thing happened, this Chibok guys happened 10 years ago. Since then, okay, they say because they want Jonathan to go, it's because of Jonathan. Buhari came the same thing. The thing have not increased. It's not. It's increasing. It's increasing. Okay, just look at Babe. Just say, just to praise at least this government fine. They give hope. He just said it. Look at the next day. What begin to happen? Just to know that these people they're just there 247. People know these are people who are working. Government have to fight. The government want to work. They have to fight. Leave all these things they are doing. Leave all this kinetic, no kinetic. This is not the problem. That is not the solution. They have to really deal with poverty, deal with hunger issue. Let people begin to feed. People begin to earn money, work. There's job. All these things will go. Nobody can eat. Nobody can feed. Since we are born, look at our own age. We have been hearing the same story. If we are in Nigeria, only God knows what we have could have been. Majority of all of us today. Somebody is saying that the North are not feeling it. My brother, you don't use that word for people. It's not a force. Everybody can be a victim of all these things. They are feeling it, just that they are suppressed. They are have suppressed us. We in the South, we have luck. That's why we are not feeling it. We are the one not feeling it because we can travel, we can do business. In the North, they suppress those people. They at least suppress them. They can't do nothing. We here, we can still challenge our parents, challenge our uncle. But it's too much. We travel out. We travel to abroad. They don't travel. They don't have all those opportunities we have. They are feeling it, my brother. Unless you are not being enough, if you're being enough, you see these people. They don't even have power to face the one who face a Senate here, we face governor, we abuse them over here. No, they don't have, because it's their culture. They brought them. No matter what they did, don't abuse your elder. Don't abuse your elite. Even if it's doing good or doing bad, don't abuse them. So they are built with that culture. So suppress them, my brother. So the only thing I just believe the government will just do, because look at all the Western world we are. If there is hunger, there is poverty, do you think we have peace here? There will not be peace. Even look at little people, those the junkies who don't have money. Look at what they do. They begin to do breaking and entry, breaking shop, breaking. But you see, to just have a stipend of it. Now look at Nigeria, 133 before Buhari, 133 million out of its dimension poverty. By the December, plus 7 million, as according to World Bank. We have 140 million people in larger poverty. In multi-dimension, not in multi-dimension poverty. What do we expect from that country? We have to have a voice. That is what I'm saying. We have to have a voice. Like Ferrari said, exactly what I discussed with Toby yesterday in this platform. This is what the primary duty of a government is, to protect life and property and for the well-being of the people. If we have a voice in a platform, begin to shout, Tinubu, you have failed the section 2 of the Constitution. All the old governors, they have failed the section 2 of the Constitution. All they have to do is to resign. If you have been clamoring, they are hearing it. These people will rise up. We cannot just believe we elite a leader and we expect them to deliver without we are not holding them accountable. It can never be possible. Even if it's anybody or any one of us here, it can never be possible. And we in Nigeria, we always settle for less. Look at people in Aba celebrating for light in 21st century. People are celebrating for light. What kind of human being is that? Huh? In 21st century. No, that is not, no. We settle for less. That's the problem of Nigeria. It's not his money. It's not their money. Okay, I listened to Adedebu. He said that contract supposed to last for 3-4 years, but it lasts for 20 years. We are still celebrating. Huh? So don't see the problem of Nigeria. We will defend the same months. We will defend the oppressor. The same months we will complain. We will just complain. Okay, what is our strategy? Strategy since March last year that the election is over. What is about? We just come, we complain, go to our platform. Everybody is the same thing. If it's too high, we go to tribal. If it's not that way, you are bad, man, bad. We don't even have one strategy. We don't even have one plan for 2027. We don't even have one plan to have one government, to even have government accountable. So, even the CSO, go and look. Huh?
There's a plan for 2027. If you don't plan to win, you plan to lose. So that's not plan to.
No, but at least we have to have
to lose. You cannot lose without planning. You have to plan to lose. So we are planning.
All right, Nigerian, thank you so much. Let's hear from Bumi. Bumi, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good day, Dr. Damages. It's really nice to be here. And I just wanted to, before I talk on the main topic, I just wanted to say, because I heard Mr. Fisayo talk, and it was really nice just hearing him speak. And I feel like when you listen to certain people, you tend to appreciate some certain things that you don't appreciate. So I just wanted to say I appreciate you as a person. I appreciate the work you do when it comes to like the effort and time you put into like doing what you believe in your power that's good for not just yourself but for like the nation, and the future generation. And I just want to thank you for that before I go ahead to say something.
You know I'm a jealous man. You know that. You know what you are doing. Good.
Yeah. If I should speak on the kidnapping that recently happened, to be honest, when I read that 2 days ago, I was a bit pissed. I was annoyed because when I was in Nigeria, because obviously I was born and I grew up in Nigeria, the first news I first heard was the Chibok girls that were kidnapped. I think that's the memory I have. And it's sad that ever since then, even before then, it's something that's it's always been happening. And it's something I feel like it's something I'm growing to understand, that it's not a behavior for us. When, like, for example, the election happened, and a lot of people were like, election violence has always been present in Nigeria. It's not today. So it's weird that, like, to be honest, I don't think Nigerians are surprised about the kidnapping. And I think that's the saddest thing as a society, that we have made that so like a norm that 200 plus kids can be kidnapped and we move, like life goes on. And I feel like it's contradicting because we then blame our politicians for not doing the job. But us as a society, we are also comfortable with those kind of statements every single year. I am not up to 40 years. I'm not up to 50. But I can tell you, for the little amount of time I've been present on this earth, it has been happening. For the past 8 years, if we should just start the conversation from the past 8 years, it has been happening. One of Buhari's campaign was, one of the topic he put in there was this he's like mentioned the amount of people who are uneducated, and it's like they need to be educated. After his tenure, those numbers double or even tripled, and we still are okay in that society. It's so, as much as I want to blame our politician, I'm starting to question us as a society. Are we okay? I feel like we're okay with constantly hearing this. It's like it reminds me when someone is like in a toxic relationship, and you expect them to leave their relationship, but in a way they're kind of comfortable. It's not that they are comfortable, their brain knows what to expect. And I feel like that's what's happening in Nigeria. We know that this is how a government delivers, and we're comfortable with it. So to be honest, I don't want to even blame any politician. I'm just here to say I'm questioning us as a society. I feel like it makes sense why we keep on having bad leaders, because we as a people, I feel like we don't know what we want. So I don't know.
I apologize for interjecting, but what would you have the people do though?
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Olumide? What would you do? What would you do?
No. I want to hear your own solution. You are the one who is talking and raised the issue that the people are at fault. But I want to know, what do you think, in your own perspective, the people could do to get out of the situation?
I would say one thing is that I don't want us to accept this. I don't want it to be a constant behavior, a habit. That's what I want us as a society. I don't want us that Dr. Damages, we say this amount of people has been kidnapped and we are still here having a conversation. That's what I don't want us to do as a society. I don't want to wake up the next day and go to my job and pretend that those kids are good, like it did not happen. That's what I don't want us as a society. I don't want us to accept that as a standard. If you're talking about measurement, that's not my job. But I'm just talking as a society, we shouldn't accept that.
All right. Thank you, Bumi. Thank you so much. It's always good to hear different voices in this conversation that we're having. And I just have a piece of information to pass across. We were waiting for our crack reporter to report to us from Showere's event. He just called me and said he won't be able to do a live report, but if he's able to get some videos, he will send it across, and we are going to play it because of the nature of the event and the planning. You know, that's what happens when you have crack reporters. If they are not crack reporters, if they are
Dr. Rudolph, if you had paid me, I'd have gone to.
Yes. I'm regretting it now. That's what happens when you have crack reporters, you know. But I understand some events are that way. You know, if you don't have someone who is accredited to go there and be in that role, sometimes it's difficult to actually do that work you want them to do. But we'll get a feedback on what is happening sometime during the day.
I have a question for Farah. Farah, how closely related are you with Bode George? Because you look like the older you get, the more resemblance you get with Bode George. So are you related to Bode George?
We both from the island now. It could be the island connection. Lagos Island boys.
All right. What we're going to do, let me hear from Olumide on this, and Eddie and Exera on this topic. Then we switch topics and go to something else. Olumide.
Okay, thank you, Rodolph. Good day, everybody. You had a very good guest, and I was kind of encouraged with the kind of work he was doing back home. Those are the kind of people the country needs. And I wish people like him were in every facet of our society, professional life.
Who is speaking? We are not seeing you.
Sorry. What did you want? Sorry. Igwe, what did you want? Did you say speak louder?
Are you hiding to talk to us?
Oh no. I'm just, my chair is kind of low. So So what so he's the kind of person that we need in every facet of our society, you know, doing his job not just for the money, but for the love of the job, so that the society is works the way it should work, and a civil, the way we all live in this different part of our world. And but unfortunately, those are the kind of people that country, the people currently running the country, hate to see, and they want to get rid of. Fisayo Soyombo, kudos to you. I salute your work and all that you do. So I didn't mean to put you on the spot, Bumi. I just really wanted to get an insight of the kind of specific solutions that the people can kind of, do to kind of get out of this quagmire that they are in at the moment. Just to kind of offer a little bit of help, I would say the society, the way it is right now, it is completely broken. You understand? It is completely broken. The truth of the matter is they have a need of a revolution at no better time than this very present moment. The system is broken. The people who are in power don't mean to have change or to offer any solution or to solve the problems that the people are facing right now. Right now, they don't have a country. It's.
Sorry, Olumide, I don't mean to interject. Let me ask you the same question. What is the solution? Because you are already
So that's where I'm going to. So coming from where Nigerian, is it Nigerian or one Nigeria, was coming from saying just giving blanket solutions that made no sense. Oh, it's poverty. Solve the poverty situation. When you solve the poverty situation, things will normalize. How? You understand? Countries are run based on ideology, based on the fact that, and what even makes our own problem more complex is the fact that we are a diverse set of people, different culture, different language. You understand? So the system is currently broken as it is, and these guys are not ready to make the change that is desired. Fisayo Soyombo said and hit the nail on the head. If people cannot choose the leader that they desire, that they want, either by free and fair election, either by any means that they want, that is what you call the politics of a country. If the politics of a country is corrupt, right from the bottom, when people rig their way to power, you can never have a solution. You understand? So Nigeria, at no better time than now, we need a revolution. And the people are powerless. I mean, with to Bumi's in trying to answer or
you have not said any solution. I just reiterated the problem. What is the
solution? Is a revolution to take everything.
What is revolution? What is
How
revolution?
does the revolution start? What do we do?
What is revolution?
How does it start? What do we do? We have to be more specific.
I will tell you the truth. It may be a armed struggle. If you want to hear that, hear it now. Armed struggle.
What is revolution?
If that is the solution, a armed struggle.
Can I answer that?
How do we get to armed struggle? Because
I'm going to tell you how you get to armed struggle for you.
Can I answer that, Ovie? Let me answer that for Olumide. Olumide doesn't seem to have an answer. Let me tell you the answer to that. Wait. Before you get to the struggle part.
Let me talk. It's my time. Please, I have. So it's an armed struggle. It's going to be an armed struggle. When the time comes, you people will see. This shit and rigmarole that you people are going all about will lead you nowhere in 1,000 years.
That's what you are doing right now. You are just defining yourself.
Until these people are kicked out by force. It is by force. And it's going to be by arms. If they will not hold a free and fair election and let the people elect and change their leaders in a sane and civil way, then they will be kicked out by force, if that is what you want to hear. You understand?
Can I do a follow-up?
You are just
I'm just giving you that solution.
Olumide, let me do a follow-up to that.
All right, hold on, guys. How is what is a revolution?
Me, I no go hide. I no go talk. I no go hide my. No, this one no be hiding. Now harm struggle.
Okay,
You understand?
Thank you.
Don't forget it.
Thank you. Bomi, go ahead.
I just Mr. Olumide mentioned revolution in terms of like kicking the people out.
Kicking the criminals. The criminals in power.
Okay. Now, what I want to ask, based on my delivery, I also mentioned that yes, we have bad people. We've had them for 20 years plus. But my question is, we as a people too, we're also comfortable with the bad people. So how can we keep bad people out?
Let me correct you. It's since 1967.
Please, I'm not comfortable with bad rulers. I'm not comfortable with bad rulers.
You are just retaliating the problem. We all know from 1967. Now, those are problems. Solution. Is that hard? We need solution.
Solution is not election. You are thinking of election.
What is armed struggle? You're just reiterating the problem. We need solution. Solution.
All right. Hold on, guys. I think Eddie has.
I'm struggling.
Before we get there, there got to be some things we need to do.
Step
by step.
All right. Hold on, guys. Eddie, are you in the dark? I can't see your face. I know you, but maybe you can reposition yourself. Yeah, it's been a while we've seen you. You added your cheekbone, Go ahead, Eddie.
Eddie they collect na PA, distance PA. So assistant
Eddie, you gotta push back on doctor. You know the way he is. He'll just whine you.
Leave doctor. Doctor, they carry me go. I don't know.
Eddie, welcome. So, what's the solution?
Good evening, guys.
Yeah.
And the solution to Nigerian problem hasn't been discovered. So we've been complaining like what's his name, late Majek Fashek. We've been complaining for so long. At the point we need to stand, but we don't have at this time now. We haven't got the legs to stand. Going history. These politicians, they started kidnapping. You remember when, is it Buhari or so that tried to bring kidnap somebody from London in a crate?
Umar Ridico.
Yeah. So then the politicians started it, and now what's it called? The street boys, they're now how will I say, running rampage. I really think our society as a whole, the African society, has gone bankrupt, because no place in the world, in America, in UK, in all over Europe, if anything happened to a child, one child, anything happened, the entire country will go upside down. But in Africa, in Nigeria in particular, it's become a norm. It's acceptable that they will kidnap children, they will kidnap women, because they will use them as a sex slave, because that's what's happening. All those girls they kidnapped from Chibok, these are perverts that they didn't just kidnap those girls for sake of kidnapping or for they kidnap them to use them as sex slaves and molest those kids. So our government, the society has accepted that as that's why it keeps happening. That's why it keeps happening and people will blame the military. Our military budget in America, the military budget is very, very. In fact, war chest is the biggest in any. I think it's the biggest economy, the war. But what we have in Nigeria, I think, no matter how it looks, is not adequate enough. The equipment we have are outdated equipment. The morale of the soldiers. I saw a video a couple of days and I felt really bad when they told me that they pay military officers 50,000 naira. Like, how can you pay someone that has ammunition, guns, 50,000, and you expect insecurity to cease, or you expect them to be at the forefront? How would that 50,000 is not even enough for somebody attending secondary school. Not to talk of a grown-up man that has family and kids, and you expect them to give their life for the state. So
Eddie, let me stop you because we throw figures and numbers around a lot in Nigeria. So they pay military officers 50,000. It's not adequate, quite all right. But that's also about what they pay teachers in Nigeria. In America, here, you mentioned budgets. Our military budget, I mentioned it a few minutes ago, 3.25 trillion. That's for defense and securities. In America, here is about $841 billion. The military budget, 841 billion. Yet they pay soldiers. Some of them make 44,000 a year. So it's not simply about how much they are paid. I understand that it's small. I'm not supporting what they are paid, but it's not just about how much they are paid. If you compare the size of the budget in America and how much they pay young officers, it's outrageous too, just like it is in Nigeria. There's something else that is going on besides that they are not being paid well. So I just wanted to point that out because it's
but doctor, if you look at the two societies, the benefits that comes with being an American a military officer, there are more benefits that will outweigh, that will compensate whatever.
Yeah,
they give them.
I understand.
They give them houses, they give them vehicles, they give them discounts.
One question.
There's so many things, but Nigeria, that salary looks like, when they give you that salary, it looks like that is the government are doing the soldiers a favor.
Eddie, sorry, let me interject. Let me ask you a question from what you said. You talk about so now, if you get Ferrari as a car or Lamborghini, and you have a Toyota Corolla, the insurance not the same.
No,
because you alluded to the economy of America being the biggest. Of course, the level of the security will be much more. You can't compare them. I'm saying this to actually answer to Nigeria, where is also paranoid about our security. And I keep telling him, our elites don't live among us. So there's no need for them to invest in security. And we are too broke to actually invest in our own security. Well, when it is my time, I actually tie it to this idea of a revolution and armed struggle. Because those are political terms that they are putting away to just be talking about. When you call somebody
So when you invest in your own security, are you the one to arrest the terrorists? Are you the one to
invest in your own security? You invest in your own security by being reactionary to situation. They cannot kidnap 283 children, and you still go to church and you have a pastor that's not talking about it. You have an imam that's not talking about it. You have co-workers that are not reacting about it. That's how you invest. You invest by simultaneous reaction. What is before you get to the arms level? The arms level is another level, but there's a first level you have to do. And none of the Nigerians are doing it.
Alaba, hold on, guys. Let's hear X0. Let me throw this question for all of you. I'll come back to you guys, and I want to get your answer. If this were happening in Lagos, or in Enugu, or in Benue is a mess. If it's happening in Lagos, or in Enugu, or in Port Harcourt, kidnapping of 200 and something kids, or in a Benin city, will the reaction be the same? I want you guys to think about your answer. Let's go to X0 and flagship. You are next. Without this question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Rudolph. I like this topic so much because it's something I fully understand, fully grasp, and I've spoken on this a number of times. Sometimes suggesting that Nigeria may need a dictator that is patriotic. But let's leave that aside. We as Nigerians don't fully grasp what is a need for us. If they ask every Nigerian, what is the Nigerian dream? What are we trying to protect? What is the pride of Nigeria? One person will explain it away toward his own ethnic section, which does not make any sense because we don't know what we are protecting. It takes a person who knows what he is to be able to fight and protect it. If they kidnap 80 people in one state, somebody in Lagos say, those abokis, they're just kidnapping them. They don't really care because there's nothing we are trying to protect together. Are we citizens of this place? How do you describe yourself? What is the Nigerian dream? If you don't fully understand this, then what is the meaning of the Nigerian life? They took how many girls in one Chibok, and the whole world was beginning to take us serious and wanted to intervene, only for them to take another 300 somewhere else and take another 90 somewhere else. And they just left us. They were like, these guys don't even, the world, you're going to teach the world how to treat you. What are you teaching the world? What is the Nigerian soldier fighting to protect? The Nigerian soldier is supposed to be like, this is a mess. I can't take this happening to my own country. What is the Nigerian soldier fighting to protect? And when we don't have that answer, we cannot find any other answer. I've not seen any true leader, I still repeat it, any leader in Nigeria from any part of Nigeria that can go into the north and arrest a past leader or even a past governor confidently without him being scared of the repercussion. And we say we are in a country. So if you don't have something to protect that all of us can understand, when somebody goes wrong, he's punished, and no militants are going to rise up against the nation, then we can say we are getting there. But if we don't have anything to protect, that is where you find these kind of things. 500. What will happen if they take 500 from Lagos? What will happen with Tinubu? You think this president? Didn't it happen in Oyo State? Or we still have citizens of Osun, I think, who are in IDP camps. They are now refugees in Benin. So what are we saying? Who are we? When we don't have this clearly defined, we keep having this kind of things, and the soldiers don't have any master. Like I see it, I still repeat, I've said it here before, like I see it, the soldiers are culprits. They are deeply involved in what's happening in the country. They are deeply involved. If they are not, they would have risen to the occasion. Let's leave it that way.
All right, the flagship. Let me give a little bit background, a small background. When the kidnapping started of expatriates in Port Harcourt and Rivers and that area, most part of the country we are thinking that, oh, well, it doesn't concern us. It's only all these foreigners who are working in the oil industry that were being kidnapped. And then it started spreading. It went to the east, and people in the other parts of the country were saying, oh, all these Easterners, they all love money. They're kidnapping themselves. What they know. Now it's all over the country, even in the northern part of the country. So I ask again, if kids in my hometown, if school children in my hometown were picked up by some people during their morning assembly, will I react the same way I'm reacting to what's happening in Kaduna or Sokoto?
Well, that's a great question, Dr. Rudolph. And it makes me talk about a question that has seemed not to leave my head for a while now, thinking about the Nigerian situation. And the question is, are we really Nigerians? I'm talking about those in power. Are they Nigerians? Because no man will sit down and watch his home being ravished and not do something about it to stop it by external forces. In my house here, if my neighbor is coming in and trying to take my belongings and I sit down and not do nothing about it, it's either the house really doesn't belong to me, I'm just a caretaker, or maybe I'm here also to plunder. That's the only condition under which I can watch him tear down my home and maybe take it over, and I become a stranger in the same house that I own. Yes, when it started in the South, it was built out of frustration and of oppression, that was born out of oppression, rather. Communities being ravished, the lifestyle of the people going down, pollution everywhere, and life changing for them as it is. And they cried for a minute to see if they could get help from the government, but it wasn't coming. So they thought that the best way to get the attention of the government was to begin to kidnap expatriates that were working there. Not that that was good. That was really bad. And now it's gone around the country. They saw it happen in the South. Nothing was done about it. Well, maybe they got a little bit of audience from the government when Yaradua came and said, okay, you know what, guys, in order to stop this, I'm going to give amnesty to the Niger Delta militants so they can stop this activity. And the North perhaps has picked up on it. And whatever their attention that they're looking for is, they are hoping that they will get it. And the government will succumb and give it to them. But it's becoming very barbaric. Actually, it's barbaric right now. That it has deteriorated to where it is now kids that are being kidnapped from schools and taken away from their loved ones. So the question, I guess, is when is it going to hit home that will really decide to take action? Yeah, it's true. I believe that if this kind of occurrence is going on and the government seems to be silent and they are doing nothing about it, then there's a great chance that they know about it, they were informed about it, they planned it, and they're just hoping that some way, somehow, they will get the attention that they're seeking or whatever their agenda is. The solution is in our hands. It's not like we can't solve this problem. We can. We know what to do. We know how to do it. But we just don't want to do it. Not because we don't have what it takes, but again, those that will do it are looking down at the people with guns pointed at them and weaponized hunger that will make them not be able to move a foot, not to talk of fighting. So I'm hoping that in good conscience, the military, I'm not talking about the big guys in the military, that the soldiers, those that are guarding these people, would somehow wake up and say, no, this cannot continue. We have to stop it. And they do the needful, the needful being make the right decision and not take orders. Find these people and deal with them and get this behind us. So in summary, I think that the problem that Nigeria faces today, the solution is right there in our hands. But what goes on behind closed doors and the big agenda is what I'm trying to figure out.
So that's like a coup, though. That's going to be a coup d'etat.
Well, the military know what to do to fix this problem, whatever it is and whatever name they give to it. But I think
the only point where we differ is the fact that I want the resistance to come from the ordinary people, not the military, because the military, as it were right now, they are all cowards. These people should be disbanded. If any of those military guys come here, they're going to turn the country worse than it is right now. It should come from the people who should initiate that change. I think that's where we differ.
Okay. I have my own suggestion. I just want to wait my turn. I don't know whose turn it is. I will. I don't want to take out of anybody's time.
Let me round up, please, before you guys go on. And I've got one, maybe 2 minutes left. The people they really can't make any move right now. They've done so much. I really don't like to beat down on the people because there are two forces working against them. There is weaponized hunger and poverty in the land that is intentional. And then secondly, the guns are pointed at them. My quest is, if the guys that are pointing the guns at them, who are the everyday soldiers, would allow that conscience that they have kick in, and they put those guns away and join with the people, then what you're talking about, Olumide, can work. But as long as they keep those guns pointed, there's too much blood that has been shed. So we have to find a way to appeal to the conscience of these everyday soldiers who will pull the trigger when given the command to think deep and figure a way out of this one. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, the flagship. So, Femi, we are not revisiting the topic because everybody are already waiting, but I just want solutions now, extra conversation on solutions to this. Because revolution is not an immediate, it can happen without anyone anyway. But we force them to do. How is it that we don't have a way to track these 280 something kids in a forest somewhere in Nigeria? And this is second day. Before you know it's third day. And these people are no food for these kids. And you move everything you have to move to get the. I don't understand. Go ahead.
So recall that during, I think in the days or the months leading to the 2015 elections, there was a chat about how the US actually had the information on where the Chibok girls were located in the early days of when they were being herded into Sambisa Forest. If you recall, there was something about, there was a disconnect when it came to trying to release such information because of what we've come to know about whenever certain informations are released and how those informations are compromised within even the security and intelligence agencies. That was at the time when we had employed the services of the college and dams from South Africa. You remember that? Now, coming to solutions, it's not as if the solutions are not there in terms of technology, especially. And of course, it's not as if even during Buhari's, despite his lackadaisical attitude to everything, it's not as if there was no effort being made towards even getting the likes of the Tucano jets and drones. But then again, you can get all the equipment you want, but if certain things like intelligence, as well as manpower, and even more importantly, because a lot of things would have to be done pari passu, whether we like it or not. Security,
Femi, actually, sorry to burst in. Actually, they did get the Tucano jets, but they were going to deploy them in the east, until they were criticized.
So there was a reason for that. There was a reason why, because there's something tied. I don't know if you're aware of this. I forget what they call that. Rudolph, you might recall that there's something tied to whenever America supplies different. I forget what they call that thing here. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah,
there's something tied to. There's a law, so you just cannot. So that's what initially was kept the military twisted when it came to. In fact, for them to use it and for them to break that law, they would face some consequences that includes not be able to get parts. And Rudolph, I know you're aware of what I'm talking about.
I think it's called legislaw.
The legislaw. Thank you. God bless you. So it's not. So anyway, let me go get by my. So again, technology. These things are not expensive, and I'm glad Ovie brought up the issue of that interview with Abaribe. Because I listened to that thing, and in fact, it was at the point when he mentioned his conversation with I think it was the chief of naval staff. I'm not gonna lie to you, I had to pause it there, and I've not, because I was just shaking my head like, this is a country we live in. The solutions are there, but are we making use of them? Pending the time, for example, because let's not lie to ourselves. The military is overstretched, but then we also have to fight the case of the triplet case of unemployment, bandage. The economy as it is, food prices, and even if you add corruption, because corruption has killed us to the point where it's also affecting things that we should be doing. And don't forget, the bandit today did not just become a bandit. It started from somewhere. It started from the likes of what you have when it comes to the situation in the north, especially where children cannot go to school. The elites over there keep making it look as if they have to be subservient to them. So a lot of these things are from somewhere. But you're talking about immediate solutions. It has to be the economy has to improve somehow, and of course, like people have already alluded to, the primary goal of a government is security. Enough of excuses, because people Buhari spoke about reforming security services. I don't know what to reform till he left. In fact, there has to be will. That if we again, Rudolph, people say that sometimes. I understand the fact that the frustration about people coming here to complain, but we also need to understand that, just as you've alluded to as well, again, that this serves as some kind of stress relief for some of us. I'll repeat the fact that you've mentioned that we are not you can bring all the solutions you like. Even you have mentioned it, and it's true. You can bring the solution you like.
While I respect your submission, I don't think we should be regurgitating the problem and then giving excuses for insanity.
But Farah, we all do it.
You know, we need to stay away from those line of conversation.
Can you let me finish, though? Can you let me finish? Okay. I'm almost done. I don't disagree with what you're saying, with what anybody is saying. All I'm saying is I just offer some solutions. Technology is the biggest part of it, because we lack the manpower and the economy. So long as it's bad, because there's a source. There are sources for which you have to go to the source. But if it's the immediate solution,
but how does that technology help create a solution? Can you explain?
Okay, I will explain. Good. Now, keep in mind, it's not like Nigeria is the biggest country in the world. But based off of our population and the fact that we don't have enough custom men, of course, they're corrupt as well. And we have a lot of unmanned spaces, the perimeters around us. So, and we can't cover it. To what Obi mentioned about how you need to go listen to that interview with Abaribe. If you have something that you're able to see a wider space, why are you not using it? Why are you making excuses? And of course, there's also the case of intelligence. Again, it's just my own 2 cents. That's just the way I see it. You can't cover the whole space. So you might as well deploy technology.
All right. Thank you, Femi. Ovie, apart from telling us we have to organize, what are the solutions?
Don't tell me that word, they antagonize you, Dr. Dameji.
No.
That is the foundation. Now, my earlier submission, I ended up by asking the question, what is wrong with us, with the people? And that is coming from what Ferrari earlier said, that yes, the government is not with us. All these people are not with us. And I said, even ourselves, are we with us? Are we with ourselves? X0 take it a little bit further by ending his own submission by asking the question, who are we? Bumi also, intent on that, but
so you hammer me over here. What is the solution? Give us.
It's one of the biggest problems.
No summarize.
One of the biggest problems you have, Olumide, is that you don't listen to understand. You don't have to agree with anybody's submission, but if you understanding what the person is saying is very important. I don't need to tell you that it takes a lot of level of intelligence to actually comprehend.
But anyway, that's what you hammer me now.
So Bumi also went ahead and saying that we should not be accepting what is happening. Now, to Olumide, that does not connote the fact that we are blaming the people. No, everything is not black and white. We are literally asking a rhetorical question. Why are we acting the way we are acting? And that goes straight to the question that Rudolph asked. If this is happening within the north, the south, and the western region, this thing will happen. Yes, we will still have the same attitude the way exactly that is happening right now. Why did I say that? The question that we should ask ourselves is that since this thing has been happening, kidnapping in mass for the past 10 years, how many times have you heard that a councillor or local government chairman kid has been among these kidnappers? How many? I'm not talking about ministers. No, I'm talking about the basic leaders at the local government level where these activities is taking place. How many? That's to tell you that they don't live among us. If I don't live among you, what the hell do I have to provide the security? This is normal. We all know this. That's why we are retaining that question. What is wrong with us? It's not a blame. So that if the elites don't live among us, why are we expecting them to provide security? And that's why I also said that I know we are too broke to actually provide a security for ourselves. And that goes to answer you, Olumide, talking about revolution. We so carried away with all the people that we listen to. They put some kind of word into our subconsciousness and then we run away with it. Evolution. What is evolution? What is revolution? There's no revolution that takes place anywhere in the world without evolution. There have to be pockets of activities taking place left and breadth of that place that you want revolution to happen. We speak to organizing, planning, every left and breadth of people you don't people have to start planning and organizing. Then there's going to be a synchronization. Then we'll now wait for that trigger, because everybody when they share revolution always goes straight to what triggers the revolution without going straight to the evolution. What happened before that thing happened? Everybody say, oh, Arab Spring, somebody said it's on fire. A week ago, somebody, a serving marine officer, set himself ablaze in Washington, D.C. in front of embassy in protest of what is happening in Gaza. Why everywhere no erupt? There was no evolution. Everybody is angry. Even up to today, people are angry about what is happening in Gaza. But guess what? That did not lead to what happened in Arab Spring, because there's an evolution. There's careful planning. Oh, they say now, they say now, As far as I'm concerned, the only group of people who are ready for revolution right now are still the elite. In case you are not paying attention, the military has Igbo and his group to carry guns. That's federal government. That's Bola Tinubu handwork. It's already known to us that Asari Tokubo is working with. So these people are ready. You are talking about harm. We are too poor to even secure ourselves. We want to afford harm raise. So people will come here with words that they have not done their research on, they've known nothing about, to come and be arguing, to deceiving everybody. Now, so revolution until they happen. What have you put in place? Are you trying to revolt to lose or to win? We have not asked ourselves questions. But
I will follow up for you on that, Ovie, as soon as it gets to my turn.
All right. So there are so many things that we don't want to do. And that is why when you hear the word organized, everybody is kind of frown. Because that's where the work is. That's where the work is. People that you want to carry harm with, have you sensitized them? Have you educated them? Have you empowered them? That's what organizing means. That's what planning means. That's where me and you are to work. And in case we are looking for leaders among these people already existing,
I agree with you on that one, Obi. I agree.
Buru's hair is not going to happen. If it's going to happen, it would have happened what is happening with the obedience. There's a disconnection within the leader and the movement. Their emotions cannot be sick. They are not in the same place. That's why the evolution where everybody they shout, no fear happen. When you have a leader who is so and everything is tied to the entity called the power structure, he cannot look to that what you are saying. If anything that we want to take from what is happening in America is Donald Trump and his movement, you have to meet your followers at the junction. If they are crazy, be crazy. In politics, you cannot blame emotions, because we are human beings. If you blame emotion, you lose. That's what happened to Hillary Clinton. Instead of it to meet the deplorables and reason with them, but they accuse them because they felt that they are reasoning out of no. It's politics. You know, if you tell a person why he or she should reason, why no one vote for this person, and that is the disconnect we are having in Nigeria. Even though there's a natural movement in the name of obedience, just know that signaling between them and the leader is not there. Obi chicken out. Why? It's not meant for that. You have to understand your follower. If your follower say everybody they craze, yes, support them. Tell them say everybody they craze. Engineer them. That you are looking for power. But we don't plan. That's why we can never get to that level. Everybody say more go protest, more go enter revolution. What is that? What is the whole plan? Are we planning to succeed or to lose? That somebody asked me, we are not planning for 2027. We don't already lost that one. It's gone. It's over. And it's planning to. Because if you are not planning to win, you are planning to lose. So when we come here with bogus word that people that will listen to put it in our head, we should be ready to define it to the way an average person in the street of Nigeria will understand. We don't come here to talk to ourselves. Bumi made an excellent submission 2 weeks ago about the dichotomy between the Obi movement and the Showore movement. She said, she put it in a way that even a person when they say like Arab street will understand them. That Showore movement is all about what could destroy everything and make a brand new government. Why Obi say no, we can fix it. I have never seen any analyst breaking this ideology into these basic ways. But because they are not organized and planning, we don't even know that that's what ideology is all about. That's what Obi stand for. That yes, as Nigeria it is, we can fix it. Why should we say let's burn it down? So you cannot be in between this. So when we come here with the revolution, what is it that you want? How many people that you can, if you call somebody for Borno State today, does it know that you are actually having the same plan, even though you guys disagree? Because that's what it's going to take. If revolution will happen with the answers, that's a revolution. But did we succeed? No, because it's pretty much one-sided. So before you know what revolution is, you got to understand what evolution means. And again, when Wole Soyinka come out, they call the obedient that they call it a name that is calling the anarchists. It is because there's no sense of hierarchy in that movement. Because the opposite of anarchy is hierarchy. And again, that's because that disconnection. Why? Because we want revolution. Your leader doesn't even understand that. Doesn't want that because he knows if revolution happened today, who go lose? Mo carry ham. I'm going with Olumude. Mo carry ham. Who you want?
Rudolph, you have to stop reviewing because that man will not be quiet and he will not get to my turn.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Is it my turn?
No, it's not your turn yet. No. It goes air.
Please, I want you to calculate the time of year he has spent here. He spent 10 minutes. So don't tell me 3 minutes time, tell me to summarize. So I've been checking time for him, seriously. So let's go to the main point of the discussion. One, I want us to, all of us that is here, to come in agreement of one platform. What is that platform? The voice of the voiceless. If we can have this platform among us here, the voice of the voiceless. And the voice of the voiceless are going to be in 3 ways. If we are looking for solution, because there's something I found out in Nigeria, and this elite, they are afraid of this voice. They are afraid of people telling them their sins openly, rebuking them openly. They are afraid of this. And this is what Buhari used in 2014, 2015. They condemn good Lord, do everything possible, both on internet. Now, if we are going to solution, let us have something like a platform that calls the voice of the voiceless. And that platform will be on 3 times. Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba. Now, what is that we need in this platform? People that speak Hausa will begin to speak Hausa in Hausa language that we're going to share all over the whole world, all the whole internet, telling them, because what we need is brainwash, resetting of people understanding, especially people from the north. Let them to understand that these elites, they are making use of you. They are suppressing you. Try to open their eyes. That's why they're afraid of Nnamdi Kanu. What is the fault of Nnamdi Kanu? He's trying to review, trying to expose what these elites are using against us. Then if you have a platform that says voice of the voiceless and make the northern educate people through this voice, make them to understand that these people that are suppressing you, they are making use of you. They don't care about you. So it is in a way, so it is now, sir. Before you could know it, the thing began to go viral. Once it's going to go viral, these people that they become afraid because they are trying to expose the evil that goes before them. That's where everything starts, and we need to start it now before 2027. Like if we're able to start it now, it will help us to go far to deal with these things. Because we are using this platform to do sensitize people, to change the mind of people, to reform the understanding of people. That's the most important thing. Then in this voice of the voiceless, we make it open. Let me tell you, there's something that we need to do. What is that thing? This government, they base on their ruling on the platform of propaganda. Now you need to raise that propaganda against them. What do I mean? You tell Buhari or Tinubu that this ceiling or the Minister of Defense, that this kidnapping that's going on, that is a part of the kidnapping that's going on. In the platform, you are the part of kidnapping that's going on. Then he will come out to defend himself. Then what do you mean by part of kidnapping that's going on? He said you're a Minister of Defense. And such a thing happened in your own territory, happened in the place that you are Minister of Defense, that your duty is to defend, to protect the citizens, and not saying that you did not do anything. That means you are part of it. Two, these kidnappers, they have a place in the Nigerian forces. How do I mean? Look at what is happening in North right now. All the whole people they say they call the repented Boko Haram, they are recruiting the inside police now. Do they tell me they don't know what these people are doing? Now that all these people, they're having insiders right inside of them. So when you have insiders right inside them, you need to use this platform to tell them that they are planting Boko Haram right inside of them. And the back ends need to be taken away from forces for them to make it up. Three, we need to call Fabio, the Senate president. We need to call him and make him to understand that is the one that doing this mission, the evil that going is instigating the evil that going on in Nigeria. That's you need to talk against them so that they reform that. Because if you don't create a platform where we talk to these people publicly, it seems that nothing is happening. We are talking about solution, not about looking for the blame, who to blame, on the grammar you're going to blow. No. We need to create a platform that we need to punch back against them. You and I have the duty to do it from today. You and I have a duty to do what to participate. If any place you want to talk it about it, then let's just share it on network. Let it go viral. Before people began to understand, because I found that in Nigeria, the problem Nigeria has, you will pushing Nigeria to the wall. And you keep on pushing on the wall. If they see their way to break the wall down and cross, you keep on pushing them, they'll keep on pushing them. But when we began to speak to their understanding, speaking to their hearing, they began to have a second thought. So we create a platform that will give them a second thought to understand how things move. Before you could know it, you began to see obedient movement, all of them began to understand the reason why we should go that way. Before you could know it, 2027, we break them down. We break their legs. Please, I have to end this submission here. Let another person take over.
No. You just did 3 minutes. We still have, you need 7 more minutes to catch up.
No, go ahead. I'm not a VA or the rest of them.
All right. Thank you so much. I'll have to take a break. I'll have to take care of something. I want Flagship to moderate. He doesn't have control of the back end for now, but you guys respect that, of course, his voice will make you behave well. But I'll be back. Let me take care of something. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages.
Is it my turn?
It'll be your turn, Alaba, but give me 1 minute. I want to thank everybody again for being on the panel and having a conversation. I think we're speaking on solutions right now. I like to moderate this way. Everybody's solution is credible. Don't beat down whoever provides the solution. And please let us be respectful to each other. I really, really would appreciate that. Like you said, I don't have controls. If I do, I'll be able to manage it a little bit more better. But when you're given your time, use it, and please allow who is speaking to finish their submission, and then we'll go to the next person. Or if you have to say something, let me know and I'll let you get on to speak. But outside that, let's observe some sort of cordial conversation with respect and an aim to getting something productive out of our conversation until Rudolph comes back. Thank you guys so much. Alaba, you got the mic.
Okay, now I want to start by saying that we focus too much on regurgitating the problem. I won't do that here. Go straight to the issues. All of us are complicit in this problem. Why did I say that? All of us are complicit in this problem that is happening. It's not because we have a dead conscience, although some of us do, particularly those in government and those that support this satanic government. They have a dead conscience. So as long as we have a voice, we don't really have a voice because we don't have a medium for our people to hear our voice, but we have a voice here where we can talk. And some people are listening. I feel they might be. We need to send them the right message. The first thing we need to do is to wake up our conscience. 283 children kidnapped. There's no outrage. That's a dead conscience. And we have people who call themselves pastors who stand in front of a podium to preach God to people in that country. We have people who call themselves imams who wants to preach God to people in that country. We need to hold them accountable to their conscience through this medium. We have to hold them accountable to their conscience because this is a conscientious issue of humanity. Humanity is on trial here. The last time the Chibok girls were kidnapped, the entire world went on our behalf. There was marches in Washington, marches in New York, marches in London. I doubt if there were even marches in Nigeria. I'm not expecting any to come from Nigeria because that Nigerian attitude is their people, not mine. My thief is better than yours. That dead conscience, that is what we have to appeal to. Yes, Ovie was right. You can't come here and talk about revolution without conscientization of the people's mind. It's not going to happen. You can't jump the gun. Everything is stage by stage, and we have to evolve. We have to do the primary job first of conscientizing our people and their conscience. What if it is your child that was kidnapped? But why? On one of the commentators on the chart said this, and I'm quoting the person's word. We, the people, should challenge ourselves. We should challenge our family members involved. We should challenge our churches, our mosques, our co-workers, our sisters, our brothers, our fathers, and our mothers. We start there. That's the first step. That is number one thing we have to do. This is an humanitarian issue, 283 children. Like I said earlier, right now, all medium, all echo, all social media elites, all artists, all musicians should be in front of their microphone calling for the resignation of these people in government because they are not fit to rule pigs, how much more human beings. They are not fit. It's not a question of party, tribe, or religion. This is a question of humanity. And we are not addressing this issue properly. The Nigerian problem is not like we can't solve it. It's because we are not trying hard enough to solve it. That's the first thing we need to address. Ourselves. What kind of a people will keep mute when 283 children were kidnapped? What kind of a people are we? We are monsters. We are beasts. These are children, for God's sake. What is wrong with us? And yet we come here and give excuses for this madness that those people that call themselves government officials. We give reasons for why they are inactive. We know the source of the problem is corruption, because if the money has not been stolen, there will be enough money for the defense to be able to protect the geographical location of the people. So we can address the corruption problem right now, but we can scream at the top of our voice that we want these mad people to resign. And that's what we should be doing. And after we've done that, we continue to plan, because without planning, we will continue to fail. And how do we plan? There is no reason why the likes of Showore, the likes of Mayegun, yeah, Kanu is in prison, the likes of Kanu, the likes of Dele Farantimi, the likes of Dr. Rudolph, and all the rest of you on here should not be on a round table as we speak on how to move that country forward. Yet stop talking about they have guns. We're not going to stand in front of their gun. You're going to stand in front of your microphone. Technology has provided you YouTube. Technology has provided you Facebook. Technology has provided you so many mediums that you can use that you're not using. You have WhatsApp. You could mobilize the conscience of your brother, of your sister, even in their hunger, even though poverty has been weaponized. You could still sensitize their conscience to this insanity that goes on in that place they call a country. And that is the first step. And when we establish that first step, you could conscientize even your millionaire friends, the likes of Obi, the likes of Atiku, that, okay, you can do this fight. Can you support us financially? Because this cannot go on. We cannot have a country that goes on like this. This is not a country. And the people are not citizens. We keep minimizing the problem. It's not going to get better. Some people keep engaging in politics with these mad people, hoping that there will be a change. Some people keep appealing to the conscience of these conscience dead, sick people, as if they would have a change. They're not going to. There won't be a change from these sick, mad people. We have to force a change. And the only way we force a change is for us to unite, plan, discuss, talk, and aggressively shout at the top of our voice that this madness must stop. It's not going to stop on appeal. Look at what is happening in Haiti. Even the gangs are reacting. How much more the educated people? Yes, there's only 2% of us. But until we convince the other 6% of educated people that we have a crisis and we need to respond appropriately to this crisis, generations will be wasted. It sounds like a political speech, but I don't intend to submit a political solution. Is simple. We need our voices to be collective. No matter how small your niche is, your medium is, you understand? We got to keep talking. Children are being kidnapped.
Thank you.
You got to get on board. It's only when we build that critical. I said one thing earlier, nobody was listening. At this stage, let somebody just start an online page that requests for people to subscribe. We want these children back. If you are a Nigerian, subscribe. And then maybe the mere announcement of the numbers of people that subscribe alone is showing a critical force of people who think along your way. And this is what you need. Maybe today we get 100, tomorrow 200, the next day 500, the next day 1 million. Believe me, the moment you start hitting the 10 million mark, you're now a critical force to be reckoned with. We want a new Nigeria. Let people subscribe. Like I said, there is no reason on earth.
Thank you, Alaba. I think you spent about 7 minutes, and trust me, I feel and understand the passion that you have, and I cannot agree more with you that our voice is a tool that we have, and we need to use it. Every single one of us. We put it together. We can form a very loud sound that could be deafening to the ears of the politicians and the rest of the world. So that's a great takeaway from your speech, Alaba. Our voices, and I would ask that everybody begin to start that move that he talked about. Alaba, you too can do the same. Let's start the pages. Let's all join and put our forces together. And believe you me, we'll be able to make headway in this struggle to get in our country to a better place. Thank you so much, Alaba. Who was next, please?
You skipped Bumi. I just wanted to point out that you skipped Bumi.
Thank you. I would give the mic to Bumi now. Bumi, take it away, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we mentioned like what's the solution, and for me, I just wanted to rephrase that as a word from solution to. I think the real solution is education, because as much as we have because I feel like the solutions are very obvious. It doesn't take someone going to Mars and coming back to know that we need better government in terms of certain things like our military, our policing, and like the jobs of all those people. They actually need to do their job. It's not rocket science. So, but I feel like in a way too, as much as we can, my submission was more or less like questioning the people. I understand the role the government plays, and they play a key role in removing that possibility for people to have the opportunity to educate themselves. Because I just mentioned how like before Buhari, he mentioned an amount of Nigerians that are uneducated. After 8 years, he doubled or even tripled the numbers of those people. Those are more people who are, it's not that they want to, but they have to do those things that they shouldn't be doing it in a functioning society. Wasn't it those repentant bandits saying they want to go back to Boko Haram? It's not because they wanted to be, but it's because the other alternative did not make sense. So they did the calculation. They're like, you know what, this actually makes more sense for them. But this is where I feel like the education comes in, because when you listen to like the current government, when they talk about some certain policies, it doesn't make any sense. It's not that they're inventing policies. Those policies exist, but it doesn't make any sense for us to be using those policies in our society. Before the election, they did something with the money, or is it cashless society or whatever, knowing so well that more than half of your population does not have or do not make use of bank accounts. So how would you just push on those things to the people? You need to calculate to make sure. And this is what the government are doing now. They're just pushing policies from anywhere, but they're not thinking. And this is where the people come in place. Because if us as a people can be able to identify, okay, the government are just saying nonsense right now, then that revolution that most people are talking about will automatically come. But the government are as good as useless. But the people too are also as good as useless because they don't know what's going on. And that's why when you ask for a revolution, it's like you can't really ask for a revolution because like they're also kind of confused when it comes to like some people are finding it hard for it, like food, security, all those things. You can't force those people to go fight a revolution when there's not a clear, they can't see a clear objective. It's going to be a very scary place where you have things going on in like Sudan or South Sudan. You have how Ukraine is putting their mouth in their business, Russia is putting, so they're literally using them for that. So you can see all this. As much as I want a revolution, I feel like education needs to play a huge role. Mr. Femi mentioned technology. Technology would be the thing that will really help us as a nation, but can also be the thing that will break us as a nation if we don't use it well. So as much as so many people talk about like solution in terms of like the government should do this, solutions are there. I don't need to come and tell the government what they need to do. I need to make sure that the people know those things. If the government does any like policies, we the people understand those policies. They implemented something about taxing businesses for bringing foreign workers. If us the people understand okay how that actually plays in a society, then we'll be able to know how to either protest or accept those policies. But if we don't know, we are just sitting ducks, and then 2 years from now, we are complaining, "Oh wow, inflation is rising." But they made those things. You saw it, but you did not understand it. So I'm coming from an educational point of view. Education is a real solution for Nigeria. Once we have education, that revolution that we are fighting for will come. it would automatically come by itself.
Thank you so much, Bumi. You know what? I've always held the position that the best way to emancipate ourselves from whatever slavery that we find ourselves is through a renewal of the mind. And the renewal of the mind starts with educating yourself. And that, in my opinion, like you said, spot on target. When the people are educated about first who they are and the strength and power that they have, you wouldn't need to tell them before changes begin to take place in any society. I believe strongly that if you can educate one mind and cause them to have a renewed way of thinking, then you can educate a community. And if you educate a community, it gets transformed to a culture, and you can change the entire culture and status quo. As it is right now, our people are really, really deprived of their rights because they do not know. And the reason why they do not know is because they are not educated. The education that we provide in our school system in Nigeria and generally within the populace is very limiting and limited. It's crafted not to enrich the minds of the people. It just provides an opportunity for people to go through the four walls of an academic institution and not letting the education that they get or the institution go through them. So you're right. Education is a big, big tool in addition to our voices. I believe if we're properly and well educated.
Flagship, can I take the floor?
1 second, please. By the time we open our voices and put our voices together, we'll be able to speak and redirect our course as a nation. So thank you so much, Bumi. That was a great input, and I agree with you 1,000%. I know you wanted to say something, Olumide, but before that, who was next in line?
I just wanted to take my turn because I should have gone before Alaba. I should have gone after Bumi.
Okay.
But they've already taken their turn, so I was going to take my turn.
Okay.
And then I think after me was Eddie.
Okay, you got 5 minutes.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So I just want to say, Bumi, education.
And please, let me say this, Olumide, with all respect. I am of the opinion that anybody's submission is credible.
Oh, no, I'm not trying to.
I don't like, I will not allow.
I'm not trying to.
1 second, please.
I'm just saying, I love a submission.
Yeah, okay.
Good.
I just don't want anybody's opinion to be beat down. That's my point.
I'm not beating down. Actually, I'm going to.
Let's be mindful and respectful of each other.
That's right. Yeah, sure. I just want to buttress your point. Education, I love it. Enlightenment, Pereira, I love that submission to educating our people. But I want to put a question across in buttressing your point too, that before you guys left homeland, Nigeria, did you know about the process of electioneering? Did you guys know or did you not know? Majority of us in here, I'm throwing it open. Did we know about the process of electioneering? That electioneering means voting, the process of voting, making it free. And we all know about it, that it's a process of governance, politics, a process of politics that Nigeria practices. But what we know, as a matter of fact, from what I know, and as everyone will know, is that the people have not been allowed to truly elect who they want. They've been rigging this election. Take from 1999. So education is important. Orientation is important. Education is always ongoing. It never stops because newer generations keep growing, replacing the older generation. So to say that our people are not well informed or are not educated enough, I don't agree. If you want to educate them more, enlighten them the more, I do agree that can happen. That should happen. But the problem is that these people in 1999 mobilized. Majority of them mobilized. North, South. Yeah, the South is more educated than the North. Largely, the North, they have a culture where their elites speak for them and direct them where to go. But majority of the people, unlike never before, dusted their PVC. The country made noise about it. They marketed it. You understand? A new kind of electioneering process, a technology, and the system failed them at the critical moment when this should have reflected, when their hard work should have reflected. How much more do you want to educate the people and enlighten them when the very system that perverts their will are still in place? That is why people like me are saying, you know what? Damn it, we've done too much hard work. These people don't want change. They want to keep forcing themselves on the people, largely because of resources. From every tribe, ethnicity, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Fulani here, they've formed a caucus where they know how to reach out to the large majority of the people. That is why perhaps some of us are crying for our own country, our own nation, because we're tired of the fact that our resources are not being used for the benefit of the people. And yes, we've had problems, Niger Delta, in the East. Now, see, all of this is all based on ideology. All of these problems are based on ideology. And as a people, if we sit down together and say, we can always agree on whether this ideology is agreeable to all of us. The Niger Delta fight was an ideology based on what we all thought was reasonable. Their resources were not being used for them. The people's source of income were being polluted, even when their resources were not being used for them. And a few people were benefiting from their resources at the expense of the people. The East, kidnapping. We all can agree that kidnapping for financial gain is a criminal action. But now the Eastern people, some of them are fighting for also their own control of their own resources. You know, their borders, they want to seaport for themselves, they want to control. These are reasonable ideologies. But now in the North, what ideology exactly are they fighting for? Fine, you want Islam. You want Islam in the majority to govern your lives, to be a way of, to be your constitution, to be your laws. They don't sit down on the round table and talk about it. Why are you kidnapping? Why are you killing? These are things that as human beings we should reasonably see. And you know, so I don't think sitting down together and talking about these issues is anything too far-fetched for us to achieve. Education is always continuous. Orientation is always continuous. Some places, even I'm sure even in the US, you still have rural areas where people are less enlightened than some other areas that are more developed, or you know, where you have a lot more development. We know there are places like that in the US also, where I'm here in Canada. I'm sure in UK too there will be rural areas that are still not well developed. You know, it doesn't mean that development can't come to them. But in Nigeria, we don't see the resources being used to the benefit of the people. Education is good, but the problem is that no matter what you guys do, if 2027 is what you guys are working towards, how do you guarantee that the will of the people, that very process that they have subjected the people, or the country has subjected itself to, the electioneering process, the politics of the country, will be free and will reflect the free will of the people? That is the problem we are having. No matter, you can educate, you can orientate. I don't have anything against it. That is a sensible thing to do. But we are saying that there are a few people, regardless of their ethnicity, that have sat down on the ability of the people to decide. Look at the three, forget the presidential election, the 3 off-cycle election that came after it was just a charade. Although Benin election is coming up, it's not going to be any different. And we want change. How much more do you want to educate the people oriented? This should be ongoing. I'm not against it. But the people who hold the higher burden, to dictate the very fabric of the society, or make sure that rules and laws are obeyed, executed, are not doing anything but stealing money. They've made the army, they incapacitated the army. They can't defend the people. Even the things happening in the country are things that ordinary police force has advanced, where they have elite units in the force that deal with such kind of terrorist situation. Not even the army. And yet Nigerian army cannot deal with the situation, either deliberately or by default or not default. They've made everything not to work.
Thank you, Olumide.
Country.
Thank you.
They've failed every index of a civilized society, of a working country.
Thank you, Olumide. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Your submission is well taken. You talk about ideology, for every one of us to have a specific ideology and work towards it to achieve the common purpose that we're all fighting for. That is well taken. Knowledge, they say, is power. And when you get knowledge, you can't get enough of it for however long you live on this planet. It's a continuous thing, like you rightly said. Education is. When you are empowered with knowledge, you can go really far. And the reason why we are where we are today in Nigeria is because our knowledge base is really limited and is skewed. They are taking so much away from our educational curriculum and the system. Again, I'm not only hinging this education aspect on formal education within the academic institutions. Yeah, people can self-educate. There are vocational education that you can also have, which would empower you, and you can help to build your community and your society along as we get to move ourselves to a better Nigeria. So that's well understood and taken care of. I appreciate that. I believe it's part of what we're going to work towards once we get out of this rough road. I will begin to talk ideologies and how to better them and make us one of the global nations noted for not only our resources, but our manpower and intelligence as well. I would hand the mic now to Eddie. 5 minutes, Eddie.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll try not to be. I'll try to be brief. But anyway, I like music a lot, so I'll bring in some lines from Fela, one of his songs. That one where he said, "Christian go they shout Allah Kuba, Allah Kuba." That's the solution there. If all the Christians, because Nigeria we're a praying country, if all the Christians could get one message from their pastors, all the Muslims get that same message, all the Ifa worshippers or Ochuku worshippers, they harmonize the same message, I think the people will get because in Nigeria we have for me that I think that's one of the solutions. If these entire religious bodies, both the traditionalists, they pass the same message to the people, because we spend most of our time praying as a means of solution. So, but again, Nigeria is a complex country where we have mutual suspicion, whether I like it or not. The Igbos are suspicious of the Yorubas are suspicious of the Hausas.
I agree.
So it can never, I don't see, nothing can be, nothing can, the country can be savage with this type of mindsets. And we're saying education. I think we've gotten a lot of education. What we need is how will I say it? Purge ourselves of what we've learned. The bad, you know, where Fela said in the song, "Teacher, stop to teach me nonsense." We have learned a lot of rubbish. So we need to, how will I say? The word keep escaping. Detox ourselves.
You're looking for reorientation?
So detox. Your rotation here is one of the. So yeah, because we've learned so many things from before independence and all that. We've learned the thing the bad way. So we can't. All the things we've absorbed, we will now be looking for new things to put in that. It's like you're putting a fresh wine in the old, what do you call it? There's a saying, I can't remember, but there's a saying like that. So
they say old habits die hard.
Yeah. So the state of Nigeria, with the mutual suspicion, there is nothing we will do. And again, someone mentioned of military. If military should come up, if for instance there is a coup, that will curb the insecurity. This is not going to, because if military would have, if Iron Fist would have curbed insecurity, most of the Sahel countries would have been stable. But the Sahel countries, they have the same security challenges that we've got in Nigeria. It's just that how will I say? We are sectionalized. Like Igbo will say, "Oh, this one is Igbo problem. This one is Yoruba problem. This one is Hausa problem. This one is South problem." So, and I don't. For me, even what I'm saying is solutions. I don't think there are solutions because Nigeria is so complex that you need to be a genius to make to profound solutions that will work for that country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eddie. I agree with you, but I wanted to talk a little bit about your submission, the religious aspect of it. If we all come together, that would have been a good solution. But if it is properly applied, and if we do what is needed to be done, we are a religious nation. I think there was a report that I read some months ago that said that I think we're the second most religious nation on this planet, the first being Afghanistan. Nigeria is next. We pray a lot. We leave almost every one of our problems to God to solve for us. If we do exactly just like you said, the pastors and the imams, if they get the right information, pass it across to their congregation, and encourage them to do the right thing, I think it would have been a good way out, rather than leaving the people behind and dining with the politicians. And you and I know that the one common denominator between the politicians and the religious leaders is control. If they have control over the people, then they can execute whatever plans that they have. Unfortunately, the politicians are suppressing the people, and the majority, not all, the majority of the religious leaders are also suppressing the people. So the voices of the people are all compressed and put down, that they cannot speak and cry out for help when they need to. But we have to pray and wait on God to come help us solve our problems that we on our own can solve. But well taken. Thank you so much. I appreciate that input from you. The next person in line is, I can't see the list like Rudolph, but who's
it's
next?
Me. It's Exero, me.
Exero, you got the mic. 5 minutes.
Yes, some time ago I said something. I said what we need is not democracy at the moment. We need a dictator to clean the house. By cleaning the house, I mean from the past leaders. Some of them took a lot and left with a lot, that their salaries and their benefits cannot afford them those things. I hear that Obasanjo has oil blocks, him and Atiku. Those things should be taken back. Most of the properties that some governors have today, they could not afford. There's no way they could legally afford. They'll be seized and they will be tried. House cleaning must be done. We cannot forgive these kind of things. These are the corruptions that have kept us here. They gradually brought us to this moment. We don't even have a single standard hospital. That's what is happening. Our doctors are jackpying in droves. Our enlightened, the smart ones are running out of the country because there's too much corruption. Most of those past leaders should be brought down, all their properties seized until they can prove how they got those properties. Because some of them came in with just 5 cattle, 5 cows, and then they are living with so much. They are living large now. So most of them, all this house, the house cleaning must be done. The government must be reduced. We don't need all this number of parastatals. We don't need so many things in that country. The 2 houses of House of Representatives and Senate. We don't need 2 houses. We need just one. We must cut costs by all means. And then some of those offices should be on part-time basis. If we make these offices so juicy, people will want to commit crimes and spend so much to get in there, so that when they get in there, they want to recoup. Then change the constitution. We have to make the constitution work for the people. The constitution does not work for the people as it is. So many things are on the exclusive list. Why are they there? It doesn't make sense. We have to increase the capacity of electricity each state can produce, and the rest goes to. Why don't you just leave it, let them produce everything they want to produce, and then sell it within their areas? Why do you have to throw it to a national grid that is? It doesn't make sense. We need a dictator to clean this house, reduce the government, cut costs by all means, and then set a level playing field where the citizen can determine who becomes his leader. Send everybody back to their regions. Some of these states are not viable. Merge them, just as we did to the banks. You merge banks so that they will have a good base, financial base. You cannot be operating a state that doesn't have revenue and you're building an airport. You are building unnecessary things. You're building roads and inflating the prices. We can see all these things. Sometimes they say they want to do a contract. It is not even done. We need a dictator to clean the house. All this one that we are doing, if we finish discussing here, we don't have time. We don't have luxury of that time, because even when we are talking here, how many people are from the north here? You don't even know their mindset. Before you be able to convince them and bring them to the level of the discussion, they've cornered them and given them some religious or tribal thing to worry about, and then it becomes a house of Babel again. Nobody understands each other. We need a single dictator to clean this house, bring everybody to the table, discuss the constitution afresh, where everybody, the citizen, is now powerful. Make the houses and the presidency less juicy. If you're not ready to receive minimum wage in that house, don't go there. Don't go there. Then if you know that you're going to receive minimum wage, you try to increase the minimum wage, then it will benefit the common man. If you are going there receiving these large sums of money, you forget the common man. But they said something, they said, if you want the country to be good, push for things that the members of the house will benefit from. So let's change the narrative. Make the house want to push for things that the ordinary citizen will benefit from. That means if you make them receive minimum wage, they will fight for quality minimum wage for the masses. And that's how we get it. But if you make that office that juicy, they will do anything. Look at the current government. Everybody was bought. Everything there is bought. And if you buy the whole country just to get to that position, how much more would you need? How much time would you need to recoup all your money? So I just leave it that we need a dictator to clean the house before we start reviewing every other thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your input. We need a dictator to clean the house. I guess you're talking of a similar thing as was done in Ghana by J.J. Rawlings back in the day, and where he sanitized Ghana to a great extent. that curbed a whole lot of the excesses there in that country. So that's what you're recommending for the country of Nigeria to be done, and also to cut cost of governance and a lot of the offices that we have in government today to be scrapped and combined or made regionalized, if I understood you very well. It's true. So there's something I've always thought about. Two things. Number one, are these government officials, when I say government officials, I mean House of Reps, senators, and the rest of them ministers, are they considered civil servants in Nigeria or they are not? And two, I've always wondered why, if the salary that you're getting at the end of the month, or let's say the year, based on whatever it is right now, I don't have the figures, but let's say your salary is 10 million naira a year or 12 million naira a year. Why would you spend so much to want to get into office and do so much, no matter what it takes, even if heads have to roll? You want to force yourself into office to rule the people and, quote unquote, make the lives of the people better. So you spend way over what your cumulative salary would be at the end of your 4 years, maybe 8 years in government, to get to office, when you know you get less, if not that there is something else that they are after. So that's quite informative there. Reduction in the size of government, getting a dictator to come clean the house up, and I guess hand it over to a more democratic or people-oriented government where the rule of law is observed, and at the same time, not forcefully, that will be pushed down the throats of the people. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Who's next in line, please?
You need glasses?
I don't have my glasses, and my screen is so small, so I can't see the names very well.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I think that John Alba will be next then.
Okay, thank you.
Can I say something? I think I was here behind John Abaki. I let him in, actually.
Okay.
Go ahead, man.
That's a moderator. If you give him the 5 minutes and you take over next.
You can go ahead so that I can get a grasp of what you guys are talking about.
Okay, great. Forefathers, 5 minutes on the clock. You got the mic.
Yeah, thank you. Regarding education, we have educated people. I think I saw a video today of Showore, when he was in America, and one guy that was with him has got how many degrees? Nigerians, my degree. We do that my degree thing a lot, isn't it? And where has it gotten us? It's because we are miseducated. The education we have is limited to education to serve other people. Nobody tells us education about our security. Nobody tells education about our sovereignty. They never really teach us those things because it's excluded from the curriculum. And this is why people are not aware of it. When they hear about education, they think about food security, they think about economy, they think about power supply, but they never really talk about sovereignty and security of your nation as the core of any nation. And this is why we've not emerged, because we are like, for want of a better, context, when you have a houseboy that lives in a property, he doesn't have to pay rent, he doesn't have to care about his security of the house, he doesn't have to worry about growing the portfolio of the property. All he does is serve. He doesn't the level of awareness he's got in the world is a lot lower, and that is what we tend to have. When the guest that came in today, when he was talking about how he didn't fear death and stuff like that, people found it peculiar that he was sounding like that. But most Europeans are like that by default. It's not like they are going for death, but they don't fear it the way we do, because they exist on a slightly different plane of awareness, and that is something that can come from either fighting for your, fighting for it, trust into it, or you learn it somehow. But the kind of education we have now doesn't teach us that. It teaches us how to serve. Right now in Russia, because of the conflict they are in, they're educating their children from nursery to
to become by the time they become adults, to prepare to defend their country. That's why they call it Mother Russia and all the rest. These people are aware, they are fully awake, and we are not. And until that's kind of education we are missing. We have degrees, we have a lot of highly qualified. I think Nigerians are one of the most educated diaspora in America. So that tells you that something is missing from that curriculum of education, and that aspect of it, that sovereignty aspect of it, is what is missing. I speak to African Americans, and you find that even they too have that problem. Even if they have clear sight, they are more aware of their place as a race, not just only as a state. Black people and different states have different black people. They are aware of themselves as a race more than Africans, but they still are less aware of what it takes to be sovereign as a people. And it took the Jews to go through what they went through in Germany to really wake up to it, and they became very, very brutal. And today we are still seeing the result of that. They became very brutal, and they attacked the British, attacked anybody that was in their way. They will go for you. And now they have one of the strongest nations in the world. I think we have to start being ready to take risks. I think the way our leaders govern our country is almost as if they are scared of taking risks. It's like, why are you scared? If you don't take the risk, you're going to perish anyway. Exactly the same philosophy that guest ascribed to earlier on today. If you don't take the risk, you're going to perish. That your enemy will not fall down and die. They are very, very clever. They are getting fatter and stronger every day. So we have to realize that we can't be this scared of our own shadow, because the death you are worrying about, you are ensuring it by not acting. You are condemning your children to a future where they have to even make greater sacrifices to free themselves from this burden that we have placed on them, just like our parents placed this burden on us. It's just one of those things that it's our inheritance. We like it or not. This is our inheritance. If we don't wake up to it, sooner or later there will be consequences. Look at the 477 children, people have just been kidnapped in northern this in Nigeria. 477. Those are human beings like every one of us, gone, and they will do with them as they please. Some of them, they will get money for them. Some of them will not make it back. Some of them will have children, all kinds of stuff. Who will come and invest in such a country when they fear that they're going to be kidnapped? It's just the whole thing. Because we don't seem to understand that this insecurity. I think Eddie said something about the Sahel nations. If security was a problem, whether they have military regime, they don't have security. They don't have enough in their this in military. The only good thing that they actually did was form a defense pact amongst themselves, which means one nation is attacked, you attack the others. Yeah, it made them stronger to the point whereby ECOWAS decided to drop the sanctions against them unilaterally. That is what happens when you gang up and fight for yourself. NATO is getting NATO is getting bigger every day. They just admitted one other country into NATO. While we had ECOWAS all this while, we never even had one defense pact amongst our fellow nations. The reason why that is because our leaders are timid. They are scared. They don't understand what it takes to make their own way in this world. They are not ready for it. And if we are not ready for it, then all this stuff we are talking about right now, forget it. You're not going to get anywhere. It's just that simple. Thank you.
Thank you, forefathers. What you said is absolutely correct. With reference to education, we have educated people amongst us Nigerians, and at the same time, we also have educated people amongst us. Our education is limited, like you rightly put. There are a lot of components within the education of a nation, the people of a nation, that we do not have. Like you rightly mentioned, the Russians, they start talking about sovereignty to their kids right out of elementary school. The Japanese, they do the same. The Chinese, they do the same. And many other great nations, they talk to their people about their sovereignty, who they are, what their laws are, what is allowed and not allowed, and where they stand on the global scale of things. They know those. So they have that imbibed in them, and that self-pride as a German, a Russian, a Japanese, name them, the great countries as we know them. They already have that inculcated within them, that when they find themselves anywhere in the world, that pride is within them, that they are who they are because of what they know about themselves. But unfortunately,
before I let this point go about the Sahel nations, it's not the security pact helped, but they are also extremely weak. That's all of them put together. The military of Algeria alone that they have border with, more than about 5 times the size of their own military. Just one country in North Africa has 5 times the size of, more than 5 times actually, the size of military that those three Sahel nations, their military is. That tells you that something is wrong within the black nations, because these black nations border Arabic nations or so-called North African nations, and look at their military posture compared to ours. 3 massive nations have 5 times less military than just one of them in North Africa. If that is not clear to us,
that's great, forefathers.
No, but Algeria is the biggest country in Africa now.
The military strength.
Egypt,
let me land this, please. Let me land this, and everybody will get a second go at what's going on, or what we're talking about. Again, it all boils down to education, and education doesn't only mean sitting down in a classroom. You have to educate yourself about every and anything about your country as much as possible. Whatever there is to learn, you learn it either on the street, within the 4 walls of an academic institution, or the vocational trade school. Yeah, you talked about the US. Over here, the one thing that every American can boast of is their rights, whether they are formally educated or informally educated. They know their rights. And how does that come? By education. They educate themselves. They read about these things. They talk about this. Do you know that if the police stops you on the road, they don't have a right to search your car? If they say they want to search your car, you can object to it. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, yes, I know that. And when they're on the road and they get pulled over by a cop and it says, can I search your car? And he says, no. For what reason? Do you have a warrant? He knows that. And that's education. These are the little nitty-gritty things that we need to know about that can help us establish ourselves in our countries or our communities, wherever we are. And if when we know these things and collectively put them together, we can then build a stronger and more viable society. So yeah, our education is limited. We need to put a lot. One thing that I'm really seeking for that we can achieve as Nigerians in diaspora is my biggest goal, actually, in all of this that we are sitting down here talking about every day of the week, depending on what platform you are. I want to meet with the Minister of Education in Nigeria. I want to talk with them. Can we revisit the Nigerian educational system? Can we break it down where those that are not within the 4 walls of the formal academic institutions are not disenfranchised? We can coin out a curriculum for those who do not want to go to school and train them in what they need to know as a people, a community, and a society. These are the things that other countries do that make them great, that they can, without even going to the 4 walls of an academic institution, they can still strongly build a very viable and strong community and country. So I still believe, it's my opinion, that education is a very, very vital part of what we need to work on as a country to get Nigeria on the right track. John Alba, you got the mic. 5 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you for having me once again. I think our problems start with ourselves. The so-called educated people, even on this platform, our message has been divisive, bigotry, tribal, and to whom much is given, much is expected. If at all you have it. But it signifies that we don't have it. The point of that pastor making is garbage. That pastor those are divide and control issues. Insensitive human being does not know even the geographical and the importance of every region in Nigeria. Rather, he's blinded by his tribal and his religious bigotry. And it's always a sectarian about the capture of the mind of the people to use the people for human shit and speak to the vulnerability we have in our society, not to inform them, not to empower them, rather to weaken them through what I call the genocide of the mind. There is no country that thrives, and there is no country in this life, even in America, that are no different people that speak different languages. There are. And they work together if there is true leadership. One of the key things a leader will do for his nation is to bring people together. And the notion that you think you feel better than the other because of your own perception of life, that is how limited you are. Because life has different view. And you can choose to see it from any kind of side you want to see the beauty of life. But when you see that, when you take advantage of the least among you, that's not godly of any religion. And when society buy into it because he feel them for that moment of their feeling that they belong to a certain religion, it is not going to do us any good. Even the Bible calls that the word of God edifies us. It does not defile us. It unites us. It does not divide us. We are talking about within Nigerian space that people have such mindset of resources. What is the resources that they don't have in other parts of Nigeria? If we all work and embrace that, who stop you from using your own thing? We have last week how they launched the plant in Abia State. That is one of the things that this guest articulated well. If every state trying to build their resources, security, empower the people, infrastructure, other states will look up to it and copy it. State change can start from anywhere. Look at the braveness of this young man. What you went through for you and I. And people with a narrow-minded and bigotry will come with this word that tear us down. Are we not sympathizing with the kids they pick in Kaduna today? Do you think they're all Northerners kids? There may be other tribes there. And that is the beauty of life. But when you, and that does not take you from being you or being care for your own immediate people. It is simply mean you have a large heart and you see it from the humanities aspect of life. We are a direct beneficiary in the diaspora today of price other people pay. But we can't do so in our own land because of we are not sensitive when the elite is dividing us for their own greedy purposes. And then when they form a talking point, then we run into it to embrace it. I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim, I'm a traditionalist. What are that going to be end of the day? There's the church that Herbert spent so much money, according to the story, he was even paying the choir. The lady went ahead and celebrated her sister's birthday. And that is the kind of mind we have.
But Jonaba, speaking to the point, the issue
please, sir.
I have a question for him about resource
Hold
control.
on, let him finish. I'm going to get to that section, please. please.
But
you don't know what I want to ask
Hold,
you.
hold on, please. I
Because
like
of my
everybody to think.
time and we are here to talk about it, I will respect you, the flagship, and not to push so much. If we come over again, we continue. And if you want to allow Olamide to ask, it's fine. That's with you. Thank you.
I will give you 2 more minutes to finish up your point, Mr. John Alba.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you. So this is the issue that we all have to embrace. The fact that people do that not of your tribe are not coming to this platform and you think you have to share a common value as a humanity, there are other platforms. You are the one that pushes them away. There are so many flags that have come to this platform. If we will work and change and set a new generation, we must work together. We must see our differences as a unique thing, not as a barrier. We must see ourselves that our common goal and for our nation, and even if we are to go separate way, we're still going to have a boundary. We're still going to be the same black people we are. We have a common enemy. We have the best resources in the mineral resources that we have used to build our nation and the continent of Africa, yet we are the poorest continent on the world and we are the most hateful one because we can't put ourselves together. And one pastor will use a sectarian language to cut out of his own membership, whether he belongs to and he his talking point, walk around. And now people like me will listen to him and he have no future and this word will not resonate the next generation. And I advise everybody, distance yourself from people like that. They are making no sense. This has been going on for years. It never helped us. Thank you so very much, my brother.
Thank you, Mr. Abba. I appreciate your input. We really have to, as a people, begin to look back to what we have been taught over the years, most especially within the religious community, and unlearn a lot of things that were taught to us, and at the same time begin to embrace humanity, which is the big part of what Mr. Alba was talking to us about just now. And I think it's a great component of the ingredients that we need to make a better Nigeria. Our humane part of us, we have to bring it back on. There is no difference in us that makes us so different that we cannot see ourselves as human, no matter what the tongue sounds like or what the face looks like or how we understand or feel about ourselves. You know, when I was little, my parents used to make, when they want to talk to me about unity and to the rest of my siblings, I'm sure we all are familiar with the broom that we use to sweep the floor in Nigeria, not these days that we use Hoover or vacuum cleaners to sweep our floors. But my dad would take a stick of broom, bend it and break it. And it says that's what happens when you're alone and you think you are all that. And you pick the broom itself put together and try to break it, but he's not able to do it. And it says that's what happens when you are together, and whatever your differences are, you do not look at those. Some of those brooms are short, some are longer than the others, some are thinner, some are fatter than the others. But when they come together as one unit, they sweep the floor real clean and good. So I think we need to get to that part where we have to see ourselves first as humans, and that we are living in the same space. Although we speak different languages and we look and feel differently, we are still humans and we can live together. We need to begin to bring this part into all our conversation. We need it. It's going to spark up that thing within us that will cause every one of us to look beyond whatever it is that divides us and put us together as one to get a good and better nation. Is there anybody else that hasn't spoken before
I just want to ask a question. I'm not speaking.
Yeah, I'll get to that, Olumide. I just want to make sure everybody gets a chance. Please, sir, hold the question, please. Okay, who's that, please?
Ovie. Ovie,
Okay.
it's me.
Okay, Ovie. Yeah, I thought I heard you. I thought I heard you speak. Go ahead. You got 5 minutes. Sir.
Thank you. Bumi, that strain of Igbo way they smoke, I need a recommendation. You know, you say you you touch on it. You said something in education and a lot of interpretation from a flagship himself, forefathers, and spot on everyone.
But Flagship, I wanted to ask a question before OVA spoke about John Abbas' state and stuff.
Yes, sir. We're going to come to questions before we move on to the next topic. I just want to make sure everybody gets a chance to speak. And
Okay, no wala.
Questions. Thank you. Go ahead, Ovie.
Thank you. Where was I say before the rude interruption? Anyway, yes, on education. Last week we had was it last week? Yeah, we had a guest in the name of a brother Nasir Rahman, and I think I sarcastically asked him about a book called "The Miseducation of the Negro" by Carter Woodson. That book was written over centuries ago, and I asked him if it's still important today. He played off, but that book is still very important. Yes, we are educated, but in what direction? Somebody to Nigeria alluded to the fact that we are educated to serve. There's no better way to put it. But to me, as a people, I think we need to ask ourselves a question, who we are. I've been asking that question pretty much all my life, and I'm getting closer. But I've come to the realization that we are a conquered people. And it's nothing to be ashamed of, no matter how you perceive that word conquered. It's nothing to be ashamed. We are not the first group of people or ethnicity to be conquered. The Chinese had their days. They had what they call the 100 years of humiliation. They went through it. The Jews were not better than behaving better than the way we are behaving now. If you go into their first 500 years, the German, their constitution was written by the Americans. I just find that out. So it's nothing to be ashamed about. We have to accept that fact. And once you are a conquered person, that means everything about you is dictated, is controlled. So hence, you see the way we are behaving, despite all the perceived the fact that we are educated. Are we really educated about the society we find ourselves? Because the history said that it's an organized society that we lived in. People organized it. Where are you in that hierarchy of organization? And I think that is what we need to teach ourselves. When we accept that fact, then we'll now say, okay, where do we go from here? What do we want among the community of nations? That's why I'm in a way, I'm against globalization, because we cannot be going from the bottom. We need to actually assess ourselves. So once we find out who we are, we cannot decide how to govern ourselves, because then there will be a sense of direction. Every nation have this. You begin to imagine how the British able to hold their empire even up to today. The whole world is pretty much speaking English. The royal empire is still there. It is because they know who they are, and they will agree to say this is how we are going to drive our powers, are going to define our society. Hence, they have the kind of government
This
American network.
All right, next person then.
Okay, is he done?
It's frozen.
Technical issue.
Yeah, I think so. I had it here too. I don't know what's going on with our network down this way. But Ovie, if you can hear me, let me know when you get back on. You have about 2 more minutes to finish up your submission. Well, actually, your time is up, but I think I get the picture of what Ovie is trying to say. That's a very, very pertinent question that needs to be asked in our fight for a better Nigeria, a better people. Who are we? It's part of what we need to educate ourselves about. It's very important that we know that, because if we don't know, then we cannot, as a people, have a good or better society, better community. So that's very, very important. If there's no one else that has not spoken, I will open the floor to
I'm here. Can't you see me?
If you just joined.
It doesn't count. Ignore him. It doesn't count.
I don't count.
Let me do this.
You're not migrating.
The flagship, please, if you don't mind, can you allow me to ask me the question, because I'm about to step out. If you want to ask me one question,
okay, let me do this. Yes, Olumide, you got to go after this to ask the question before John Albert leaves. Forefathers, thank you for coming in. You have controls and you can see it better than I do. So when I ask, it's because I don't see the screen that you see. And I'm standing in for Dr. Damages until either he gets back or you take over. So yes, Olumide, go ahead and ask your question, please.
Dr. Damages is here.
Oh, okay. I will formally hand it over to him after Olumide.
Hello. Thank you. So, John, I just wanted to ask. See, there was something you made when you were speaking, and you said that that is part of the problem of the country. So, do you believe that that document, that constitution, is something that is not agreeable to all of us, majority of the ethnic groups in Nigeria, and it is a major problem of that country?
It's a silly excuse for people who have no moral compass. There are other countries that do well that don't have a constitution.
But you have to take in account our own kind of society, multi-ethnic society that has Yoruba, Igbo, Ibibio, even ethnicity.
Are we the first country that is multilingual?
We are not the first, but we are saying that we want something that will work for all of us. You understand? That is unique to us. We have not had the opportunity of sitting down. When we had the opportunity in 1960, when we had regional government, it was truncated. And we've not had the opportunity of having what we all sat down together to make it work. But we have a document that was forced down by the military, which we think is a major problem in this country. But you can't just, if you agree that we need to work together as brothers, you understand? In law, you can't wave away the submission of other people.
What we have so far, we are not even enforcing it. So it's not a problem of constitution. The one you have right now, we are not even making use of it. And there are countries who are just multi-tribal like ours that are functioning well. We're under the normal moral compass. If nothing is fundamentally wrong and beyond even the president of Nigeria, go ask your uncle Obasanjo, the former president. Ask him. He was a president in those days. Ask him that what did the West did when they tell him not to go. If I can't have answer to you on how constitution, but what I can tell you, under moral compass, under normal human being, you do not have to be told to go to your left, to go to your right, to know what is right and wrong, or how to lead your people. Constitution do not come to your bedroom to tell you to kill your human being. Constitution do not tell you how to worship your God. So our problem is deeper than what you are thinking.
So some of our people are then saying that this is what we want for ourselves. Do you think that is a good moral compass to then decide for people what they want for themselves?
Even if you give them a constitution written by Jesus Christ, or the letter is from the Bible, if our mentality is not changed, the way we are thinking is not going to do anything.
But that, talking about that mentality, now see, I am afraid of the kind of mentality you have, in the sense that, let me just round up with this sentence, in the sense that you were the same person who came here to tell us that the people cannot decide for themselves who should lead them, that a set of people can decide who should lead the people. And you don't think it's a problem. It's a bad moral compass.
On that note, you can, a leadership, not everybody will sit down to write a constitution of a nation you are asking about. It's still going to be the same way, that it's few people that are going to be set up to stand for the interest of the people. But the problem you think, that I think you do not understand so much about this thing, and I like your energy as a young man, that you want Nigerian to work, first time investing in voting, and I love all the things you are bringing. What I disagree with you on issue of politics, you think because number of people come out to vote, that should change the direction of a country. Anybody can go and tell you, do this, do that, and you can follow. Campaign trail, when people go out to use the number to vote, even in America or any other places, end of the day, you see that you can win the majority of the people and you still lose election. So the notion that you think that people can vote the people in by number, that's what I disagree
But you are talking
with
about the electoral college. Do we have that in our own constitution?
Why did they make it that electoral college?
No, that's what that people. It was clear. So Hillary Clinton won majority, that since you lost, you are referring to Hillary Clinton who lost majority, but Trump was sworn in as president. They have electoral college. Do we have that electoral college?
Do you know how electoral college work?
So instead of cabal sitting down and deciding for us,
No.
Accept.
I'm asking you, do you know how the electoral college work?
How the electoral college works?
Yes.
Maybe they assign numbers based on when you win. They assign a certain number of votes based on which area or constituency you win. And then even if you win majority in an area, you win a number of people in an area. If you don't win the total number of votes allocated to that constituency, you may not be sworn in.
Yes.
But we don't operate it in Nigeria.
Okay. Now, that is why I
told you. We do, who is the electoral college in Nigeria?
Your INEC commissioner.
We are not ready. We are not ready to form a country.
I'll talk to you guys later. I'll join you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Janaba. I really enjoyed the way you really went at him.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm going to be handing it over here, but this is what I was talking about in 1 minute. Education is something that is continuous. A lot of us think we know, but really we do not. And sometimes things change, and we may not be abreast with what information is out there. So these are the kind of conversations that we need to have to get ourselves up to speed, so we can have and make a better future. At this point, Dr. Rudolph, thank you so much. I appreciate the time and the opportunity to hold the platform on your behalf. I'll hand it over to you now.
All right. Thank you, Flagship, for standing by for me. I was taking care of something and it lasted longer than I thought, and I'm not done yet. So I just want to come in and say thank you to everybody that joined. I hope either you, forefathers, I'm not sure how well you feel, whether you can continue, and the Flagship, I don't know what your time is, but I hope either of you can continue until you want to go, but I have to go back. I'm working on tomorrow's show, and there's another guest I'm trying to get for next week. So I have to take a break from here, but thank you all for joining me, and hopefully tomorrow you can join for us to have a chat with Kenny to Conquo. All right. Thank you, guys.
Dr. Rudolph,
Yeah.
Dr. Rudolph, please, how about Onyeka Nwelwe? How is he doing?
Yes. Call me later. We can talk. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. All right. Thank you, guys. I will see you guys next time. Thank you, Flagship. Forefathers, get well. Okay?
Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to reinstate Bumi's this thing ability to speak, since women are underrepresented here. So just for clarity, you are allowed, you can raise your hand, and so I can be able to speak. Sorry, Ovie was saying something before. Flagship, I think your time is at an end. I'm sorry. I don't know how else to to put it.
No, that's all right. I think you take it over from me. I was going to sign off anyway.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. You know, somebody was praising you, saying that I should learn how you moderate. All these people. I'm not flagship.
That is true.
I'm not flagship. Flagship is a special person for himself. Okay, leave it.
We learn from a special person. That's what we call education.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity. Next time, hopefully, I'll do this for a longer time. Thanks.
Yeah. Ovie, please go ahead. I think you were kicked out due to technical reasons.
Yeah, I don't know. I know my laptop not the plug, so the thing went off. Yes, I was talking about the other kind of education that we badly need, because why even the revolutions that we so much crave for this not going to happen is that everybody that we know right now, that we have right now, is keen into this system of Western ideology. So for me, we need indigenous revolution. People when they know who wants. I know the world that we live in today is going to be very hard to keep the Western influence or hands away from our shores. And that's why we have what they want. But we can have a better negotiation. Because the people that we have negotiating with us now in the name of elite, either business, religion, they are negotiating for their own comfort and security. That's why they don't live among us, right? If you have let's just put the practical numbers to it, right? A local government chairman who has like two kids in New York, living in New York, regardless of what they do, they live in New York, right? You know how much you pay to make sure they stay secure and have a better life. The only way for you to make that happen is for you to make sure they come on. The money that is, so if not 10 million that is for the security of this community, I will have to put on to make sure that my kids are okay first. That's how our elites behave. That's the life they live. They don't have it. That's why they don't really care. So, and even us who are in a way following them, those kind of things, we don't see them because that's the life we aspire to. I'm speaking to you from Dallas. Right? It's a clinical example. So I'm not saying they, I'm talking about all of us. So we just need to realize, so we that are following this leader, that's our inspiration too, right? We want to be like they want to drive Benz. So we need a total orientation, and that has to come with that has to do with the education we are talking about. That's why I say a new curriculum syllabus has to be start thinking, and that's where the organization and thinking come from.
I have a question for you. I have a question for you when you run.
All right. Dole Farotimi wrote a book, Don't Die in Their War. In that book, he proposed a constitution, right? That might not be something that we all agree in, right? But somebody is making moves somewhere. He's thinking outside the box. He's thinking indigenously. Understand the point. Akere Dolu may so rest in peace, right? He forcefully say the school from Ondo State had to start singing in Yoruba or whatever. People were those kind of things. That's what we need in order for to minimize the influence of the Western world, people who are actually controlling us. Because we'll be like robots, and the time is running by so fast.
because we are now in a time whereby the job where all of us they do, we they carry slave come work for farm. After slave finish, the educators, the westernized or to come work in their factories, office, schools, and everything. The next revolution, the next generation where they come, they no go get this opportunity. Schools are going to slavery because they will not be needed. We will now have AI and machine who interact with themselves, who will do better job that we are asked to do now. So the need for us to start thinking 100%, 60-degree outside of what we all are enjoying now, if it's anything like that at all, is important now than ever. Because we go produce the largest numbers of useless generations. Useless, they are useless to themselves and to the society. We'll be having factory in Lagos, in Butometa, 70% run by AI. Maybe few people where they control are Indians or Chinese people. You will see just one Nigerian there. That's the society they are preparing us for. Pay attention to these administration policies. It's getting toward that. Everybody is shouting palliative. All of a sudden, 70% of Nigeria will be on government assistance. Because they are proposing at the National Assembly already. Stamp, full stamp. We are not paying attention. Before we know, by 2031, 70% of Nigeria, they will have to wait every month to get full stamp to job. When you are in that system, you cannot think to even do anything for yourself. And the bigger picture, the phrase that is woven around us, you will own nothing and be happy. It's real. You don't go nobody's crippling. When you depend on government to survive, your ability to go hustle to get something for them is not there. After all, they go provide car to go anywhere you want. So the urgency for us to start thinking in the revolution. Now, when we talk of revolution, don't go on with the talk now. People who don't understand go come. Because all of us are in the system already. If we look at all our planning, all our leaders, people where they come with from production to consumption, with their I will build all those schools. All their policy are key on the foundation of IAF and the Western people who run our economy at this point. I don't blame them because they are thinking for their future and their families. They are not thinking about us.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
I heard the Afrexi Bank leader, I think Adesina, I've forgotten his first name. I saw the way he was talking, and he sounded very impressive. And some of his vision seems coherent, like something that, if it was done, will make a difference. So how do you think people like that, the work that they're doing, how does it correlate with what the vision you are painting for the future of Nigeria?
How does it correlate? Well,
yeah, because they seem like they are trying to do something to really put us on the map. But at the same time,
yes,
how does it correlate?
Yes, they are trying to put on the map on the basis of what? Free economy, right? It's a free. If you listen to your undertone, their policy under free economy. Free economy that me and you are not in position to invest in. So at the end of the day, all those fancy things that I think they are bringing to us is going to be owned by few. And these few people who don't have man on their own, who are taking their orders from outside. So now all they will be doing, they will be competing against themselves, not to lose favor from outside, because that is what Chatham House debate is all about. It's not for all. We are auditioning for the masters who can preserve their economy, their resources. Because all the money that is coming in the name of investment are only guys from the Western world, not from us. So if you listen to those people, the man from Afribank, listen to our sister in World Trade Organization, listen to these individuals, they are not working for us. Yes, they will tell you their policy is geared towards the masses, but at the end of the day, money that they share for us.
Can I ask my question? Can I ask my question to Ovie?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ovie, I in my
Blackstone, be patient.
Sorry,
Don't think that I'm
patient,
picking on you.
Sorry. Yes, in my submission before, I made mention of the fact that if we say, like, let's say they work on the constitution and the president of the country receives minimum wage. We don't set the minimum wage, but it's for the House to determine what the minimum wage is, and that's the minimum wage that is going to be received by the what's it called? These workers in the civil service. How much do you think the minimum wage will be? How much do you think the House will recommend for the president, the minimum wage, which will now be the same minimum wage for the normal ordinary worker on the civil service? In what range?
I think Bumi wants to say something before. Let Bumi say something, then you can answer.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't want to say anything. I was just
okay. I was just watching your pen, I guess.
So,
okay, please go ahead.
You are talking about. I think your question is how much is ideal for minimum wage?
How much do you think with the kind of politicians we have today? How much do you think if they say if we change the constitution and work on it so that being a president means you are receiving minimum wage, and that goes for all ministers and all members of House of Reps and House of Assembly?
Yeah, but that will eventually get to that point. The way
I'm just asking you. I'm just asking you.
I answer you. We will eventually get to that point where we will get this kind of arrangement. So what I'm trying to say is that it doesn't matter what their official minimum wage or salary is. I live in America, right? I guarantee you, members of the House, over 60% of them are worth over 10 million each.
Yeah, but don't you think that will solve the problem of strike every day if they receive the same minimum wage as the people in this? Like, let's say your lecturers now, or all those going to strike every day. Don't you think that will remove that problem entirely? Because the minimum wage will not just be ordinary 30,000.
Hold on, again. Now let's say that the minimum wage now 1 million. Let's say that.
No, is that not going to solve the problem already?
Hold on. See, if glass of
let's
Gary
try to keep it brief now, so that Exero, you are fond of doing this. You need to chill out a bit.
If glass of Gary now 1 naira, and I cannot afford it, it's too expensive. So even if you have 1 million, what does your 1 million worth? It's still born to the free economy.
Exero, you're asking too much questions. You are making obvious. You are making obvious.
It goes into the free economy. It goes into the free economy that they are preaching. You cannot invest. So if you don't have the mechanism that control the economy, any amount when they give you, don't go. I cannot give you what will make you satisfied now at the craze.
No, I think I've gotten the question. I've gotten the answer I want to get.
Yeah,
I think 1 million will go a long way. Yeah.
Thank you. Bumi, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say, but I think Ove also said it in terms of like, even if they create the minimum wage for them to get the same minimum wage, at the end of the day, I don't think, minimum wage is a problem, like at least the Nigerian one, but the real problem in Nigeria is the fact that the money has no value. So even if they give you 2 million, it's like you really need to be very cautious about spending your 2 million.
At the
2
moment,
million
of value.
Yeah, the 2 million of this year, in this year, is nothing compared to 10 years ago. So even if they equate it doesn't really do anything if certain policies are not in place. And also they can also just steal more. Even if they say their minimum wage is 1 million, they can still be. I mean, they're still corrupt and they're stealing billions regardless of their minimum wage. So that doesn't really balance things in a way.
I quite understand, but it's a far cry from 30,000.
Let that person talk.
Yeah.
That's what happens in the US where they are paid less, but they have connections with the industry. They make a lot of money.
The question is this: minimum wage. Who's it made for? Who are the people that actually receive minimum wage? Who are the people in all countries? Who are the people that receive minimum wage? Unskilled workers.
Yeah.
Abi?
The money still go back to the rich. So because the means of economy then get out, so they give you, they take it by one way or the other.
So let's forget about minimum wage. No professional receive minimum wage. Sorry.
What do you say? No professional sees minimum wage.
No professional receive minimum wage?
Blackstone, you are interpreting it
I think working class do. You know, there are some working class people in the UK that do.
Yeah.
That's why I say most of them. No, I didn't say working class. I said the unskilled laborers. Minimum wages for unskilled laborers.
Okay, you're right.
So not for professionals. I don't think any of us is receiving minimum wage.
Speak for yourself. You know,
Speak for
you're not
yourself.
sure. You can't be sure.
What kind of economy?
Well, you
I never finish.
What economy you subscribe to Nigeria?
Olumide, see the math here. You know,
now baby guest.
Olumide, as our last administration, if you get 10,000 Canadian pounds, you go open business for Nigeria, right? Now Tinubu say now open economy. With your 10,000 Canadian dollars, you not go even feel make it a send us for you can't even do it. But now open economy, come and invest. Your money is useless. So even if they give 1 million, so now there's a need of mix for us to mix both the capitalism and the socialism together. That's where we need to meet. I'm not an economist, but there's a way around that. Some people say
I just wanted to get your train of thought.
Let's allow the Blackstone to finish his thought. The Blackstone, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
I will only allow Blackstone to speak German.
Olumide can be annoying. We need to beat. I go find and call Canada. Beat and
come and learn. Ovie, one thing that you said, which I don't agree with, you said the German constitution was written by the Americans. Before America was formed, Germans were already existing.
No. After they were defeated in the Second World War, go and do your research.
They even before the Second World War, they already having constitution. So you cannot just come. Okay,
so
let's leave that anyway.
I am saying it boldly. After the Second World War, the America have to supervise the German constitution. I'm saying it boldly live. So, go do your research.
No problem. So
after the Second World War, that's what happened. They have to supervise their constitution.
Even though that
even today, this guy that live in Britain, they don't get 5G. Why? To Nigeria, they don't get 5G for London. Why? Because America says so.
I think we have 5G. Where did you get that? Where did you get that one that we don't have 5G?
It's fake 5G. It's fake 5G.
What kind of rubbish is that?
You know they work, yes.
Which company they provide them? Which company provide them?
Exactly. They write 5G, but it's not 5G.
Which company? You know what?
5G. America tell the British people to do 5G.
Oh my God.
One way they build infrastructure, when they kick them out, there's no 5G. Across Europe, go do your research.
Can you let me say something?
How can we be building infrastructure in the UK? The UK doesn't have their own telecom companies.
They don't have. The only country that have is Sweden, United States, and China.
UK has stop that. Stop that.
British Telecom has been in existence.
Deutsche Telekom is in the US.
There is no 5G facility currently working in Great Britain.
He's 5G. He's right. I've seen the document.
There is no 5G currently working in Great Britain.
We do have 5G. All these kind of people, all these Americans. What are you talking about? I can't believe he just tried to troll us.
No, this is not true. I am dead serious.
I can show you evidence. There's 5G in the UK.
It is appearing, but you know they work.
It's working. It's actually working.
It's working. How do you know? Excuse me. How can you analyze that is 5G or no 5G? Tell me.
You said what?
How do you know that your network in America is 5G?
How do I know?
Yes.
Exactly.
Because America they produce 5G now.
How do you know?
It's about one of the 6 countries. See,
I don't know. Wait, answer the question. Excuse me. Wait,
just had technical issues just now. Okay, that was your
laptop. You guys are living in the past. As far as future technology is, only China and America get them.
Sweden.
You guys are living in the past. The world has changed. It's not changing. It has changed.
Even how many telecom companies are really 100% American company, apart from AT&T?
I am telling you, 5G.
Deutsche Telekom. Excuse me now. Deutsche Telekom not to Germans. They are British Telecom. They are everything. So at the end of the day, you can't say
hold on. Can you let me make it clear? I am talking about 5G technology. Google how many company in the world produce 5G technology? Can't go and give me the count.
One of the
we are talking about tomorrow
Huawei
technology.
and Ericsson.
Huawei was one of the major. Excuse me, not
or
some
Siemens.
Excuse me, not some of the work. Why was one of the companies that pioneer 5G? That is why America sent them out because
you know what? No, you know what happened.
Let's forget that. Okay, let's forget that.
Let me tell you what happened.
Let's forget that. Don't tell us.
Because I won't give you statistics. This is not scientific theory.
Forget that side.
I can show you evidence that UK has it. All 4 major mobile network providers have 5G.
Even Nigeria get 5G. LTE Nigeria get 5G.
Huawei was
you guys have so many problems in the UK.
Trump issued that order.
No, which problem
for UK?
Let me tell you what happened in the UK. Let me tell you what happened.
Yes.
You guys have so many problems in the UK, man.
But you see, what they said in the UK was that they are going to avoid it in sensitive areas like defense and security areas. But generally, people do have access. No. Actually, that's what happened.
That is true. That is true.
No, but they do have it. You think UK citizens will put up with rubbish if people are lying to them? They will not put up with it.
Do you have it? Do you have it on your phone? Do you?
Yes, I do. I do. What are you going on? I do. I'm telling you, I do.
Okay.
So like that.
Okay. You know that Forefathers network is not strong.
How do you know? All these Americans, how do you know? You are in America, you're telling people in London how their 5G
Forefathers, you know, say American a propaganda country. That's number one. Yes. So, okay, what I want to say. Okay.
This now we did live now. You can go everything that I'm saying.
Let me talk.
Okay.
So what I want to say, first of all, let me talk about the education that we were talking before, right? One of the biggest problems I see with Nigeria is not the law or bringing ideas and things like that. It is the implementation of these laws and these ideas. I remember that when Nigeria changed to 633 system, what was the purpose? That after your primary school, you go to school to junior secondary school. And during that process of that junior secondary school, if you are not good in any area, they can push you to technical schools, go and learn technical skills, right? If you are very brilliant, go straight to the university, which most countries, Western countries are also doing, right? Does it work? When they made that law, that system, they never prepared for it. They never built technical schools. They never built training places for people who are not actually good in or maybe who are not very brilliant in going into theoretical aspect of education, right? They didn't do that, right? So everybody go through that junior secondary school. They go to secondary school. Everybody have to go to the university, but that was not the purpose. So one of the things I see in Nigeria is they are not able to implement simple rules, simple regulations. You understand me? So if let me tell you something. I say that everything in the world today are easy to learn if you want to learn it, right? But it is the implementation that matters a lot. So if Nigeria have to pick up any system, they can pick it up, but they have to also to fine tune that system into our way of life, how it will benefit us, and see how we can implement it and make it to work for us. So the problem of the Nigerian society is the people, is our mindset. And that mindset comes from the mindset of corruption. Like we was saying, everybody have to have his own child in abroad, studying abroad. They have to now look for money to take off your child. Why wouldn't you not be corrupt? Every single person want to have a big car, want to have a big house. Whereby cannot even, if you say come and be paying your asset monthly, can't even afford it. But you want to live big. Then why can't you not be taking money from people? Why there won't be corruption? Right? So the system has been destroyed in such a way that even to start repairing it, it's going to take a very great effort and transformation of the people. Because it is people that make society work. No matter the document you put on the ground, it is people that make it work. If you are a scientist, you read the document and you go to the lab and practicalize it. Right? So nothing happened on a paper. Nothing happened theoretically. Everything is there, but practically is the issue. So why don't we now focus on that technical aspect of our education? Right? I was talking to my sister today, you understand me? He said that they are not paying the professors, they're not having good money. I said professor doesn't receive any big money in every university abroad, but it's their research, it's their breakthrough in research that made them rich. If you have a breakthrough, you patent your that breakthrough or sell it to companies that will buy it. So what are the research that the professors in Nigeria are doing? They just use their 10 years old or 20 years old handout and be teaching students. There's no new breakthrough. They are not even doing anything that is reasonable for them to have a breakthrough, right? You are depending on the government for your salary. So you want to always get an increase in salary. But what is your contribution? What impact have you imparted on the people? That is why you see Nigerians who studied in Nigeria, when they come to foreign countries, they excel more because they had the opportunity to have access to that particular aspect of their profession. So we have to work on all these things. No matter the document, no matter the constitution, it is people that make it work. Nothing work on its own. It is a written document. It's a written fact. So then the people have to put it into work. And the people are the people. We don't have them. I want to tell you the truth is that even if we bring Nigerians in diaspora to come and rule Nigeria, they will even destroy more than those in Nigeria. Because we all of us have that corrupt mindset.
Yeah. Wow.
So this is the problem. So one thing I know that human beings are naturally corrupt, but it is the few ones that have now that have brought themselves and have given themselves that responsibility to make things to work, and are the ones that will make a country to work. Those are the people you find in police force. That people you find in security apparatus and so on and so forth. Right? Those that implement the laws. Right? Look at our police. In the UK or in America, you cannot stand and be arguing with a policeman or a policeman asking for money. But in Nigeria, it's the Sakalosusu. Everybody can come and contribute. So I would then be able to make anything to work in that country. Because those that are supposed to uphold the law, they haven't destroyed the law. Look at the judiciary, the judges. Right? So I always say one thing. I said, if the executive and the judiciary are corrupt, that country is dead. Because these are the two organs that make a country work. So in Nigeria, these two organs are totally corrupt.
Blackstone, do you agree with me? Make them go through atomic bomb inside that country, make them bafuka everything.
After that, you ask them to go and vote. Eh?
No, you're a pharmacist now. So go and bring the bomb.
Don't mind. See, I think what you said there about, I think you made a very powerful point that the people in the end are the ones that determine whatever system you put in place. They are the ones that are going to execute it. And in the context of Nigeria, and I think Nigerians know when they are doing what they are doing, that they are damaging the system. They know.
They know very well.
They will say, "Oh, it's not my business." That's their attitude. They are killing the system.
They say it is my turn.
Or exactly, or it's my turn. Why should I be the one to bear this? Or everybody else is, that kind of attitude. I've met fellow Nigerians when I was in the UK here, where they were saying, if they go to Nigeria, even then, that was a long time ago. Even then, I felt like, why do you think like that? That you have to go and make money from your country? I don't understand where that mindset came from, because I grew up in the same system that was corrupt. I never had the mindset that if I go to Nigeria, I want to go and repeat, make money out of it. I never really had that kind of mindset. Some people just have it. And maybe because that's how they grow up and that's how they think. And those are the ones that end up in office, and they will just go there and start making money. And they don't even need to blackmail them to betray their country. Many of these people, they will betray Nigerians like nothing. many Nigerians overseas, they will sell Nigeria out. Was it not Dr. Damage that told me the other day that you don't need them, their spies, to come and spy on Nigerians? Because Nigerian leaders walk into their embassy and report everything to them. This is the kind of stuff our people do. Our people, this is what I mean. We don't think as independent people. We don't, maybe there are some things they are doing now seems like it's making sense. But what Ovie is saying that, and I suspect that there's some truth there. What they are building, they are not building it for us. Because if you are building it for a people, that is not your approach. The approach you see will be different. You will see their security position will change, and you will see that a lot of people will not be happy with it. This is how it works. There is no country that I imagine in the world today that they like when they were emerging. But after they've emerged, now you're everybody, come on, let's go and party now. Let's go and party. That's how it works. Just like the way the Sahel countries went away and ECOWAS just dropped the sanctions. That's how China was. China, they wanted to attack China. When China became big and strong, let's trade with you. Look at where China is today. So I think Bumi wanted to say something. I thought I was seeing your this move. Okay. Eddie hasn't said anything for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. If you want to say something, you can go ahead. Then Eddie can say what he wants to say. He's a gentleman.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say some quick things and then just go to bed. I wanted to say, because the Blackstone did make a good observation when it comes to he mentioned about the professors arguing about not being paid. And it's interesting because when it comes to research, I don't think Nigerians do it obviously I'm going to generalize things, they probably do, but on a large scale I don't think they do big research. For example, there's a research going on right now and it's to study neutrinos. So neutrinos are basically subatomic particles, and so they're basically trying to study it. Now if they're able to because they're building something in Tokyo. University of Tokyo is building this big environment where they could be able to observe it and everything. And they should be done in the year 2027. Now, this is the same year we should be having re-election. And it's interesting that we have the outside world doing research that would help in cancer, whether or not we can actually cure cancer or brain observation, all these things. But we are not in that conversation at all. And if we should even remove that and go back to artificial intelligence, whether or not technology is going to kill us or not, we are not in that conversation. And to point out in a way that that's the failure of our professors in a way. But I don't want to put a lot of blame to them because we also have a government that doesn't really provide equipment. But that just shows a fundamental to be honest, I'm thinking it's very sad that I don't think we might make it through because so many people are advancing, but we are still out here talking about road.
So what do you mean that you don't think we might make it through?
I feel like we're still gonna be at the bottom of the food chain because see how they're doing things. We're not doing things. We cannot even get a basic system of government.
You just cracked me up now.
Oh God! You see,
people
like this are not helping.
Earlier on, where did that?
Why are you laughing? It's a serious thing she's talking about.
No, but I think she's making a point. I mean, there's
I don't know why he's laughing.
AI age now, and we are not yet ready in Africa.
To be honest, if you pay attention, it's big innovation going on. I was talking to my brother, and apparently, is it Elon Musk or whatever landed in Mars and all that? I didn't hear about it, and I'm like, oh wow, okay, that's already undergoing, and we are still here talking about whatever we're talking about. That's the. I'm just we're so slow.
Landed in Mars.
No, not human. I think
robotic. This thing.
so they're taking the particles there to study and all those things, but like that's where I'm talking about. Like how that's why I find it so weird when sometimes we're arguing in the Nigerian environment. I'm like, what are we arguing about? Because it makes, and I think maybe it comes back to the conversation where Ovi asked, and I think Mr. Xero also asked, like, who are we? What is the fight we're fighting? Because it makes no sense. Like, I really don't know, even if I should come and say, oh, I'm a Yoruba, I'm fighting for Yoruba nation. What exactly is this fight? Because it makes no sense. Because if you should compare it to outside people, you're still going to be below them.
Bumi, to answer your question about that Yoruba Nation one, it's exactly what you want. That kind of future that you want, you envisage for that country is what we're fighting for.
It's called rhetorical question. If she's not asking a direct question, come on, man, let it go. Let her make a point. She's asking a rhetorical question.
Go ahead, Bumi, please.
So for me, to be honest, when I hear things, for example, you know how we floated the Naira, there's nothing about that policy that makes any sense in a Nigerian context.
Bumi, Goldman Sachs, we disagree with you. They just come out with a communique that's a very good policy, that it will get better soon. That's Goldman Sachs. The same people, to Nigeria, those are the parents of Adesina that you're talking about. Now that they control the bank now, they say the policy is a good one. So we are good.
That's
terrible policy. Terrible policy.
It favors them, but doesn't favor us. That is why they are just praising it.
Now that they run up now, it's not that they are not governing. The governors are not governing for us. They are governing their
Let her finish, please. Let me finish.
That's what they do. They come out and they go to all this news station and then they just talk. They just talk nonsense. And that's what I'm talking about. Us, the people, we don't know that. If you understand the floating of it and then you come and then evaluate the Nigerian economy, you know that we have no business. Even though, okay, you can float it, but at least government should put certain policies in place that we should start exporting things. You can't be floating your currency and then expect something like. Sorry.
Bumi, it has been pegged now, so no problem.
Pegged to what?
To 1.16 to $1. It's between 1.6 and 1.650 or 1.7. That's it.
Okay, but that's the thing. See, that's the lie. You can't say you float it and then be having government.
No, they don't change it. Like they just change it when the central bank had their meeting last month.
Are you working with IAF? I know that is suspect.
Why did they float it if they're going to peg it again?
Well, because they still that the floating was against them. They didn't.
You know they walk back.
So they reverse back. No, they reverse back to pegging it a little bit to at 1.6 to 1.7. They flow in between that range. That is why if you see that for the past weeks now, it has remained on that level.
But
Bumi, I don't want to.
So basically, what they did was just devalue the
Bumi. Let's allow Bumi to finish her point. Please, Bumi, go ahead. Yeah, please go ahead.
Go ahead.
So you see, this is what I'm talking about. It's like if we the people know what they're doing, once they mention float, we as a people should be expecting, okay, so what are you doing when it comes to exporting? We didn't hear anything. They stood. Am I frozen?
They stayed quiet. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Oh, sorry. So when they mention us floating the currency, the Naira, we as a people should be expecting, okay, now we should be expecting policies when it comes to exporting. We should start producing things to start competing in the free market so that our Naira, because it all works with demand and supply, all those nonsense. But because we didn't understand that and we stood there, the value just crashed. So now basically all they did was just devalue the Naira for no reason and put millions of Nigerians in poverty for no reason. So it's so that's why I say, in a way, we as a people need to know what is going on for us to know when they start talking nonsense. Because now that Mr. Blackstone is saying they have pegged it, but they still identify as a free market. You can't be intervening in the market and then saying you're a free market. It should be up to the market to determine what they want. So they are just spreading misinformation to the people. Unfortunately, the people don't know what the right information is, and they're just taking us on a ride. And that's why Ovie mentioned that whatever they're saying is not for us, it's for them. They benefit, but mass majority of Nigerians will not profit from that.
Thank you. And that's the truth. And the other day, when people keep talking about north south, was it not what's the name, Dangote, that was shedding tears for Wigwe? The elites, they are all together. They all work very well together. It's the masses that they give all these tribalistic, religious devices, supremacist nonsense.
Good observation.
Tango they share tears for him money where go with the way the bank buy.
Oh, stop being silly.
Forefathers, let me ask you a question. Have you asked yourself that it is only the banks in Nigeria that are making huge profit?
Oh yeah, because of the round tripping they tend to do. They have access. Banks make money, to be fair, worldwide.
No. What's their profit worldwide? You are declaring billions.
Billions,
profit.
to be fair.
Bank runs
they
the
do
world.
make billions. Yeah, they do make billions in profit. See, you are right. The first point you made is the people, and Wumi is right when she said if the people knew when the government are doing those things, they will raise alarm. Like, this is not right. You can't. This is not normal. And the truth is that most people don't necessarily know this number. I don't even think in the West. Let's say if you are a Western, like a UK national, they don't exactly know the right kind of military size that they need. So that kind of information is rare. Like what Ebumi talked about in terms of floating. The UK people don't necessarily know, but they have a lot of elite class people that will come out and shout and say, you can't do this, this is not right. You will have others who will come out in Nigeria now and again, come out and complain. But by and large, they are powerless. And it tells you something about the general population don't know certain things about why their nations are even successful. They don't even know what their security posture, why their nations are strong. Look at Ghana.
Forefathers, I bet leave this military size for one.
Can you let me talk, please? Can you let me talk? This is serious. Ghana has 15,000 soldiers. If the citizens knew that is not normal, they would have complained. But they don't know. Why would you complain when you have 15,000 soldiers? Even countries that are tinier than Ghana in Europe have far more soldiers than Ghana does. And Ghana is 30-something million in population. And you have, which is one soldier to over 2,000 people to defend. What kind of country is that? That's not a country. It's a garden. It's not a normal nation. And that should tell you that those people are under colonial control. Whatever Rawlings did, he didn't push it far enough to free their people like the way, let's say,
because there was intervention from
He's partly Scottish anyway or something like that. So yeah. He probably was working with these people, say, okay, just give us a bit of space, and he was able to do his own thing there. But the point is that we as a people, as a black people, West Africans, East Africans, Central Africans, we are not free. The way our nations are not free.
Why are we putting all the blame on these foreign countries? I don't understand it.
No, there's a hint.
I'm not putting the blame on them. See, the blame is on us that we have not done what we need to do.
Yeah,
we are supposed to have done those things.
Now you are talking.
So this is actually a continuation. It depends on how you look at it, the context you look at it. If you look at it from the point of view that, okay, well, now we have done what we need to do, you are going to focus on them because they are a problem. They are not going to want to let you develop. But the question we have to ask ourselves is, how is it that Asian countries were able to do it? Asian countries are trading with America, they are trading with China, they are trading with all these countries, and yeah, they are doing fine. Japan is doing fine.
They did house cleaning. That's what I was making mention of here. You need a dictator to clean the house. Look at China. You think they are practicing democracy as it is there?
Not the kind of democracy in the West.
It is the mindset. It is the mindset.
No. What's China practicing?
It's a form of a communist government.
Thank you. Because you cannot do it yourself without the Western interference unless you take it and you change it one man and make it work.
If you say
but
let us go for
South Korea is a
democracy,
democracy. South Korea is a democracy. They are doing fine. Singapore is a democracy. They are doing
who is
fine.
that one man in Nigeria going to do it? Who is that one man in Nigeria?
that's the thing we need. I didn't pinpoint one man. I just said we need.
No, I didn't say one man. I said because it's the person are going to choose to do it.
I don't know, but I just said we need one person.
Exero, look at that journalist now, what he's doing, and you look at how much they are threatening his life. He can't even stay in the economy. It tells you that the power that these people have, you see, this is where you can come into, you can bring the foreigners in. Because the power these people have, they are being ordained by people that are even more powerful. Because when you are within a nation, then they will call on their powers to come and help them suppress people that are trying to threaten their interests. So this is the problem. And how do you fight this out for? This, for me, and I think everybody has talked about it today, it's about education, sensitizing people to what they should be watching out for. Traitorous leaders. And if you do it enough, you have to start watching, because I'm not even sure any nation has gone about it this way before. But most nations, their founding is war. Let's face it. The founding of most nations is based on war. But our nation is not based on war. So
because we don't have an identity. What are we fighting for?
You
must be fighting to protect something. Thank you. You just made my point. You must be collectively fighting to protect something. What are we? Who are we? What are we trying to protect?
Our leaders have never come.
We are fighting to protect Nigeria. Don't worry.
Is Nigeria? Are you Nigerian? What is the dream? Or what is the Nigerian dream?
Because we are hearing about American dream. See, you forget that story.
Okay, let's not.
No, excuse me. Wait. Which of that country they don't hear say this country dream? No, America.
China has a dream now. China has a dream.
Most nations have vision.
No, wait. Those they have vision. In America, it is individual say American American dream. Your time is individual. It's not the country.
The nation was formed to give you a dream. That means it's a place where you can achieve what you want to achieve.
Nigeria also give you a dream. Nigeria also give you a dream to be a corrupt man. What are you talking?
I think one of our problem is that we've not given let's say America now. We've not given America any reason to treat us any differently. The way they treat us. Because America, if you look at the way they treat other nations that are what they assault, they work with them and they give them real support, real funds and defense, this is strategic relationship. They don't have that with us.
Yes. Wait first. Diplomatic relationship between any country, first and foremost, depend on your economic strength.
No, actually.
No, wait now. Wait.
You are doing that fake economics again. It's not true. It's not economic strength.
Okay.
You have to be strategically important to them for one reason or the other. That's when they grant you all the security and economic strength. And
the first strategic relationship is that America come and put your base in your country. That's number one.
Yes.
Number two, then you are about to implement gay rights.
Yes, now that's what they would demand. Yes, it's true.
We don't need anything from America.
Wait. Which country? Which African country that said they're not going to allow gay rights? America said they're going to sanction them.
Uganda.
So why must another country now threatening a country that you must implement our law? What you think is right?
Because you are
backward.
If you are not taking AIDS, why would they come and tell you that? If you are not taking AIDS from them, why are they going to be telling you that?
Okay.
You have resources, you didn't use them.
Okay, wait first. I do know one thing. There's a video when I watched Peter Obi when he was during his campaign. Any country he goes to, the business committee will invite him and sit him down. Said, these are the things he is going to do, and they're going to support him. And if they support him, what is he going to give to them?
Yeah.
They say, what if you are going to help us? Why about giving something in return?
Yeah. Tinubu will give them everything they want.
Tinubu will give them everything they want.
Let me tell you the difference.
That is where lies the problem. Hold on first. Let me finish. Hold on first. You know, if you go into corporate companies, right? if you look at their rules and regulations, mostly anti-bribery and everything, right? You are not allowed as a staff or as a marketer, as anybody, to give a gift of value to anybody, aside anybody. Understand me? And yes, if you do it, that will be taken as bribery. Because once you give a gift of value to somebody and he accepts it, that means you can easily influence that person because of that what you did. Understand me? So if you are collecting, that's what people were saying, that if I'm not corrupt, my family is not corrupt, and people around me are not corrupt, then you have solved the corruption problem up to 50%, because you don't have anything to use to hold him. You understand me? You can't come in, I sponsor you, I paid this amount to you, so what is my own kickback, or what are you going to give to me? You understand me? So that's where we are good. That's where we can start all these things. Our political process should be free from money politics, right?
Sorry.
Well, so I wanted to say something before Father answer a question.
You just made mention of free from money politics now, Blackstone, and that's this exact thing I'm telling you, that if you don't make that number one position or those political positions lucrative, then they will not need to use money to fund themselves into that place. Then when they get there,
that's right.
You understand? But I know what I was saying. It goes in tandem, and then their minimum wage, it will work for the common man.
Eddie, let's allow Eddie to add to the debate, and Ovie.
Ovie sleeping.
I hear my name. What's good? Say what?
Eddie, are you there?
No, it's make you relax. Just relax, enjoy yourself.
What is it, my turn?
Eddie is busy.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Ovie.
Oh no, let me ask a question. Let me ask a question. Let me answer this question, right? Last week the government said that we have to be now taxing, find a tax for the expatriates.
They have cancelled it. They have cancelled it.
No, wait. Let me say it right. So it said at least the company they have to pay a fine or a bill, or I don't know, not a fine, actually a fee, right? $20,000, $10,000, or $15,000. Understand me, right? So, and all the Nigerians who are so-called intellectual, they were condemning it, right? So I asked myself, I said, have any of us heard about expatriates in where we are resident? Expatriates from a different country. So why must these people be treated differently from fellow Nigerians?
Because in America, if you travel anywhere, I don't think it's a good idea to charge people that come into the country to work, because we have more people overseas. We should be thinking about tasking those ones that go overseas.
No, understand. Let me tell you what. Sorry, right? Those people that now you are in UK, you are working according to UK employment rules and regulations. Even if you come as a contractor, you are going to abide by the UK laws of employment, employment laws and regulations, right? But in Nigeria, the so-called expatriate has a different rules from Nigeria. You understand me? First and foremost, they pay them in dollars.
Okay.
You understand me? They give them special treatment. They give them houses and everything. For example, I work with an Indian company here, right?
But that's a private company. A private company have a right to do whatever they want.
No, the expatriates are working for private companies. They're not working for the government.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If a private company chooses to pay their workers in dollars,
it's not even allowed. Normally, dollars is not in Nigerian currency. You cannot pay people in Nigerian currency and in the foreign currency.
Okay, if it's not allowed, it's not allowed. They shouldn't have allowed that. So
okay, for example, I work for an Indian company. They have staffs in India. If they want to bring them to Germany, you understand me? If they want to come here, they have to get their own tax registration, right? They have to get their attention. They have to abide rules according to Nigeria, German law of employment regulations, right? They cannot change it, and they won't pay higher tax because they put them on a higher level. So you cannot belittle, cannot bring down cannot break your rules because of a foreigner. Then your citizens are using different rules. So it's not.
So are you saying that like if an American company now comes to the UK, brings American staff over to the UK, they have to pay that staff with pounds, not dollars?
Yeah, they pay that stuff in pounds now, not in dollars. They pay in pounds, and they can convert it to dollars if you want to send it out.
Okay, I get where you're coming from on that one, but are you in support of the tax on expatriates or not?
Okay, first and foremost, we have to know, does those expatriates pay taxes in Nigeria? That's number one.
I think they probably do.
Okay, probably
I think they probably
right.
do. Nigerian government will not let them get away with that one.
Okay, 2. For me, I support it. Why? Yes, sir.
2? You don't go 2 from 1 to 2, 2 to 3.
3 to 4. Let me finish number 4. So I support it, right? Because they are getting, they are being treated, they are giving an advantage over Nigerian people. You understand me?
Okay.
We can have the same qualification like them. Okay, in the first place, do we know how expatriate are they in the first place? You understand me? Do you actually know their qualification? Like there was a report some few years back, you understand me, that all the so-called expatriates from China are people that were trained in the prison.
I see. Yeah, but it's not Nigeria that is paying them. It's their company that is paying them. So if they want to spend
if your company is in Nigeria, so must obey Nigerian laws, not foreign laws. Can you tell me now that Amazon in UK is not obeying, or maybe foreign companies in UK cannot obey UK laws?
They obey UK laws, but Amazon also reserve the right to pay their staff however they like.
No, they can start to pay that how they like, you understand me, but not at a proportional, at a higher proportional differences between the people. For example, there's a minimum wage. If you come from abroad, we are going to set that minimum wage. Because
no, I think hold on. I think you have to also take into account if somebody is from China, where the cost of living is higher than that of Nigeria, they come and get a salary the same as Nigerian people are getting. That could be a problem for them to cater to their family at home. So just because they are in Nigeria doesn't make them any less citizens of that foreign country.
Yes,
so
they are not put as under the minimum wage. They have a salary structure. You understand me? So what I'm saying is this: they bring these people, even they have the same level of qualification, right? They pay them higher than Nigerians.
Yes, because they are foreigners. They come from a country where cost of living is higher.
You go and ask in the UK, which foreigners are paid higher than their citizens who have the same level of qualification or the same level of experience.
You can argue that the UK has a high level of living too, so there's no need for that. You're not going to see the disparity, because if anything, you can see the opposite, where you see maybe Nigerians come in, they earn less salary than the general public in the UK, because UK nationals prefer higher salaries, while Nigerians are willing to work for almost anything, especially the ones that come to work in the healthcare. So you see the opposite happen there too. Yes, please go ahead.
So you guys, when you discuss Nigerian issues, you guys should always don't take it too serious, so you don't give yourself high blood pressure or unnecessary worries. I always use phone or one of it just to calm it down, you know. Bumi, she's left. She was talking about we're not doing research and all that stuff, but we're doing. If I tell you how many research we do in Nigeria, you'll be astonished. We've done a lot of research on bleaching cream, on how we've gotten more ways to die from
bleaching cream. Bleaching cream is research. Oh my God!
I'm telling you.
Let me inform you, Naji. Let me inform you.
We are in trouble.
Let me just tell you one thing. This formula, the bleaching cream, there was hydroquinone, right? It is banned in Europe Any cream that can add quinine is banned. So that research has been there for a very long time. Not that it's new research.
No. So see, I'm trying to make fun of the whole thing. See,
okay,
we're doing the wrong type of research. That's what I'm going to.
Yeah, you are right.
We're doing research that kills the average Nigerian faster than their counterparts.
That saved them.
Because now you're having a lot of people dying from skin cancer, from multiple organ failure. Like literally, young people are falling without this is not hunger. Just somebody.
The diet in Nigeria too has gone down. The kind of food Nigerians eat.
Yeah, so many. What they call it? We're doing research on the how many ways to get to God fast. How many different type of anointing oil and all that stuff. So I mean, we're going somewhere.
And you know, some of what it is you are saying here, it's making me a little bit angry actually, because this is that you're saying is making me feel like Nigeria. It reminds me of the backwardness sometimes, the way we come across when we talk about things. But please go ahead.
You see, our economy, we're under occupation, but we don't know, or we know, but we decide not to. Even if you're talking about there is no way you compare whether you import or you export. It doesn't matter. These guys hold you on the balls. These the American they
won't let them. They won't let them. Why would they let them when they can get you? They won't let them.
If Peter Obi even if Peter Obi comes with a message from Jack, the economy will still be backwards.
You have to learn to say no. If you don't know how to say no in this world on big issues, you're in trouble. Just look at how Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso did it. They said no, we're not going to take this nonsense from you. We are landlocked, but we don't care. We are going to form a security pact and we're going to pull out of ECOWAS. And suddenly they drop all this in. You have to be bold in this world. The idea that we keep acting timid is going to be our undoing. And these are our leaders. I really hope they start having a backbone.
Those Sahel countries, even if they've taken a stand against France, they're turning towards Russia. So you're replacing one master for the other. You're not coming back to say, oh, no, you guys should just move away from us. We're going to try to sort ourselves out. But
I have that concern
for the other.
I have that concern too. But they asked Traore of Burkina Faso about this. He said, Russians are not fighting the fight for them. Russia is giving them weapons. That Russia is not part of the military operation that is going on like the French were. That they are the ones doing it. And he talked about if he wanted 1 million people, they will come out. But what I find skeptical about them, there are two key things I find skeptical about those Sahel nations. One, they say they are in charge of their country. They want to do all these things they want to do. I don't see any change in their security posture. If you don't see that, don't trust. And secondly, why they insist on holding on to their military uniform, I don't understand it, because clearly they see a lot of examples of dictators around the world that are actually Democrats. So what is the petty aspect of holding on to your uniform that you seriously want to hold on to it? It means they still have that old mentality. That's my thinking. They still have the old mentality.
It implies fears into the people. That does it.
Yeah, but you can still have real power. With Egypt did it. Many of Algeria is in a way similar like that. Iran is definitely somewhat like that. So Russia is like that. There are nations that can, even China is somewhat like that. Nations can function fine. You have a strong man like the dictator. Yet it's a democratic system.
Proper is like this, right? They can't just at the very beginning pull up their uniform. It will be time. After they are stabilized, what they want to stabilize, they cannot pull up that uniform.
Yeah, but Sisi in Egypt within 2 years.
So now that's how many years?
I think these guys are going to 2 years already now. They've not. I think they said there's an election coming up. I think Traore has been there for quite a while now. I think maybe you are right. Maybe it's not that long ago, Traore.
When did Tinubu get to power? When did Tinubu get to power? About 9 months ago.
Yeah, you're talking about Niger.
That's Niger, right? And just even up to 6 months now before the other ones that Niger happens. There's just like a series, a sequence.
Nah. Okay, maybe you're right there. I see. For me, anyway, the way I look at it is that they have been doing a lot of things right. They've done a lot of things right. If I was Nigeria, what I would have done was use them as a way of leveraging and demanding more autonomy from the West. Like maybe that's what they are doing now. Maybe why they are, because if you want those nations to come back to ECOWAS, you have to offer them something. They are not going to accept the French again. So, and if they come into ECOWAS, not having French controlling the economy the way it controls all the other Francophone countries, you can see how it can go and trigger the other Francophone countries to do the same thing, to say, you know what, the French thing, let's start removing it.
Let me ask you a question. What is the importance of ECOWAS to West Africa?
It keeps the West African region integrated economically to an extent. In terms of immigration, it keeps them integrated too. That's just two of the things.
Which of this country do you fly to without a visa?
All of them, all West African countries don't need a visa to go.
Who told you that?
Because I've done it before.
That was before. Go and check. Even your passport carry.
What do you mean go and check? When did they put visa requirement?
Even your passport carry. Nigerian passport. He said it's ECOWAS passport. If you go to Ghana border, go and see how they deal with you. You can't go in. They will stamp you in. So it's not a visa-free country.
They stamp you in, but you don't need a visa. Ovie, are you there?
What is that? Stamp you is not a visa. They stamp you is a visa now.
No, it's not a visa. It's just control, immigration control. They have to know whether you come in or go out.
They tell you how many months you are going to stay there. They stamp you how many months you are
Yes, but you still don't need a visa.
It's a visa on arrival or entry visa on arrival.
If you want to call it that, but it's not a visa. They never actually grant you a visa. It's just stamping you in and out. They do that in Europe, you know. They do that in Europe.
You go on border control to know how people they come out and enter.
No, wait, no, not that it's just in Europe. No, Europe is quite different. This is the European citizens does not require anything within the European, within the Schengen countries.
But they have to be stamped in and out too.
No, they don't stamp you in. If you are within the, if you are a Schengen citizen, if you are a citizen of that European citizen, that's it. It's like this. You flash your passport. It's like this. If you are going to the airport, they don't ask you. You just flash your passport. They see it. They let you go. You pass through. You don't pass through the normal people who are not citizens. Yeah. Okay. You just hold it. They just sit and go through.
I think in the UK, I'm not even sure the UK does stamp people when you come back to the UK now. They don't do stamping anymore. Maybe that's why you don't see the stamping. Because
if you go, you know, since UK came out of what they call it, Europe, UK, European Union. If you go, say for instance, you go to Italy, you have to stamp your passport because you're no longer
not the stamp. Because that treaty does not anymore apply to you. But you can fly in without a visa. You have to put up without a visa. But that's the Schengen countries.
You're right that Schengen countries are not to be stamped. But my thinking is that this thing, maybe because of the biometric passport that they have now, I don't remember actually seeing UK stamping. But in Nigeria, they do stamp. But I'm not sure they physically do stamping. They will acknowledge that you come in because it's computerized now. So maybe that's playing a role in it. Who knows?
Okay, let me ask you a question further. Nigeria, they're stamping their citizens. How can you stamp your citizen? How can you stamp your citizen?
Strangers, they are just going to the land. Don't you understand? How can you not get it? They are telling you now. You are strangers.
They're not stamp their citizen. There is no say Buhari from Nigeria.
Wait. No, the stamp within Nigeria. With your Nigerian passport, they'll stamp you when you enter. When they go, they'll stamp you out. Now, wow, I don't understand that kind of thing.
Yeah, these people that have been governing our economy, like the Goldman Sachs, IMFs, and many of our people work for them. And I think Ovie had a point when he said that some of all these people, all this development we are seeing, it may be just for other people, not for us. And this is why Tinubu keeps running to them, going to India, going to UAE, going to everywhere else, other than telling Nigerians to return home to come and develop their country, or even going to our greater diaspora. Tinubu never goes to CARICOM. He never goes to even African Americans that have a purchasing power of $2 trillion. $2 trillion. He doesn't reach out to them. Why?
Tinubu is just traveling just for
how do we dislodge these people? We have to find a way to dislodge this kind of mindset, because right now, as it stands, things are going to improve in Nigeria slightly. And if it does, you will see that people will forget all the things, because the mindset of the people, they don't even understand how far behind they are. Like what Bumi was talking about in terms of research. On so many areas, we are so behind. If things just improve a little bit, they'll say, oh, yeah, we're back. We're back to the 70s. The 70s wasn't that great, but we just thought it was great because the foundation was not there. It was never there. Nigeria never really laid a foundation. When Murtala came in, he went and, after the Civil War, our military was on average quite large. When Murtala came in, slashed it almost by half. Since then, everything has just been coming down. And people thought things were improving in the 70s when we were having first tag, enjoying ourselves, not knowing that the foundation, the same thing, the foundation is still like that now. Even if something improves, nothing strategic has changed.
Because they were too much money. But this is what I believe, that if you are a president, you appoint your friends around you, you are doomed for failure. Why?
But how is that a problem? Trump does that all the time. No, his in-law is got so many portfolio.
No, his in-law was there supporting Trump without it wasn't an employed staff, was not even paid.
He was employed.
No, it was not even paid.
How do you not know that? He was employed, he was in charge of so many departments. That's Jared Kushner.
Kushner was only one of the foreign, one of the guys that goes to make a deal, a foreign relationship, something like that. You understand me?
Oh no, I think you are mistaken. He was actually an employee or in charge of various departments in the American and this government. And what that tells you is that is not your problem. The problem is the mindset of the people to say, you know what, I'm not going to accept this things that you are doing.
No, okay, no, fathers, wait to and don't compare America and Nigeria when it comes to choosing people. If you choose your friends around you, can they be able to tell you what you are doing is wrong? Or are they going to steal with you? America, the press will hammer them. They will resign.
See, I think at the core of it, we talked about it earlier on, we never really fought for our nation. We never really, at least against other people. The people that do that tend to be more united. They tend to, and those people that fought that war tend to demand more from their leaders. They don't think, like if you look at Zimbabwe now, that's what happened. Mugabe was trying to make nice with British and all that. But when the people that fought the war against the British started getting old, they said, hey, we didn't fight this war to not get anything, and these white farmers are still in the farms. And he had to do what he needs to do. And the same thing happened in Algeria too. We as our people, we didn't fight for our nation. So why should we are not united to actually take it?
Well, after I finish, make I ask a question too.
Okay, make us a question. Looking at the whole Nigerian population, both in Nigeria and in diaspora, how many one can you genuinely say that love Nigeria?
Pardon?
How many of them? What is the percentage of Nigerians all over the world that truly love Nigeria as a country, as their own country?
I think if you depend on the context, though.
No context. No, as a citizen,
I would say 70.
It's a lie. If it's 70, Nigeria will be what it is today. As I was saying, American dream.
Yeah, but that's the context now. That's the context thing I'm talking about.
Yeah, let me just finish. I want to try to bring out this, right? If you love your country, like you have been saying that we fight for your country, as we are saying, you understand me? We fight for your country. the Britons. You cannot say that the Britons, you cannot say their country is useless, cheato, is zero, and this. They can criticize the government, but not their country. The Europeans, they say every country you go to, they criticize the government and not the country. You understand me? But we destroy, we cost our country.
True. But to be fair, some of them do attack their country too.
Attack their country, but how many percentage? That's why today Nigeria. That's Nigeria today, right from the time of Andrew checkout. Right from that time, Nigerian diaspora syndrome that's been going. Okay, let me also give you a picture of one thing. Do you realize that at the 70s, 80s, 90s, you understand me? Right? Nigerian government states do sponsor their citizens who are very good to abroad to study. Right? Do you know that they never come back?
Yeah, of course not.
Right? So just the country, I don't know, did you be in that country and be insulting your country who has sponsored you on scholarship? You understand me? What you learn, you cannot bring it back. That's why, because that's where we have the issue. Because if we cannot repatriate what we learn, both politically, scientifically, and otherwise, anything back to our country, they're going to be the same.
I think it was not under Buhari government. They wanted to get doctors from overseas to come and work for Nigeria, and they were actually looking to hire foreign white doctors or Indian doctors instead of Nigerians that fill so many Western countries. The reason why these people think like this is this is what I mean. They are brainwashing. Even the other day, I was watching Hard Talk. This is a UK program, Hard Talk, where they were interviewing people. I'm not sure whether you know it. And the guy actually said that Nigerians and something
I used
about
to watch it. I used to watch it those days, but I don't know if it's another one is also in Nigeria. TVC. I don't know.
He said something that I found. I think I've seen it in documents, in British documents before. He said Nigerian leaders and elites tend to like they are very, very fond of the British crown or the British. That he put it like we like the British, and I think that aspect of us has weakened us terribly. Because we are still playing like houseboy, like we are in Commonwealth, and they control us. We do what they want us to do, without recognizing that we should be our own people. Why do you think when we send people overseas, they don't care about asking them to come and contribute?
We lack everything foreign. You know why? The press made it like that. Our press.
Oh, you know what? You may have a point, because our press. Oh my God, our press. I don't want to go into this controversial topic, but. They are the women. Oh my God! Almost universally, all of them wear fake hair. All of them. I was like, "What? You don't want to look like your mothers. You don't want to look like your your ancestors, and you are impressing on your children to look like foreigners, and you wonder why everybody runs overseas." But please go ahead. The press is one of them, big time.
So the press, two, the churches. Any big church today does not have a branch in abroad. It has not just started it has not started.
You see? Wow.
You understand me?
And there are specific countries.
Yes, of course. They know the country they got where they have the Nigerians, the black people.
Yeah.
You understand me? That's where they go to. Right? And then from there, can you imagine? Can you imagine that a part of people will be praying for citizens to jackpot?
Imagine. Hey, your biggest asset, you know, human beings are the biggest asset most nations have. And yes, we just said
so at the end of the day, when somebody has a visa, you come and give a testimony. I have a visa to go to live in Nigeria for Canada. You understand me? So that I used to wonder, what's our mindset? That's where the love and loyalty to your country comes in. You understand me? I was telling somebody, I said, what Nigeria is going through today, most countries also went through it. It is a transformation period, right from time. After that transformation, things begin to take a different shape. Things begin to change. You understand me? Because after a while, the right people will not come into power. Little by little, we now begin to change the narrative of the country. You understand me? But if I look at Nigeria today, I'm going to ask myself, who are the people that will come in and change the narrative? Those that are there to let people like Patotome, Mogalo, those ones who have clear, who doesn't have any record of corruption in their system, in their name, they will not be given a chance to go in there because the corrupt have already attacked the system. So until
let me just add this quickly. The minister, I don't know what I'll call him a minister. I think he's the minister in the current government. The only person I saw in that government that seems to sound like somebody that may have a little bit of vision, but and even if his own vision is hedged on marketing Nigerians as workers for the world. That's that digital minister kind of on this minister. I've forgotten his name. They say he comes from the tech industry.
Minister for technology and
yes,
and so on. So sometimes if I want to say something, when we talk of technology, Nigeria is not even ripe, not even ready. One, why do I say so? A country that does not network. Nigeria has the underground cables does not go through every country. If not that the mobile communication, that's what we use. And no major IT companies or companies that use mobile network as a means of dealing their networking their network as on and so forth. For me, if I want to start doing something, right? Let us in either technology, let us start networking Nigeria.
I think that they talked about running cables from other countries anyway into Nigeria, more lines so that Nigeria will have faster broadband.
No,
and let me just add one quickly. One other thing that we will have to worry about is data sovereignty. In other words, we don't have what they call them, the server farms or data centers. Data centers. We don't have a lot of them.
Yes, I have a lot of them. You understand? Simply because Nigeria is not data. But the data in Nigeria are not even as high as other countries. You understand me? So if you have it, it will come.
But that seems to be odd that you're saying. What if we have it and we still manage to put it in America and UK and other countries? Because that's where they seem to all reside now.
Yeah, but no, excuse me. Yes, it depends on the law. If Nigeria want to have them, there must be a law that says every Nigerian. Okay, let me remember something. There was a time that the Nigeria was trying to give a contract to MasterCard to be responsible to produce Nigeria ID, Nigeria National ID, MasterCard. So that contract was rejected by Nigeria because they said, why must you give Nigerian data to foreign companies? You understand me? So that's how that contract was killed. So if Nigeria has a law, the data protection law, that every Nigerian data must be in Nigeria, must be reside in Nigeria. You understand me?
But do we have that?
I don't know. I think we have it. I think we have it.
Is it even practical? So are you telling me that all our passport information, bank information, everything is in Nigeria?
Yes, of course it could be in Nigeria. But
if it's in Nigeria, that's a start, but I doubt it.
But I doubt it. I doubt it. That's what I doubt it. But I think that okay, for example, right? I cannot just clearly say, you understand me? If there are very good data centers in Lagos, you understand me? Right? And also depends. Okay, in the first place, what is Nigeria? What do you call it in the internet? this .com.ng. You understand me? Right? .ng is very expensive.
NG or MG?
ng.ng, that like BBB .ng. It's very expensive. That's why they use .com.ng. You understand me? So the I forget the name they use for that for it actually in the IT world. You understand me? So when that is expensive, people are beginning to use other.com. You understand me? So and also, in fact, there are many things that you do in Nigeria. For example, if I have to buy any software online now, right? I will not use Nigeria address. Sorry, I will not use Germany address. I will use Nigeria address. Why is it like that? Because if I use Nigeria address, I will not pay tax.
Yeah.
But if I use that Germany address, I have to pay tax.
Okay. So, but if you use Nigeria, you have to pay tax. So when I ship stuff to Nigeria, you have to pay tax.
No, that's you are cheaping. If I buy anything online, like then I have to buy, I have to pay for maybe a software now online.
Okay. I see what you mean.
Yes.
Yeah, then
I will not pay that VAT. I will not pay that VAT. But in general, I have to pay that VAT.
Yes.
You understand me?
If you are
if
sending something physically to Nigeria, they will make you pay.
You make me pay for it. So and the money that to be generated from that VAT, if you use it, Nigerians just are collecting it. Nigeria is collecting it. It's that amount money coming to the government. You understand me? You know, so it's like this is what it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that because we're in the IT world, we're having your copy doing notice. That means that they can be able to change things when you come as a minister or things like that. You understand me? Because very broader, you understand me? Bigger than what you expect. You understand me? So for now, I don't see what it's doing. You understand me?
I think from what we've seen of them so far, even if some of them talk a good game, they are all just kowtowing to IMF, World Bank, Goldman Sachs. They are just doing what the Americans want them to do. That's what my fear with this our leadership. They don't seem to want to strike out and do things on their own. But that said, though, do you know Fani Kayode?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that guy, is he not like somebody you would consider in Nigeria establishment figure? Like somebody that is like one of the corrupt politicians, isn't he?
That's one of the very corrupt politicians now, of course. Very, very corrupt.
Okay. So, but yeah, this guy, when I saw him talking on this Western channel, no, I wouldn't say Western, I think it's a Russian channel. This guy sounded very, very, very anti-West.
He was formerly the Minister for Aviation now. During the time of Obasanjo, I think so.
Yeah, but he was sounding very anti-West. Look, let me just play this so you will understand. So we see what we are dealing with here. Because this man, if he comes to Nigeria, he will not tell Nigerians this type of thing. So he will pretend as if Nigeria is everything is okay. But look at the way he sounds when he's on a foreign channel.
Country in which civilized people live. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, from what I've seen in the last 4 or 5 months, I believe the opposite now. This is a country that is massacring women and children. Hundreds of thousands of people have been injured. Over 35,000 people, women and children, mainly 15,000 children, 35,000 people have been killed in the last 4 months. That's a world record. And this is nothing less than a Holocaust. Well, the last Holocaust in the Second World War, ironically, mostly perpetuated against Jews by the Germans. The rest of the world stood up and did something about it. And I believe strongly that as the anger rises, we'll get to a point, if Israel doesn't stop, that the rest of the world will stand up and decide to do something about it. And I can't wait for that day, despite the support, unreasonable, irrational, blind support the Americans are giving to the Israelis to kill people.
Did you just hear him? He was literally tearing into America, tearing into Israel, no mercilessly. But in Nigeria, you will not hear him talk like this.
He is one of the strong supporters of Tinubu now. So have you told Tinubu that they are massacring Nigerians in Nigeria?
He wouldn't. And my concern is that these same people, when they come to Nigeria, they are very timid. Oh yeah, IMF. IMF, please.
Papa, you are very correct too. This is what I say, that why we say that we prefer to praise the Western world, right? And then our own destroy it. You understand me? And
but what he's showing here is a totally different face that I've never seen
of course,
on any Nigerian government official. This is what he's doing here is very aggressive. He was literally saying America is endorsing genocide and all kinds of stuff. You will never hear a Nigerian government official talk like that.
As it no, he himself, as it's a part of the Tinubu government.
Is he part of the government right now?
No, it's not a part. It's APC.
It's APC,
I was one of the
strongest supporters.
That's why he's able
to say what he's saying now.
Why he was a very strong supporter of Tinubu during the campaign.
Yes, definitely, yes. Yeah, we saw him.
So why can't us also say the same? Because we are killing people in Nigeria, even the young ones. I got people from school.
The Blackstone, if he has been saying this type of thing on Nigerian news channels, Nigerians will start seeing them. They will not see America and Britain as just benevolent people anymore. This is the problem. When they come to Nigeria, they still keep Nigerians asleep, but you go overseas and you tell people what they already know. Why are you not telling Nigerians in Nigeria that Americans are funding slaughter of another people? Because if Nigerians start perceiving that these people that are coming to their country, all these people coming for their oil and everything, are very, very mean set of people, maybe they will start thinking a little bit differently about them. And then when they see their leaders going to their countries, they will be questioning their leaders why they are going there. But they don't say these things to Nigerians. They go overseas. I'm telling you, when I saw that video, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Because it was sounding so anti-American. Why is he not saying that in Nigeria?
So that's the mentality that we have been talking about. That's the actual mentality we've been talking about. You know, so that is the mentality that I cannot boldly talk about the issue of my country. Like I boldly talk about the issue of other people's country.
One thing I learned today, though, about the journalist that came in here is one of those things where, you know how we say we need to try to change things on the ground in Nigeria. The fact that I said that we should support him in terms of if he wants support, instead of him to go and start taking money from the corrupt people, he can come online here and we will do what we can to support him because he's doing a good job. And he also said that some people came to him and offered to protect him. Can you imagine that? So those are and I've been saying this, that one of the ways to change the country is not directly. It's not you can go like now. Those people now, maybe it's just a private people like us said, you know what, like that understand security and say, you know what, we are going to form this security network, and when we see politicians that are doing the right thing, we protect them. We protect their interests and make sure nothing happens to them. And maybe that's what those people represent. They came to him, but I wish he shared information about these people that are protecting him.
He should also be very careful because Nigerians are also betrayers too.
Yes, they are betrayers. That's why I was saying he should share information, because if those people are like Pan-African or nationalist people, then you know they are not going to change. But if they are people that are from the West or people tied to the British Council, beware, run the other direction. It's not going to be good for you, because in the bigger picture that they have, they might want you to do NGO work, investigative journalism, but they don't want your country to really do that well. Not that well anyway. So that is what I think I learned from him, that every little thing you do matters, and I think it's very, very vital that such an organization exists in Nigeria that protects good leadership, good people in the country.
Because Nigeria doesn't have no value for life, so anything they can do, they will do. If you talk against them, they are ready to permit you. Because they have no value for life. Yes, that's a shame.
They kill each other for trinkets. Okay, let me ask though. If we want to start changing the minds of the people, like from the point of view of not always, how do you get them to start thinking in a more, how do I put it, to cities, okay, to understand that, okay, like in the case of security that I feel very passionately about, to understand that the government is supposed to be doing a lot more than this. That the security position of the government is very, very wrong. How do you get them to see that in a simple way that they can understand?
I think one of the first things is, right, it's time we should be to employ people with character, dignity into the forces. You understand me? Because there's no how you are going to sensitize the people, and what they are seeing in the street is what's different from what you are telling them. You understand me? One thing I can say is that there should be a total overhaul of the police force.
Why? But PWB said that he worked with the same people he met in the positions and they changed.
Yeah, because that could be a thing, but it is a very fraction of the people who are stationed in his own state. Right? But on the larger picture, so you have to break down the structure of the police. Understand me? Okay, now when they are talking about state police, for me, I wouldn't even say let them be state police. Let the policemen in that state remain there. Right? Now choose let the command or the instructions do not come from Abuja. Let the IGP, right, be the head of. Let every state have its own IGP, because regional police, every state. Now controls those police. He has to take decision on what is happening in that state, the security issue of that state, right? So, but the federal IG, federal police, right, will not be a person who now will control all of them, but they're not going to take instruction from him. Federal IG, federal police. You know, so he should be able to have regular meeting with them, right? And then a report, right? Then from that report, you can be able to assess their performance.
I think they are talking about all these things now already. I just feel like something more fundamental needs to change within the people. You said, was it not you that said that the people are the problem?
The people, yes, of course. The people are the problem, actually. So that's why I said that you start from the police, right? Okay, for example, right? If the police have dignity, right? If the police do not take bribe, if the police do not joke with anybody on duty, they don't joke with anybody, right? The citizens begin to be afraid. Once you break the law, face the consequence of the law. You understand me? For example,
all this stuff we are going too long. I think one of the things we tend to do is when we have a problem in Nigeria, when we have a problem in Nigeria, what we tend to do is we get to this solution, then we move away and go to other areas and start talking about other things. And I think that just because you talk about other things doesn't mean they are going to turn to the solution. The solution you were talking about before was the solution. It's like when you diagnose somebody with some kind of disease, and after you diagnose the person with that disease, then you go and start diagnosing, talking about other possible diagnoses. There is no point. You have to treat the one that you already have. And I feel like we are at risk of doing that stuff where we keep changing the goalposts and thinking that we're going to come up with a different solution.
Yeah, no, this is what I mean, fathers. You understand me? Any country that if the police are lawless, the country is also lawless. You understand me? Because it is the police that will help to re-engineer the mindset of the people. Remember when Idiagbo said that war against the discipline?
Yes.
What happened?
I think it did help, but guess what happened to them now? They got kicked out.
Just no, I'm saying because they got kicked out at that time. The military was always like a football game. You win me and win you. You win. You understand me? They were only playing a return match. You understand me?
Yeah, the mindset was not right still.
Yeah, well, no, at that because no, actually, it is the implementation of the law, right, that put people to behave and obey the law.
Okay, okay, what you just revealed there is what I was talking about. I think somebody asked me earlier on in the show when the journalist was here about whether we have good leaders in Nigeria. I said, when you say whether we have good leaders, you have to have a set of good leaders, a clutch of good leaders. It's never just one person. Because if one person does it, or two people do it, or three people do it, the people around them will change. Just like in the case of Idiamo, you have to have a clutch of leaders that have the same kind of feeling and mentality to change the nation. And they are the ones that go on to do it. And this is why you find a situation whereby the nations that do these things are the ones that come out of war. They fought other people. They fought for their nation. And because of that fight, they watch their comrades, their brothers, sisters die by enemies. They've seen it. So what forges them, what unites them is a lot stronger than just words. It's a lot stronger than just this tribe or religion. It's the blood that has been shed and all that trauma and everything bonds them together, and they go on to build something very, very strong. But if you don't have that, you always have people, you always have flashes that are very good, but the people around them, because they don't have that galvanization that the leaders cannot generally do, my suspicion is that this is why they go on to destroy those people. The moment you emerge, they don't give you a chance to succeed, and they remove you from office. It's just my own submission, because if you look at the Asian continent, they are full of nations that fought for their freedom, and many of those nations have gone on to do way better than Nigeria right now.
Anyway, you know what you are saying is also true, because there was a saying that Nigeria got their independence in a platter of gold.
Yeah, and there's no free lunch.
So and then they didn't fight for it. They didn't they just sat down, discussed, and they gave them their independence. But other countries fought for it.
Yeah. If you don't fight for it, there's a reason why people, have to make sacrifices. And it puts you in a different mindset too. Now you begin to see one part of the reality that you normally don't see, like in the case of Nigeria. Nigerians don't necessarily understand their geopolitical space at all. Nigerians actually think Nigeria doesn't have enemy. That is how crazy Nigerians think sometimes. Because why do you think they have that kind of thinking? Because they've been made to believe that somehow along the line they are just fine with how they are, and the Commonwealth is there. Maybe the British is helping us somehow. They don't really. It's like a houseboy in a house that doesn't understand how the master pays the rent, how the master secures the property. We just don't understand it. But here in the UK, you can see the difference. America, you can see the difference. The way they perceive their reality in the world. Their security is very, very important to them. Not just home security, world security is important to them. They think about it. That's what other nations do. But we don't think like that.
When it comes to our security, those days, NDA was like one of the prestigious university in Nigeria. NDA at that time, right? Just like people respect NDA at that time. So when we begin to destroy institutions, the Nigerians were destroying every institution little by little, thinking that they are doing Nigeria well. So that come to a point that we cannot more repair these institutions. And for us to repair it, like we have to break it down and start rebuilding it.
Can I say something? When you want to be on the Dr. Damages, you need your camera on. You can't have your camera off. I'm sorry. Is the rule here? As you can see, everybody has their camera on. All right. You want to stay backstage?
Hello. Can you hear me? Oh, is this
yeah, we can hear you. This is Dr. Damages. It's linked to my channel, but it's Dr. Damages too.
Okay. I'll not compromise my security for now.
All right.
I do enjoy the show and all that stuff. Very interesting conversation, and I keep going tonight. Keep evangelizing. I think you're finally starting to win people on the security argument. You're starting to win over.
Yeah, of course. It's vital now, isn't it? How is Gambia doing anyway? Are you from Gambia now, isn't it?
Well, I can never be too specific. I'm from that region.
As you go.
I'm from that region. I'm from that region. Gambia, Senegal, Guinea-Bissau. I'm from that region.
Okay.
But
we
yes,
have to send you backstage so you don't we don't want to break the rules.
No. That's not the case. It's got some civilized people here, so I don't mind. What was I gonna say again? Yes, with the security argument, you seem to be winning now. People are coming around and all that stuff. Of course, they still do get it, because I think you termed it personal security last time or something. Yes, personal security or internal security. You know, because they always tend to think that you need to say
okay, I think somebody's arguing that you should stay for a while. That obviously is Jago now. Jago, I see you there. You're making trouble in the chat. I think Femi hasn't said anything. It's not fair that you come in and say something over him. You see what I mean? Femi, yeah. Let's let Femi say something. We'll leave you like that for a bit. And Femi, welcome and thank you for coming back.
Africa.
The Blackstone. Don't mind the Blackstone.
So I'm sure I missed a lot of what you said after I left the other time, and I'll tell you the reason why I left. I don't mean it as a rebuke to you, forefathers. It's just an opinion. I mean, it's not easy to be a host. I always say this thing. People are always gonna say have issues no matter what, for the most part. I just feel that sometimes it's just a suggestion. I don't know. Just take it as I don't even know what I'm talking about. Sometimes I feel people take advantage, especially when there's a lot of us. People take advantage. It's not like some of us can do the same thing, interrupt and keep it. It's just not fair, because if we're complaining that this is the way I look at things, and I am also amenable to change. You know, I'm open to being criticized. I don't have a problem. There's some things I've done even on this show that I'm not proud of. I'll tell you for free. You understand? So that when one goes back to even watch it, there's nothing as good as being self-critical, you know. So, you know, I just feel that it's not, I wouldn't even say unfair, especially for people that like to, you know, just chill and wait their turns. You know, it's not fair, you know. But anyway, so again, I'm pretty sure I've missed a lot of what you might have been discussing, but one of the things that came up prior to, I think, the first or the second time you joined us at the initial stage when we had a doctor on oath duties, when he came to the point where he was asking for solutions, as much as I don't necessarily want to mention names, but I wish Ferreira was there. I wanted to explain to him that, look, I understand that for a lot of things that we discuss, people still come around and say that we're always complain. I understand. But just like the doctor would say, sometimes for some of us, I'm not necessarily, maybe you could include me in a way. Sometimes you just want a way to, like, you know, speak out your frustrations, not because you really want to complain. Even in America, in the developed world, people still complain. So far, where you are, they still I remember when my father was in the UK, I was shocked the level to which he wasn't making it sound like it was as bad as our situation, but no matter how good the situation is, people will still want better. It's just it's a case of Oliver Twist, if you will. So I don't want to think that it's even El Dorado. I mean, after all, I've been in America for forever. I've been to other countries. And I'm surprised at how they complain at even their own situations that's way better than ours. So it's just human nature for, I guess, in the way you can say that people are. So I just thought to start that way, first of all. Now, one of the solutions are now highlighted. I think you may have mentioned this previously, because as much as we talk about security, we also have to look at the reality on ground. What's even contributing? A lot of these things are interconnected. And a lot of these things didn't start today. After all, even the developed countries, and that's why, see, forefathers, I prefer to even compare us with the likes of Botswana. Our what would almost equate to like our peers that are doing really, really well, the little miracle of Africa. I prefer to compare them with us because it's a lot more relatable for me as a human being, considering the fact that, for example, if you remember, there was a time when a lot of our best professionals were heading like their justice ministry. They were their technocrats in Botswana. You know the story of Botswana fully well. Yeah. But look at where they find themselves today. Now, I highlighted the fact that, okay, even if for those that say we're complaining, we don't have enough troops. The military are doing things that they shouldn't even be doing ordinarily. But this is where we found ourselves. And I don't know if you watched the documentary. Ovie reminded us of that, because I did watch that documentary it was referring to, where Abaribe mentioned the time he had to go to, I don't know if it was the chief of naval staff, a very top ranking naval officer, basically, if not the chief of naval staff in Apapa. And he was surprised that when he saw the cameras that had views of Takwa Bay, all of Takwa Bay and what have you, environs. And then he asked him that question. He put it to him that, so you have this thing and people are still able to bunker oil. And his response, see, for that, I'm telling you, till tomorrow, I have not been able to. I post that exact part where he explained what the guy told him. I've not even finished watching the interview because I was just shocked. I'm still trying to kind of like process. It doesn't make sense. And his response was that they don't have like any like what's filming now. They don't have like a synergy of sorts with the NMPs. Like the response didn't make no sense. You know, it didn't make no sense. I don't know if you noticed that even a couple of days ago, there was a tanker that was they said they caught. It was on its way to you saw that story.
Yeah.
But how many more? Just like the case of this investigative Soyombo, the investigative journalist. Only God knows how many of these tankers are in the knowledge of high-ranking officials. People know these things. These are the things that have been happening. You know, so the reason why I say these things is as much as we like to blame ourselves, the people, which I agree. I mean, because everybody has their own blames. But what do you do when even people that are in charge of national security are carrying out such atrocities unhindered? Which is why I totally agreed with what Soyombo said about a lot of these starts at the end. If there's a will, if you see the will, it's not going to be easy. But if you see the will, change usually will start from somewhere now. It has to come from the top.
It has to come from the top, but the top also has to have the support. Because like when I watch, movies of other nations, doing some dastardly things that they believe was going to heal their nation, the people executing it wasn't the leader. The people executing the commands were not the leader. It's the people that are executing it. And if the people in Nigeria, even if the leader gives them the marching order, if the people don't clue into where the leader is, first, it will be hard for that leader to make it to that position. And even when you do, they will do everything to frustrate you.
I'm sorry, I don't want to lose.
No, that's fine.
I'm very sorry.
Yeah,
please.
go ahead.
It took me to come to the US. They're not special. There's nothing that we're doing that's. After all, we're on a certain trajectory before the coups and the civil wars and all that. When I came to the US, I saw that there's a hierarchy whereby everybody, each strata below, is held accountable to the point where if you're not doing your job, the next person above you will be questioned and if possible be removed. If you follow what, and I think I've mentioned this, I've actually highlighted this as a principle, and which is the reason, while I'm not in denial that yes, you need the people as well. But if you look at the story of Singapore, which you very well know, when Lee Kuan Yew, when he started what he started, it was when the people saw, some of his lieutenants, when they saw that this guy was like serious. It was when he said A, it was A. He started converting them, and before you knew it, all he did was that's how they started building the institutions and converting people gradually and holding each strata accountable. But in a situation where even you look at your number 3 man, for example, corruption, and he still got it somehow. You look at the case of Ganduje, which you saw what happened with the commission, the courts. That was you saw the way the mago that we're doing over there. When ordinary Nigerians, for example, when they see things like this, and I'm not excusing anybody, but when we had parents, forefathers, a lot of things that you see your parents do, and then they'll come around and tell you, don't do this, is bad. But then they are doing it. But won't you feel the need to want to do the same thing?
But what I'm trying to highlight is I believe in, so everything you are saying is accurate, but there are on another layer of element that I feel is going on. because I've wrestled with this question: where you have leaders, where did they emerge from? They didn't emerge from thin air. They emerged from the people. And the link where you that you use as an example, like the people that were surrounding him, were people that probably survived the Japanese invasion. People that understood what nationhood means. If you don't have it and your nation is not strong, there's no free lunch in this world. They understood it. He himself was due to be executed. The people that were with him got executed, and they just separated him by accident. He wasn't executed himself. So if you go through that kind of stuff, you can see that the people around you, when you're giving them order, you don't need to translate. They know what you are trying to do. But if in Nigeria you try to give that kind of order, those people will be like, what? We don't even understand the concept of sovereignty or our place in the world. They don't understand anything like that. And hence, they are more likely to oppose you. They will make it about tribalism, religion, and all the rest of it. At least that's the pattern you tend to see so far. I believe if you have a leader, and that's where I'll concede ground to you, that if you have a leader that makes the same sacrifice as the people will follow that leader no matter what condition it is. They will be likely to follow the leader. But these leaders that I imagine are not like that.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I mean, we have seen this example in recent times to Niger. Take the example of Burkina Faso with their current president. You see how the whole nation is behind him. They are ready to die for that unknown coach captain that came out of nowhere. But because he knows where his head is and his heart is, the people of the whole nation are willing to follow him to the end as well. Obviously, even the one in Mali. So in Africa, we don't have leaders like that. We don't have the leaders in the coastal nations are not like that. So you can see the difference who people are willing to die for or willing to follow. You can see the difference, correct?
Yeah, have you finished, Femi?
Yeah. Let me just add a couple of things before I let someone else speak, because I had some things that I wrote down as well. And again, back to the immediate solutions to things, because again, I mentioned earlier, if we don't solve the because there's a lot of problems definitely, but at least let's solve the one that's most what's it called, pressing right now: insecurity, economy. They go hand in hand, and all of these things did not start getting bad today. So again, I go back to my initial proposal. Yes, we don't have enough military, but what is wrong with the technology? Which is where I alluded back to the fact of that interview with Abaribe. We have some. I am convinced that we have some of these things. After all, is it not defense that's supposed to be no matter what our budgets might be reading? We spend the most on defense now, as far as I remember, even up until recently. Where are those monies going? How are you catering for the soldiers? How are you trying to make sure you train even more, while you're also trying to take care of probably the economy the best way you can, But in the meantime, they still continue to do this. We still continue to hear all kind of money is being stolen. You heard about the situation of the Rural Electrification Agency, the guys that got suspended recently. How many more are we? How long? See. Plus, on top of it, you have again. I even have a major problem with the fact that the Senate president himself is a thief. A lot of the people that saw
I hear what you are saying. You see, and maybe in the end, this is one of the grounds I will consider. The mind has to change before you even change your security posture. And the reason why you change security posture as one of the first things is because other people that have it would try to use it against you. If you look at Somalia now, this is an example of what I'm talking about. Somalia, because there's Somaliland in Somalia that Ethiopia wanted to negotiate with to have access to the sea. Ethiopia, massive nation in that region, is a powerful nation but landlocked by tiny land mass, and they want to have access to the sea. What did Somali officials went and did? They went and consulted with Egypt and with Turkey, foreigners, to come to that region to come and keep Ethiopia in his box. In other words, something that is going to be good for all of you in that area, because of tribalism, because of the mindset of the people, they lock them. They want to lock Ethiopia in the box. What that tells you is that the awareness of these people is not high enough. In a world where NATO is forming bigger and bigger entities, you took the priority to go and lock Ethiopia into inland, when in that whole region, the Yemenis and all the others are running roughshod. Ethiopia, massive nation, over 100 million people, and you lock them inland, while the other countries are 15 million, 2 million, barely 1 million in those areas. But that shows you that our mindset, there's something wrong with our mindset. We don't understand geopolitics. We don't understand our place in the world.
Forefathers, let me just rule out these things, and I'm hoping that, especially because Masker is here, I'm hoping that he's going to help out with some of the things I'm going to list out as well, especially because I don't know where you grew up in Masker, but I grew up in Kaduna initially, and I mentioned some things previously, and that's why I want to reel out some of those things. Now, I explained that when I was in Kaduna, NDA used to be in Kawo. It's quite close to the MIS Palace. Before they moved it to Mando. Mando is on the outskirts of Kaduna going towards Abuja. Keep in mind, part of Abuja was carved out of Kaduna, right? Now, there's a huge fight because there's a lot of misconception, and it's based into what you just mentioned now. A lot of people think they know Nigeria. I'm sorry. People do not. A lot of people sit in the comfort of their home, and I'm not saying I know it all. Now, there's a huge forest there. Part of the problem that I see, especially with insecurity in Nigeria, for example, is the fact that we have a lot of porous borders, ungoverned spaces, which again is where technology would have been a big help. I mean, where do the budgets that is the money that's budgeted for defense go to? On top of that, we don't have enough custom men, and even if we do, you saw what came out of those guys investigating journalism. Again, it trickles down. I know it's not the president that did that. It also speaks to the people as well. On top of that, you have the fact that the Chad Basin, which is something that's not said enough, has been shrinking. The Lake Chad has been shrinking for decades now, and it's impacting the ways of life of the people in Cameroon, Chad, Nigeria, Niger. It's a major factor as well that's tied to what's going on. If you look at deep into economics, a lot of things that have to do with the way economies work is also the availability of resources, and that lake was a major reason why certain things that were not happening before are happening now. So I just thought to rule out all of these things, and and I'll keep it that way for now.
Let's allow Masker add to it. This thing about technology that we do is almost like it's a mask that seems like a very nice balm to solve our problems. And I really wish those people that advocate technology look closer into the details, and they'll find that all these Western countries that have even more technology than us, way more advanced than us, they still have more people than us. So why do they have more people? It tells you that technology is not at the core of why they are secure. They have more people because they know people are more reliable than technology. Technology is failed, and they have more advanced technology. If you put technology there, they can easily mess with it, and the technology is completely useless. And so you need technology. Make no mistake, you need technology, but you have people that are jobless, that are there doing nothing. As some of them are the bandits that you should be employed to secure the country. Instead, you leave them to be wreaking havoc inside the country. That's why I always say when people talk about technology, they need to look deeper into what they are talking about in technology. Masker, sorry about the delay. Thank you for joining us. I'm sure you had something that you wanted to talk about.
Oh, not really. I hope you guys can hear me.
Loud and clear.
All right. So good evening, everybody. The Blackstone, I hail. Good evening, forefathers. Good evening, Femi, and all the other people. I see there are about 120 people also watching. Well, well done, the Blackstone.
They're not hearing you again on your network.
He wants to start saying something. After he greets, then the network was like, okay, let's keep it quiet. Let's leave it. Don't worry, when you come back again, you can start. So what do you think about what you've heard in terms of, is it not the mindset that has to change? Then when the mindset change, like every parent, nobody needs to tell you how to take care of your child.
Yeah, there's that section. the mindset, how long must we wait for the mindset to change? Like, is it what's the time scale that's required to kind of change? Is it something immediate that must like happen? Do you need to kind of go on a whole trip, or
Can
is
you
it
hear me
something
now?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna wrap this up and go.
I just want to piggyback on the.
I'm gonna wrap this and go to Niger, if you can go.
Okay,
So
please go ahead.
is it a case that we must wait? It is something that's like that's reactionary. Sometimes it takes something reactionary to actually get people to get thinking into one state of mind rather than waiting for a long time. I don't know how to put it. Like with Lee Kuan Yew, the example that you used, they just emerged from a war. They had immediate direct reactions to what was happening to them around that time. Burkina Faso, all this, it's always like that. So perhaps a mindset change a long time. I don't know how that is going to work. Also with your security issue, yes, technology is highly needed as well, especially if you want to project external power as well. But you're right in the sense of internal power as well, internal security within your nation. You definitely need to have enough manpower to actually be able to secure your borders and secure your nation to make sure that people are able to go about doing their normal commerce business and all that stuff. You need to have that. And I think that's the only thing I always say you tend to miss, because people tend to think when you say we need manpower, they think you're looking for manpower to project power abroad. Because technology is what's supposed to cover that. And right now you can see the effects drones are having in Ukraine and Russia and all over the world as well. But in terms of internal security, you need enough manpower, and even to a certain extent external security maybe. But if you can phrase it that way, then I guess. It's funny how we take when things become so personal to us. When things become so personal to us, how we start to take issues and matters so seriously, in both to our individual selves and our tribal affiliations as well. It's quite interesting. Those things that you say don't exist amongst Africans as a nation. They exist amongst us as tribes. People will kill and die for their tribes as well, and they will be the first to warn you when they sense threats when it comes to their tribes. They will be the first to warn you. But that hasn't translated in terms of a nation state, because we haven't been in that paradigm, or we haven't kind of internalized that paradigm of being a nation. In Somalia, there's still clans. So people value their tribe, and we need to move away from that. And my guy, Femi, said something correct, in which if you cannot overcome the situation of tribalism, then you have to build strong, robust institutions, systems in place to make sure that everybody is able to check everybody if they're not doing their job correctly as well. If you're not doing your job correctly, in terms of if you're the Minister of Defense and you're not doing your job correctly, somebody must hold you to account. If you create a system, it's so systemized like that, then maybe that might have a long way to go as well. So he's right on the institution sense, as a means, the systems kind of sense, as a means to overcome the tribalism that is. When institutions start to work, maybe it would start to work and the nation starts to work, maybe then there will be something to fight for. You understand? So yeah.
I think one interesting thing you said was that the instincts to be able to defend oneself and all those things seems to still be present but it's within the tribes, because people sense danger to their tribe and all the rest, but they don't sense the nation as part of their tribe. And I think that's a there's validity to that. But then again, you do have that within nations in other parts of the world, but they still have manifest their national identity too. So,
but that's what the difference here is. Those nations have built institutions, like Femi said, have built institutions strong enough as well. Like, let's use an example where you have a nation that's highly divided, even Singapore, but they're mainly Chinese as well, highly divided by people. Only thing that keeps people is that they've overcome their differences through the systemized building of a nation state as well. So I don't know how to put
but
it.
is it which one is more? Which one is more? Which one is of higher priority in terms of what actually affected, let's say in the case of Singapore, what affected them more? The conflict that they came out of, and the events that led to their forming a nation, or just the organization of their leaders?
I think the organization of the leaders, but also the reaction to the situation just around that time caused them to have such a stance against the West as well. So it was just immediate. Like right now, let me give it. Right now in Burkina Faso, if the leader is as high level as Lee Kuan Yew, he probably will have the same results as well. If you're as high level enough to build as to build institutions like him, he will also have the same results. But obviously, you have to think about your geographical neighbors as well. But he will build strong institutions. So because right now the people are behind him, they are reacting to a situation, and so they will follow him. It's just up to him to translate that into stronger institutions so that he doesn't get jeopardized. I think that's what happened to Singapore.
Yeah, do you see that happening in the Sahel nations?
I see that happening. I'm sorry, to Niger, especially the way they're moving with immediately. Unfortunately, it looks bad for ECOWAS, but it's a time for reflection for ECOWAS on introspection as well. But the way they are moving, supporting each other, backing each other, security, and putting things in place for their own personal security and increasing the military, they even started to make headways and wins in terms of the fight against terrorism, which is the mandate that they came under to fight to bring stability back away from Syria. I don't know how that's going to go, but the way they are moving towards the right direction. I just don't want them. I want them to be Pan-African, but they need to focus on their matter. That's all I'm saying. I think so. I think they're quite a clever bunch of people. They are not as reactionary as we think, especially that one in Mali.
Yeah, I think when I saw the interview with Traore, I was quite impressed. The guy barely put any foot wrong. With the way he talked about, he actually talked about trying to wake
the one that's intelligent is the one in Mali. He knows he's a very silent one. But Traore, I support him. He's very intelligent as well. I think he studied in the West and he kind of gave up his life in the West to go help fight the security in his country. He gave up his life in the West to go and fight for his country, you see.
I like what he said about trying to wake the people up, because he said even when they leave office, he wants the people to remain awake, and that's why they want to do these things. And they have this thing now in their country where they go for a debate. There's this place that they go in the capital that they go to debate issues in the country, colonialism and all kinds of stuff. So there are things going on the continent. I've had like African leaders talking about how when they go for meetings somewhere and the IMF people will tell them, oh, whether we should go for this banquet or we go for a meeting to talk more about fixing your countries, that these African leaders will go and they will go into the night talking about how to fix their countries. But I thought the whole thing is a bit weird, because you see them, they seem to be pretending to be doing the right thing. At least they are actually doing the right thing for the people now. But you still get this feeling that are they actually doing it for us or they are doing it for the people that they work with? We don't know yet.
I think some people have kind of hijacked the Pan-African narrative as well and tried to use it to their own benefit or to extend their power for their own or for their masters or something. So anybody can use it for their own good. But anyway, I'm gonna end it there, Tunaja. I think Femi is right as well. Stronger institutions for a situation like Traore right now. If he has put in place strong institutions, they will last a long time in Burkina Faso and even the Sahelian alliance. They are moved. They said they left ECOWAS in order to make the alliance even more stronger. So that's something to say as well. And it's a military alliance at the same time. So right now they have the will of the people, like Lee Kuan Yew did. If they do the right thing, then they'll be okay. Sorry about that for taking your time. Enjoy the show. I'm gonna be listening in the background. And so
Masca, sorry about that. I wanted to ask you one last question.
It's fine.
Yeah, because ECOWAS dropped all the sanctions against these three nations now, I think including Guinea even. And so what do you make of that, given that they are saying that we don't want you anymore, and ECOWAS is like, no, sorry, we'll remove all the sanctions now. What do you think is going on?
Well, like I said, the sanctions were not going to be effective anyways, but that's not the case. The case, look at Senegal, what's happening. It's very hypocritical because the Senegalese leader who was condemning these people at the same time is doing a political coup by extending his tenure as well. So and ECOWAS really has no leg to stand on morally in any type of way as well. So here, it's a situation I say for ECOWAS to really be introspective. If they want to succeed, they will go. If they want to fail,
But how do you
they
think
can
it's going
carry
to
on.
play out, though? How do you think it's going to play out? Are they going to return to ECOWAS, or what is going to happen? Are they going to demand changes to ECOWAS?
It's going to be on
Sorry,
the
I'm just curious. Don't worry. I'm sorry about that. I just want to
It's going
understand.
to be on the new reconfiguration where or reform. I don't like to say destroy these organizations, but more like reform them. New reconfiguration where potentially these other countries will have more power. Will have more power in ECOWAS, and you will see they will attract a lot more people towards their side. It's very shame, but the ECOWAS that's going to emerge from this, if West Africa is to go, it's not going to be the same ECOWAS. Completely will be reconfigured. Or it will die. Yeah.
Thank you. I think there might be a point there to what you just said. Masca, sorry about that.
If Tinubu had emboldened ECOWAS today, you would see Nigeria will be so powerful today because of the voice it will have. If he had kind of given back into these people and say, well, it's not right for this, you know what I mean? He will be powerful, Nigeria will be powerful, and everybody will look at you and say, the big boy is backing us, so we have more confidence. Instead, they went the other way.
That's what I did advise Tinubu to use this as a leverage to get Nigeria a better deal and get good deal for those people. They wouldn't have left ECOWAS if Tinubu had approached it like that, but instead he was threatening war and all that nonsense. So thank you for that.
Anyway, yeah. Subscribe to that channel. I dropped the link. I know you will like.
What channel?
It's called Geopolitical Economic Report. It's very, very interesting and all that stuff.
Okay. We'll take a look at it.
It's on the private chat. But later, enjoy the show, guys. I'll enjoy it behind the scenes.
Nice one. Yeah, Masca, thank you for joining us. Your audio interrupted you the last time. Please go ahead. It's already interrupted you this time. You decided to just jump in straight.
Let me say good night. Let's say bye-bye to everybody.
The Blackstone. Thank you for joining us, the Blackstone. You did make some strong submissions, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. So, Masca, all right, everybody. Femi,
you know, every time people come here, you are helping Nigeria. Every time people come here, you are doing your best. The bit you can do while you are in Europe to try to help Nigeria. I wish more of us have time to be coming online, because some Nigerians see these videos and it might, help with sensitizing them. Thank you for coming in.
All right, bye.
Whose audio is that?
Thank you for coming in.
Jago. Yeah, please go ahead, Masca.
Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Okay. I like your segment because it's a bit more intellectual. But I think even for me today, it's like it's going all over the place. I'm finding it difficult to follow. But what I can say actually, or what I can pick out essentially from at least Femi and the gentleman who spoke, I think basically there are three things. First, I would want to start with the issue of mindset. Yes, it's true, but minds don't change ordinarily. I don't know whether you know about this Newton's law of motion. If something is at an inertia, it will not move. It will remain where it is until some sort of force, some sort of external force is applied to it. And I think the mindset is almost exactly like that. It will, in my opinion, follow the same rule or law. If we don't do anything, if nothing external happens, the mindset of Nigerians essentially or Africans will remain the same. So the question I would have raised to him is, yes, okay, and you too, forefather, because you're big on saying that, okay, mindset has to change. But the big question is, okay, either what will change the mindset or how will the mindset change? And of course,
your audio is gone again. You're making some solid points already, and the audio went. I'm beginning to think that the mindset, I think, was it somebody that, was it Julian Assange? He said that the West, whenever they go to war, the media is used to lie to the people. That every single time they always lie to the people to go to war. So there is an element of deception that tend to be involved in nudging the people to where they need to be, which is weird because you would think it's always about truth. But it's not always like that. Some of these leaders that have gone on to build strong nations, they did terrible things. And if these leaders can kill people, what makes you think lying will be hard for them? They will lie to the people, lie through their teeth to the people, to as long as they believe the end goal is better for the people. And maybe that is what that ingredient is what we're missing. It's not like our leaders don't lie. They lie, but they don't lie for the greater good. They lie for petty reasons. To go and steal money and eat money that they are not going to take to their grave. But that's where we are. Jago, welcome. Thank you for
Good
joining
evening.
us.
Absolutely. I've been in and out all day, and as Mascar said, that many subjects were spoken about. It seemed very vibrant. I wanted to be involved, but I was busy jumping up and down. It's only now that I've kind of settled down. And as much, again, as you say, forefather, the level of intellect and what we're offering here is immense. But it's important, you know, because I've always spoken about the psyche. In terms of empowerment, individual empowerment, the psyche has to change. Nigerian psyche, on a normal scale, you know, apart or away from the types of people that we are seeing each other on this platform, when we look at our greater community, we see that really it's less than the 80-20 rule in terms of the level of intellect. It's less. Whilst there may be 20-80 rule in terms of those who are educated in Nigeria or educated to a certain level, within that 20% of the intellectuals, their psyche is wrong, let alone the psyche of the majority of people. And unless the psyche is offered back to the majority of the people to be able to think critically and rationally about who they're voting for, what's going on in the country, making sure that they're not easily played, making sure that they understand what's going on outside of the country of Nigeria, internationally, to even be able to balance our national psyche against the global psyche. The job of psyche is very difficult. It's not easy, but it's the most important level of security. You know, myself and forefathers have argued back and forth about economy against security, and we both know that obviously both are important. In terms of what comes first, again, both are important. You know, security is very important, but you can't get everything in security at the first opportunity. Your security itinerary would build as time goes on, just as your economic itinerary would build. And in these two spaces, we can create a Nigerian culture, an African culture that makes sense to the people of that territory, of those territories. My take on it is that we're not doing any of these things in actual fact. Sometimes when I sit down and talk to certain Nigerians, whilst we know Nigeria, we're Nigerian, we can communicate. But sometimes the point of view that they come in with is so far-flung that it doesn't really play into the polity of moving forward. Now, I don't want to be so windy. I wrote a message saying that, why is Femi being so long-winded? And I find myself doing the same now. The thing is, I'm just trying to put to everybody that psyche is our most important challenge in that Nigerian thing. Because how we communicate to each other, how we, you know, hold hands in order to move ourselves forward as a big conglomerate. That's the job we've got to do. And I'll leave it there for people to go around. I've got more to say, but I'll come in from that aspect. if I may.
I will add to it what you said just now about what Fani Kayode or Fani Kayode, what he was saying on this foreign news channel. This is something that he would not say on the Nigerian channel, but he was saying on the foreign channel, and I'll ask myself, why do this leader, they know these things, but they don't tell the people? If the people knew, their attitude would be different towards certain things that the governments are doing in Nigeria.
Definitely.
So, yeah, please go ahead, Maska. You were talking.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yeah,
Loud and clear.
Good. Okay, so I'm saying that the first thing that I wanted to piggyback on is the issue of mindset, which I think Jabun is.
Must be so frustrating for him. Is it everybody that's gone silent? It's not. I can't hear anybody now.
No, I can. I think you can hear me.
Yes, now I can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just Maska that has been.
Just Maska. Maybe some people are tracking him down.
Yeah.
It's a shame, man. That would frustrate me.
The I don't know if you're aware of how bad the telecommunication system has gone. It's terrible now. It's really, really bad.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
But Moscow seems to have that problem singularly.
Yeah, Moscow
for so long.
Yeah, this video.
It's a question of I think it's just the network.
Okay.
Maska, I don't know whether you can comment on this question, because I ask myself why our leaders don't say these sort of things to our people. Let me just play this. This is Fani Kayode that I consider to be like part of the establishment, corrupt politicians in Nigeria.
Bully politicians.
But hear what he's saying.
If Israel doesn't stop, then the rest of the world will stand up and decide to do something about it. And I can't wait for that day, despite the support, unreasonable, irrational, blind support the Americans are giving to the Israelis to kill people.
I just want to pick you up on that point about that American support for Israel. We've had Russia's peace initiatives at the UN have been blocked numerous times, each time by a veto from Washington. Why do you think the US is so opposed to an idea of a ceasefire which would save lives in Gaza?
Simply because the Americans and some of the Europeans, not all, I believe that the UK and a few others, the Americans, led by the Americans, but most of the Europeans are completely misguided and also being disingenuous about this whole situation. What they expect the people of Palestine to suffer, they will not accept their own people to suffer it in the hands of anybody else. What they're trying to do in frustrating the efforts of Russia, and I believe, I have to say, I commend the efforts of President Putin and the Russian state for standing up against injustice, not just on the Palestinian issue, but on so many issues historically, like in Syria and so many other places. I've been following this for many, many years, what their efforts. I commend them once again for trying to bring peace and rationality and stability and equity to the world. The Americans and their allies are blocking everything simply because they want to impose and they want to perpetuate and they want to ensure they have their own hegemonist state, which is their satellite in the middle of the Middle East, to ensure that they control virtually everything that is there. They have undue influence on not all, most of the Arab regimes in that part of the world, sadly. Most of them are intimidated by the Americans. Therefore, they cannot rise up and stand up for truth. The reality is that what the Palestinians have suffered in terms of denial of self-determination and being forced to live in an open prison in Gaza over the years is unacceptable, and they know it, but they just don't care. And what is this all about? It's about...
So the question is, I think we've had enough to know that clearly this guy is unchained when he's talking to foreigners, but you don't hear this type of language in Nigerian media. So I don't know whether Maska, you are there. Why do you think?
But this particular guy, no. I can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, look, I have issues with the guy, but one thing I can say about him is that this guy has spoken about operation, even within the local context. So I will give it to him. But of course, it will be underlined by the fact that the guy is never a consistent person. So I'm not going to take him very seriously, but I will say that he has spoken. I know that he has spoken a lot about the fact that some people are being oppressed, even within Nigeria, especially people of Southern Kaduna, Middle Belt. He has spoken vehemently about some of these things, even within the local context. So I will give it to him.
But the point I'm making
But
is that he talks
also
about
don't
this.
take him.
Sorry. The point I'm making is that he talks about it in, like you said about Southern Kaduna. He talks about in the context of Nigeria: tribalism, religious division, sectarian. Let's forget about that term. But he doesn't. He doesn't talk about sectarianism. So he talks about it in those
No, it's
contexts.
not sectarianism, it's sectarian.
Sectarian. Okay, thank you for the correction. Everybody's mocking me now. So the point is, he doesn't talk about it from international or geopolitical point of view. He never maligns America in Nigeria. He never maligns the West or Europeans. But look at what he's doing now in the foreign channels. So that is the part. Have you ever heard him sound like this on Nigerian channels? Your audio is gone. Jeez.
Terrible. You know, I hear, you know, just, oh, sorry, Master, go on.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah, it's back. Yeah.
All right. So I'm trying to understand you forefathers. What is your point?
Well, what I'm saying is that the way he was having a go at America and Europe and Israel here, if our leaders were sounding more like that, maybe our people would think twice whenever they are going to Europe, and when they see people coming, or our leaders running to them, they would think twice. Or when they see IMF coming in, they will be more aware that, okay, these people, is that not who Fanika was talking about? This is what I mean. No, we have to be careful. You know how Nigerians are. They will be very, very alert to it. But when he goes to Nigeria, does it sound like this? That's what I want to know, because you said that he does speak out on certain things.
No, I can vouch for this guy. He talks like that. He talks deeply. I don't like him. I don't trust him.
So the issue, just to add to what Masca is saying on him, because of his inconsistency, people don't take him serious on some of the issues. And also, I know what you're saying. Even the censor in Nigerian media is also so loud. The censorship is so. There are so many things they won't allow you to hear. So if you go to his private, his social media, his private account, he writes, like when he was telling the British High Commissioner out. Oh yeah,
I didn't know that.
Oh no, he wrote a lot of
some of the stuff he was saying here. If he said it on BBC, they will censor him too. Even on BBC or on many CNN, they will censor him. He was talking about military action that America doesn't sanction against Israel. That the world has to do something about it. That's how radical some of the stuff he was saying was. And you don't hear other people, even Western people, talking about military action against Israel that America didn't sanction. That's what this guy was talking about. That's how radical he was coming across.
So, but the challenge with his kind of person is that you can't model your life over that kind of person, because the next day you take another opposite direction. That's the challenge you have with.
Actually, even me, I was very suspicious of him, even from the dressing, the way he was dressed when he was making the speech. I'm asking myself, like, I hope this guy didn't dress intentionally, because look.
What is wrong with you? Are you trying to say that he dressed like a donor?
Forefather, no. Fanika is actually very deep. He's very experienced, very knowledgeable as well, but his contribution to topic depends on the weather. So, is that Forefather or is getting a call?
No, go for it. Keep going, keep talking.
Yeah, it really depends on the weather for him, to be honest, especially in politics. Fanika Yode can defend anything, but if he doesn't like it, if it's not in his favor, it can destroy anything. He's very strong with words in terms of speaking and writing. He's very, very good. But now these poor kids, where they give everything for childhood, like he had very good education, with the influence of his father, even when average Nigeria we are struggling then.
But what is there for him on this one now? Because what has he got to gain from saying he was praising Russia and saying some very strong things against the West?
You will be shocked if you follow him, if you know the history of Fani Kayode like that. If you know him, say 20 years ago, he's not a stable person, but he knows the issues, right? He understands the politics, he understands the issue deeper, but it depends on where he want to stand. He will keep defending. Even in politics,
does it sound like anti-Western on Nigerian media when he goes for interviews and stuff like that?
See, forefather, this guy is not sounding anti-Western.
One at a time.
Okay. Go ahead, AY.
No, I was actually wanting you to come through in one at a time. You began speaking first.
I follow Fani Kayode antecedent. Like this is the first time I see he's speaking against Israel very strongly. He used to defend Israel.
He said so. He also said so.
He used to defend them, right? So I will not think like when he was defending Israel, he understood. I strongly believe he understand the issue as at then. But the issue, I don't know why he's switching right now. But it's not ignorant, but he just depends on the weather. Especially with
so you think that maybe the Russians are tipping him off, and
No.
I don't think so.
Okay. AY.
Masca, let me just ask you one question. Masca was trying to insinuate that Fani Kayode dressed like a northerner to go and spoil something. Go ahead, please, Masca.
Like, see, we are Nigerians, and he's not the only one. You see, we have a couple of people like that who they know and they can talk, but unfortunately, like AY said, after a while, when you follow them, you simply realize that, okay, when it's raining, what they say.
The audio is gone.
Oh, Masca is off.
Masca is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let allow Augustine to say something. I think Augustine came first.
That is why Ambassador used to use him actually.
Let's let Augustine say something before he starts. Before he starts, he's a pastor. Nobody wants to offend the pastor. Welcome, Augustine.
Make you put door.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, forefather. I mean, it has been a rich day today. The guy that Rudolph brought, the investigative journalist, the guy did. I mean, that guy gave us something today, and so that I want to link that to the conversation you were having about mindset. The problem we keep having, especially those of us that could say that we are enlightened or experienced, we are forgetting the part that whatever we heard, there was a foundation that gave us what we heard, and we develop from what we have. Mindset is a systemic thing that you build. It is not expected for the citizens to just develop a certain mindset. It is the conscience of the elite to entrench a mindset that they want their citizens to develop into. Like, if you want Nigerians to be honest and obey traffic jams, it will take you time to entrench that into the system. And it is leadership. I have not seen where a developed nation that leadership is not at the forefront. So when I mean leadership here, I mean leadership at a point. Somebody might topple the present leadership and start like what we are talking about, these guys, these cool guys that have taken the 3 nations. So at any given time, leadership is expected to show the sign, the indication. Like the mindset that is going on in Nigeria is the mindset of, at the moment, whatever you can do to succeed. And you can't take that away from the leadership we've had for the past 24 years. So whenever you have a leadership that is rigorous, that is process-oriented, you will see that at that point you start also inculcating that into the system.
Is that not because I feel like everything you said sounds good, but I feel like maybe because the people were ready, maybe because the people, we were talking about reactionary. I think that's the language that used. He said in the case of Singapore, they came out from a war. Their behavior was going to be different. Their approach, their outlook on life will be different. So the people themselves are ready for change. And they are ready. When the leader make a decision, they tend to follow through. And even the ones that don't want to follow through, the ones that want to follow through are more than them or stronger than them, and they will come at them and just push them aside. In many countries, they actually go on to do a lot of massacres because they feel like these people are going to hold us back. If we leave them like this, they are going to hold us back and we're going to endure what we just endured again. And because of that, they have the drive to do it. Because I swear, there is no country in Africa today that will be able to do the kind of bloody stuff that Stalin did in Russia or Mao Zedong did in China. No country has that stomach for it. It's too much. So it tells you the mindset has to be in a certain place that is so bad that the people are willing to listen to their leaders. So I feel like when we say the leaders will change, condition the people, we forget that maybe the people themselves are already conditioned based on the environment that they were in. And so maybe that part is what we are missing.
So no, that's the same thing you're saying, because these people were conditioned for many years. So it is not easy to change it. Just like, okay, let me use practical example. If you move down to Nigeria now, the first 3 days, if you're on the street, the way you will be driving will be quite different. You will be trying to obey the signals and the signs. But after 1 week, you will realize, oh man, I'm back here. You'll start driving the way other Nigerians drive. So the mindset here has gone so bad. Just imagine if you are a CEO in a company, you come to work by 7:30 every morning. Give it 1 month, everybody will be coming to work 15 minutes after 7. Give it 1 month, do it consistently for 1 month. Every person in that department, every person in that office will be coming to work 7:15 every morning.
That is, can I come in real quick?
Yeah.
I like where you've gone, because I was going to use a similar example. In the UK, wearing seatbelts was never law. And I used to drive around without any seatbelt until the campaign came of those who were not wearing a seatbelt at the time of accident, and the kind of bloody mess that the health authorities had to clean up upon an accident or any such thing was getting a bit traumatic for them. So they began to introduce the law of wearing seatbelt. Now, when this law came on, I think I'm not going to wear no seatbelt as a serial lawbreaker myself. You get me? So, given this paradigm, today it's automatical. As soon as you step into the car, you draw for your seatbelt, you put it in before you even put the key in. The psyche has been changed in everybody. You see, when we come to psychology and looking at behavioral, the existential behaviors of human beings, of how you can manipulate it, or how you can change it, or how these changes and manipulations actually take place, then you realize that really and truly, Nigerian sense and sensibilities can be augmented for the better. They can. But we have such a low opinion of ourselves generally.
Yeah.
This is, for me, this is the deepest thing that we've got to change. We don't like ourselves. It is so evident. And it doesn't matter who you think you are. Oh, I'm not like that. It doesn't matter what you take upon yourself. Generally, the black man all over the world does not like himself. And that thing is so deep that, again, it's a look in the mirror exercise. Unless you can recognize when you look in the mirror that actually, I have to try and improve how I see myself. I have to try and improve the way my pride works. Unless you look in the mirror, what you're asking for is never going to change. So I need people to really understand that, because it's too easy to point the finger and say, yeah, look at them. Look how they're behaving. Da-da-da-da-da. We all do that. It happens all day long. But you're just, as you turn around, understand that people are pointing at you as well. This is simply how it is. And unless we really grapple with that paradigm, we're not going anywhere.
So can I just say something quickly? Jago, I love what you just said, right? That has been my position. Like this issue of like in case of Nigeria, like, oh, is this tribe that are causing our trouble? Oh, is this set of people that are causing our problem? That is why I will never be part of that narrative. I have said on this platform, how come there is no Black Africa country that is doing well in the whole world?
No, there
If
is
you
one
follow
that is
up,
doing
hold
well.
on. If
Well,
you
nah,
follow up,
that's 2 million. That doesn't count.
hold on. If
But
you
he said
follow
country.
up, hold on, guys. If you follow up, which country did you say is doing well?
Rwanda.
Botswana.
Rwanda is
not
doing
doing well.
Botswana is doing well.
Botswana is not
Hold
doing
on,
that well.
hold
too.
on, guys.
Botswana is doing well.
Hold on, guys.
Okay, let me show you now.
If you follow up what is going on in Haiti in the past
Wow.
5 years,
You went
you
deep.
will understand the issues we have are so complicated. That is why I don't look at this issue from a tribal point of view or religious point of view. I actually look at this issue as fundamental issue among the Black community. Not only a country now, even in America, go to state dominated by the Blacks. Go and check what is happening in those states. You will think again. We need to look inward. I actually look for a way to solve our problems. When we keep pointing hands to, oh, is this tribe?
But sorry, AY, let's do small reverse engineering.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do a little bit of reverse engineering. So what do you think? What is your take? What is wrong with the black man?
So, sorry, Ewa, just let me go in there, you continue. From what Jagun said, which is another level, originality of thought and originality of purpose, I see it as our problem. Like, I have been in America. I don't see the reason why I should wear suit in Nigeria. I don't see the reason why I should wear suit under Nigeria's weather and work under the heat. So the way we teach people, like now, if I want to inculcate picking of death everywhere, not a literary death, I will tell them it is done in America. It is not originality. I have to give them reason why they should make their community neat. So the originality of thought is what we need to do to reverse this. Like every black, when you talk about Haiti, you see that Haiti, the leaders have been, the Americans have been using the Haiti as a practical example to pull the people down. Every confusion you see in Haiti is championed here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Haiti, man. When I saw Haiti today on the news, those people, man, they look hardcore. That they even look more Nigerian than Nigerians, man. It's
You
like
understand?
they barely changed. They barely changed. They
Over the years.
But they are Nigerians.
No, they are. They're very West African.
Yeah,
they're
Nigerians.
hardly changed at all, and they are being punished.
Right to the example of their neighbor, who is Dominican Republic.
Yeah.
The difference, this is the same land space. The difference between that French area of Haiti and the Spanish area of the Dominican Republic is incredibly different, divorced from each other. And it is right there on that island space, you can tell the hatred of black. Now, that hatred of black and the oppression of black, yes, we can say it comes from a European standpoint, but we have fully imbibed it, or it was easy for them to do that to us more than any other nation. And we have to consider which. But it is in our skin that we don't like each other. We don't. It's just what it is.
I would say that point Jago raised, we don't like each other. That, to me, that's the biggest problem we have right here.
Yeah.
Even when you see the case of Nigeria, for example, like, see, there are decisions you should take, even if they are not going to favor you as a person. You look at the generality of the people. This is going to favor my people. You let it go. You take it based on Because what we have, the leaders, if I take Nigeria as a case study, they are greedy. The leaders are greedy. They are not selfless. They don't tick off anything apart from today. Eat. Oh, this is not my problem. After all, I was telling somebody, I say sometimes maybe some of them think, I'm not going to live more than 20 years anymore. I don't care what is going to happen. You can't take this way. You want to build a country. This country is going to be here many, many years to come. Your children will be here. Your grandchildren will be here. Your great-grandchildren will be here. We don't think along this line. A white man will have a master plan that he knows it's not going to be here when they are executing it. But he has a plan.
AY.
We don't.
How many British, okay, even Britain maybe is a solid state. Let's take, let's say Switzerland, for instance. How many of the heads of state has ever been assassinated?
Why did you ask though?
Tell me the point.
I think they probably
the reason why I'm asking that question, I will list you 20 to 30 African patriotic leaders that were actually killed. These are a crop of leaders that are completely taken out. Not that they were in prison, they are dead, kaput.
But who was taken out in Nigeria, for example? Let's take our case.
There's many, man, where you talk about Nigeria.
Who are
Murtala Muhammad was one of the clearest, where there was a great understanding that this is a leader who is needed at this time to be the kind of person he is. And with his liberal nature in terms of not wanting to join the Tinubus and having a security outfit that is as long as Oxford Street, he was driving himself. Unfortunately, this didn't rhyme well with the Nigerian murder squad because it just became easy for them to take him out. So now we have this level of security. You see, what I would like for Moscow, because I sometimes, Moscow, my brother, I must say, as much as I listen to you, I can't tell your point of view. I cannot, if somebody came to me and said, do you know Moscow? I said, yeah, from the group. Yes. Do you know what he thinks about X, Y, Z? I would have to be scratching my head off. And I won't get to the point of what it is that you actually think. And I would like to know, on this issue of Afrocentrism, what is your feeling? What does Afrocentrism mean to you? Because I'll tell you why I'm asking the question. West Africans, those on the coast, Caribbeans, Jamaicans.
No, don't go too far, Jago. Let me answer the question. Don't go too far. I'll tell you.
Fair enough.
It's at two levels, okay? At the very elemental level, at the road, at the street level, what I will tell you about my feel of Africa and Africans is that Africa as a continent, we have enough resources in terms of natural resources, in terms of people, in terms of the cerebral capacity, in terms of history, to be able to be among the committee of continents, for instance. I will send you a link. I have a foundation. The name of the foundation is Africa Development Foundation. There is my grandmother's name attached to it, Ladi Africa Development Foundation. You can see my view about Africa and Black people there.
Okay.
But at a higher level also, I have come to understand that the Black man has suffered much more injustice before, even now.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, because we are naturally, innately good people,
open-minded,
we take in strangers. We are prone to taking in Trojan horses all the time. And of course, if you look at the world geopolitics ever since any time in history, generally the human being, apart from the Black race, they are very bad people. Very bad species. A classic example, you guys that sit in America and talk to people like Augustine, go and read the history of America. I would recommend to you a book by Daniel Steele, Guns, Jams, and Guns, Jams, and Steel. How the white people exterminated the total population in the Americas, both the North America and South America. These are people that have bad intentions anywhere they go. They took us as slaves. And when they come, they would come to you and brainwash you. Okay, unfortunately for us also, the Arabs would have Islam. So if you go there, there's been a very solid war between Christian, and all these things help to stymie the kind of brainwashing of all the people in the world. We are the ones that have been colonized, both geographically, economically, and mentally as a people.
If you allow me, Forefather, I was going to quickly ask you also, you're in a space where I want to speak about the Trojan horses that you mentioned. Is Christianity and Islam one of a part of that Trojan horse in your mind?
No,
that might be your own opinion. That might be your own opinion of it.
No, it's a question. It's an open question. It's not my opinion.
Don't worry, Augustine. He's not asking you. It's me. He's asking, and I like to answer questions. Okay. Yeah. I don't think. I think that yes, the West. It's not the West that brought Islam to Africa.
No, I asked. Is Islam and Christianity part of the Trojan horse that you speak of? I'm asking.
I would totally agree with you.
Jago, I love the question though.
With a caveat, okay? Because yes, a Trojan horse is a horse in itself, okay? If you know how to ride it and you can be able to domesticate it, it's a valuable addition to you. So the horse is not the problem. Partly, the problem of a Trojan horse is for you to realize that, okay, this is a horse and I need to domesticate and master it. If you take religion, for instance, it makes a lot of sense. Go and take any religious book and read it on your own. There's no way you will be misled. I cannot go and kill anybody on the account of Islam, for instance, because I've read the book. Okay? I understand that. So it cannot be a Trojan horse for me.
Oh, your audio is gone again.
Is there?
Your audio is gone. I think it was quite interesting actually. The questions you were asking about how his opinion. To say that we are wicked people, I think, and I don't subscribe to necessarily to the idea that there's injustice that has been done to us. Because if you want to go by that standard, there's injustice all over the place. We are not strong enough to take other people on. If we are not strong enough and the consequences flow, don't blame it. It's like a lion coming to an antelope and the antelope will like, oh, this is injustice. You can't kill me. And besides, I'm weak. You can't. No, that's not how it works. Power dominates the one that are.
I'm just writing him to let him know that somehow.
And us now. They put ourselves in a position to be able to challenge power, then we should not always be worried talking about racism. I think people that talk about racism is because
he's a Trojan horse. We have to be very careful of him.
Because the Chinese, you see them complaining too much about racism. No, they don't care too much. Japanese don't care. Because they are fine. They are strong. They have their own societies.
He bought the whole show for himself. He likes to hear his own.
Racism, this is why they say it's tied to power. If somebody has to have power over you, that's why they can exhibit racism. And for us to remain under that and think that is the way to be, I don't think our people should even look at it from that point of view. We should look at it from the point of view that we put ourselves in that situation. And it's up to us to decide to get ourselves out of it. The Jews for 2,000 years were persecuted in Europe and all through until they founded their own country. And now they are the one victimizing other people. Ask yourself, is it better to be the victimizer than the victimized? I don't know. Maybe most people would choose to be the victimizer. Oh, you can't hear me?
Oh, no.
What is going on?
Are you in another channel?
Huh?
Can you hear me?
Okay, sorry. People are trying to stop me. Sorry, I wasn't hearing you guys. Sorry. That was cool. That was good. You know what? I enjoyed it because nobody was able to stop me. I was just talking. Yeah, I just discovered that I was muted.
You see,
Yeah, go ahead.
forefathers, I'm not saying that we are not guilty at all. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. I'm not saying that we are not complicit in allowing these people to come in and do what they have to do. In a lot of the other places, if you go to India, for instance, they colonized them, but Indians never started dressing like the white people. They never start speaking like the white people. So yes, we have a problem, but I'm saying that it's at two levels. We can solve our problem, but we need to realize that, okay, there is always interference. We need to be careful with the gifts that people are. Take Nigeria, for instance. The West has been the power so dominant that we must devalue our currency. Now we've devalued it. See what is going on. You
Why
see
do our
what's
leaders
going on?
listen to them? Why do our leaders listen to them?
Okay.
They shouldn't. Why are we scared? Why are we scared of challenging them?
No, let me land because I was trying to answer Jagun so that we won't go into another alley.
Okay, fine.
Jagun, have I responded to your question? Are you now clear in terms of where I stand?
I believe so. I believe so. But I do just want to extend, and you've done well in the answers. I just want to extend why I asked these questions to you particularly, because as I said, coastally, West Africans seem aligned. Somewhat, there's a gap, but it also aligns to the Caribbean. And another gap, we align again to the Afro-American, Afro-Brazilian. What I find as an aspect of awkward alignment is between those of us on the coast and those of us in the interiors, especially in terms of West Africa. I don't know if it's Islam or if it's the people themselves, where that there's this kind of disconnect between us. And I don't know, we can pretend that it's not there if we want, but I see it clearly. As when I keep quiet and I just look at how people are behaving with each other. That, you know, when these guys who have spoken recently from the north about Nigeria breaking up because they're jealous, they're worried, there's a Yoruba person, and I listen to what they're saying, right? It just sounds so manipulative, it sounds so archaic, and it sounds so non-Nigerian. I'm thinking, what kind of people are these, and why are there people not able to bring them to task about what comes out of their mouth? These are my issues, and I want to know what's going on with them, because I'm telling you, I don't understand. I don't understand the northern Nigerian politician. The northern Nigerian individual, for me, I've met many, and there's not one of them that hasn't been a good person. Not one. There's not one of them I haven't been able to get on with easily. There's not one of them that is not a caring, honest individual. So I want to put these things in place. At the same time, I have a challenge with that part of Africa that seems not to relate to being black.
Your audio is gone.
No,
Okay,
he's
so,
taking it.
so Jagu, can I just add something to what you're saying?
You can't hear me?
We can hear you, bro. We can hear you.
Okay, if you can hear me, okay,
Yeah.
Augustine, go ahead.
I just want to add something
after
before
you.
you go on, because I know the question Jagun is asking is a very important question. But Jagun, look at it. I'm reading something. What if the Northerners could come from the mindset, the statement Maska made, we are good people. Blacks are good people. And this is the way I see religion. Religion is good. Religion makes humanity to be nice and beautiful. So manipulators use religion to deal with people. They use religion to suppress and go for their goal. So if the Northerners, this is just a theory, I'm not saying it's realistic. If the Northerners knew that, oh, Buhari at this point will not do well, and somebody from the South came and took Buhari and make him president, sabotaged him to give the Northerners bad name, how would they feel about it? It's a theory. Masker, go on.
Attila.
Oh, no. We can't lose you at this point. Masker, we can't hear you.
Go to the next person, forefather or
Yeah.
have anything to say on those issues? I mean, do you
think-
agree with what I'm putting forward, or do you?
I think what you are putting forward is the state of things just before independence. What I think is what led to that kind of difference, the way we perceive things. But for me, it's not. I see it as still the same thing, because even in the south, you have different dynamics going on in the south. And the other day I was on a panel where they were talking about this in Edo politics, and you see dynamics going on there too. So these things, one can sometimes overstate them, the significance of them, while it is going on everywhere around us. And here in the UK, we have the north and south divide. You have different kind of divide in many countries, but they make it work. You see what I mean? So what we had in Nigeria was when the British were leaving, the northerners were reluctant to join Nigeria because of the disparity. And during that time, they didn't have a lot of natural resources where that was present in the south. Educational level was very, very high. No. They had this in terms of agriculture. You correct me if I'm wrong. So
Yes.
they had
Can you hear me now?
Yes. I can hear you.
So just a quick rebuttal.
Okay.
Pre-independence, there was no oil. It was the North that was funding and bankrolling the country. But I don't like that discussion, because my response to Jagun would have been that at the end of the day, we are back to square one. Because anybody who wants to sit down and start thinking that the northerner in Nigeria is the problem, the southerner is
No. That's not what I'm saying. You have not let me finish. That's not what I'm saying.
It's Jagun I'm responding to.
Yes, I hear you, but I don't think I lay that down, because as I spoke about my experiences and my hearing of what comes out from different parts of Nigeria. And we are all old enough and ugly enough to speak the truth to each other. We don't have to pretend.
I take that.
Wait. We don't have to pretend and start explaining all kind of funky things, because it doesn't really reach me when people start doing that. What you see from the East, I'm not an Easterner. From the East, it doesn't matter what they say that irritates the hell out of me. What I know is that when they are speaking away from their issue with Biafra, when they are speaking, they generally are speaking into the Nigerian polity as a whole, and how they will bring themselves to be a part of Nigeria's fix, Nigeria's moving forward. When I listen to my Yoruba, I find I'm a Yoruba, and I find my people sometimes most irritated. You understand? However, with that, I find them extremely a balanced group. They have their issues, no doubt, but they're extremely balanced. Extremely. When I listen to Northern politics, a lot of the times I'm ashamed. Or it brings violence in my spirit. It brings violence in my spirit. I won't lie. If I know the disdain that guy was speaking about, why isn't it strange that people of the East aren't complaining or campaigning? I found this a distasteful thing to say. And then he continued like he was lending sense to anything called Nigeria. If I'm in front of if I'm in front of a man like that, the spirit in me wants to take his head off. I don't know. That's what is conjured. That's what's conjured from his utterances. I would want people to look at these things and be serious. Don't explain rubbish that I understand already. Don't need to hear things that I already know for myself. I'm saying these are the sound bites coming out from the north. There are more than 15 examples I can bring you today and show you. And I'll ask you, explain this to me. You explain this to me. I mean, if you start saying that
example, so that
I think I was saying something before we started doing this. Let me have my own say, please.
Oh, Masca is gone again.
Yeah, his audio is gone. Yeah, the North didn't want to join Nigeria. They when I talked about the wealth in the South, they had discovered that there was oil in the South, even if they haven't started exploiting it as much then. So there was a lot of wealth, and the educational disparity and the actual physical closeness of the Southerners to the Europeans were also there. That's why they were more westernized, let's put it that way, than the North. And the North they were not very comfortable with that. So they felt like, okay, they have to have assurances. They were the ones that actually pushed for confederation, and they were the ones that also the British had to really reassure them, because the British wanted Nigeria to be together. The British had to reassure the North, and because of that, it came across as if they were working hand in hand, cheek and jowl, with the North, with the British, because the British had to basically make sure that they came into Nigeria. So they worked very, very closely with the British, and even by their standard, from what they were describing then, they were so close to the British that there was barely any separation. What is that noise? I think it's from Jago. So it appeared that there was barely any separation between them and the British at that time. This is something that a British person that was testifying to this. But even then, even the Southerners too, the gap between them and the British was very, very small too, because they didn't fight them; they just negotiated. And when they left, it was easy to manipulate the Nigerians. They were in Nigeria from 1960 to 1964, if I'm not mistaken. Yes.
I really would appreciate if you allow Jagun to explain or give examples to what he's saying, so that I can actually relate.
Yeah, but you are interrupting me now. I was talking, you keep interrupting me. It doesn't seem very polite. And when somebody's talking, Jago finish talking, I talk, and everybody has their say. It's not fair, because there are also people watching that also may want to listen to.
Father, why are you begging?
No, because you may not want to listen to me. It's not only 5 of us here. You may not want to listen to me.
I mean, it's not about, I would love to listen to you. I like listening to you. I respect a lot of what you say. All I'm saying
while I'm talking, let me
he asked a question. I didn't understand the question. Now, I don't understand the question asked. I thought it was only logical for the question to be explained to me. But it's fine. Like I said at the beginning, I didn't even come to say anything anyway. I was passing by. I saw people I like, just stop to say hi. I don't know.
Yeah. So, because I was talking before.
You were speaking. I just want to just
let me finish what I was saying. Let me finish what I'm saying, please. This idea that people just want to interrupt people, I don't appreciate it, because it smacks of, you gotta don't do it to anyone.
No, do it. No, go for it, bro. Go for it. We're listening.
People. So what I felt was going on was that the entire Nigerian elite were technically quite close to the West, and they have been groomed for generations, and the difference was not that much. And hence, what we saw from then till now is what is still going on. Some of the Southerners still feel like, the Northerners were too close to the British during that time, and that bias, they still feel that bias is still there, especially after the Biafra War, where the British were siding with the Nigerian state. So that also cemented that feeling that the Northerners were closer to the British, and the British handed Nigeria to them. When in reality, Nigeria is being governed by all parts of Nigerians. As I stated earlier on, Dangote was crying tears for an Igbo man that passed just this year. So it tells you that the elites, they are all together, and the idea that the Northerners have some kind of, special arrangement is not true. They are all just as
well. You know that I'm not saying that they have. I'm not suggesting.
We agree.
Oh, poor guy.
Oh, sorry, man.
Sorry, bro. Take time.
He's not an Igbo man. He's an Ikwere man.
Who?
The guy that died.
It's an Ikwere man. So Dangote will cry for an Ikwere man, not cry for an Igbo man. Is that what you mean?
No.
You are denying him now that he's not an Igbo man. Yeah? Tomorrow you will say Ikwere is Igbo. Yeah? When is
I said this because Wike, his brother, said he's not Igbo.
So when it suits you, Ikwere is Igbo. When it doesn't suit you,
Okay,
Ikwere is not Igbo.
can you hear me now?
I wonder
Yeah,
who
I
would
hear
not
you.
I wonder who would not claim such a good man.
What I was saying, what I was telling Jagun was that we agreed to allow you finish, but I can see the double standard also. Augustine now interrupted because you like his interruption. You joined the interruption.
Oh yes, there's some truth to that. I'm not it's very clear. I have to admit it. It's a fact.
My goodness. Wow, Master.
Okay,
Master,
so
no one interrupt me and take me to a totally different conversation. Like it's almost like
done?
dismissive. It's different.
Are you done?
I am done. Go ahead.
First, I would say even all this your history, I think it's a related history. Like somebody said something and you are relating it. But anyway, that's another discussion for another day. So Jagun, please, I really would love you to explain the sound bites you are referring to from the north.
It's a shame. It's a shame that I'm not good with names. I'm hoping that the first. Wait, guys. If you can assist me in what I'm trying to remind Master of. The first one, he was part of the Buhari government. I believe he's a lawyer by.
No, he's a medical doctor.
Thank you. He's a medical doctor. That's right. What is his name actually?
Professor
Usman Shehu. Are you talking
about?
Shehu,
Usman Shehu.
Thank you very much for assisting me in giving Maska an example.
Maska have lost his voice.
And when he's ready, he will come and speak. Yes. But this is an example. I'm asking you for the utterances that he made that was full of dismay. Wait, Maska, we can't hear you, but just wait a minute and understand what I'm putting as an example.
Sorry, Jagun, I meant Usman Yusuf. I think Shehu is also part of his name, though. Professor Usman Yusuf.
Yeah.
Yusuf, indeed. Now, that guy and many other intellectuals from the North had made similar, if not the same type of utterances that seem to want to defend the North against everything else. But it's more the dismay that is on their countenance when they're speaking about the Nigerian issue away from a Northern politician. You know, I don't like Tinubu for half a second. I don't like him. I don't believe in him. I don't like his antecedents. I don't like his governorship. You understand? Nothing. But is it because a Yoruba man is there, you have disdain, and that when you're speaking, you will speak with this?
Can you hear me now, Jagun?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I will discount Professor Yusuf Usman. He is a PDP person.
Meaning?
That if I don't know what he has said, but if he said anything against Tinubu.
No, what I'm trying to get at is not any.
No, what did he say?
Wait, I'm using this man as an example because you asked for an example. Wait, just calm down. We're having a nice friendly discussion.
I'm very calm, but I'm always a forceful person also. But I'm calm, very
no problem.
Calm.
I'm also forceful, but I'm trying to explain it to you. I'm not running away from my explanation to you.
What did he say?
So with this, there are people like him. Him and others have said similar things as far as where Nigeria is now, Nigeria breaking up, how the East are not looking to protest like the North, why the Yoruba government with the Yoruba people who are now in position of power, why these are the things that he is talking about. But he was in the Buhari government when Buhari was doing exactly the same. So you have to wonder what is going on with the intellect. I'm an ordinary man from London, and I'm looking and observing. I don't have no egg in this race. But when I can see foul play, I'm going to say it. Where is coming from? I don't have any shame to it. Whoever is coming from. But when I find that we put these things to the North, they seem to want to defend and explain. And I'm not in defense and explanation. We're supposed to be nation people. So if we cannot bring out the ills of our own, I think there's a special problem. A special problem. That's what I put to you.
what did this man say in particular that you're not happy with?
All what he said, I wasn't happy with.
What
And
did
what
he
was
say?
the most? What was the most was his attitude in what he said. Now, we can get this on YouTube and I give you a full look at it.
Maybe, please, forefathers, can you play what this man said so that I can relate? Because what I can tell you, I know this man very well. I know he's a PDP person. He was an ardent supporter of Atiku. So, in my sense, I've seen his utterances. I've seen his body language. He's never going to be happy with a Tinubu's regime. He's going to say everything that he will say to discount an APC regime, even though he was part of Buhari's regime as an APC person. Go and check it. He's a PDP person. He was in the campaign.
Yeah.
So I will not take what he said.
I've seen that man criticize APC government, and that's when Buhari was in office due to insecurity and all kinds of issues.
Okay.
So and there are southerners that criticize. There are southern politicians that criticize. Even P2B that is criticizing the government. Now one cannot just say, "Oh, P2B is tribalistic" just because he's criticizing the government. And I fear that sometimes.
No, you see, we know that Tinubu.
Did he say anything tribal?
In my aspect, not only did he say things that had a tribal. Wait now. Listen, use your ears, bro. I'm saying to you that the utterances from this guy were not only a little archaic in terms of belittling the nation, but they were malicious.
But what were the statements? So that we have an example.
Wait. Why can't you guys wait? Patience.
Because you are saying stuff. You are saying stuff without actually.
All I'm asking for is a little bit of. Can I ask for a little bit of patience? Because I don't want to run away.
Let's be patient. Let's be patient.
Thank you. Now I'm saying I didn't like his utterances. I didn't like his cadence, and he called out both Yoruba and Igbo. He called them out, not necessarily in a tribalistic, hateful manner. But he did say, why is the East being so quiet? And I'm wondering, is it for him to ask that? Why is Tinubu giving these kinds of appointments? I'm thinking, Jed, but Buhari did the same. You know what I mean? If not worse. So I'm asking, why can't you see me, yeah? If you want to call me a tribalist, it's okay. But as a tribalist, the first point of my critique would come to my own people. That's where I begin my tribalism. I begin my tribalism and say, what you fucking Yorubas really doing? Because it seems to me that you're doing a crock of rubbish. Now, who's going to tell me I'm tribalist when I'm talking to my own people? Who's going to tell me that? Yeah.
Hey, Jagan, sorry. Just to take it from what you said, Masca, let me explain something to you. It's ironic. It's interesting that I didn't even realize you were going to bring this up, Jagan. 2 days ago, or yesterday, I think it was yesterday, Professor Osman was on Arise. I just happened to be preparing for work.
Yeah.
At the time, it was on Nigerian time, on that on that medium. And what Jago is trying to say, Masca, is, and again to what you said, let me just start from the Yoruba people. Like, I had a major problem, especially with people, even within my family, because people did not understand why I should have been criticizing or have a disagreement with their opinions about Tinubu. And I told them, I'm like, first of all, I think it's only fair to I'm going to be repetitive now. It's only normal to be fair, to have fairness they say righteousness exalts a nation. So that even if we agreed to practice rotational presidency, for example, and you'd been swinging the thing north versus south, and eventually when it was a turn of the Easterners, that was my own defense, because I just felt it was wrong just because Tinubu is a Yoruba man. Therefore, I have to, because I'm like, I told one of my cousins that when we had this discussion, I said, Tony, let me tell you something. What goes around truly does come around, because the day you guys start complaining when the chicken comes home to roost, I would start laugh. I'll actually laugh. I'm not even gonna hide it. I told my uncles, and because this happened during Obasanjo's time when he was making some wrong decisions, I reminded them until later on when it was somewhere down the line when they started criticizing him when it was too late. And I was like, where were all of you When I was pointing out some things that I was doing wrong, all of were like, no, you don't want to talk about it because it's Yoruba. So, Masker, there's something about the way Professor Usman was talking. This was his latest, what's it called? It was just a day ago on Arise. That the same things that was happening. See, the context of what he was saying was right. Don't get me wrong. What he was saying was right. The problem was a lot of what he was saying, the way he was putting them, you could, except you just want to like play to the guy, you could just tell that there was something about it that, because it was basically the same exact thing that happened during Buhari's time. Because in fact, I think Sheung on Channels asked him that, sorry, it was Channels, not Arise. I think Sheung asked him kind of like, you know the way Sheung can be sometimes. Sheung kind of like asked him without him realizing that, wait, it was the same thing that happened during Buhari's time. So it's not what it's saying that's a problem. It's the way
I tell you how I took it. The way I took it, it came across as though there are some people who have the ultimate right to say and do as they please, whilst everyone else can fuck off. And for me, that's a fuck off example. Me, that's what brings me.
But that is not true, though. That isn't that.
No, wait. Let me just say. This is something. Wait, let me finish. You can say whatever. That is what brings a man like me to the point of violence. And I'm saying that the more utterances like this, the closer Nigeria comes to violence. And then nobody will be blaming themselves.
You see what we talked about just now. This is one of the things.
I'm sorry, but that's how I see it, bro.
You are talking about taking somebody's head off. Master, hold on. You are talking about taking people's head off. This kind of stuff that make me want to take people's head off too. Because the reason why you are hearing it like that, because you're a Yoruba man that's talking about. That's why you are hearing it like that. No. It's not by coincidence. Hold on. It's not by coincidence that it's two Yoruba men.
We shouldn't take it to where it isn't. I think you might be taking it to where it isn't. Let me say it now, because you've been talking about this thing forever without any specifics. A lot of people were complaining about Tinubu making appointees, Lagos appointees and all the rest. He says it's because he's not under. We cannot keep following our shadows and try to second guess people all the time. If they say something overtly tribal, you can condemn them. That is clear. Nobody should this thing. But just because a northerner says something that he doesn't like a politician, you start covering for him. That's exactly what. Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. But that's what you're saying.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Wait, Forefather, you can finish what you're saying. I'm going to put this in the middle.
No, you're not going to interrupt me.
That's a shame. We're having a discussion.
What I'm saying now, I didn't interrupt
you. I will, bro.
Let me finish. I didn't interrupt you.
You did. You don't say that you didn't. You keep saying those things.
You finish what you were saying. You finish what you were saying.
No, that's a shame. That's a shame that you don't. You're not conducting yourself honestly. You did interrupt me. You did interrupt me. You shouldn't say things like that. No. It's a shame. I thought we're going to be on a level.
Can I finish what I'm saying?
That's who you are. You're only considering.
Can I finish what I'm saying?
Yes, you can.
But that's your own. More than most people here. So let me just talk.
I'm only coming for you. We shouldn't argue that.
No, because
you shouldn't even try not to argue.
Hold on now. There are some areas I feel passionately about, and I don't like when people are being two-faced. Are
you pointing that at me?
That's how you're coming across, because you are saying that there are no other politicians. The same.
And I'm saying that you're wrong with that impression.
I know that Usman. I have seen that Usman guy talk. I don't see him being like overtly like very, very tribal. Yeah, he might speak on behalf.
But did I say I didn't use? You see, you're not listening. I didn't use none of those words. I used none of those words. You're not being cerebral. You're not being scientific.
You have your chance to respond fully. You have your chance to respond fully. When that guest came in today, one of the points he raised was that whenever he made any story, they will make it about tribalism. They will make it about political parties, and they will twist everything. And because of that, the message will be lost in the middle of everything that he's doing. And this is one thing. Whenever we criticize anybody in Nigeria, they turn it to he's doing it because it's tribal, or he's doing it because it's religious or politics. We have to stop this. If he's saying the right thing, so be it. If he's saying the wrong thing, so be it. What has he said that was tribal?
Bro, now let me come back and be quiet. Don't interrupt me. Yeah. For me, you're not getting anything of what I'm saying with what you just said. It seems everyone else, maybe except Maska, And we're trying to explain to Masca where we're coming from. But you, because of your outlook, where Nigeria and Nigerians are concerned, we know your outlook. But that's not where I'm coming from. You can't tell me I'm being two-faced. I know what I'm saying. But you're not able to listen and understand the slight balances of the polity. So you just come out and say, oh, you're being tribal. No, I'm saying to you, my friend, where tribalism starts with me is with my own Yoruba people. That's it. That's where my tribalism really, really comes in terms of what I want for my family, my nation, my people. As far as Yorubas are concerned, I know from where they were going in the 50s and 60s, it's not where the fuck we're supposed to be right now. Right now, we're at our own asses. That's where Yoruba people are concerned. As far as I'm giving it to you as another Nigerian, as how I look at my own tribe. Now, if you understand that, you should understand this. When I look at the Nigerian polity as a whole, and all the resident tribes within that country, I listen to how they speak. And are they speaking for Nigeria when they speak for Nigeria, or are they coming from a point of view of their religious space or their tribal space? And a lot of these connotations don't come out of their mouth. It comes from their connotation and countenance. And if you were listening to me at all, forefather, instead of just wanting to critique me, you'd have heard me say that. Nothing tribal. I said the guy's countenance and the countenance of people like him have come across in such a way that they are demonstrative to anybody else's point of view. They believe that their point of view is the only one. That's what I've been saying. But you make me fight you to say these communal things that you're not appreciating because it's not bold enough, it's not bounced enough, or it's not tribal enough. But have a bit of subtlety. If you have a bit of subtlety, you'll be able to hear what I'm saying and what I'm talking about, as opposed to force feeding me with untruths. Twice today, give me to say untruths, you blamed me for my audio speaking out, but not once was it my audio. It was somebody else's. You understand? Okay, so I'm asking for accuracy and patience to understand where people are actually coming from. So we're speaking to the subject as opposed to speaking to each other's personalities. I think that's where we're getting ourselves in trouble. Let's speak to the subject. If we can stick to the subject, instead of having emotions about the other person's point of view, we'll have a cleaner discussion, as far as I'm concerned.
The reason why I put it that way was because you, several times, or at least a few times, you said that whenever they put this question to the Northerners are not able to, they don't come up with a good answer about it.
That's because I was trying to speak to Masca. I was trying to speak to Masca.
Of tribal this thing, and you
I take that.
And even before that, you talked about how the North was a little bit, they are not like us, kind of. So that is what followed my perception of what you were saying.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. And I will say to you, I did say these things because I was wanting to understand more. And the person I chose that would give me this understanding was Masca, not you. Masca, who he is, where he is. And I will take it more from him as to...
No, you will take it more from him, but it doesn't mean that...
No, I'll take it more from him in terms of the fact that whatever Masca said would be speaking from the point of view of the people I'm actually speaking of. I'm speaking of these people. I'm asking him, why do you see what I see, Masca? As a Pan-Africanist, he gave me a breakdown of his own level of Pan-Africanism, which I applaud. You understand? And gives me understanding. And then we went on because I see I don't know if it's Islam. I don't know. I'm asking for my own appreciation, mental appreciation. I don't know if it's Islam. Between what they call the Sahel, that whole area that they call the Sahel, and a bit under it, a bit above it, that area signifies a lot of trouble where Africa is concerned. Largely, we can admit it or not, and we can be as flouncy and as somewhat liberal as we want. But I'm just looking at the black and white.
And then when you call him out, they say I'm making it up.
You see, again, what I would say, there's a point in what forefather's reaction. because sincerely speaking, when we want to ask questions, it's important also that we do it in a very, I don't know, without I'm finding it difficult to get the word, but when you're going to ask a question,
yes,
the way you propose the questions, you've already taken a position.
No, that's unfair. That's unfair because again, you're explaining me. You see, wait. I need to come back, if I may. I'm going to let you speak what you're going to speak, but I'm telling you where you're coming from is unfair because all you can do is come from your own point of view. I don't have two heads.
I don't have that, and this is exactly what I'm doing. I'm telling you that from my perspective, the way you are framing the questions, they are valid questions. But I am telling it to you, Jagun, take it from me, Masker, that in my opinion, if you're going to ask a question and you do not want a defense, okay, there's a way you will ask it without framing it.
Oh, Masker is gone.
Auguste, what is that all about?
He was interested now. He was enjoying the conversation.
Let me say something because of Pansat.
Yeah, go ahead,
I just want to reiterate one thing.
Pansat, I just want to salute you, sir. I
want to reiterate, at the risk of being sounding repetitive, I just want to reiterate one thing. Again, I told you I grew up in Kaduna. I was born there. Honestly, I did not have any concept of, we're so sheltered, I didn't have no concept of tribes or religion or whatever. It took us to move down to Lagos. So the point being that, again, I go back to what I said earlier, just to reinforce this, in my own opinion, that I admire that professor is cerebral when it comes to medical. But there's something, it's just coincidental that we're mentioning it, and I only listened to that message yesterday. I am one of those that I don't care whether you're Basso, you're Yoruba or whatever. There's something when I see fairness, I don't care. See, a lot of people don't like that. Yorubas don't like me. So once my conscience is clear on that, then nobody can accuse me. I am very clear on that, first of all, unlike a lot of people. Now, I haven't said that, and I've been battling this thing with people within my own family. You don't know how much battle some of us have to face, even as in my own case as Yorubas. So because of that, when I see what Jago is talking about. When I say I like that professor, don't get me wrong, I like him, and it's true that he actually did some critiques during Buhari's time. He has, in fact, if you go online, you see a lot of YouTube videos from 5, 6
I've heard them. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
It's just the way if you listen to this particular interview. See, I'm not going to make up your mind.
Maybe some people will take it differently. You see, I'm raising, the only thing I'm raising is, did you see what I saw? It's as simple as that, what I'm raising. Did you see what
I want to ask a question.
And for the level of defending of what I saw, that people are saying, no, you didn't see that. You only saw that because you're coming from a racist, tribalist point of view, blah, 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 blah. It's rubbish. I'm asking you people. I'm asking you, did you see what I saw? Simple as that.
I don't even care about Tinubu. I don't like him for anything. I don't care. I don't.
I want to bring another reading into this. The reading I want to bring into this is the fact that the Northerners, the mingling of religion and culture and politics is difficult for us to separate these three things in their culture. So, do we have any Northerner that criticizes Tinubu that doesn't come off this way?
It's going to be extremely difficult. All you're doing is trapping us in language. And I don't like to be trapped in language. I want to express what is in my heart and have it taken as I put it. Not giving, oh, you're coming from here. Oh, no, don't second guess me, because I left the question in the open. Answer it. You see, when you want to talk about these things, then you have to come across in such a way.
That's exactly how you came across. You don't seem to.
I don't know. I'm just trying. Godfather, I'm telling you the truth. I'm just trying my best to come across.
He's trying to try to give it from his own point of view, but he never went on to say.
Can you hear me now?
Others are different.
Yes.
He didn't do all that.
I'm back,
I didn't do that. I didn't say that they were different. I just broke down why. I'm asking why. Or do you see
want
them?
to join forefathers?
How do we
hear
talk about the
response to your
different things?
question?
Please, let's hear
Masca respond. Yeah.
Let's hear Masca. I know AY came back because Pansat came. So let's hear Masca.
Everyone's glitching.
No. I went for a meeting. Stop
Okay, you guys want my voice to go before I respond.
Who is
Pansat?
Pansat?
Pansat has been
is my boy. I
patient.
take
Pansat has been patient.
Even though Pansat is my senior brother, he's still my boy.
Can we
I
let
take care of him.
Masca talk? His mic is on ventilator right now. Masca, please go ahead. You see what I mean? His mic is gone now, eh? We should let him talk. The moment you don't have to put your camera on, Masca. If you come in, you can keep it off so that your bandwidth will be able to.
Me, I go do business to make a find money. You know, be now. I know be Nigeria problem.
I think Femi. I think Femi. The reason why I'm a bit more. I listen more to the way Femi is trying to explain it, because Femi didn't have any other aspects to it. He just felt like when he heard the guy talk, there was something about the way he was coming across.
Yes.
And maybe there is something there. Maybe there's something there.
And that's all. That's all. I know you don't always like the way I speak.
Let me finish what I'm saying, please. See, maybe there is something there, but this thing, to move it to that the guy is being like somehow patronizing towards Southwesterners. He probably speaks like that about Southeasterners. Maybe to his own government. Because I remember him criticizing the Buhari government too when he was when Buhari was in office. So maybe he sounds like that. Maybe that's the way he talks. But to elevate it to him attacking Westerners, or because Tinubu is a Southwesterner, we have to be careful until he actually makes an overstatement like Aerofy. And before you can, cast judgment on him like that, I just think we should be.
Can I quickly put this to you?
You can't unsay this type of things.
Okay, I hear you. Can I quickly put this to you? Now, again, we're in England. So when we're getting news from Nigeria, we don't always know how to look at it. We just look at it and we mingle it in our mind until we get to a place where of understanding. There was a clip that I saw of our guy, the old EFF guy. I've forgotten his name. Ribadu. Now, Ribadu, for me, is somebody that I held in high esteem up until he wanted to now enter into Tinubu government. And I'm thinking, this doesn't even the Ribadu that I know and Tinubu, they don't. I can't see how they can even see eye to eye, let alone be in the same government. So I'm like, okay, I'm looking, and then Ribadu is in a room where his imam, he's speaking some horrific stuff, and Ribadu is there in the corner laughing. And I'm a man that's thinking, if people are not able to reprimand their own people, then Nigeria is really finished. It's finished. Me, I would like for Yorubas to go step by step, goose step, all the way to Abuja, grab Tinubu by his neck and take him out of the way. That's what I would really like to see. If that's called tribalism, fair enough. But that's what I would like to see. But no one is doing it. Everyone's just letting rubbish happen, looking at it up and down, rubbish, and more rubbish, and then talking, that rubbish. I don't believe that this is getting us anywhere.
Hold on. So when Tinubu,
Jago, can you guys, forefathers, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Jago, can you sit down so that?
For now, we can hear you.
I think it's good you sit down.
Are you going to lay a bomb on us?
No.
I'm just making a cup of tea.
Yes, okay, all right. So the point I was trying to make, okay, is that when you ask the question, it's important you ask it in a neutral form.
is
Oh,
gone.
your
he's
audio
gone.
is gone
When
again.
you,
He's
Jagun, when
gone
you
again.
say, is he going to lay a bomb or not?
Jagu,
Most
Jagu,
Northerners have a bomb in their pocket. You know that.
Jagu,
So
Yeah,
I don't think
Jagu.
you.
I knew he was
so
gonna go there.
now
I
Hold
don't,
on,
this
I
hold
man
on
has
don't,
now.
degenerated now. He's degenerated
I
Forefather,
don't
to
Pastor
forefather,
is so quiet.
forefather, let me say
Pastor is
something.
struggling this night.
Forefather, let me say something, please.
Okay.
Pastor, no, it wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be fair. Pastor hasn't had a say.
Oh yeah, Passad,
Yeah.
please
Okay,
go
am
ahead.
I back?
Yeah, you are back now. Oh, your
Okay,
audio is
so
gone.
if you can hear me, Jagun, the truth is that if you already take a
This is your
position,
last chance, Masker. Fix it.
Pansat,
Speak
you are
now or
just
fix
a
it. We
yeah.
can't just let you keep going and coming in like that. Speak now.
Pastor,
If your
you're here
mic
to,
is
you're
gone,
here to
If
destroy
you
the
you're
don't
gonna be
like
out of
the
here.
Pansat, I can actually leave the platform. You've
No,
tried
come
to
on, guys. Let's be nice. Let's be nice as
No,
we
no. What
cross
I'm
this.
saying, speak, and then. But if your mic is
Pascal,
gone this time, you're gonna be out.
Pascal, learn to respect people, man. Let him speak. Ah. you know I'm here. I don't like you
Hey, why?
disrespecting
If I
people in my
didn't do
presence.
better, I think
Be
because
very
you saw
careful.
Pastor's copy.
Pastor, like, I already praised
I
you.
told you.
I already praised you, Pansat.
No, but how long is it gonna
Oh
go
my
on?
God,
What
man,
I'm
you guys
saying,
are funny.
if Masker cannot speak, then let him. He needs to go and fix that mic or buy another one, whatever it takes.
Jagun
Okay,
is gone.
But
let's
let
allow
me
Mascap
first.
say what he wants to say then.
Is he still
Okay.
on?
Anyway, even if Jagun is gone, but the point for me is that if you ask a question, a loaded question, a presumptive question, then it is very likely that the person responded to you as a human being would already take a position also from responding. Now, for instance, when Jagun say,
Okay,
gone
okay.
again.
So let me say first of all, hello to the
Jack is
panel,
shaking his head.
to
The
the
moment he
people on the
come in,
panel,
he goes off. Yeah,
and then
Pansat, welcome.
and those listening to us. You don't have that many
Pansat,
people.
Pansat,
The
Pansat.
new
Yeah.
host is
Hold
here.
on, hold on.
The
Hold
new
on.
host.
Let me deal with Pansat. Pansat.
Yes.
Today, let's not go into those tribal things. Let's keep it
If you try
even
it,
keel.
cut
Let's
him
try
off.
to be polite. Even if you want to do it, be polite
Pastor,
about
what
it. Okay?
happened now? Why they
Let me.
banned you on Niger Watch? They said they banned you for 3 months.
Oh, hey, why?
I'm
Come on, man.
I'm
Don't do
banned.
that.
I'm banned
Leave him
everywhere.
alone.
I'm banned in one man, one to more. But I don't recognize their bands until I go back in there. But look at this.
Maybe very soon Rudolph is gonna ban you from this
I don't know. I don't know why he hasn't banned me yet.
Why do you remind us of Trump? Why are you
He
so
should have been the
Trump-like?
first one to ban me because I give him a hard time all the time when I
Pastor,
come here.
are you related to Trump?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Trump, I'm an African. You know that. 100%.
Pastor
But anyway,
is
I was saying
Cameroonian
hello
that
to
is
the
claiming
panel
Nigeria.
and then those who are listening to us. And I want to say that Femi, I saw him maybe a couple of years ago, the first time, and he is a Nigerian, right? Yeah. It's very hard to tell where he comes from because he's a Nigerian. It's fair, very fair.
So what about me?
Ewa, let me get a word in here. So we people like that, they make us feel very good about the future of our country. People like Femi, you can't touch Femi. Now he doesn't agree with me a lot of the times because I'm beating up on the Yorubas every time I'm on the platform, and he shouldn't agree with me, whether it's Igbo, whether it's Yoruba or whatever. So the point I want to make though is this is not flippant giving somebody credit. If you want to see a Nigerian, you're looking right at it right there. It's a fair guy, a good human being. He's a patriot in the true sense of the word. Now, having said that, I would have to first let me tell you, AY, that when you look at Igbos, right? Do you know what the Igbo motto is? The motto for the Igbos. Our motto is peace.
Pastor, are you
unity.
Igbo or Cameroon? They say it's your mother that is Igbo. Are
Hold
you
on.
Igbo or Cameroon?
Could you mute this guy, please? Because he's not going to let me talk here. And then he's going to get me mad, and then I'll be all over everybody here. So what I'm saying is that our motto is peace, unity, and freedom. That's our nationalistic motto. And that's what we believe in. There is not a single Igbo man that's going to want to exit Nigeria or be a Biafran if Nigerians want to progress. They're fair. And there's even a modicum of progress coming, hope. Nobody. Who wants to leave? We want the entire Africa to be one. We're very close to Ghanaians. You go to Congo, we're close to Congolese. We play the same music. They speak Igbo over there. Maybe you don't know that. South Africans, I've said it many times that South Africans are more my people than the Yorubas, for example. And they say, oh, well, the South Africans, they kill our people over there. And that's true. We do have that xenophobia over there. But still, they are Africans. So you just have to understand. Now, remember that. Once you know that the Igbos are Nigerians, you don't get any more Nigerian than the Igbos. But they're not going to sit there where you marginalize them. And then you come here to discuss anything else. What else is there to talk about? Nothing to talk about. We're in a country where a portion of the country is drawing us back. Like you see somebody like Masker here, he's a great guy. He wants to get along with us here. He wants to be one of the guys. And he's a good guy, right? Yeah. Masker, he's a good guy. No doubt about that. But he has a problem. One of those problems, it's let me this is gonna take 1 second. Let me tell somebody I'm gonna call him back. Baby doll. I'm gonna call you back, okay?
You see, Passat is disrespecting us. That's true a call. Passat, why will you do that? You disrespecting everybody.
Are you going on a date tonight?
Passat for that. One Passat for 3 months.
My brother.
He has the dates.
Master, you need to apologize. If you don't apologize, you will not continue. Why will you do that?
Please mute this guy, please. AY, mute AY. I'm not.
We all know that Pascal, Pansat and myself, you know, we're old boys. And all those habits from the past, they die very hard.
That is true. They wouldn't know anything about it. They're on social media. But, you know, so what I'm saying is that Masker, now, here, I've told you this before. There is no way you're going to come on a platform with us here in brotherhood. We're brothers, right? True. You know, you're one of the, what's that word? Moderates from the North, educated. You can't defend what we have in the North with any guys, and then we're going to be in brotherhood. We can't. First of all, if I'm from the North, I'll be ashamed of myself. So if I come on the platform, don't take this badly because it's just the truth.
Man.
You're going to say, hey, look, guys, all of us are not like that. We have enormous problems, challenges in the North.
But then you are defending the same thing.
Pardon?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you. Go
let
ahead.
him entertain us now. Because one, he's told us how to ask questions, which is very interesting. Now he's going to tell us how to organize something else. We're listening, my brother. We're listening.
Okay. That's for Masker, right?
Yeah, because he doesn't believe that we're
Masker, go ahead.
enough to know how to ask a common question. We need to frame the question so that it balances well with somebody who should have nows. If I'm asking a question, I'm asking a question. What it's your duty to do is to answer it, not to tell me how to ask a question. That's how people argue and sideline the actual topic.
Thank you. Let him
Masker,
carry on.
I have to say what I have to say as well. Especially when I don't like what I'm hearing.
Should I continue? Masker?
You said you should continue.
Okay. So now what I'm saying to somebody like Masker, right? Imagine what it would be for Masker to come here and say what we cannot say. There are a lot of things we cannot say. Now, I try to say it, but it's not going to work. You can have 400 people kidnapped in just the last few days in our country. And it's been going on like this for decades.
477.
Well, that's a lot of people. Now, we're not even counting the Chibok girls and other evil deeds over there, right? We have enormous challenges over there in the North.
Enormous challenges. And we're ignoring them. We're ignoring them because our palate, you can't take real discussion. All I'm doing.
Let Pansat talk now. I thought you said Pansat should talk.
Godfather, please don't be too irritated.
Don't
be too irritated by
it.
No, irritation is too easy, man. You get too irritated.
No, not to be fair. It's
Pansat,
not
continue.
I want to hear
Pansat
finish.
Thank you very much. And by the way, you're not the one doing it. You're not the one kidnapping people because you are moderate. You like to come here with your mates here, to Nigeria and the rest of them, right? But then if you open your mouth and you're even defending any of these things, then you look perfidious.
Yes, sir. Perfidious.
Duplicitous, deceitful, which you
What
are not.
have I said this evening that is defensive?
No.
For
I'm not.
instance,
I'm not talking about
this
this
is the
evening,
presumption.
right? I'm talking about
No,
just.
but why are you talking about that? I haven't even said anything. It's very
No, but
obvious.
hold on,
Somebody
because
who has not
I
even
don't want to
uttered
make it.
any word, you're
No, hold on.
already saying he's defending.
No, I can
It's
say
ridiculous.
things here that you said, but look, don't take this badly, and I'm not gonna beat up on you on and on. What I'm saying is that you know how happy these guys are here. Is every time you're here, they love to see you, because in most platforms that I go to, they want to see a northerner, because it's always like one hand is clapping when we're talking. Southerners, Christians, it's like we're clapping with one hand. So when some people who are temperamental, I'm not counting myself in that. By the way, there's a lot of our people here who want to hear from you. They don't want me to be hostile towards you. But unfortunately, I have to tell you, unfortunately, it's so serious.
It's just that sometimes you go overboard. But I understand that. Have I ever fought you?
No. What we've been doing basically is just hashing it out, right? Self-righteous tribalism.
Don't worry about the answer. I know people like you. I'm fine with that. But the point I'm making,
Asad, how many more minutes?
I'm not. If I'm allowed to land, I'm just about to land, because we
okay,
already.
land, answer.
Yeah,
no, you are not the only person here. I need to talk. You can't be doing that.
That's fine, but because the reason why I'm not pleading, so that it's not just left on your whims and caprices to be good, because I'm telling you.
Go and make
while,
your point.
while I'm please now stop. It almost looks like you turn off your mic when it's your turn to talk, right? And then when I'm talking, your mic doesn't give you any problem at all, right? So what I'm saying to you is that you have to be aware of that proverb. I'll just go ahead and say it in English instead of putting it in Igbo and then translating it. The stubborn fly that refuses to listen will end up in the same place as the corpse that it insists on following. Right? So what I'm saying to you, this is not a joke anymore. At least we have to begin the conversation. That's what we do on these platforms. And somebody like you have enormous contribution to make. Just your presence here alone is good. But if it's renegade, unreliable, seditious, two-faced like a Janus, deceitful, then we don't need it. You could just get the hell out of here. If you're not going to come here and say, look, we're one Nigeria, it's unfair, there's terrorism in my place, unacceptable terrorism, that the Muslims. Let me land.
You're gonna have. It's my personality you are even infringing now.
It's not.
I've not even uttered a word.
How many minutes have you given to?
I'll let you rule on it. I haven't crossed any line. I'm being general, not particular, right?
You cannot sit down there and start dictating to me how I will talk, or this is how I should talk. This is what we are.
Just give him a moment to respond. You know his audio.
Okay, go ahead and respond. Amadi won't let him respond because he's not trying to be fair here. Are we supposed to come here and just like boys, just talk it up like we're in high school? Are we supposed to solve that terrorism over there? We're supposed to solve that terrorism over there back home. And it's somebody
I agree with you on that. But you should be talking to him as somebody that wants to work with him to solve the problem, not like having a go at him.
No, but he's not though, right? Mask is a very intelligent guy. So what he's doing, you could see his demeanor change when I came in here because he knows I'm not gonna put up with it, right? So what he's been doing while I was gone, he's browbeating Jagon and he's stuck in the middle, right? And making trouble for us on this platform, right? So what I'm saying is that if by the way, forefathers, this goes to you. Let me just tell you, I've already seen the movie. We're gonna solve this problem by war, right? But there's nothing wrong with trying.
You need to stop.
What do you mean?
We've all spoken. AY. We've all spoken, and I think, as forefather underlined, I've spoken a lot. I think there's only 7 of us here. Let's just appreciate each other, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, but it's
We
not
don't have to do.
appreciation when somebody's talking about they want to settle things by war, is it?
No, let me tell you what I mean.
That's his point of view. There's someone else who come with theirs.
Yeah, but
No, that's
then,
not a point of view.
Forefathers,
it's okay.
forefathers. Look,
Ukraine, I didn't say that you should
Ukraine,
rein in a little bit. You don't want to be saying
no,
all
okay.
this. He's just taking us back.
To be honest with you, this is milk toast. In what my response here, I should be very upset. 400, almost 500 people killed in our country, right? Ukraine is at war, but they're sending us wheat, they're sending us food, right? Nigeria is in a state of war. It's just that we are so cowardly that we can't even talk about it. Do you know how many people get dying in our country right now? What is a state? What does a state that's in a state of war undergo that we're not undergoing right now for a long time? It's just that we're not. Our lives are not worth anything.
Is internal recrimination and conflict and fighting each other instead of us to be organizing ourselves to deal with the problems.
That's
what you are doing here most of the time is dividing, not trying to bring people to solve the problem.
But the thing is, again, whilst you might say that, forefather.
Let him respond.
Yeah, I'm saying to you, my friend.
Okay.
Whilst you might say what you just said and think it's the most valid thing ever said, it's his point of view. It's his. You have to allow.
I know it's his point of view.
Therefore, you just allow it. If you want to speak against it,
I allow it. I'm not going to take him to jail.
No, if you want to speak against his point of view, not against him, against his point of view.
That's what I said.
You know, but the point is
sometimes I think you make it personal. I think you make these things
I didn't
more
make it
personal.
I was going after his point of view. I said he said.
Okay, forefathers, please hold your peace, right? Look, all I'm doing is pointing out reality back home, right? I haven't even. This is reality. Is that because you don't think those Northerners who are getting slaughtered over there mean anything? They're not human beings, because that's 500 people. Talk about Chibok girls. They're gone. They take them, they put them in those mosques, they put them in those palaces over there. Some of them they take to Saudi for slaves. These are our fellow citizens. So if you're talking about security all the time, you say, I care about security. Then Olotu Negi is going to show you what security is. If I'm here to point out to somebody who we consider, I've already said Maska is a moderate. I've praised him for having the temerity to come on this platform time and time again, and you couldn't tell him apart from the rest of us because it's
I think there's a fair question that I want to put to Maska now.
Okay, hold on. I'm not done. It's my turn. I'll be concluding a little bit.
So how long is it going to take?
You can always come back. The discussion isn't over.
It goes round. You see, let me just ask.
I have a question for you.
Go ahead, sir.
Forefathers, you're no longer the host. Pansat is the host.
Don't mind them. All this rascality, all this rascality has to stop. See, I'm trying to ask this in Maska. See, a fair question that one will ask is, how is the North dealing with some of all these serious cases of kidnapping? We are talking about not just 100, 477. Where are the religious leaders? What is going on there? I don't know. So what is going on? Please, can you shed some light how this can be allowed to happen? Your audio is bad. Don't worry. When your audio gets back, you let us know.
Yeah, so Passat, my question is, what is the difference between... Okay, he's on call. Do I go on?
Go on, man.
Please, yeah.
He's doing something else.
It's audio. It's off.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can hear you now.
Okay. You see, again, this I find very interesting. The presumptuous stand people take that, okay, the North is an independent country. It has its own apparatus.
It's not God to take him out, take his voice out. Because we didn't ask him to explain the question. Answer what he said.
Could you have the gentleman ask me?
Yes, okay, Pastor.
Augustine, you had a question for me. Go ahead.
Yes, my question is, what is the difference between these kidnapped Northerners and the rest of the Northerners? Because you are speaking about these kidnapped ones glowingly, but the other ones you are not speaking about them glowingly.
Which other ones?
The free ones like Passat.
Yeah, because those are victims. See, I am like me during the 80s. I was a contra. I'm with the Nicaraguan contras. Wherever you have people being victimized, there goes I. Right? Those people minding their business. Many of them are Christians. So that's another thing that we misunderstand. In the North, you have a lot of Christians, probably more Christians than Muslims. Because you have to know that when Muslims say that their population is 10, it's probably 2 or 3, right? They're liars, right? So up there in the North, you have a lot of Christians
Pastor, I
getting
did
slaughtered.
say that. Pastor, hold on. I did say that you cannot just come and start
Okay,
making black
now,
people like this.
forefathers, can you hear me?
He will be able to talk only when I'm talking.
Can you hear me, forefathers?
Yeah. Please go ahead.
All he does is try to interrupt me. Go ahead.
Jagun, you are laughing at what Pansat is saying. He is maligning a whole set of people, and you are happy about it.
I'm maligning a set of people that are moderates. Okay, I'm maligning. I'm only talking.
See, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
No, hold on.
No, you are.
Let Mescal speak. Let Mescal speak.
You are saying if Muslims say something, it's probably a lie. It's not nice.
Let me revise my remarks.
Look, I'm not laughing in agreement. I'm laughing.
Please.
No,
let me revise.
That's a shame. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? A man won't even allow me to telling him why I'm really laughing. I'm not laughing because of what you have in your head. I'm laughing because what was said.
To respond.
Can I, forefather? Can I just say this?
Immediately, other people have to speak. You're not.
No, but you know he's got away with what he said.
You said it yourself. You're not going anywhere. You have the chance to respond.
No, it's a second.
Just hold on.
It's terrible.
So,
it's 1 second. Maska came and rubbished my personality, thinking he knows what's in my head better than I know what's in my head.
Jagun, don't worry.
Disgusting.
Jagun,
I didn't think that you would not allow me to say what is in my mind. It's terrible.
Don't worry. Okay, now, Master, I'll go ahead and ask you directly.
This is just the Nigerian level. When you can't tell the...
I just said something that is maligning a set of people, and you upset. You showed outrage, right?
No, I mean, look.
Hold on.
Are you asking me?
I got a question for you. Hold on. Right now, I saw you show outrage. You were upset that I'm maligning people, right?
No, not you.
Hold on.
Generalization.
Please.
And as you're referring to me, forefather won't allow me to reply so that you have an understanding. In fact, you don't even.
Please go, Maska. Please answer the question.
I haven't posed the question. Here's the question: why are you not showing outrage that 400, almost 500 of our fellow citizens, were killed, some kidnapped, almost on a daily basis, right? That's what I'm asking you to do. You come here and you show outrage about that, and you're going to be a friend of mine. But if,
the reason why I was
you're going to be upset that I'm saying that they did it, right?
Are you going to let me speak, forefather? Because he's insulting me. He insulted me.
Let him answer that.
You're going to just allow him to insult me and allow that to burn in my chest.
Jagun, please let him answer that. I want to know, why don't you show outrage that those people? Yeah, go ahead, answer that question, but please be responsive to that question only. If you're not responsive, if you're non-responsive, I'm gonna come back and take my time back.
Okay.
Go ahead.
My answer to this question, Pansat, is I am overtly upset half of the day, not only for the kidnapping that is happening in the north, but for everything that is happening in the country. But sometimes you don't have to always carry it on your face. The reason why I'm even here is because I'm not happy. Why do you think I'm wasting my time 4:30 in the night talking to you guys? It's because I'm not happy with the country. And it's not just only the things that are happening in the north that I'm a concern. I'm better than that. I care for every black man, not just the people that share my religion or my tongue or my tribe. That's the answer to you.
Okay, well, I like that answer, right? But
hold
it's
on.
not
He has not dealt with my own part of the question. My own part of the question is that, because I understand that you are part of a nation. I think you were trying to address that point. But I'm also looking at what the environment, the people in the north there are doing to forestall these things, because we're talking about a huge amount of people just disappearing. What is going on there? I don't know, fully understand it, because I try to picture it happening in the South, and I can't fathom 400 and some people disappearing in the South just like that. And that's why I'm asking you, what is going on there? How are they looking to tackle these things?
An answer to how the people, but I have written I will send it to you if I can get your contact. What I have suggested, okay?
Oh, get for further contact. How?
I think, don't worry.
What are you talking?
One time AY, bro.
All right, AY, don't worry. Forefathers.
Don't mind AY, Johnny.
Forefathers.
Now only
Okay.
Jagu get for further contact. Only Jagu.
Okay. Now that your mic is here, hold on.
Are you trying to disrupt me from answering the question?
No, hold on, Masker. Let me guide you. After this, I'll hold my peace for 30 minutes.
No, Passad, you are done.
No,
you don't have any other time.
Look, I want to guide.
Just recognize Steph. Then
the point I'm making.
Go ahead.
The point I'm making, the problem in the North is not just about this kidnapping. You forget too quickly the Boko Haram, the number of people that were killed during the Boko Haram. The kind of menace, not just only around the area, even here in this part of the North, there was a major, so many bombings, even here in Abuja, people couldn't go to mosques. People made the effort. Even though they are saying that they are Muslims, but people made it very clear that no, this is not the mainstream Islam. People fought that to a standstill. The same issue now that is happening simply.
Okay. Let me use this time to ask me a question. Let me guide
it's not my time yet.
And then I'll give up, okay?
That was your last question. Please, let's allow AY.
Give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes, and then
remove him.
I know, but hold on. Let me ask him the question. When he comes back,
allow AY to say something now. You've been on for 30 minutes.
I know, but AY, give me 2 minutes to guide him to that question.
Never.
Why not?
I'm not giving you any 1 minute. No.
You know, okay, AY is a hater now. What do you expect?
No, I like Pansa. He just talk garbage.
No, AY, don't go there. We know you can't.
I think AY doesn't like
forefathers.
AY doesn't like when I talk like that. I think your audio is in and out, Masker.
AY doesn't like me talking about Muslims.
No.
But I'm gonna talk about him. As long as you keep killing people, I'm gonna talk about you. Right? Your murderer.
Where you know Pastor don't know how to talk, he goes to every platform. It's the same thing. They drive him. The only reason he's still here is because Rudolph is very free. That's why he's still here. Other platforms, they've suspended him many times.
Well, let's go to those platforms. Let's see who they're gonna pick before you or me.
No,
even though they suspended me, they're still gonna pick me before they pick you because you're a dunce.
Hold on, Pastor.
Right?
How dare me?
Hold on,
I think we are making it personal now.
It's terrible.
Try to
add. He won't let me finish.
You guys have got
that's
the good thing.
Passat is a virus. It's called Passat virus.
AY, be fair now. Come on.
Remove him. Don't want him. Don't acknowledge him. Remove him from the platform.
Let's be nice. No. Let's not call people names. AY, you are going there. What do they call it?
Pastor. You know I don't call people names. Let's be gentle. Sorry. You see, thank you guys. My issue with when people are discussing Nigeria, it's so easy when you actually call a whole tribe, a whole set of people. People are laughing. When they call your tribe, you gotta fight. That's the problem. See,
no.
For me, it's a bit difficult, you know. Like, when somebody like Femi is making genuine consign, I will listen to him, no matter what it is. You know why? Because of the way I see him. Femi will come, he doesn't bend it. If he affects him, he's gonna speak. He's the only person I've listened to on this. I listened to him a couple of minutes when he was saying that a lot of people don't know Nigeria, and that's just the summary. A lot of people, they come or they just talk. I'm sure some of them don't even know 5 states in Nigeria. It is a problem. You see, what is going all over the country, if you really look at it, see, the problem in the north today, all this kidnapping, I have discussed this issue with my friends from the north. The problem is with the northern leaders, period. They refuse to, see, these things you are seeing today, they are not just started today. Long ago, I can tell you, as Masker, the problem you see in Zamfara, all those kidnapping, all those killing, long time ago, unfortunately, is today we hear about them. Likewise, other part of the country. See, what people are come and say, I will not tell you, oh, Northerners are not educated. No, I will not say that. You know why? Some of the best brain I know in Nigeria, they are from the north. I can tell you for a fact.
Can I interrupt you for 2 seconds?
No, I don't want you. I want to give me some.
The only reason is because, okay,
you
continue,
see,
bro.
The issue is where you have a system where majority are lacking in education. That is my question. You can't just support your whole children to get the re-education. You are not looking at the generality of the people. According to Awolowo said, he said the children of the poor, you refuse to train today, give that education, they're gonna be problem to your children. That was part of the reason why Awolowo was emphasizing on education. Today, the massive education in the Southwest, you will see traces to Awolowo. He laid the foundation, period. That's what it is. I don't want us also to be attaching this problem to religion, to tribe. It's not about tribe. It's just some people that think they want to use some other less privileged people for their own gain. Is the greed we'll be talking about.
Can I quickly ask AY a question, please, Forefather? I don't want to be rude.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You know, you're speaking in such a way, and we all have our individual ways of speaking. We're coming to understand how what you are saying aligns with the movement of this conversation. Now, I would like to put to you, if there is an issue that may, not necessarily does, that may constitute religion or ethnicity, how do we speak about these difficult issues and bring these connotations in without everyone just throwing the baby out with the bathwater? Because I'm a man here. Let me just put this to you. I'm a man. I tackle hardcore scenarios on a daily basis.
You say you want to ask a question. Now
I'm giving you the backing. Help me. I'm giving you. This is how I am as an individual. I deal with hard situations on a daily basis, and if we don't deal with them, then there's something in the future that's going to fall down on our head. So instead, the way we avoid that is we tackle the hard situations, and we don't put these connotations so that it becomes difficult for us to speak. I now need you to tell me, in case of a religious point of view and an ethnic point of view, when a scenario comes up that is very difficult for us to discuss, how do we discuss it? Please tell me.
So let me, okay, where you want to look at it from religious point of view, now let's open it up. Are you restricting Islamic religion just to northern Nigeria? No. You don't know the hold on, let me finish. I need to answer your question. How come you are not looking at the real Muslim countries that are 99% Muslim countries? Is it the same thing?
I don't know.
How come, hold on. How come the Nigeria content, you are not relating it to the Southwest, to the Yorubas? You don't know the population of Muslim in the Yorubas?
Well, I'm a Yoruba. I have Yorubas.
Well, you don't know? Are you saying you don't know?
Well, so, of course I know.
Hold on.
You see, you're not answering any more questions,
I'm
man.
answering the question. That is why I don't restrict this issue to religion. Is Nigeria the only Muslim, the only country that have population majority Muslims?
Let me say this to you because you're not answering my question, and I want to hear. I was putting to everybody on the panel that there's a place called the Sahel. And across the Sahel, there are communal things that take place. Nobody is trying to tell us, to express to us what these communal things are and how to balance it.
Okay.
What
Can you hear me now, forefathers?
Yes. But
okay,
let
Jagun,
Master speak
this
before
is
I
the
continue.
second time. This is the second time you are raising this issue. Do you know the amount of people that died in the Congo region?
Wait, my brother. Wait, my brother.
Between Rwanda,
It's not about.
Congo,
Wait, can
and
you
other
wait a minute,
places?
forefather?
No.
Can I
Wait,
put this to you?
It's a straight question.
Because I, you know, it's AY's time, not yours. I'm putting to you, forefather, as the moderator, because I don't want you to treat me unfairly, as I believe you do from time to time. This guy, he insulted me by telling me what was in my head, and he didn't want to hear what was actually in my head. That is a state of ignorance that no one should allow. No one should allow that kind of ignorance.
No, you can respond to it. AY, please, just allow him to respond, because I did say he was gonna. Yeah, please go ahead.
What he told me what I was laughing at. I was silent at the time. I was laughing at. Pansat made one of those pansatory comments, and that's why I laughed, because that's something typical of Pansat. That's the reason I laughed, not because I was laughing at the downward turn of a people. That's what you believe, because you're a defensive protectionist personality. So immediately you have to defend yourself.
You're already making that presumption again.
No, why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't I? You made a presumption. You made a presumption.
No. What I said was a practical effect. Passad made a statement, you laughed.
Yes.
These are facts. The video is there. People can play it.
I said yes, and so what? I've explained to you why I laughed. Now what?
Which is okay. Now that listen.
The reason why he laughed doesn't take away from
yes. No, let's go further.
Saying. I said the reason why you said you laughed because it was a pansatory statement. It's like somebody saying something grievous. It was a bad statement, and you're saying it's just you
also know. I can concur.
Minimizing the gravity of what he was saying.
Okay, that's fair enough, my brother. I can concur. But the reason that I'm laughing is the reason that I'm laughing. And if I'm not laughing for the reason that you suspect, then this accuracy needs to be underlined. Otherwise, we don't care about accuracy. Otherwise, we don't care about anything. I keep telling you guys, I'm a man, I've got deep comedy in me. That's the kind of I laugh a lot. Laughter is part of my happiness. And I can laugh at anything and anybody. But nobody can take that right away from me. Not one person can take that right. If you want to install yourself with all these ages, that's up to you. But you can't bring that to my door. Don't bring that to my door.
Answer this question for me. I need you to answer the question for me. I'm actually surprised because you just stated that some people were talking. Ribado was laughing, and you pick it as an offense. You do it exactly the same thing.
No. What Ribado was laughing at. Because you see, nuance. I don't think you people understand what that word means. You only understand blatancy, which is why you always get blatant treatment when you want nuanced treatment. Nuance is about accuracy. Accuracy is important in order to get to the right place. If you are going to Spain and you end up in Russia because of your blatant misunderstanding, then the nuance that would have taken you to your destination was ignored. This is how you people discuss. I'm not like that. I've got a lot more flexibility than that. And listen, I see how
doesn't make you better.
I don't know.
What's better? Who spoke about better? Who spoke about that? That's you defending yourself. That's you defending yourself.
I think, Jago, sometimes you say things as if they are supposed to excuse certain traits. It doesn't excuse it. If somebody says something about generalizing about Muslims and you laugh about it, it doesn't matter.
You're big enough to come here and say people are saying other statements.
They are telling you that statement.
Would you say? Would you say?
If anything, you should be apologizing to him that. Oh,
sorry, no, I'm not apologizing. No, but I will say this to you. I will say this to you, forefather, in response to what you just said. I will say this to you. Everybody's sense of humor is not the same. I hope you agree with that. And my sense of humor, laughing at typicality of Pansat's statement, which is all I was laughing at. Typicality of Pansat's statement, what I will call a pansatory. That's what I was laughing at.
But
if you now take it,
might be funny, but it's not right.
But Oh, right, wrong. It's laughter. It's laughter. Laughter is a reaction, my brother. That's what laughter is.
Let's not just kill time with this argument.
It's terrible. It's terrible that you don't understand this nuance.
No, you can't be mocking an old woman and saying, "Oh yeah, because I'm mocking this old woman that is just walking funny, but it's okay because
you're still missing the point. You still missed the point.
No,
because
you are saying I'm missing the point. I don't know
you
why
have because I wasn't laughing at what Pansat said. I was laughing at the typicality.
You can't do that. It's impossible to just clap at something.
Up to you, bro. But I can do that. I can do that. You can't. And you can't. You trap yourself there. But I'm not trapping myself there. You trap yourself. You trap yourself.
Jago is okay. Jago is okay. Let's move on.
You've made explanation. See, the only good thing here, you had the privilege of making this explanation. And this explanation you've made is okay. But if you hadn't the privilege of making this explanation, or somebody that was watching this when the event happened and walked away, will go on with interpretation of laughing after a statement, which is also has a general connotation, but you've made the explanation to the person that picked offense, and it's okay that you've done that. But my question is this: before my question, Steph has been here for more than 40 minutes. At a point, we can just allow him to say something, greet us, then it comes to his turn, he will react, than just allowing him to be mute.
Don't worry, when we talk about building houses in the village, you will get involved.
Augusta, I greet you.
Does he do that? Does he do that?
Forefathers, can you guys hear me now?
To start with his right to build houses in the
so,
village.
My question is,
forefathers.
Yeah.
My question to AY is this. Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so back to Jagun. The reality also is that it's not that I'm taking offense for your statement. I'm just.
Oh, Masca is gone.
Yeah, your audio is gone again.
Sorry, Masca. So, anyway, my question, there is a contradiction in the statement you made when you said that we think that Northerners are not educated. In that breath, you gave us an example of the Westerners that are overtly educated. So, are you saying that the Northerners and the Westerners are all educated at the same grade?
No, that's not what I. No, I never said that. I never said the Northerners were not educated. I said in the North.
No, that was not what I said. I said you said some of us think that the Northerners.
I was specific. I referred to the West. So when I refer to the West, I mean the Yorubas. I was very specific. Yeah, I refer to the West, the Yorubas, not the South. The Yorubas.
I think these statements have been okay. Continue. Yeah. All I want really is that the difficulty. All I'm trying to get at is that we in Africa. No, I want you to continue, AYO. Wait, please. For me, AY, please just do this for me. I want you to continue, but I want you to try to be pointed at how are we in Africa, Nigeria particularly, going to have difficult conversations when everybody is taking umbrage with the way we communicate? How do we have difficult discussions? Is what I want to understand.
I don't think the discussion is difficult. The issue here, I think you want people to answer your question in some certain ways. You're not going to tell people how to answer your question. To be honest.
No, I didn't ever do that. I just put
that is where it's going.
No, but it's not, because I'm asking you a question.
Can you hear me? Jagun.
You know how difficult it is when somebody is asking a question and you're telling me how I'm answering it and this and that. It becomes a nonsense. Answer the question.
Can you hear me?
It's very bad. It's frustrating. I'm asking you, how do we have difficult conversations when everybody's just taking umbrage? All I need to be is offended. You're offending me. I'm offended. I want you to stop offending me. I feel offended. Is that all day? Is that what we're going to do all day long?
See, Jago, you can have difficult conversation without generalizing.
First of all, you know I don't get offended. The only thing is I want people to come with evidence. I will listen to you. I don't get offended whatever you speak. My hope, where I actually have issue with people.
AY, can you guys hear me?
In anywhere, I will see somebody.
We can hear you now.
Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead.
AY, thank you, AY. Jagun, difficult topics are difficult topics. One cannot take away the reality around.
Oh, it's gone again.
Oh God.
It's gone again,
But I think he should. I think he should switch off his video probably.
Give me your contact.
I'm
Let me
asking
call
the
you so
picture
that
of
you
his
speak
video.
through my phone.
Augustine is just having fun now. He's just having fun with everybody. He's just been having fun all day. Go ahead, AY. Go ahead, AY. What is it?
Yeah. So
Femi has
from
been
what I was
quiet too.
saying,
Femi has
right?
been quiet for quite a while.
You
So.
see, these issues, they are not just started today, to be honest. They are actually long issue. I'll give you an
But when you say
example.
long, how long ago did this Zamfara issue start?
Let me tell you, I served in Zamfara many years ago, right? During my service, that's like over 10 years ago, if not 12 years now. This militant you see today, they were there. What usually happen, right? I think sometimes even politicians are involved. They sponsor these people, they give them weapons, they use them to rig election. They now turn against the people. There were villages in Zamfara, for example. People have to just pack and leave because of bandits. So the bandits you see today, they are not just started today. That's why I'm blaming the leaders. They were aware of all these issues. What did you do? Now everything has gotten out of hand. The only point I can raise, right? The borders, not only in the north, especially in the north, they are porous. So people from Niger, from Chad, from other countries, they come in because most of these people, they actually speak Hausa, right? So they accept them very easily. If you know the north, Femi will tell you this. They accept people. So they see like, oh, our people, like they want everybody to live. That's why you see Nigeria from all parts, they are like well established in the north. They kind of like accept people. There are issues where when they have crisis, you hear different kind of stories. But the north we generally accept people. So because of that, people come from other neighboring countries. They are there. I'm not sure the extent of their involvement in this criminality going on in the north. But however, even if you have to accept people into your region, to your state, into your country, why can't you do the needful and make sure these people, you are not accepting dangerous element into the society? But I think it's not too late. It might get really worse. It might get really bad. They have to do the needful. The government, the federal, the state, they have to do the needful to curb all these crises going on in the north. The other point I will raise here is the issue of massive education. A friend of mine once said to me, he said, when person no get hope, there is nothing he cannot do, he or she cannot do. And that is so deep. When somebody does not have hope, you think he's scared to die? No, it's not. The issue of education will give somebody a value. Even if you are hungry today, you will think twice. You will know that, oh, I have hope. I can get a job tomorrow. Oh, I can make it tomorrow. That is one part. Very important. Of course, the unemployment rate in Nigeria is not news. We know it all over the country. People don't have jobs. People don't have what to eat. There are all a lot of issues. If you refuse to give people employment, give them a job, give them the education, give them the necessary things, the money you will use to buy weapons, even to the military, to the police, it's not going to be enough to stop what is coming. This is what we don't think. Why do you think even in the West, you see people don't have jobs, they say, come and take some penny, government will give you. The reason they do that is just because to keep that insecurity. If they do the same thing they do, like in America, for example, people don't have job, people cannot work, you don't give them stipend to survive until they get something doing, it's gonna be worse. These are just simple principles we don't want to get into our system to see how we can help the system. You have people in Kano, you can pull out 1 million youths you need that are jobless. They will gather right here. So the issues are so big. Like the northern leaders, I will seriously blame them for most things that are going on in the north. A lot of them don't care. I can tell you for free. They don't. So now the crisis is getting to this level. I think they need to wake up and do the needful. That is my whole point. I don't want to attribute all these issues. They don't have business with them. Even with the tribe, yeah, I don't think they have issue to do with the tribe. They are general issue in the north because the north is comprised of a lot of tribes. You have, it's not the Hausa Fulani we are calling. There are a lot of minority that are in the north. Are they different? No, they are not.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think you know, I didn't know that this stuff went back. But I still find it a little bit outstanding. It's a shame that Maska never really got a chance to answer the question how this scale of kidnapping can be happening. And but he did try because he was talking about Boko Haram.
He tried, but you see,
yeah.
but there were 3 of us that asked him questions, and
Please,
he began.
Please, don't do that, please. I
Wait,
mean,
now I'm speaking to the forefather now. Wait, just wait.
You're not doing me any favor. No, Jagun, let me interrupt you.
No, please, my brother.
Let me interrupt you for a minute.
No, I'm speaking to forefather, please.
You interrupt all the time. Why can't I interrupt you?
Yeah,
Let me just
all right. Just calm yourself.
Speak now.
We don't have to argue. We don't have to argue. I'm putting this thing to forefather.
I know, but hold on.
No, I'm not holding on. I'm not holding on. The reason why I put this to you, forefather.
Let Jago say what he wants to say. Please go ahead.
The reason why I'm putting this to you,
Jago, I'm disappointed that you won't let me talk. I'm really disappointed.
I won't let you talk because I'm speaking. You spoke over me, my brother. I'm a man. I'm not trying to suck your ass for any reason. For forefather, you put a clear question, and I was waiting for the answer. And he answered your question in the same way he began answering mine, which was to now tell you how best to ask such a question. And I'm thinking, aren't you frustrated at that? When you've been open, you gave the connotation as to why you were asking.
He did in mind. He went on to talk about Boko Haram and all the rest. So
no, my brother. The first thing he said, what you have to understand is that when we are speaking about the North, before he said what you said, you see, I'm a man that listens, though. I'm a man
that was the first time he wanted to respond. That's when he said that.
This time around,
his mic went away.
Fair enough, bro. Fair enough.
This time around, we'll do more of progressive thinking and conversation than just argument. Let's try to.
That's correct. That's how I believe that. That's how I believe.
Yeah.
Big men are supposed to speak. Not start looking at the connotations here and there.
Yeah, please. Before we go to step, there's something I want us to think deep. And why I want to say this is because of sabotage. Why I say this? When kidnapping started in Abia State, I lived in a community where the guy, they call him Osisi Kanko, that was doing the kidnapping was living. I live in the same community. My brother was a pastor a parish priest in that community. At the end of the day, we realized that it was the government. That was when T.A. Orji was the governor of Abia State. He was the one that was sponsoring that guy to be kidnapping because he wanted to increase his security vote.
Really?
Why am I saying this? Somebody told us that he has been wanting to be a president for 30 years. And he ended up using the same guy who many people believe that he has been sponsoring Boko Haram and other insecurity in the north to be his vice. So let us, at the same time, as we condemn the north, let us also look at the Nigerian leaders and not just because
I know, but Augustine, that is why I was trying to interrupt Jagan, right? It's good to be a nice guy, right? Terrorism in Nigeria, no matter who's doing it anywhere else, let's say they have their acolytes in the South, right? Which of course they do. It's not easy for them to penetrate and come over there. They have to use people. They pick our leaders now in the Southeast. I don't know how they got to do that, but in the last decade, they're able to do that now. Pick our leaders, rig elections, right? But that terrorism is an Islamic thing. They're afraid, right? Their own tribalism can be benign. Somebody can be a tribe, you could be a tribalist, right? But if you're doing your own tribalism because you're afraid, right? And you're excluding individuals or groups to take away their rights, status, or independence, or their independence. And they're killing a lot of people. It's a known phenomenon in the Islamic world because these religions, including Christianity in those days, they're bad. They've done a lot of evil. But the Christendom went through a reformation, and that's where Jagun has those kind of histories. He could obviously educate all of us on this. When the Christianity went through the reformation, they stopped the crusades, for example. What Christians would have been doing is when these Muslims go on their jihad, then Christians went on a crusade. And there was a balance there. Self-assured, mutual assured destruction would then take place. But we reformed the Christendom, but the Muslims don't want to reform. Right? So when somebody's pointing it out, somebody like AY here or Masca should be able to say yes. And I heard him, he made an improvement tonight, AY. It's always defending.
Pastor, you are ignorant about what he's talking about.
So, but at least he spoke, and I agree with what he said. The last commentary that he put in there was at least rational. But do not accept mediocrity by coming here and say what Masca is doing is acceptable. It's unacceptable. Because if you listen to him very carefully, he's clever. I'm trying to discern if he's afraid, right? He doesn't probably have freedom of speech where he is, back home in Nigeria. In that place, in that northern Nigeria, who could talk? I can't even talk from here. I'm in the United States. I'm going to have miscreants trying to insult me because I'm pointing out how you have almost 500 people. How do you go to secondary school in Chibok kids and you pack 290 something girls and they disappear forever? Is that over? That shouldn't be over. They should pay for that nonsense, and they're gonna pay for it. So what I'm saying is that when somebody comes here and says one little milk toast comment, and that's not acceptable to me. You're supposed to come out here. If you're a Muslim, for one thing, you gotta be ashamed of yourself. First of all, there should be a catharsis. You should come out here to apologize.
Pastor.
Let me land. AY. Let me land. I'm not here to eat your body. I'm trying to tell you the truth.
You talk like you have a lot of zeal, but the knowledge is not there. That's just your problem most times.
My problem is I am not willing to accept anything short of, number one, them stopping it.
The manner you are speaking,
let me land.
like somebody that is completely ignorant.
Okay, good. But
hold on.
Let me land. Let me land.
I need to educate
you. Did not let me interrupt you.
So
shut your mouth.
No, it's not
you did not let me.
No,
you did not let me interrupt you.
Anyway, don't be rude. Don't be rude because you don't like what's been said. Let him finish.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that, it behooves me how grown-up men, we're Nigerians, we're Africans, and somebody's in our country massacring our people. Defenseless, helpless, Northerners, Christians, Shia Muslims. And we're here talking nonsense. Should we be talking? We should go back, we could say from 1970, if there's anybody who's participated in any kind of murder, we're gonna forensically apprehend whoever it is. I don't care if it's Buhari, if you've killed one person, because there's no statute of limitations. So what are you talking about? Almost 500 people.
Can I say something real quick?
No, because you didn't let me interrupt you, right? Fair play.
But this is not your time. This is not your time. It's my time.
This is not your time.
All right, you're right.
Can we allow Femi and Augustine say something?
Okay.
Now you.
Steph.
Where are
Let's
you,
allow
so
Femi
father?
to
You
talk.
did just anticipate like
Yeah,
David.
I know.
Steph has been here for over an hour. You need
Steph
to
is
let
not
Steph,
paying attention.
Steph is the most patient man in the world, mate.
But we begged him to talk. He
Steph
has
is
refused.
watching CNN.
I
Steph is watching
think he
CNN.
might have slept off even if you know if you
No, he's very much awake. He's watching CNN.
No, he's listening. Actually,
he's laughing. He's laughing. He's laughing at us. I think he's just mocking us here.
I believe he just woke up.
Steph, do you want to say something? Or you want me to go?
Yeah, if you guys can allow me, that'll be fine.
Okay, go ahead. Please.
Okay, Steph, go ahead.
You're welcome. Thank you for joining us, Steph.
Indeed.
Well, fathers, I just have to forgive you because I know you lost control today. So
Tell him to go and see no more.
let me not hold it against you.
Why are you laughing? Why are you joking like this, my brother? Hey, why you're not?
Life is easy, not taking it too serious.
I don't know. I think we could, if this is a serious conversation, we could do better with it anyway. I think that what happened in the northern part of Nigeria a few days ago is pathetic, and is disturbing how Nigerians will kill themselves over what is happening in other countries. You know, when tens of people are killed or hundreds of people are killed in other countries, we like kill ourselves over it online. But worse than that happens in Nigeria on a daily basis, and we just gloat over it and sweep it under the carpet. It doesn't really make sense. And for past Masca, actually, I think that we've not really been very, very fair with him today. And most times when he comes here, we are not really very fair to him. The reason why I say that is because irrespective of whatever opinion we may have concerning some people that look like him, the truth is that if we are genuinely concerned about the issues that are going on in the north, we actually need people like Masca to be able to gain a better understanding. And if we intend to be part of the solution, we also need people like him to be able to, begin to craft solutions around the problem. Except if we just want to talk about it just for the sake of talking about it. I'm thinking that if we see him here, instead of throwing banters on him, we should be able to ask him a simple question of how can we work together with him, to find solution. We should be able to find out from him how is he seeing it, what do he think is the solution. And when we come from the position of attack, it denies us the opportunity of actually gaining more insight into the problem. Because no matter how we feel about it, we cannot understand that problem more than somebody that lives among them. It's going to be hard. And it's only when he's comfortable. That's why I believe that my brother and friend Jagun lost what. There's how Master was responding to his question, which understandably he wasn't comfortable with. One thing that was lost in the midst of it is what Master was saying. You need to be comfortable. There are questions you ask me. I need to be comfortable with the way the question is coming to be able to give you what you need to hear. You understand? But if I get that question from a defensive point of view, you know, you may not be able to get the best that you expect to get out of me from that question. I think that's what he's trying to explain. I don't really think that Masca is a part of the problem. I think he may be in a better place to educate us more, and even if we really want to, if we are looking for partners to be able to attempt a solution at the problem, he is in the right place to do it. My brother Pansat, I really love him a lot, but I think he should start narrowing down some of those rhetorics. He's a very resourceful and intelligent person, but sometimes when he generalizes so many things, it doesn't really help in achieving anything. You know,
Exactly.
I understand some of his sentiments, but I don't believe that there's what they call fallacy of generalization. You know, when you lump everybody and everything together like that, you're gonna lose some details. You know, so
Can
that's
I ask
just
a quick question, Steph?
yeah.
Thank you. I just want to know. I understand what you said, and that's your point of view, and you are free to have it. What I don't know if I agree necessarily or disagree, but it's not that important. We listened and respected what you said. Can you tell me, with all of the issues that we have in a country like Nigeria and in a continent like Africa, problems upon problems upon problems that have been there for neons and neons and neons, and we as Africans, instead of facing these questions and answering them, what we actually do is sweep it all under the table as though it's gonna go away. AY just made reference to the fact that, do you know how long these things are going on? And I answer that these things have been going on for so long because we are too cowardice as a people, as a body of people, to deal with the elephant in the room. So you tell me now, after all your connotation and praiseworthy nation of Masca and all his levels, this is you. Tell me how we're going to have a difficult discussion based on ethnicity and religion as they may crop up and as they may become important, because they have laid a foundation of undulation for centuries that hasn't given us any solace. So please tackle that in a scenario, because that's where I'm coming from. I'm not coming from this place where we all have to feel nice and furry and everything else. I'm not a homosexual. I'm a man with a dick and two balls. So I need people to answer like they're men.
Jago, let him
Rubbish.
answer. Let him answer.
Yes,
Jago, let him answer.
I just need you to put it down.
No, I actually understand. I actually, yeah, I do understand what you said, but and you're hello.
You keep going in and out.
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Steph, can you sit up when you're talking? I mean,
I do understand what you said. You understand, and you are right. The only point I'm trying to make is that, as big as the problem is, when somebody like Masca come here, making him not to be comfortable to stay and discuss with us is not going to be part of the solution. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I hear that, but I think
let me chime in on that. AY, I beg your permission.
I'm just saying it based on I've been here looking at. I wasn't talking, and I know that if I am somebody like him that came into this platform, and in my judgment is that the environment is not conducive for me, and I think that is his judgment.
No, I got you. I got you the first time. You know, there's something called somebody joining the committee of civilized people. You don't even into international arena, in international relations. If you're a country that is engaged in nefarious activity ever, pretty much, you're ostracized, right? That there are some saints in those countries, perhaps, but that doesn't count unless you come out clearly and say, look, I'm against my country doing XYZ, right? Now, he's not all that clean as far as I'm concerned. I just respect you guys like to come here in the evening. It's a light session, and I'm for changing the subject at some point. But we just can't come here laughing it off and being guys, you know, talking when we have 500 people killed in our country and people are starving, right? It's not conducive. You won't see me here if everything is going all right, right? So what you have to understand, Steph, the short answer to your question is this. If you are doing evil, you are not going to be comfortable in a committee of civilized conversation unless he comes here, he confesses, and he says, look, I'm different. And what I condemn what's happening here, right? He can't come here disturbing Jagun, who's making a cogent point. He's making, you notice, before I got here, he knows that I'm not going to put up with that. I would make him an order. If he's
So are you trying to make Jagu your friend right now?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm calling it the way it is now. For you, everything is for us to come here and laugh, right?
No, Pastor, can I say this and then can I say this and then yield the floor to you? Let me just say this. I'll yield the floor to you. Can I?
I think it was Femi that was due to speak.
Can I? Okay.
No. I think after you, Femi needs to speak, not Pansat.
Let me yield the floor then. Whoever. What I'm the point I'm trying to make is this. If I relate it again to myself, maybe I am in a forum here where I live, and I'm in the midst of people from other countries, and then we're having a conversation, and they start telling me that you Nigerians are 419, and you are not saying anything about it. You are not talking about how we're going to stop your people from swindling people. Do you understand? And the person that is asking me this thing have not actually seen me promoting 419 or fraud. Do you understand? I'm going to be uncomfortable. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yep.
That's just the point I'm trying to make.
That's what it is.
Again, my
because
brother.
I've seen Pascal. I didn't know Pascal outside. I didn't know Pascal outside of this forum, and for the few occasions I've seen him here, I don't really have any reason to have that view about him. That's just the point I'm trying to make. Yeah, I can't say this about that is every other person that I don't know much. But for the few time I've seen him here, I don't really think I have reasons.
I know, but
Steph,
I love that point.
Can
I give a quick?
I'll read the floor. The proverb I'm gonna give you, I'll say it in English instead of saying it in Igbo, so everybody can understand. They say when a man's goat goes missing, the aroma of a neighbor's soup becomes suspicious. Okay, when a man's goat goes missing, the aroma of a neighbor's soup becomes suspicious.
I've heard that before, actually.
Let me just end it there so you understand that this is not a joke. We're not here to body around. We've got a problem with that area, with this region, and he's here always.
Let me ask Jago one question.
No. Before you do that, I just want to
let me ask you one question.
No. Steph is still online, and
no. It's not Steph. It's not anybody. Enough is enough. We can't keep encouraging bad behavior. Steph is a gentleman. We have to allow the gentle people in.
No, forefather, if you may, before you bring down your Hitler politics, Steph has wait, please. Steph has made certain assertions to which many people on the platform would see them as fair. He's talking about another member of ours, Maska, and how he may feel when in conversations like this, and how maybe people will come.
I listen to everything. I'm aware. So
Jago, let me ask you.
Stop asking each other questions. Femi,
but I have a question for you.
I have a question for you. On security, people are not gentlemen. You have to Be rough with them. They are not judgmental at all. They don't listen.
Let me ask you a question on security, though.
They will just chew the mic again. Can we allow Femi say something?
Give me a minute to ask him a question on
Pansat,
security.
allow Femi say something, please. Jesus Christ. You have to stop being gentlemanly.
Pansat,
You know?
I can't give you a minute. You take an hour. So but
Exactly. 1 second.
Okay. So so I want to start from the angle of religion, especially with respect to this Islamic thing that because I know Pansat always brings this up. Now, the way I like to look at it is Oman, Qatar, Kuwait,
Dubai,
Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain. They're all majority, if not entirely, Islamic countries.
100%.
In addition, they don't even practice, they don't go with this shenanigans of democracy or whatever. But the system works for them. We may not agree with certain things, but it works. After all, is it not the same UAE that's mostly Christians? As far as I know, because I go to Dubai a lot as well. Mostly Christians, more so than even Muslims from Nigeria visit. At such times, nobody complains about Muslims. Point number one. Number two, I've had this conversation on this forum and in several other forums before, to the point where, if you look at historically, Christianity versus Islam is still young. If you take away any biases, I'm a Christian, but sometimes you just got to be a realist as well. If you want to look at things holistically, the bigger picture, Islam is way younger than Christianity. And if we've been honest with ourselves, for those that have been able to like analyze this to the point of looking at the historical antecedent of Christianity itself, I told my wife once, she never believed me until I showed her evidences of the kind of atrocities that happened throughout Christendom, which a lot of us know as well. If a lot of people that think Islam is bad, right, the way it is right now, then go check out the history of Christianity. There were more heinous things that happened as well.
What does that mean? What are you saying?
Jago,
I wasn't going to address this. I was only going to address in the context of where
History.
where Pansat was coming from. Like, you know, the way Pansat can be very like all Muslims are like this, as though you don't have Christians. You get where I'm coming from. As though Christianity
Can I respond?
problem.
Let me respond. 1 minute.
Pansat,
Just 1 second.
Let him land. You'll respond since he's called your name.
Yeah, I called your name. Don't worry. It's not even about you. You're just a representation of what I. Because I'll be honest with you. Growing up, I had a lot of things I wanted to question. But you know, when you're younger, especially in Nigeria, Jaguar, I don't know how old you were when you were in Nigeria, but you can relate in a way. You couldn't question. You know, Nigeria is. I don't know if it's a black man thing or it's a Nigerian thing or an African thing.
It's Africa thing.
You couldn't question. You're not allowed to like. You know, we're talking about education. You're not allowed to like widen your horizon. Like you can't question things, even at home, at school. You get where I'm coming from.
As a Yoruba son, I rejected all of that, and I rejected it from age 5, 6, 7. I became, of my family of 7 siblings, I became the one man or odd man out, and I didn't give a fuck because I'm a kind of person, the kind of spirit that God gave me.
Know how to interject. I gotta learn that trick. Jedu can interject anytime he wants.
So basically, it was because of the way my thought processes work. Like when I hear certain things and I feel I don't want to be a part of that bandwagon, which I've never been. I don't care that I'm a Christian. In fact, sometimes you talk about Muslims now. Translate the same thing to Christendom and see the number of people that start stacking you.
Now let me come in here because I think you misunderstand me. Hold on.
Pastor,
let me mistake. Hold on.
The problem is that you're gonna end it 2 hours time.
No.
Pastor, I beg you.
Give me a minute. Just 30 seconds. 30
No,
seconds.
no percent. So, but that's on one hand. Now, but to the point of even still on this security, which is part of a lot of what we've discussed through the day as well. Now, there's one aspect I wanted to also add as well. I don't know how many of us follow what goes on in the Zamfara axis, Zamfara, Niger, and Kaduna axis. Have you ever heard of this guy called Dogo Gide?
Yeah,
Now,
I've heard of him.
For you to know how complicit the Nigerian government, and probably you could even go as far as maybe certain people that have sympathy for the bandits or terrorists, either by collusion or by force or whatever. Dogo Gide is supposed to be like like they've been looking. The security forces will tell you they've been looking for him forever, but people see him around. In fact, it's been alleged that the army, there's elements in the army, the police, even within government. Keep in mind, I say it's been alleged. They know his movements. They know where he is. Like, it's like if they really want to get him right now, he's one of the major. Although in recent times it looks like he's gone.
They say he's dead right now.
No, that's what they keep saying. They've been saying that. See, every time they say he's dead,
The way they were saying Shekau is dead.
They keep saying that. So because why? I don't know why
when
this.
They say Buhari is alive, he's dead. When they say Shakau is dead,
No,
alive.
it's
That's the
IPOB
rule of
that said
thumb
Buhari
with
is
their
dead.
trick.
I don't know
It's
why.
your IPOB that we are saying that.
I don't know why this is coming to me. It's just again to reinforce the fact that even if we want to blame the people. Well, I'm not sure the people are totally the ones in charge of security. So I'll just keep it that way. I just thought to bring in that angle as well to the discussion.
All right, thank you very much. Femi, there is a correction I want to make with you
That's
because
what Femi.
I want you to wax your ears right now, then hear me properly, right? Because there's a difference between geography. When I say northerners, right? First of all, you agree with this sentence I'm going to make right now. That northern region has been battling divergent security challenges, including Boko Haram insurgency in the northeast, farmers herders, as well as religious clashes in the north central, and then of course banditry across the northwest. Thousands of people have been killed and displaced in this crisis in the north. I mentioned northeast, north central, and northwest. Do you agree 100% with that statement? Femi.
Yeah, it's not even a matter of agreement. It's a fact.
It's a fact, right? So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying not, because not in their calculation, we know it's Takia. It's a lie that what they call North Central has nothing to do with North. Nothing. But we're not talking geography here. We're talking about a set of people. So that's what when I'm talking, you really have to understand that. It's not, I'm not picking tenets of Islam. I don't like the tenets of their religion, but I don't talk about it. I'm a Christian. I don't like the tenets of their religion, but I never talk about it. That is their business. You want to miss, your salvation is in your hands. You don't want to go to heaven? That is your problem, right? But when you are going out there killing people, that's different. It's not Islam. Somebody says UAE, I believe it was you. You mentioned all these Islamic countries where they're 100%, like AY said. You know why I say 100%? Because they wiped out the Christians there. Either drove them out or wiped them off, right? We don't.
You see, you're laughing, oh. You see how you're laughing, AY, oh.
But it's not true. But it's not true.
No, the thing is, I laughed for the same reason that you're laughing now.
Yeah,
and it was taken differently.
That's not true. That's why I'm laughing.
No,
yeah, I know what you're saying. I know why you're laughing.
Yeah, he's talking about non-Nigerians too, so maybe that too is also coloring it. Because if he was talking about Nigerians, that would have been slightly more serious. It's closer to
the question I have for you, forefathers, I'm happy that you're, just in case you fall asleep here, because you're a host. I don't see that on CNN when a host is completely gone from the show. You have Steph lying down. getting our people killed and Steph's lying down. You're gone from the screen totally. The question I have for you is this: listen to me. Would you, since you like security, right?
What?
Would you support?
But I did what?
A massive search warrant issued for all mosques and churches in Nigeria. Search warrant to look for our Chibok girls and other people who are kidnapped in all palaces. None is sacrosanct. All mosques, all churches.
Sorry,
right?
Pastor.
Yeah.
Is that for me?
No, it's for fathers. He's a security. He likes security. He wants internal
What
and
are you
external
doing
security
today?
for the country, right? So, forefathers, my question to you: would you be in support of a court-issued? We do it something of necessity, a search warrant for every place of worship, palaces. Nowhere is sacrosanct. We want to search for our missing girls. Those that are kidnapped now, those who were kidnapped in the past, that we have a task force to go out there with a court-issued search warrant. It doesn't matter what the tenet of your religion is. We're a secular country. We got people missing. You've already demonstrated that your religion does not respect life of Nigerians. Therefore, we don't give a damn what your
that's the generalization again that you just did again.
Passad is very is.
Please answer my question.
Just one or two sentences. Pansat, you see, this is the reason why I came back. It was when you said, I'm not saying, see, context matters. I'm not saying a lot of what you, I mean, some of what you said is not true. It is when you now keep a blanket as though even Christianity, for which I profess, for example, doesn't have its own issues. Plus, your own reality might not be someone else's reality in the sense that whilst we all, I mean, those of us that are Christians would profess, that Christianity is the way.
I said churches. I said such mosques and such churches. I didn't say. I said
but you said something. No, I'm trying to reboot something you said. You said something. You made a statement, and I'm not going to paraphrase. I'm only going to be able to paraphrase you. You said something that, okay, fine. You said something about, if they choose another religion that doesn't lead them to heaven, something along those lines.
Oh no, that was the tangential point I made.
Yeah, I know. I understand.
Right.
But I'm just saying, because keep in mind,
I have freedom of speech and association.
I agree. I agree.
If you keep professing Christianity while you're hitting us on the head, the Lord, it's not going to. It's not everybody says Father that's going to heaven, right?
Exactly.
If you're a Christian, you have to stand firm as a Christian on this. But you're
not the one to tell me. Especially when you're using your biases.
No. Look, you don't let forefathers whistle out of this, right? Because he's never been this quiet, right? I asked my question now. He doesn't want to talk. He doesn't even want to stop you and I from arguing. So answer the question: are you for a court-issued search warrant? Because we have a problem in the country. People are disabled. Are we stupid? People are gone.
I don't take. Well, I don't take on board. Sorry, Pansat, my brother. I don't take necessarily on board everything that Pansat is saying, but the seriousness as to the issues that befall us, I don't believe that we're taking them seriously. I don't believe that we're allowing ourselves to break through.
Anything you disagree with me, you're wrong. You better go with me 100%.
No, I'm agreeing with you that the seriousness. You know, Pansat and everybody here to a large degree would agree on the connotations of Pansat summations. However, it doesn't mean that what he's saying needs to be ignored. What is real is that the depth of what he's saying needs to be taken on board. It's too easy to dismiss ourselves as being, I don't know. It's too easy. That's the easy reality. Let's deal with the actual elephant in the room, because it's still there bumbling.
Let me attempt the question.
Thank you.
If there was,
thank you, Jaden, by the way, I appreciate that.
If there was precedence before now that they were finding kidnapped victims in mosques and whatever place you describe, then clearly that's what needs to happen. And if they suspect that they are being hidden in mosques, then if the intelligence suggests it, why not? They should search.
Okay, hold on, please. Hold on. I know you're in the. Let me. I don't want it abstract. So let me plug those things that you're talking about. Israel, for right now, they're in a war with Hamas that is indistinguishable from northern Nigeria. Hamas, right? So they know that things are hidden in mosques. They're hidden in hospitals, even. That's what they do. They're bombing them. I'm against that. I'm completely against that. What Israel is doing, but it does show, though, the fact of the matter that they do hide things like that in the mosque. And we've looked everywhere else. Second point, and that's my final point. We looked everywhere else except the mosque. You go to a church, you could go out in front of a church and look through the window and see everything there, including the inner sanctum of the bishop, right? You can see everything. Those mosques are pretty much Alcatraz, right? What are they hiding in there?
If
we
it's something,
we got hundreds and hundreds, thousands of people missing. Where the hell do you think they are?
If there was evidence that they've used mosque before, it should have come out by now. And secondly, if there is suggestion that or intelligence that suggests that people are being hidden in mosques, they will. I think what they found is that these people are taken into forests, deep into the bushes, and that's where these people are reside. That's where they reside. Even the returnees, they testify to this thing.
Hold on.
Let me. 30 seconds. I'll round up. See.
I'm saying you will never be a security guy, period.
You don't know what security is. Yeah, of course I don't know anything about security. My point is that if you look at those people that were kidnapped again, what I've been saying is still remains. If they have enough manpower and form a grid inside the country where wherever these people show up, they can't escape to anywhere. Because wherever they are going, there are security forces there. And when they come out, they get locked in. Anyway, it's like a net. Anywhere they show up, they get locked in. There's nobody can move without security forces knowing. So
are you against searching the mosque, please? Yes or no? Are you against searching everywhere?
Why would I?
Yes
No, nowhere should be off limit when there is evidence or intelligence suggesting that people are somewhere. Why would you limit yourself?
Look, the way search works is you have to look before you determine if it's there or not, right? You have to say.
So they should come into your house to come and search,
with a search warrant, yes.
In America.
You see,
in America, they come with a search warrant.
What if the judge refuses to grant it? The judge
has to have another way you search in America is called hot pursuit, right?
Yeah.
If the police are in hot pursuit of kidnapped girls, they can go anywhere. You don't need a warrant.
The truth is, you don't listen. The truth is, security. I don't think security even need court warrant to even search a mosque or a church. If they suspect anything, go in there, go search it. But let me tell you, Passat is just speaking like a child. I can tell you. Hold on.
AY, let me ask you a question.
Right?
Are you for searching the mosque or not? Yes or no?
Now let's try to keep it to
you
the
see,
point.
You see, the truth is, we need to treat these people as real criminals. Real criminal. They don't have anything to do with religion. I can tell you again and again. If
listen
you
to that
me,
nonsense,
even
right?
If you have
listen. AY, forefathers, I'm sorry. We cannot have him say something like that. Terrorism is associated with Islam in northern Nigeria. That's where it is. So shut your mouth.
Hold on.
Shut your mouth.
Let me speak.
No, you can't lie. No propaganda.
Take him off. Let me speak.
It's Islamic terrorism.
That's
what it is. Let him talk now. I think you've had your say.
See, this issue, we should not take them personal at all. If you know where these people are, my whole submission is, you know where these criminals are, bob all of them. They have nothing to do with religion. Slaughter them. My position.
No, we're civilized society. We're not going to do that. That's Sharia bullshit. People have they're innocent until proven guilty.
The only person here.
Could you mute him? Let me correct him on something he said. He said slaughter them.
No.
Why should we slaughter people without conviction?
So
Please
So,
mute him. He's talking nonsense.
he's just
Papa,
trying to
remove
express
Pastor.
that he doesn't feel any sympathy for these people. So
No, but he's
that's
saying we
all
should
he
go and
said.
slaughter our people before they're
Don't
convicted.
slaughter the kidnappers.
He's an Islamic terrorist.
Forefather,
He
hold
wants
on.
to
Islamic
kill.
terrorists,
He
they
wants,
are
he wants
responsible
to
for
kill
loss of
before he
life.
asks a question.
Answer, calm down.
Stop attaching these people to religion, to tribe. My position, even Boko Haram, you know anybody involved with evidence, bob all of them. There is no issue here. There is
Hold on.
no
Forefathers, could you correct
religion that
them?
is
You have to
supporting
go to court
criminality.
and convict somebody before you do anything like that.
Hold on.
Right?
Hold on.
It's not right.
Hold on.
It's not
You
our
say
constitution. That's not the way we are.
See, this is hold on. This
No,
is
but you
serious
shut up.
issue.
You don't know what you're talking about. Shut your mouth.
Forefather, you need to
Let's
stop
calm.
it.
Let's calm. Let's keep things
Sir,
calm,
you are
guys.
an old
There's
man.
no real
Stop
need
like a
Oh my. Okay, let's allow
20-year-old
Paul to say
man.
something. And since two of you are just
For you
degraded the
supposed to be a
conversation,
grandfather. You need to
Paul,
behave.
Remove both of us. Remove him.
That's the presidency bastard that said all this.
So
drag all of us out.
we need to no. On a more serious note, we need to treat these issues very seriously. What Pastor? It's not joke. Our security needs to look for these people.
Yeah,
Taking it as a joke.
477
When you taking it, see, when you stop, if you are
a lot of
making
people.
jokes, we know you are making jokes. This is serious issues. Don't attribute them. Treat these people as
These
criminals.
are our leaders. See, our chief of army staff was saying the other day that we have increased our manpower. I was like, what is he talking about? And you see, that's the problem with our education. Most of our people don't know what he's saying. That he's talking total tosh. Talking about that he increased the number of what did he increase? Maybe he's talking about recruiting 5,000 or 10,000 and they retire 10,000. I don't know what he means by recruiting because the Nigerian security forces have not grown in size. They can't secure the country. This is why all this nonsense is happening. 400 people. Hold on. Do you know what it takes to kidnap 400 people in one state?
Imagine.
Like it's like they have so much room to operate. That's why they're able to do that.
Well, could I take a survey right now?
Apart from that,
six of us. Hold on, let's take a vote. Okay? Let's take a vote. AY. The question before us is: if you think the terrorism in Nigeria with this kidnapping is related to Islam, say yes. If it's no, you say nay.
But all what?
Hold on. I want to know.
Business with
Hold
Islam.
on. Will you please hold on? Let's resolve it. Right. We have a panel here. There's 6 Nigerian men, educated people here. I want to take a survey. Maybe I'm wrong. Hold on. I'm going to ask a question.
What you're talking about? You are wrong.
No, why don't you let him land? What are you defending, AY? What are you afraid of, AY? Why don't you let him speak? You must be afraid of something because you don't want him to talk.
Did he allow me speak? Why did he not?
No, man. We all have to have some manners.
Speak.
The brother.
I was supposed to be speaking.
No, he's just
What are you talking
I
about?
think 2 of them, they are just like father and son.
Yeah,
right?
After the survey, then Paul would.
I don't know.
I want to come to you first, right?
Can we?
My proposition is that terrorism in Nigeria is associated with fundamental Islam, right? Maybe they got it wrong. Maybe they're not educated enough in their religion or whatever, right? But let's just say, in Nigeria, the question is yes or no. Is the terrorism? Hold on, please, hold on.
Oh, Pastor, you just keep going on. Let me ask you. Was it not yesterday or today? They raided somewhere in southeast that they say is the what do they call it? Epicenter of IPOB. This thing is that true?
Now, let me tell you, here's the definition of terrorism, because many people get violence mixed up with terrorism. In order for terrorism to take place, there must be aspect of Islam in it. Now, other people do.
Oh God!
Other people do violence. Hold on now. Hold on. Hold on. People may be agitating for their. You hold on. Let me land now, because
the Israeli bombing of the British embassy in the Den, Palestine. What was that?
King David Hotel.
You see,
Oh, okay, no
It's
problem.
violence.
That's not terrorism. That was just violence.
Yeah, but wait a
Okay.
minute, because a terror victim has no skin in the game. He's not political. He's not religious. He's not doing
my
anything.
brother.
Yeah.
Pansat, bro. Let's be
Yeah.
a bit careful. You know, there was Northern Ireland, and it could be seen that was a Catholic terrorism. Let's be careful and let's be cerebral. Let's not just try and point fingers because
Okay,
it's
but
not fair. You see, for me, all I want to do.
Father, maybe you should go ahead and ask the question. I was trying to ask it, but I said,
Okay,
moderator, I just want to know what this is.
Let me
Speaks
ask
about.
a question now. Hold on, let me ask
About
a
Nigeria.
question.
I want to answer
About
your
Nigeria.
question.
Forget about Northern Ireland.
Let me
Pastor, I would love to answer your question.
let me ask the question. Nobody answer the question. Loco P, please go ahead. It's Loco Stone. Yeah.
Okay.
You have not said anything all day because this people will not let you talk if we just keep asking questions.
Loco is here to listen.
Welcome, Loco, so that Paul can speak next.
So, what do you want me to talk about?
Oh my God! No, that's not fair. You have to be paying attention. That's a sackable offense, my brother. That's a sackable offense.
Go and listen from early in the morning when we first
What Pansat and AY is even arguing about, I don't understand. Okay, AY is saying the terrorists should be dealt with. Pansat is saying no, they should not be dealt with. They should be taken to court first. For them to like.
I don't know which kind archaic telephone you are listening to. That's not the telephone you're using is not modern. You are using the telephone from the 80s, be that all.
But he's correct though. He's correct.
Is that what he said?
Pastor was saying they have to be given due process. Everyone was saying
kill them.
I
don't understand.
Okay, really?
So you think Nai they pay me, Abi? So you think Nai they pay me? But the thing is this, right? Yeah, when they tell you the law is an ass, right? The lawyers will tell you yes, it's an ass, really, because sometimes even the America that they say they practice the best democracy or whatever, if they are throwing bombs to what's it called, the people in the Middle East, do they take them to court first to judge them that they are terrorists or not? They just send the airstrike and bomb the hell out of those guys. Who is holding America accountable that you should take them to court first before this and that? Nobody. So sometimes there are some desperate situations that demand desperate actions to be taken. So if but the only thing I disagree with Pastor is like you said they should go to church and mosque and look for them. Have you searched for the appropriate place first? Have you go to the Zambuza forest and show us video that yes, you've totally cleared that place and there's nobody here? You have not done that. So why should you go and disturb other people in church and mosque? You are looking for what you did not keep in that place. Go to where they took them to first. Go to Zambuza forest. Show us the picture.
Whilst we're speaking like this, are we aware that what we're speaking about is over 10 years ago? And are we aware that these people who have been kidnapped are adults now? And sometimes it's like they're adults, and many of them have married into Boko Haram, pregnated, changed religion, and the whole world.
I don't think the Chibok girls were up to 400 and something anyway. This one is 400 something.
No, even if they
Chibok was 300 girls.
Yeah, you see?
Even if they are or not, nobody cares. But a crime has been committed. It's the duty of the security and the government. Go and tell us the recent updates. Go there. By now, you can't even assess. We don't even know how Zambuza forest look like. We don't even know if you have trees or grass or just maybe desert. We don't even know because
let me help you out. Loco, you could say you don't know, and that's okay.
I know. Which if I don't know what.
Father, you need to moderate this man.
Hold on, let me respond. Please hold on.
I think we're going to be rounding up soon so that we can allow people to talk now.
Let me answer something that he said that's important, right? We are on a platform. I want to answer something he said that's important.
Make Paul come in, Joe.
Paul hasn't come in. I just want to answer something he doesn't know. Let me tell him what it is.
You don't know what Zambuza forest look like. You understand?
There's no forest there. There's no forest there, right? Let me tell you. I know what it's like. Let me tell you.
It is called Zambuza forest for a reason. You understand? So You can't tell me there's not less ambitious forest. It is called forest for a reason.
Let me tell you. Listen to me. Listen, please.
Hold on. No
Can
worry.
I tell you? Don't be afraid of the truth. Let me tell you.
Listen to me. If by now you know, and your Nigerian government cannot tell us what you know, is it that either you don't know what you are saying, or the Nigerian government? In fact, you don't even know what you are saying, because
so you trust the Nigerian government more than you trust me, as much as you listen to me, right?
See,
you think the Nigerian government know more than I do?
If you tell me it's blue, I will not even believe you. The cap you are wearing.
That's not fair. That's why we have the problem. We have people like you, right? You come in here, you're not being serious because there's no way. You don't talk a lot, and that's fine.
No.
I have a brother like you. He doesn't talk a lot, but when he opens his mouth, he's wrong, right? Listen to what I'm saying to you. Listen. Listen to
mouth your brother.
Paul is the next person to speak.
Local P, finish what you are saying so that Paul.
What I have to say, the only thing I had to say was just where the argument between what's it called, AY and what is it, looking going to church and look for them and all that stuff, and they're killing them or not. So that's not what they want to put.
I bet let Paul speak. Pastor, you people listening.
For me, AY, try to be polite a bit.
Forefathers, that's not enough. Give him a little admonishment like that. Take him out from the platform. So we can have.
When somebody be a madman, you need to treat him that way.
Yeah, for me, I just think I was listening, and from the other side, then I listened to what Pansa said. It just makes me feel some type of way, because Pansa is too enlightened to be doing certain things. Pansa sometimes Pansa acts like MAGA. I don't know why he's putting on blue. He should be putting on red. So when Pansa talk about look at the Palestinian, look at what the Hamas. So when Pansa said all those type of thing, it makes me feel that why is Pansa acting like these very old people? Look, there was a time where the whole world loved Israel. You know why? We love Israel because it's anything that Israel tell us, we just take hook, line, and sinker. The mainstream media will just tell us, we just sympathize and empathize for Israel. But thank God for this age of technology, where everybody with a little device, everybody become their own seasoned journalists. We started seeing Israel have done so many things. Everything Israel tell you that they rape, they do this, they do that. They've never bring any facts to the table. And you still believe what Israel is telling you. But you feel bad when somebody do that type of thing, say those type of things to your kingsman. You understand? One Igbo boy will play us trick, then I will generalize it to all Igbo. One Yoruba will play us trick, I will generalize it to all Yoruba. One Urobo man will do, then I will generalize it. I think it's wrong. You understand? If today Israel can be doing everything they are doing, you understand? The ball is on their own court. They are the one putting these people down. They have the gadget, they have the media, they cover the airspace, but they can't come with any evidence. It's just so shameful that you stand up and you stand tall that you want to support Israel. Look, let me tell you, religion is a pain in the ass. In this world that we are living today, what makes this world is going in a very wrong direction today. It's about religion. And when I talk about religion, I'm talking about these two big religions. The numbers of people Christians have caused harm in this world, you can't quantitate it, you can't count it. And I'm talking about like the Catholic. Today, if you talk about the so-called Islam too, they've done the same thing. If we want to bring it down to Nigeria, come on, look at the genocide that Yakubu Gowande is a born-again Christian. Look at the killing that Obasanjo do. He's a born-again Christian. Look at the killing that Buhari did. It's just about the same thing. And these are seasoned clergymen. These are men who never play with their religion. But look at the barbaric act these people have done. It's even different when an American do that in the name of your color or your race is different from mine. But we are talking in a country where all of us know that if we want to claim, we want to say we are all one at the end of the day. Look at the thing. Do you want to talk the things that Obasanjo do? Is he not a Christian? If Obasanjo were to be Muslim, you would trace it to Obasanjo as a Muslim man. If Yakubu Gowon.
Paul, if I may, very quickly.
No, let me land, please.
No, to ask you, I'm going to put a question to you, my brother.
Okay.
Because you see, this what you're saying, we can hear it any weekend for the last 2 years. How we should balance the whole world. No. What we're dealing with is a question of Nigeria and Africa.
Okay, No, so I just try to bring it down.
My friend, let me put it to you. What we're dealing with in this discussion is how do we have nuanced, articulate conversations that are difficult, because we have to speak about these issues. We can't pretend that they're not happening and start saying, "Oh, Abasanjo is a Christian." Abasanjo being wait. So why doesn't Paul wait? Just take your time. What it is?
But why don't you let me land? Why don't you let me land? If I didn't land now, let's say I didn't land and they take me out now.
Bro, don't let the argue.
Why don't you just let me land?
All right,
Why don't you just let me land? So what I'm saying, when I try to say these things about religion,
you're not saying anything.
Of course, I'm not saying anything, but let me not say anything, but let me land with my nonsense.
Yeah, okay.
You understand? If you land with my nonsense, then you join me to become an accomplice of not saying anything.
What I was going to put was a question to you, so you direct what you're saying, because what you're saying,
what I'm doing is that
I am coming down. I said all the things about religion, but I will tell you that even when religion do all those things, these things that religion do, when it comes to the Christian religion and when it comes to the Islam, it is not about the religion. It's about part of the world. People would almost turn religion to culture, and they started living a certain way of life because the religion itself preaches peace. You understand? People hide under that religion to commit so many barbaric acts. The things Yakubu Gowon did, it's not about his religion. The things Obasanjo did, it's not about his religion. The things most of these men do that happen to be serious clergymen, it's not about their religion. It's about how it's about, these guys don't play. If Buhari never play, don't go to all Hajj, go do all his fasting, do everything, which means he never play with his religion. But the things that Buhari would, I'm just saying, Obasanjo called himself pastor. I hope you know that.
So what? He never acted in a proper role.
No,
he just talking rubbish. Paul, you're talking shit.
Of course, I'm talking rubbish, but I'm quoting the people by the way they put themselves. But that is not where I'm going. Where I'm going is that it is not about them call themselves Christians or Muslims or being a clergyman. It's about their own ideology. As human, it's not about their religion, because the religion itself preaches peace. But sometimes people hide under this thing called religion and commit so many barbaric things. We are facing that in America today. People hide under, but if we have very strong institutions where we can punish people, where people must not go punish when they commit crime, let the long arm of the law take its course. That is what will make things work. We have to punish people.
Okay.
How will 400 and something people kidnap people with motorcycle, with bike? Do you want to tell me that so many calls wouldn't have gone on and nothing happened?
Hold on, Paul.
These are the things I'm talking about. It's about strong institutions.
Yeah, but hold on, Paul. Hold on. Let me say that I've always listened to you on this platform, and you're a rational actor. You're a patriot. You love the country. You're a minority who grew up in the Yoruba land, so you straddle both cultures, right? Which is a good thing. But today, what you're doing here,
the best in that country.
What you're doing here is called a specious, spurious, factitious,
at least
fraudulent,
and he also a minority, by the way. I don't
let me land.
He was pulling my man.
I'm making a point here, please.
I don't know where you're coming from or who you're speaking to with that rubbish.
Stop calling people minority, because you are also a minority. So stop calling
people. You see what Jaguar
please, let me land that. We can
have
that debate afterwards. Okay, hold on. So now, Paul.
I was going to ask him a question. I was only going to ask him a question because he was going on one tangent that I couldn't understand. Where were you going?
Were you for
once?
Forefathers,
Jago,
do your job.
Jago, I will put it to you. Jaguar,
Yes.
we put it to you that whenever you are talking, I'll cut you halfway. Say, let me ask a question.
I have
You
a
never
question.
take that, and I will
Okay,
do
hold-
you.
Okay, hold on,
I
please.
promise you, I will do you that. You
Okay, so
understand
Paul,
how it works? I will do you
Jago,
that.
please, I have a question pending for Paul. It's important
If
because
that makes you happy, bruh,
he's
go ahead.
If
Jago,
Pansa
you
want to
don't
ask
have
me a
you
question,
don't
I
have to
love it. You
respond
know
to
why? Because I landed.
Okay, please, Paul,
Very
please
good.
hold on. You made a key point here, right? Where
You
you are
still
trying
spoke a
to
lot of rubbish,
create.
Paul, bruh, and I can't believe the amount of rubbish you
See the
spoke.
problem,
Please,
Jago,
please,
you
forefathers,
calling one
mute.
person,
Can we,
let's
can
say
we
you
be
drop
Why
the
are you
polite?
mic.
muting me? And you don't
Why
mute
are we
these
doing
guys?
this?
Please.
Let's try to
Now,
be polite now. Is it that hard?
please, Paul.
This topic is not even that hot. What is going on? The topic, there's barely any light coming out of it. We
You
just
know,
throwing this
Passat is
left
here.
and right.
Passat is a
What is
virus.
this?
Okay,
Passat
so
is a
Paul,
virus.
Paul, I just finished saying
Yeah,
that.
Pastor, since you came on, the conversation seems to have been stunted. You know, I don't
Okay,
know.
I want
It's
to
not
change
going
this,
anywhere.
I want us to
Passat
change the
virus.
subject after this. Let Paul handle this.
Even when it goes to one man, that is the same thing. Go to Nigeria Watch, the same thing.
You are not helping yourself.
I know, but
It's like
look,
you
fathers,
guys
how,
see me as
how
tweets.
many times are you
People
going to
doing
warn
it.
him, right? That's why we have a problem in Nigeria. There's no consequences. Remove him from the platform. Please.
Yeah,
Don't
but
warn him again.
two of you have to go.
Yeah, I
Two
agree.
of you are a
So, now, Paul, why I'm asking you this question
Remove
is because
Passat.
I've said that that's a counterfeit argument you're making because you're trying to create a moral equivalence, right? Think about this. Now, forget about outside the shores of Nigeria, but even that, there is no moral equivalence between Islam and Christianity in Nigeria, right? There's none. The Christians don't go kidnapping secondary school girls. They don't. They don't fight their neighbors. Like you go Just Plateau, they've been living together all these years, right? As a matter of fact, in the genocidal war against Igbos, Biafrans, it was one of the sons of Plateau, Benue, that was a quote-unquote hero of that war. But they're now in IDP camps. You go to Yoruba land, they're complaining. Governor Autumn, like I said, in Benue, will complain to you that his problem are Islamic folks, especially Fulanis, right? Now, I don't have time to tell them apart, and I'm not going to do it. It's all of them. So you go to the Northeast, they're the ones doing it. You go even in Kaduna, right? It's not the North, but they call it the North. In Kaduna, you have the Southern Kaduna, and then you have all these people coming over there, killing them. We don't have anything like that with the Christians. So you cannot come here in a counterfeit, spurious.
That's how Nigerians speak, just to try and placate everyone. You can't placate the world if you're going to tell the truth. If you're going to tell the truth, and that's what your conscience is telling you, everyone's trying to balance everything. What can you balance?
It's a sham. Now,
Rubbish talk.
Let me land. Paul, I hope you're getting my I hope you're getting my drift, right? So because I know you're a true Nigerian, you're a patriot. I've seen you in other occasions speaking on many issues, and you're very knowledgeable and you're fair. Right, I know you were Saul when you were here talking about IPOB all the time with the forefathers and AY. You were Saul then, and then the Lord through me, I converted you. You're Paul now, and you're fair, right? So what I want you to do, treat that subject, but please, are you trying to create a moral equivalence between Nigerian Christians who are victims of this thing? Are you going to blame the victims here? So please make that clear, because a lot of us have respect for you, right? So make that case, because we have to solve the problem. We have to solve the problem.
Patsa, I'm an Robo man, and I'm from Warri, if you know Warri. So Warri has three major tribes. We have the Robos, the Ijaw, and the Shekiri. So as I'm telling you now, the Robos and
all
the
Igbos,
Ijaw,
all those people are Igbos, but go ahead.
So can you listen? The
Robos and the Ijaw, don't be silly. Don't be silly.
So you ask a question. So
any
now,
opportunity to talk rubbish, you entertain us with that shit. I don't know why. I really don't.
So Pansa, I'm talking about now Warri. The Robos and the Ijaw, as I'm telling you now, they are fighting. There is military everywhere. Guess what? Yep. If it were to happen that the Ijaws are Muslim, we'll say they're Muslim. But now, coincidentally, the Ijaws and the Robos are Christians.
It's not the same. That's violent. That's violent. That's not terrorism.
No, that's what I'm telling you.
They have something
of these two tribes happen to be one is Muslim, one is Christian,
Non-responsive. Please answer my question because I know you can. You're not being responsive to my question. Right? Are you trying to create? First of all,
I just told him that
are you
word,
trying to
easy
create?
word.
Are you creating a moral equivalence between the two traditions?
I just
right?
create a
yes or no?
Umulere and Agulere. If one tribe were to be Muslim and one is Christian, we'll say it's a religious war. But
No, but
now, when
not.
both tribes now happen to be Christian,
no, that's abstract. You're
it's a
chickening
tribal
out.
war.
No, I'm surprised. You don't want to answer the question. You're chickening out of the question, right? Clannishness and all that stuff. We've always had violence in the past. Clannishness and all that.
Exactly what I'm telling you. People,
hold on. Terrorism is a different thing altogether, right? They're
Correct.
killing for their Lord, for their God, right? And they want 72 virgins when they go to heaven, and they're all over the world doing it, right? But we're localizing
but
it.
if it's like that, how come the Yorubas are not doing it? Is it that the Yorubas Muslim they don't want to go to heaven?
Very good question.
I am asking you. Is it that the Yoruba Muslim? Is it that the Igbo Muslim in Abia they don't want to go to heaven?
Okay, please now.
I'm asking you. The Igbos in Abia that is Muslim they don't want to go to heaven?
Okay, hold on. Let me tell you.
Answer that question.
Wait, calm down, man.
Okay, this is an education thing now. Let's talk about
answer that question.
I'm
Answer that question.
Academically, right? Now, you see, normally when I come on a platform like I'm doing tonight, I talk anthropology, right? A lot of people like AY, they talk tribe, forefathers. Even,
which tribe?
right?
Where am I from?
I speak anthropology, of which tribe is a small aspect of it. But there's a culture and there's religion. This boy, he knows when I'm about to lay it down, right? And then he starts making noise. It behooves me. Why not remove him from the platform? He doesn't belong here. First of all, he's a Muslim. You know that, right? So you're a Muslim. That's where you're from.
My tribe. Where am I from?
I don't care. I don't give a damn where you're from. The point is that
AY is an Igbo man. AY is an Igbo man.
Paul, here's what I want you. I want you to Google the meaning of anthropology, right? So there's a cultural aspect to it. Look, forefathers. Look, forefathers. If you're not gonna remove him, right?
Let's try to be coordinated. We're gonna be rounding up soon.
I'm warning you now. I'm gonna hold you responsible for whatever he does. Right?
Remove him.
Paul and I have
why would I remove him?
Jago, why are you laughing?
Okay, so now Paul, because of time, right? I'm gonna throw it back to you, right?
The only people that spoke well today is even though Kofi spoke well, Paul spoke well, and Steph. The rest are just banging their head together.
Paul, I'll throw it back to you now. Okay, address it from anthropological point of view, right? That's why the Yorubas don't do it. The Yorubas do not have that culture. Of rummaging all over Africa, conquering.
So it's about culture now. It's not about religion now. It's about culture now, not about religion.
Listen. You see, the fact that you can't understand what Pansat is saying is always laughable. It's just laughable. You're intent on being stupid. That's the only way I can put it. Because you want to make a silly joke.
Difference between Paul and AY, right?
No.
Difference between
terrible,
Paul and
man. I'm upset with you today, Paul.
Paul is not fair.
Paul is a grown man. Paul is wicked. AY is evil, right? Paul knows better.
Forefather, you know me very well. When Jago will come with his finance, that's when I will come stupid.
I can't get
I'm sorry, I'm having to use these words. I must say. The only thing is, Paul, forgive me.
I'm a student of Old Testament and Moses. I'm a student of Old Testament. So I will come back.
Forefathers, meet everybody except me, so I can make my point. Please, meet everybody. Please.
Okay, you know what? 2 minutes. Can we give it 2 minutes? Can we give it 2 minutes since we are going to be happy?
Yes, so we have to concede.
Okay, all right. Everybody, let's allow him to speak, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, Paul, I only have 2 minutes, so what I'm gonna enjoin the first dialogue we had earlier, which is when you say you don't know.
That was, you want to take 2 minutes. Look the time. You look the time so that you know that you have done your 2 minutes. Look the time first.
Yeah, the minute is 01. So when it's 04, I'm gonna stop, right? So now
the local P says that, hey, go and look in the Sambisa forest first. We don't know, right? But the job of an examiner, an investigator, right? An inquirer, an analyst, a researcher, right? A prober, fact finder, scrutinizer, an inspector. You have to go out there to find out. Nowhere should be sacrosanct with the kind of insecurity we have in the country. It's an epidemic, it's beyond epidemic levels. We have young people, defenseless villagers, who they got no skin in the game. They're not fighting with anybody. They're in the northern farms, students in school, even girls' dormitory. So people go and carry them off in scores. And we're human beings, we're Africans, right? So I'm saying that nowhere should be sacrosanct. We have to look everywhere, right? The Sambisa forest is, when you think about forests like, what's a good forest in the southeast? We have forests that are big forests, right? With Iroko trees. That's not what they have over there. They got sand dunes, a patch of tree here and there over there, what they call Sambisa forest. First of all, we should spray that place with whatever. Spray it from the skies with helicopters so that they'll come out crying with their hands up in the air. But first of all, the point I want to make to local P was this. I know I got maybe a couple of minutes left here.
Man,
when the girls who were kidnapped, some of them have emerged. They came out with kids, right? Babies, right? When they came out, they don't look like people who live in the forest. We know what somebody who dwells in the forest will look like. First of all, people who dwell in the north, period. They look like they're cave people, right? Over there, aside from the rich politicians. They're ill-fed. They don't have anything. They don't go to school. Now, but when these people emerge with babies in their hands, they look fat, beautiful, well-maintained, which means they're in the mosques. They're in the palaces. That's where they are. Because as an inspector, as an examiner, you're supposed to be smart to forensically take a look at those girls and be able to say, okay, here. Not one prosecution. Not one public.
You're done with your 2 minutes.
Have the girls come so that public can ask them a question.
Your 2 minutes. You've
So my
exceeded
time,
your 2 minutes.
my time, I got 1 more minute left. It's 9:20.
You've exceeded your 2 minutes.
No. Francais, we understand you very well. We've taken your comments on board.
Anthropology, and the analyst, right? Tell me, talk to me about
Please, both brothers is running away. Both brothers is giving up. Look at that.
Let me school you and educate you when it comes to investigation. When you want to carry out your investigation, you are doing your research, you are carrying out your findings and everything. I will tell you, after 9/11, America went to Afghanistan. They leveled Afghanistan, and America spent money to build Afghanistan back. And America lost tons and tons of soldiers. America said that war they are going to spend $700 million. America end up whole debt of $8 trillion. Why am I saying this with everything? After America did everything they did, the perpetrator that they are looking for called Osama bin Laden. They never caught Osama bin Laden. America still had to write off the debts that Pakistan is holding, you understand, just to bring Osama bin Laden down. That is when they carry out the right thing, intelligence gathering. For you to just stand up, open your mouth and say, go to the mosques and the church. That is what the Israelis do. Kill everybody in Gaza, kill everybody in Pakistan. Then you say they are hiding in mosques, they are hiding, and you are throwing 2,000 pound bomb from up. Is this how you want to separate the good guys and the bad guys, or you just love to kill? My brother, if you want to carry out that kind of intelligence, it's going to cost a lot of things. You send people to study language, you send people to do, you work with the locals, you try to become one of them, you take your time. This is what people do when you gather intelligent gathering. When you gather everything, it is intelligence that they use in taking Osama bin Laden down. So you saying that they should just go to mosques and every other place, you are not doing that. That's wrong.
What Pansat said in making these things, it didn't mean necessarily you have to do that route. As I put it to you, it's over 10 years ago. The people that we're talking about have changed their lives. We're just talking about an aspect that is happening in our country that tells all of us, if we're serious, we don't really give a damn because these things have happened and they're happening. We're just here mouthing. What Pansat is particular about is that have we seen that through a particular religion that these things are taking place, and then because it's a particular religion, everybody wants to throw their hands in the air and pretend it's not a particular religion. It's not. Those people aren't religious. Those people aren't Muslim.
I'm not sure anybody.
When are we going to wake up? Excuse me, my brother. I haven't finished. I haven't finished.
Forefathers, I have a link for you in the private section.
Boy,
Forefathers, I have a link for you in the private section where
Fair
the
enough.
United States is offering to come and help capture those people, those perpetrators, and prosecute them. But Paul, let me educate you on how states are rational actors. Just Jago, by the way, you and I, we are 100%. There's no daylight between you and I on any of these topics here. But let me tell Paul. Let me tell you something.
To Igbo and Yoruba.
Wow,
he doesn't. Jago doesn't have participate in that. But anyway, Paul, let me tell you something about the United States.
Let me be biased. They are our problem. Those three majority ethnic groups.
You see again. My brother.
It's a confession. But look, Paul, states are rational actors, right? You agree with that in international relations, right? It is this AY won't let me talk. Forefathers, you have to do something about it.
Forefather,
anyway, Paul,
Paul, anything, Pastor, you just finished talking now.
It's to Paul. I'm trying to tell him something about Osama bin Laden and what the US did, right? But if you don't want me to talk, it's okay.
Let me just say something. Let me just say something about what Jago said. I think saying that there are, we all know there are actions that are being taken by people that associate themselves with specific religions. That is true. Most of the modern terrorist bombing and all this stuff is associated with Islam. It's not a made-up statement. That is most of it is associated with them.
And most of the things that is also coming from the US too. It's also associated with the evangelicals
please, Paul, please. I know you have a heavy voice. Paul, you have a heavy voice. We know this. We know you're strong. We are aware. But let man finish his conversation, Joe. Please.
See the way you feel bad now when somebody is talking, I'm talking. That's
no, I can talk as loudly as you, Paul. It's not only you that has that kind of voice.
Oh my God. Let's behave ourselves.
Man, Jago, your case is man.
Jago, I promise you, I'm going to buy you tickets. You're going to come to Atlanta. I'll buy your tickets.
Yourself, they are going to come to Peckham.
Let me meet people now. About the Protestant one. I take it that in terms of what is going on in America towards Israel, the Protestants are the ones, the church people are the ones backing Israel to do some of the heinous things. But it's very specific to that location. But the terrorism that has been going on around the world that is associated with people that claim to be practicing Islam is quite widespread, almost global right now, from India to Mozambique. So there's a question to be asked, and I think that question is meant to be answered by Muslims in the end. How is it that religion is at the core of some of all these strident movement going on around the world? Why is it that they are more susceptible to it than any other group?
Forefather, man.
Forefather, can you be specific?
No, please. I said forefather first. Respect me. I've got to salute you for what you just said, me. I'm not even kidding. Because you see, if we don't speak like this, we don't come anywhere near any truth. It's not pointing the finger. It's not blaming. It's asking the question, the fundamental questions that need answering. Otherwise, we're just walking in the dark. Flouncing.
Because that is a fact. If something is a fact, you can't run away from it.
Why would we pretend it's not happening?
Forefather, that is a good one, and I like it. And to some extent, you are right. But if I want to trickle down to Nigeria, and I'll see trickle down to some other climes of the world, look at what is going on in Turkey, some other places, Pakistan, then also Nigeria. The northern people, the Fulani people, do you know their culture today?
No.
The culture and the religion almost become intertwined. So you don't know when the culture is the culture is at play. You call it religion. You don't even know when the religion is at play. It looks like culture. Because these people, they lost.
Paul, you're correct. You're correct. And this happens all over the world. As far as Islam is concerned, I tell you where it happens least. And I'm a man who understands we have Muslim in our family. It happens least in the southern part of Nigeria, whereby the Yorubas especially, I'm not always happy with Muslim. I'm not always happy with Yoruba people. I'm not. However, the Yorubas, they know the difference between a Yoruba traditional culture and what it is and what is Islam. And in the north and in all these other Muslim countries, they don't know how to divorce themselves from you understand? So that's why they are so strange to everybody, because what it means is that they can't speak from their mind. They carry one book that's telling them all kinds of things, and they put that forward. Even a Christian has learned to divorce what he is saying as a Christian. As a Christian, I'm a sinner. You understand? But people that are, if you understand it from a Christian point of view, as a Christian, the first thing I would admit to you is that I'm a sinner. And it's by the grace of Jesus Christ coming to this earth and dying for my sins, that's where I become enlightened. No, Islam, you must cut his head off. He must die. He's an infidel. All these kinds of things that we're hearing. Nobody's disgraced. Nobody. How dare you speak against Islam? The prophet. Me, I don't get time for any of those people.
About Islam. To be honest,
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Jago, please let's allow AY answer. It's only fair.
You don't know
I think he's the only
anything about
Muslim
Islam.
here.
Thank you, bro.
I think the best way to do it, you need to learn from Muslim.
Do I learn? Do I know anything about Christianity?
No.
No, it's okay. We've established that I know nothing about Islam.
You don't let people speak.
No, okay. But why didn't you tell me that I don't know anything about Christianity?
Hold on.
No, man, it's not balanced.
Let me ask you this question.
Sure. I'll educate you with my answer.
Why is it that when people don't speak what you want to hear, you always get angry, get irritated?
No. Okay.
No, I have seen.
Let me. Okay. Do you want me to answer it, or is it just?
Don't answer him. AY, please go straight to the question. Why do you think?
Hold on, Father. Hold on. I will deal with your question. Hold on.
Don't make it personal, please.
I'm not making it personal. If you want to communicate, you have to be open. Jago is fond of doing this thing. Not only on this topic, every topic. The moment people are not speaking what you expect from there, you completely dismiss it. It doesn't work like that. The work don't revolve around you.
You still haven't asked the question, though. You haven't asked one question. You're just talking. You're just trying to defend your Islamic position. Because I tell you why. My utterances.
Please let him answer.
Let me say this, please, forefather.
No, he has to answer the question.
Let him be balanced.
We spoke answer the question. He's not answering the question.
I will leave you. Let me answer for further question. I will leave you.
Bro, you got nothing to say. All you did there was call my name out and start talking shit. All he didn't say anything.
He's going to change his mind. Let him answer
the question. He was calling my name and he said, accusing me of what?
It's okay. Let him answer the question. I seriously want to hear from a Muslim on
stop behaving like Passat right now. You can do better, man. I don't know. Stop behaving like
Passat is a human being. I don't know. He's still a human being.
Hold on.
I know we would like to dismiss him as an animal, but he's still a human being, bro.
Keep speaking. I'm not speaking.
Yes, thank you. Because it's clear to me, bro, that you're coming from your Islamic point of view. You're not coming from a cerebral point of view. You're just trying to defend Islam.
Of course, I will use my knowledge of Islam to also answer you now.
But you haven't said anything. All you said is accusatory.
But you don't let me speak.
No, it's because you haven't come to it.
Leave. Paul, continue.
This is what you said. This is what you said, AY.
See, Jago, you are not letting him answer. You are letting him get away with it. If from the point of view, you are letting him off.
What do you smoke? I can't.
You're going all over the place now.
Please answer.
I'm not going to answer for father.
He hasn't got nothing to say for father. The fact that you didn't recognize that he had nothing to say.
Let me speak.
You had nothing to say, bruv. Nothing.
Can you hear? Okay, I'm done.
I have to be
You have
to be muting mics now. Please go ahead, AY.
Yeah, Jago, I'm sure Jago is not. I don't know what is in your blood today.
I want to hear your take on this.
Father, what you said there is not true. You see, one thing you need to know, right?
What is not true?
Religion. Hold on. The statement you said,
about
why is Islam doing terrorism across the whole world? This is Rob
No, I
Gabe's
said,
statement.
why are they more susceptible to being
Okay.
taking action?
Okay, now
taking
you need to
those
really,
tactics.
you need to really understand, right? In religion is a very easy tool to use to do evil. It's very easy. The people you call Muslim that you say they doing this stuff, for example, in case of Nigeria, if you go really do, if you have an investigative journalism and talk to them, they are completely ignorant of what they are doing. They are completely ignorant. You will be shocked. These people cannot see. Let no matter how you gonna take and want to pet it. Now, the other thing is, you look at percentage of people. What is the percentage? What is their belief? Today in America, what do they want to achieve? They want to convert everybody to Muslim? It's not possible. Apart from that, a countries where you don't shoot one bullet, Muslim don't shoot one bullet, like say in every Western country, there is no country where Islam is not the fastest growing religion in any Western country. Quote me anywhere. It's not.
What's that got to do with anything?
But that is not the question, though.
Hold on.
He's just talking rubbish.
Please. Let's redirect. If he's not saying what you want to hear, you have to redirect him to.
It's not about what I want to hear. It's complete bullshit.
We have to redirect him. We have to, because if you keep saying that, he's going to stop.
If you are disrespectful, I'm going to go very hard on you. You will regret it. Don't
Not
try
me,
it.
bro. You know me. I don't regret shit.
You know the last time.
I don't regret fuck all, me. There's not one man on this platform that can come against me.
Let's
not
let
one.
him answer now. Let him please go ahead and answer.
If you are on weed, you need to sit at home. If you smoke, don't come to the platform and disgrace yourself.
What are you saying, AY? What are you saying?
Oh, Jack,
AY,
what now?
Like a drunk man.
Okay, let's hear it now. Let's hear what's going on.
Thank you, Father. I'm not going to come here and defend anybody that call himself Muslim that want to kill people that is doing terrorism. To me, they are not Muslim. They are not. That's not Islam. See, this thing.
How is it that they are more susceptible? Is what I don't understand. Don't you know why? Why is it that they tend to be more susceptible to carrying out all these terrorist acts and using Islam for it? Because there are Christians, there are Hindus, there are Buddhists, there are different people.
Hold on. If you see, like what I will tell you, to be honest, if somebody said it's a Muslim, in Islam, life is very important. The life of a human being is sacred. You can't take it. If you take somebody's life, the punishment is they take your life. It's not negotiable. Deliberately. That is why, okay, if somebody understands this, why will you do this to somebody? So you look at the population, these things are so easy to generalize, right? It's just like somebody asks a question.
Yeah, but what are you saying that they are not Muslim doing these things?
Father, if there is any Muslim involved in terrorism, you are not a Muslim, because this is not what Islam teaches. It's completely out of Islam. That is what I will tell you. The second thing is, it's so easy
but
to
I
generalize.
understand that it's out of Islam. The question I am asking is not, I'm not even sure it's necessarily about Islam. No, please. I'm not even sure it's necessarily about Islam itself. It's about people of this background that grew up Muslim going on to do these things. Why is it that that?
Can I politely ask? Because I know that you want to be rude, AY, and you find it easy. AY. Let's grow up. Let's own our own ball.
No, nothing has moved forward since.
You know
what I want to ask you. Good day, guys. Look what he's doing, forefather. I want to ask: is Boko Haram Christian? Are they Christian? Is ISIS Christian? Do they admit Christianity? Are these people coming from? They tell you directly who they are. I don't know where the confusion is coming from. You now begin. No, wait. I haven't finished.
You should finish. Come on. We can't do this. Let him finish.
Okay, Father, look at it. Father, let's be real. If you go take statistics of people Boko Haram,
I asked questions though. He's not answering.
Forefather, if you go take statistics of people Boko Haram,
You're allowing him. You're so.
oh now. Why are you so
Please go
healthy?
ahead.
Forefather,
go
if
ahead.
you go take statistics of people Boko Haram kill more Muslims than Christians. Go look for people that have this.
I think because of all the rowdiness, maybe you have missed where I'm going. Where I'm going with this is that why is it people of that that grew up Muslim go on to be, because they are everywhere in the world. It's not like they are restricted.
Forefather, it's not only Islam. Even other religion, they have extremists.
Do you have examples of them doing this in suicide bombing or carrying out terrorist acts?
Of course, you don't know. You don't know the. I don't want to
like
talk
which
to
other religion? Which one other religion that has done similar stuff?
Is that what
Hey,
you are
why,
No, I want to know. I want
let
to
me
be
take this
educated. I
over,
want to
man.
be educated.
Hey, let me take this over, please. Come on, shoot your question, bro.
Okay. Okay.
Go
You want me
ahead,
to ask you
Hey,
the
why,
question?
just tag me in, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, ask me the
truth.
Okay, you go ahead and answer the question. Then if you don't answer it.
All right, so let me ask you something. In 30 years from now, right? There's been 50,000 or so people, give or take, depending on who you believe, that has been killed just in Gaza alone in less than 3 months. Excuse me, I've been sleeping all day, but I've been listening to y'all. So in 20, 30 years, those 5-year-olds, those orphan kids that are left roaming Gaza right now, that are being expelled to Egypt, being forced into Syria and Jordan and other parts of the world, when they grow up and they decide to take revenge for what has happened to them in their young age, you're going to turn around and call them terrorists. Right. So let me ask you.
Let me answer that.
Don't answer. Don't answer. I did not ask you, bro. Don't answer.
No, Pansa, leave it. Pansa, leave it, please. Pansa, leave
what I'm saying
is, me and you have had this
discussion. In Nigeria, Pansa, leave it now. Pansa, leave it. We have to get somewhere. We don't have forever here.
I ain't ask you. Let me speak. I listened to
I know,
you.
but you tag somebody.
No, you've had your say for quite a long time, Pansa. Let them explain, because it's a very straight question I asked.
I've been listening to you all day.
I speak the truth.
He's not responsive, but I want to tag him. I want you to tag me.
I guarantee.
Why can't you tag me?
Let them answer the question.
Pastor, I guarantee you are closer to 100 years old than you are closer to 30. Act like it.
Okay, please leave it, Pansa. The hand. Let's just go to the question. Why is it?
So that's what I'm saying. I heard your question. I heard your question before.
Good. I want to really understand.
AY is better than him. Go back to AY. He doesn't have an answer.
AY is better because AY does not know how to defend himself against charlatans.
AY, you're gonna take that line down.
That's why you like
AY, you're gonna take that line down.
Pansa, stop it now.
So just be quiet. You're almost 100 years old. Act like it, Pastor.
I could still whoop your ass.
No, you can't. I will lay your ass.
I can't believe I'm able to manage this. I'm not even feeling well. You guys are merciless. You guys are merciless.
Stretch you and you bring your grandkids.
You see, that one wants to start stretching.
Mr. Tunaja, can I address this situation?
So let me.
You are not Muslim, so you are not qualified.
Calm down, guys.
Can I address the situation?
Let's all calm down. I hope you saw all my comments, AY. That is all pointed at you, bro. Very poor. Very poor. Extremely poor, bro. 0 out of 10.
Why
can't help
why
you,
is it?
to be honest.
Why
I feel sorry. I feel sorry for you. Like it seems.
Why is it when
I speak the truth? I speak the truth. You have been here going to 5 minutes now. You still haven't answered
you're
the
not
question.
letting me talk. Once you start making
please
a
go ahead.
point,
Then
everybody starts butting.
Okay, nobody
like
interrupt him again. Now we'll mute and put people backstage, please. I truly want to hear the answer to this question. Please go ahead.
Like, it's okay. Listen, before I move on, it's okay to have some decorum. You know, it's okay to act like civilized human beings. When you hear something you don't like, let the other person talk. And then you can come in and rebut. But acting like farm animals all the time at this, especially when his forefathers moderating, says a lot about the people on the panel. And we know the people that do these things. So back to your question, forefather. Like I asked you.
Some people here are suffering from no, hold on, wait.
No,
They
please,
just say
please.
everybody should stop, and
No,
you
no,
just
sorry.
come in again.
Some people
No,
here are suffering
no,
from loneliness syndrome of loneliness. Are suffering from.
okay, good.
Are
Let
suffering from.
I speak
Thank
the
you,
truth. Please
Loco
go
P.
ahead.
That's very
Hey,
good one.
Some people are
please
suffering
let,
from the syndrome of loneliness.
okay.
So,
I
what's up,
speak the
Loco
truth.
P?
I'm really curious about the
Talk.
question.
You won't let me
Please.
talk. You know why?
So
Oh my God.
if
Yes,
those
please.
kids come in about 30 years and they do whatever they want, they take revenge for all the atrocities that they're suffering today, you're going to turn around and you're going to point at them as terrorists. Let me take you back. In the 70s, before the United States started interfering with the affairs of the Middle East, when did you hear about Muslim terrorists? When did you hear about Islamic terrorists? What we heard about, if you check the archives of newspapers and news editorials around the world, were actually Christian terrorists. Primarily, the atrocities they were carrying out not only in Northern Africa, but in the British Isles, the Protestants.
Okay,
And
I think that's an assertion you just made just
wait,
now.
let
Before.
me finish. Let me
Okay.
finish,
Okay.
please. I would
Hold
appreciate
on,
it.
let him speak.
Let me
Yeah, that's
finish.
fine.
Stop interrupting me when I'm making a point. So, what the world will hear
You have
about
made a goddamn point.
what the world will hear
No,
about.
we're talking about Nigeria.
Leave
Go
it
back home.
now.
The world,
Jesus
Oh, Father, you need
Christ.
to
what the
remove these
world,
people now. Why is Pastor behaving like a
No,
child?
leave him.
Hold
Don't
the
remove
No,
line.
him
no.
yet.
Now, let's
Your
talk now.
behavior was the same
Even Jago,
AY.
the same things. Jago, you guys behaving like children.
We are not hearing him finish his answer. Please answer the question, please. Okay, please, I speak to go ahead.
what the world would hear about back in the 70s, like I said, when you check archives of newspapers, editorials, and other news outlets, were actually Christian terrorism, primarily atrocities they were carrying out in Northern Africa and on the British Isle, mainly between the Irish, the British, the National, the Protestants, and those other aspects. So back to what I was saying. You do not, prior to the interference in the affairs of the Middle East by Judeo-Christian styled Western governments, there were no incidents of terrorism. Let me ask you a question. This is a rhetorical question that I do not require an answer for because I know the answer to this. Have you ever heard a Muslim-led country in modern times invade, under whatever pretext, invade a Western country? You don't hear it, but you hear every day how the Western countries go into the Middle East claiming to be advancing the tenets of democracy.
Hold on.
They go there to
Hold
steal
on.
their
Okay,
resources.
No, he asked you to hold
They
on.
go there to steal their
The
resources.
moderator has asked you to hold on.
They go
see,
there.
I
They
speak
go
the
there.
truth.
No,
I speak the
no,
truth. You are
because
saying
you
things
guys
that are
will not
okay, they're not
stop
factually
me when
accurate.
I'm
They're
making a
not. They're
point.
not.
Okay,
He's
go
just
ahead. Go
rambling.
ahead.
Stop interrupting when you hear me making a point. It throws me off.
Yeah, but
How long do
the
you plan on going on so we know when
As
how
long as I can make my point that you asked me a question to show that Western countries
Remove him from the platform for that request he made. Remove him from the platform.
What do you
This boy
define as
has no respect when it comes on this platform.
Okay,
Remove him from the
so I
platform.
think I have to try to redirect the question to an extent.
what do
I
you
think
define as terrorism?
No.
So
okay,
you
good,
cannot.
good.
Wait,
I'm talking
Can I
about.
answer? Can I answer that?
Again,
Can
it's
I
a
Hold on.
answer?
rhetorical
Hold
question.
on. I'm just talking
It
about like hold on. I
is
speak the truth.
it is a rhetorical
You
question.
two should wait. You two should wait. I speak the truth because there are things you are saying here that you just gloss one over, go over one on the other, and it's not
Because I
necessarily
have
accurate.
limited time, so I'm not
No,
trying to
because
go
I
Calm down,
have
guys.
we have to know where you are heading so that
So
we're all on the same page. When
so
you
you can
said
let me speak.
hold on now, because if you say so many things, how am I supposed to rebut every single one of them?
Because I'm not asking a question, I'm making a
No.
statement.
Come
So
on.
I'm making a
No,
statement
because
based
you
on
are
a
going to
question.
say a lot of things. How am I supposed to come at every single one of them?
I'm not asking for you to come at every single one. You asked me a
No.
question, so let me lay my statement.
Let the direction of the moderator be respected.
Daniel, you will
That's
be
what
the
should happen.
last person I will
Okay,
take
because I asked the
lessons on
question.
because
I know. I
really
respect
want
that.
You know
I
what I mean?
respect that.
So I'm just saying,
when you said a Muslim nation has not invaded a Christian nation, the reason why that is because mostly Christian nations are the most powerful one in this paradigm. But before Egypt was
That's right.
Christian, Egypt was
That's
Christian,
right.
Muslims invaded.
yeah,
That needs
but
to be said.
again,
So
That needs to be said.
let's not
this
do
is why I
that.
said it is
Let's not
always
gloss
nice
over anything
when people
because you're not speaking to idiots. You're
when
speaking to
people
people that understand
well,
history
you're
for
not
themselves.
talking across as a
And Muslims
non-idiot at
invade
this
other
point,
Muslim
Jago.
nations too, which is something they are not supposed to
So
do.
It's all about
so listen,
Muslims invade
expansion.
other
when you
Muslim
It's
listen,
all
nations.
about
Jago, you
expansion.
like
Doesn't matter whether it's
talk.
Muslim or
Please,
Christian.
please
Just
let him answer. Let's
listen.
not make this
You
a kind
talk
of
too
witch
much.
hunt.
When you
We have
get
to go
when
factual here
someone
because it's a very
speaks,
serious issue, and I
when
literally
okay,
want to
I get it,
understand the
Fofa.
answer.
When someone speaks, it is always nice. You see, this is how you can impart who is intelligent, who is just slightly removed from being a caveman. Okay, when someone speaks, you listen. You just don't hear them. I specifically said in modern times. And now you're taking me
This is
back to the
panel
times when
terrorism.
Thank you,
Egypt.
thank you.
This
It's
is
okay, it's okay. Let him
panel
I
carry on.
Islamic
specifically
Oh,
terrorism.
made
let
this
him carry on
point.
now. Let him carry on. Because this question, I'll wait until they get to the end of the
So I'm
answer
not
because
talking.
I want to hear it.
I could as well
Please go ahead.
have mentioned the Crusades, and then we'll go back to the times of Salahuddin and the Ottoman Empire. I did not go back that far. I went only as close as 1970s, and I specifically said around 1974. Cyclone, I said in the 70s. So I did not go back all the way to the times of freaking Napoleon or when
Thank you.
Caesar
Thank
was
you.
ruling. So that's why I say it's always good. It's imperative when someone talks, people hear. Just like you hear and you listen. I've been listening to y'all for hours, over 12 hours now. I've been listening, and I've just been in the background, imbibing everything. So back to what I was saying. You did not accuse people of terrorism when you are the reason why these terrorist acts happen in the first place. Largely the Middle East before interference again by Western powers, whether it is a result of how the world runs or not. There before, why are you waving like a cheerleader in the background, bro? So,
Father, you need to put Jago in his place. Jago, what did you smoke? What's happening to you?
So,
why are you accusing me of smoking? Why is that? Why don't you know how that?
Let's not do that now.
No, that's rude. AY, that's very rude, man.
Oh, why are you stopping him from answering? I'm trying to be patient so that I can get to the end of this the answer because I really want to know. For me, the answer to this question is quite critical because we want to understand why is it the modern terrorism that we see around the world is not located in only one location. It's spread all over the world. Why is it that that specific religion is more susceptible to it? That is what I want to understand.
It's a simple question, and you have just the reason why I put out my hand because you have to still tie it to the Nigerian space.
Yes, that's why I say it's spread all over the world.
That's the only reason why I interrupted because we can speak about all what we know and give us the fact that you're.
This bar here is not going to answer the question. Stop putting me.
I will
I'm going to
let
deal
you
with
answer.
you for
I
doing
speak the
this.
truth. You are not helping me here.
I'm going to deal with
you are not going to the point of the question. This thing shouldn't go this long.
It has to go this long. If you keep interfering, and if you're
not going to
talking
answer
to
the
someone,
question.
Then you don't want to answer. You're just being facetious. You don't want to answer the question.
You come with hubris.
It doesn't have to be this long.
No, hold on. You put me in the back. Hold on. He's not going to answer the question. We know that. He's putting out time.
AY, can you answer the question because he's not answering?
No, I am answering the question. So, like I said, you cannot. You see, I don't understand how you guys approach issues. Let the other person talk. It's just okay.
But you're going on for too long.
I'm not going on for too long if I have a point I'm making. If I'm talking rubbish, then I'm going on for too long. If I'm making sense, and I'm not going on for too long.
Making sense on this
side. Every 2 seconds when I'm trying to make a point, someone interferes and interrupts me, and I have to come back and gather my thoughts. Then I am going on for too long.
Okay.
Just be polite enough.
Give him the time. Give him how many minutes?
Okay, let's give it 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
I don't even need 5 minutes. Just let me talk without trying to explain what I am saying to me.
Good.
I'm gonna knock off that hubris from you today.
Oh my goodness, that's crazy.
So please go ahead. 5 minutes at least.
when you have a situation that you created, you cannot turn around and point fingers at the people that react to a situation you created. Like I said, in the 70s, the same criticism that we are having of Muslims around the world today in terms of terrorism was being labeled at the Protestants. Now, for anybody that does not understand what I'm saying, they can feel free. Google is free. Go look at what was happening in Ireland. Western countries, since the discovery of oil in the Middle East, have under one guise or the other gone into the Middle East and destabilized their society. You cannot now turn around and claim those people are terrorists when they start fighting back. They go in there, not only do they create the environment for it, there have even been incidents where non-Muslims or non-Muslim organizations have been formed by these same Western countries, and through the power of propaganda, they have labeled Muslims as the people that fomented this trouble. Case in point, how was Hamas formed? Case in point, how was ISIS formed? Case in point, what was Osama bin Laden's group again?
Al-Qaeda.
Al-Qaeda. How was Al-Qaeda formed? When you look beneath all of these things, you find the hands of the Western government in the part. Finally, where I was going with all of this was I think people need to become more versed in topics that they decide to proclaim knowledge in, and not look at it just based on maybe their religious bias or their creeds or their faith. Because if we are to be real and if we are to be factual, the biggest terrorists in the world are actually Western government, Judeo-Christian.
Okay, please let me answer him, please.
Hold on now. I already
I am going to land, old man.
5 minutes is 5 minutes is not over.
Judeo-Christian led governments are the biggest terrorists the world has ever seen. We can go from the slave trade, we can go to the colonialism of Africa, we can go to World War I, we can go to World War II, we can go to Vietnam.
Forefather,
we can
I make a quick
forefather?
Speak the truth. Speak the truth,
Forefather,
bro.
can I speak
what
something
you're saying,
here?
there's nothing wrong with it.
Not like something someone is saying, you decide to start.
Forefather, can I say
No,
something here?
what you're saying, there ain't nothing wrong with
It's
it.
5
There's
minutes
no
is
way
not
that
up,
we can
man.
disagree.
It's 5 minutes is not up. It's 5 minutes is not up. Please, it's your 5. Are you done?
Listen, I'm tired of fighting.
He's done. He's done. He's done. Let him just. He's done.
Can I say what my comment now?
Let me just say something, because I asked this question because I it's important.
I interrupted before you, or forefather.
Hold on, because it's important that I understand this. He is saying that basically the West destabilized the Middle East, hence you see this terrorism happening. And the point I was making was that it's all over the world, even including places where the West has not necessarily been. And secondly, there's also the aspect that he highlighted, the Irish, which is a fair point. The Irish were regarded as terrorism, but I don't think they were doing a suicide bombing, but they were using bombs to blow things up. So, and the people they were targeting were the British. They were not targeting Christians in their own areas necessarily. So this is my concern, is that from Mozambique doesn't have American invasion there. Somalia doesn't have it, but yet they have a very serious, not a full invasion, but they had that going on.
They got beaten out.
And Mali was not invaded by the West, and if anything, the opposite happened. It was the Islamists that moved in there.
If I may, forefather.
I think we just have 1 minute. We don't want to hear the point. I'm trying to refute the point. Why I feel like his point is not. It doesn't encapsulate everything that is happening on the ground. If he was talking about the Middle East, I can understand the Middle East one, but it's not. How about the other areas where they are not present?
wait. Forefathers, please don't go back to him. You make your point quite vividly, right? And Black Panther needs to speak, but let me put it intellectually for him, right?
Let Black Panther speak, please.
Let me just respond for 2 minutes, then you go to him,
Okay,
right?
2 minutes.
Yeah.
2
So
minutes max.
now, I speak the truth. Our brother, you came in here and
bro, don't talk to me. You just said you shouldn't go back to me. Why are you calling me?
Okay,
Don't talk to me, bro.
Anyway, so he came in here and basically his first point was that of causality, right? He's saying, causality is in the sense of influence by which one event or process or state or object contributes to the production of another event, right? The relationship between cause and effect. He's saying these Westerners might have done something to Muslims, and then when they responded, they will call it terrorism, of which that's a fallacy, it's a lie, right? Or the person is ignorant. Because we do know when the Islamic conquest began, right? They spread their religion by violence, terror, from when Muhammad had his dream, right? The start of Islam itself is marked to be the year of 610, following the first revelation to their prophet Muhammad at the age of 40. So Muhammad and his followers spread the teachings of Islam through the Arabian Peninsula with violence. Under the Rashidun, there were the conquest of Syria in 637, right? Armenia in 639. Plus Egypt in 639, North Africa in 652. These are just even our own side.
But this one doesn't have anything to do with what is happening now. Terrorism is slightly different from
exactly. But what I'm saying on the causality point, that was the first point he made, right? He said that there's a cause and an effect. Now I'm putting it more eloquently, obviously. I'm more educated than he is. I summarize what he said. I make it fit, right? So now. Question, you come back to him and you're saying to him, first of all,
Answer, how much education do you have? Can you let us know?
No, Fenta is a double. He don't reach beyond though. PhD in a white PhD for years.
I don't carry any titles, right? Just be able to guess. But what we don't want
that wants to talk about politics. Let's let them.
Okay, let's allow Black Panther to say something.
Because Black Panther is here, so I'll conclude by saying,
your 2 minutes is up. Not conclude by saying your 2 minutes is up. Black Panther, please go ahead.
My man, too clever, me.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you, brother, very much. I want to greet everyone. I've been listening to you guys, even when I went somewhere out. We're listening to you guys, and I believe you guys are really speaking the point. I can pinpoint who is eating his foot on the floor rightly. I can pinpoint who is trying to be politically correct. I can also pinpoint who is trying to be historically correct. Now, what we are saying, we have to know that the kind of audience we are speaking to the Nigerians, clearly, because most Nigerians are hooked up to this show. And when we continue to divert issues and you're not juxtaposing it with what is happening in Nigeria, then you are being offline, because people listening to you, they lack information out there in Nigeria. So we got to make sure that we get it very clearly so that they can understand where we are coming from and how we are merging it to look at the Nigerian situation. And I want to say something here that AY, you're getting it wrong. There's one thing I want to say here. AY, you're not trying to put your foot on the ground. You're trying to play politically. You are trying to be politically all right. Wait.
AY would now begin his treachery. Listen,
you are wrong.
Somebody making open comment.
AY, understand me. I'm not here to argue. You are here to educate people. We are not here to win. We are here to educate people.
Speak for yourself.
But when the reason why this argument is coming up is that when you're not putting your foot down and you're trying to sit on the fence to say this is that, you're trying to allocate name to the act of terrorism, I am trying to, you don't know, you know where they come from, but you're trying to make them, you are trying to criminalize and say they are criminals. That concept is wrong. That concept is wrong. And the reason why I say it's wrong is that when Boko Haram, Islamic insurgents, started, they had an affiliation. It was an Islamic affiliation. You cannot call them criminals.
Why pretend?
You cannot
Why?
call them criminals
And then
because
start accusing
they
people of
have
smoking.
an ideological
Laughable.
wait, hold on. They have
Sorry.
an ideological backing, and that backing is like a force that make them to come forward to deliver what they believe in. And you cannot call them criminals. You cannot call them, they are more than criminals. They are people that are backed up with ideology, and they are trying to falsify it, a sort of conquest ideology, to falsify it and make it stamp on the ground. And the word name it terrorism. And you have to look at the concept of terrorism itself. You have to know the definition. Who is a terrorist?
It has a
Who is a
definition.
terrorist? Yes, who is a terrorist? And one thing
Black
there is that
Panther,
you cannot say, wait,
right
you are right. You can say,
I never call
you,
Boko Haram criminals.
no, what you have been saying, if you go back to what you're saying, you say these people are not Muslim. You say these people are not Muslim.
Yes, I said it.
They are criminals.
I start by that.
Yes, that point you are saying.
Boko Haram
that's the point
are more Muslim
I
than
am
you.
saying that
You just say
those
Yoruba
people are
Muslim.
not
Boko
criminals.
Haram is more
They,
Muslim than
hold
you are.
on. Hold on.
Why are you using that now? Let's allow Black Panther to go.
If you put a vote right now in
AY.
Nigeria, they're gonna say Boko Haram is more Islamic than AY.
AY. Mr. AY, the reason why I say they are not criminals, if they are criminals, the Nigerian military would have gone out for them and they would have been captured. Everybody would have said, oh, we'll be talking with one voice. Criminals are attacking Nigerians. But these are not criminals. These are ideologists. We know where they come from. They have an affiliation with Islamic regime
Did you hear
somewhere.
that word? Ideologists.
And I want to say this: the Nigerian concept, the Nigerian thing here is that we need to really understudy what is going on in Nigeria, and we don't need to just oppose it. We don't need to put. Hold on. We don't need to put a fence in order to say, oh, there is a Christian terrorist. Hold on now. Hold on, please.
Let him speak
I'm trying to fuse things together. You cannot say this is a Christian terrorism. And you know the definition of terrorism. Terrorism is terrorism. If you want to say Christians are terrorists, you have to bring your fact to the table.
Correct.
But because you are having a sort of mind that, oh, why is everybody talking on this road despite what has happened? And Mr. AY, sorry, I want to speak on my brother from not you.
No, not me, but I did ask you about, as we bring up the fact of terrorism by not Christian groups, but by Christian-led governments. And
okay. I get you now. I get you there. I get you there.
So Christian-led government is not the same thing.
I understand where you're coming from.
What do you call terrorism?
Hold on. I think the reason why that is not
Brother
the same
Paul,
that one is considered war.
Brother Paul.
That's considered war by attacking innocent people.
No, I'm talking about. You don't understand. Let me hold on. Sorry,
Black Panther.
I apologize. But what's
Black Panther. The point I'm making is that the point I was making was that non-state actors, like a small group, will emerge from this thing. Emerge and start attacking people in the name that they are Muslims. They start doing those things. They will say they have a reason for it. The question I'm asking is that why is it that they are more susceptible to these things? Because there has to be a reason.
So I'm going to ask you, based on the
because they're all as fundamentally silly as AY.
Based on the nonsense you just asked, let me ask you.
Let Black Panther land now.
I have not landed now. You people are not taking over.
When the United States,
let him finish. I need to reply.
Can I finish?
Hold on. When the United States and their partners in evil, the United Kingdom and France, invade innocent Iraqis or invade
No. Wait, you are going far. You are going far.
What are that going to do with Mozambique? What are that going to do with Mozambique? What are that going to do with Congo, Uganda?
You are not fusing it together.
The thing is,
it's good for the gander.
the thing is, forefather, if I may, if I may,
Mr. Paul, can I land? Can I finish? Can I land up something?
You need to land, my brother, because wait. This is a Black Panther. Black Panther, you've done a great job. You've done a great job, Black Panther, of breaking it down and giving us. Because you weren't. Wait. Let me just land for Black Panther.
We heard him.
Wait, let me land for him. Let me land. Shut up, bro. See, if that was me, forefather, you know what you would have done. Forefather, if that was me, you'd have taken me off.
Yeah.
You would have taken me off if that was me.
I speak the truth. Just let
Can I land this?
Let him come out of the fucking place. Excuse me. All I was saying to the man, Black Panther, he was backstage listening. I saw him commenting on the background.
Jago, let him talk. Like, we don't need the whole.
I speak the truth.
I don't care about what you got to say. It's more than you, my friend. Shut your mouth. You don't speak the truth. You speak bullshit. Now, anyway, thank you. I'm very calm. I just don't want people to shut me up. Because I didn't try to shut you up.
Several times.
I didn't try to shut you up, A1. Who are listening, us who have been discussing this point, is that when somebody comes on and referees what we have been discussing, and then immediately he calls people out, we didn't listen. We wanted to get back to him. Fortunately, AY wasn't able to do that, as he's laughingly done throughout this show. We need to listen. And this is my only.
I'm not your problem, bro.
No, you're not. Honestly, you're my brethren. I love you, bro. I've got enough love for you.
I'm not
you know what I mean?
Problem.
I'm not. You're not my problem. You're my brethren. I've got enough love for you. Hear those words.
Okay.
Continue. Thank you. Now, when somebody comes on, one of us, one of our own, comes on and begins to do a job of refereeing, because it's very difficult for us to referee ourselves. I think it's important we listen to that person, not just try and rubbish them off, because they've been listening. They've been taking their time.
Jago, can you please let the man talk?
Can you let me talk? What about that? What about that? Because you bored me to hell, and I didn't tell you that you weren't being boring, because you were being excessively boring.
I said something. I said I've been listening to people and I made comment that people are not putting their foot.
Well. People are merciless today.
Can I finish? Are you hearing me? I said people are not putting their foot on the ground and people are not really talking to the audience. We are being emotional and we are categorizing who is a Christian, a terrorist, and we are being angry that this part of these people are doing this to these people. They have the right to do it, to do back. Yes, they have the right. But there's one thing that touches me. I might not go the way other people are going now. Mr. Paul, I understood where you are coming from. But the concept which you are saying here, do not really, push it down. Because there's what we call act of war. Difference between act of war and terrorism. When there is an act of war, when it is declared, it is when a man or a group of people from another state come and attack and maim your people without you breaking your security loophole and come into your country and make that attack, and they were successful and they will pull and kidnap. You see, that is an act of war. It happens to the United States. It happened to the United States when the United States base, the naval base, was brought down by Japan. That was an act of war. And when an act of war it comes to place, the average military general, what they think is on how to minimize civilian casualty. And when the civilian casualty is minimized, that does not mean that civilians are not taken down, because you get to a place whereby the people you are looking for, they are there, people that you must get. And when
you throw weapons from home to kill how many thousands of people in Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and you say you are managing civilians.
But that is not the
God damn it!
Paul, understand.
But
I
that
have
is
Understand
Paul, I have
what?
conscience.
In Nagasaki and Hiroshima.
Paul.
Understand what? That is barbaric. They can never forgive themselves. That's why they're trying to make friends with them today.
Paul,
we understand that, but the question is about I don't know why people are not addressing the question.
No, I'll address it.
They are more
Black Panther. When the West
Mr.
attack
Paul,
people, they claim self-defense. When people attack them, they say it's an act of war.
Mr. Paul, wait.
So far, it's Black Panther 5, Paul 0. And
Paul, I think God beg you, wait. Paul, I think God beg you, wait. You see, the mindset of a military man is different from a civilian. A military man is to protect the territorial, of that country. And when a war is being invoked, wait now.
So what will you call a mass? What will you call a mass? I hope you know Hamas is elected before you people are giving them names. I hope you know they are elected since 2006, 2007.
I think the conversation is moving somewhere else now. We are not addressing
Lampard, I think
the
you
point.
are
we need forefather to bring this back to line. Bring it back to line, please, forefather.
You are not addressing Black Panther. Address why they are more susceptible to this.
No, listen now.
We address it. You got to address some kind of information coming out. You are addressing more than 1,000 people are listening.
Most of us are quite enlightened.
You didn't say anything about Nagasaki
and
Hiroshima.
Wait, you don't allow me to land. You don't allow me to land.
Are you seeing how they are all jumping? You think you have time to be explaining all those things? Go straight to the point.
Okay, straight to the point. You see, Paul, I feel it. I felt it.
No,
but
calm
when
down.
You come to Paul, look at our country now, to justify it with our country now.
Yes.
There is a war going and a genocide going on in our country. And our military, that's war being declared. There's war in Nigeria now. Because they come into your country, they take your citizens, they take them out, and nothing is being done.
That is a lie.
That is an act of war.
That is a lie. If you are talking about Nigeria, there is no war going on in Nigeria.
Let me tell you, Paul, you are in the US. You are in the US, isn't it?
Yes, I am.
Okay. When any part of the world come into America and do destructive sort of bomb anywhere in America, what do you think that is?
So what do you think that is when America go to when America went to Afghanistan? What do you think that is?
You see, forefather, if I may.
We're not talking about the Islamic State attacking people. We are talking about non-state actors taking weapons and
Nigeria
taking the law into their own hands.
State actor, does that make it right? If you're a state actor, does that make it right?
No, the question you are mistaking my point. The question
come on, when Obasanjo went to OD,
hold on.
And Zaki Biari, we happy? That's a state.
See, I agree with you, Paul. That point you're making, I agree with you for that. But that's not the point I'm making. I'm saying, why is it that they are more? That's the from the Muslim community, they tend to be more susceptible to generate non-state actors.
Let me answer that question with one word. I will use one word to answer that question. One word to answer that question. It is simple. It is simple. You think these guys don't know? You think these guys don't know when they see what power? They know. The average Arab man, the way they think, they understand the American system. They understand the West very well. If you take one of the West, if you take one of the West down, if you take one of the West down, it's a big thing to them. They cry, they mourn for a long time. When you take one of the West down, these people understand that you can take 1,000 of us down. If we take one of your own down, we win. Because they cry for their one more than the 1,000 they take the other people on. They cry a lot.
I agree with you on
that. Why is it that
Why is no one hearing what I'm saying here? The point I'm making is that why is it that the community tends to produce non-state actors that go on to start attacking people?
Look, let me tell you why.
That's how we never produce in Africa, like you always say all the time.
Come on, stop the shouting.
Why
Let's be
is it
calm,
that
please.
Christian governments? Why is it that Christian governments are more susceptible to attacking people all over the world?
Oh, bro, we know we know that you have a problem with Christianity. It's okay.
Mr. Paul, can I ask you a question?
Let me mute. Oh,
can I ask you a question? Let me ask
Go
Paul
ahead.
a question.
Are you also in the US? Black Panther.
Hold on. See, people, hold on.
Fofara, let me answer that question so that we can go offline. Are you also in the US, Black Panther?
Paul, he lives close to you.
Yeah,
He's in Texas. He lives close to you.
See, I was speaking, they turned me down.
Hold on. See, let's see this thing. Let's try to be disciplined a little bit. Head straight to the answer to the question. The question is about why is it that around the world there are people that come out more generally of the Islamic persuasion that go on to carry out terrorist attacks. Most of the time they actually attack Muslims from India to this in Mozambique. You see the same pattern. The question I was asking is why is that they are more susceptible to it? Because it's not the Middle East. Mozambique is not the Middle East. Right. Nigeria is not the Middle East.
Forefather.
Coordinate the response, please.
If I'm wrong, then okay, let's coordinate the response. Okay, let's start from AY then. Let's start from AY.
From me.
No, very good. Very good.
Start from me.
Let's start from AY.
Okay, for a long time. I've had to fight.
Don't interject me.
Don't worry, the laws are spoken. We're all going to have our time.
Don't interject me. And let's take about 3 minutes to respond to this, please, so that everybody gets their 3 minutes.
Please let me say my rubbish. Don't interject me, please.
Nobody.
Jago, especially you. If you do it, I'm gonna take you out.
What is this one now? Continue with it.
Okay, now listen. First of all, I don't agree with your submission. That's the first answer, sir. The second thing, I strongly this issue we're discussing. There are in every tribe, in every religion, in every group, you always see people that are extremists. This is the way I'm gonna put it. It's so easy for you to come and pay people with one bro. Somebody asked a question today. If somebody asks you, I have been in governance committee of a company, governance committee, like the top directors. Somebody came on the platform and said, oh, the what's it called? Scammer attack him. Like they use his name to apply for they said they are Nigerian scammer. I was on this meeting, I was almost like, I don't know if the ground should just divide it to two, let me go in. I have never involved in scam, but people will call Nigeria 419, Nigeria scammers. How are you gonna feel? You're gonna answer the question that Nigeria are scammers? 1%, the population of Nigeria that do scam, even as start today, it's not up to 2%. Nigerian population is over 200 million. You need to put this number together. The people that are speaking here, if you call them, some of them drug dealers, 419, high level, tribe and major in this area, if you call them out and tell them, they're going to slaughter you. But again, I don't agree with those submissions because even if you tell me a tribe are drug dealers, it's not all of them. It's just 1%. No, I'm not they call any name. Oh. Now wait. So for me, I am not a supporter of any extremist group in Islam, Boko Haram, ISIS, whatever you call it. I am not a supporter because that is what Islam teaches. Islam is a beautiful religion, peaceful, beautiful to the core. If you know Muslim, you understand what Islam is beautiful. These issues, for example, it's easy to call these people terrorists. Hamas are defending their land. You call them terrorists because that is what the TV are telling you. It's so easy to call them terrorists. That is why I don't even agree with what you say, Fofa. That's why I'm laughing because for me, about religion, yes, humanity most. You that is complaining, look at yourself in the mirror. Look at yourself. Are you clean? Are you look at yourself. Just look at yourself. Think twice. People come and speak on this platform. I look at them. I'm like, wow. Like, you are even worse than a terrorist. Some of you that come on this platform to bash every tribe, bash anybody that don't look like you, bash anybody that don't believe in what you believe. They do that every time. So we should not come again. If there is any extremist group, any terrorist group in Islam, they are not Muslims to me, as far as I'm concerned. So I don't agree with your submission, forefather.
Yeah, I wish you really dismantled my submission. Well, you
He
just
did not do any justice there now. He just
everybody's having their 3 minutes.
Because I wanted to understand. Loco, please go ahead.
Well done.
Sorry, so please now you ask me the question again, please.
Otisu.
Okay. The question was that why is it that we see a lot of people from the Islamic persuasion involved in most of these terrorist activities, ranging from India to Mozambique in Africa? And because I think I speak the truth, talked about the Middle East, which is understandable. When people are attacking you, you respond. So, but many of these places that they are operating, doing all this, it's not Middle East. They are, and some of the people they attack, most of the people they attack are Muslims too. So the question I was asking, why is it that they are more susceptible to this now? Because I don't think it was like that before. Why now? That's the question.
Yeah, the truth is, right. Look, okay, let me go for this way, right? There are some people, maybe for political reasons, I don't know, or for economic power, I don't know, but they want to get power by any means necessary. And sometimes you invoke fear, and even sometimes as far as doing the unthinkable, unaliving people and other stuff, bomb blasts or whatever, suicide attack or something else, all to control the narrative that, yeah, if you dare us, there'll be problem. But in the Christian faith, they've been able to say a narrative that, forgive your enemies, when somebody slap you on one side, turn the other cheek. So you can do whatever you like with the Christian faith, and you're not going to get any reactions because they believe their maker will fight for them. But in the other case, for maybe the Islam, it's not really like that, or it's not even clear if it's like that or not, because many fake imams have capitalized on interpreting or misinterpreting this jihadist, meaning that anybody that is not of the same faith with you, you behead them. They are infidels, and infidels go with ultimate punishment. So we've seen many imams, right, hide under that verse and spread many propaganda. And the bad thing about most Islamic, young faithfuls are like, they don't really read the Quran or understand it the way like some Christians also do read the Bible. Although many Christians also fall in this category, like the pastor will just preach to them and they'll believe the pastor. They don't even go to the Bible and discover by themselves what it really says. So is also the Quran. Many people do not read the Quran. They just go to the mosque, and one Afa or one Islamic scholar, you understand, who is very eloquent in speaking, a good orator, will just interpret that what's it called, a verse of or hadith or Quran to them, telling you whoever is infidel is supposed to be killed or beheaded. It's not, don't mingle with them, they're like your enemies and that. And they've succeeded in implanting such ideology in many, you understand, many Islamic faithfuls who are by chance not, cannot go on their own to study for themselves. They believe what Allah has said, what Afa or Imam have said is the most correct thing, nothing else. Is once he said it's Allah's will. When they tell you it's Allah's will, they say Allah, there's nothing you can do. You get my point? So I think that's, they've been by far, is impute that knowledge, that fear, and that belief to many of the Islamic followers, and that is what you see multiply over and over and over and over. Somebody will tell you if they will kill suicide bomber is going to heaven to go and meet Allah. So you ask yourself, that does that even make sense to a small Pamaricist pupil? How can you just take your body, dismantle your body with bomb and other people, and you expect to go to a place that is peaceful? If you say Islamic is peaceful, you understand, how can you believe you're an Islamic person and decide to do the unpeaceful act. So it's not really peaceful as most would think. But some will still tell you, like, look, I've seen some scholars who,
Local.
go
Even-
Thank
against
you. Thank you,
that
Loco. Your time is
Bruh.
up.
bomb, whatever.
Local.
So
Thank
Something
you.
is
Thank you.
Minato. Bruh, what you said was perfect. Wonderful
Thank you.
speech.
It's not fair. It's not fair to others that have not said anything. You're praising the speech. What's going
Why
on?
can't
Now,
I
this
praise
needs
him?
to stop.
I like what he said.
Okay. Why is this not stopping? Okay. All right. Please, Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, for Father, this question that you asked and every other thing in our life, our life is wired with precedents. You understand? So you might judge it with present day, like I Speak the Truth said. You might judge it with present day and level those people. From why I joined this show today, I'll still go back there again. Our biggest problem in this world today is still this thing called religion. And these two big religions called be the Christians or the Islam. They are a problem to us. We can rule that part off. But if you talk about present day and every other thing, like our African adage, and I will speak my adage, you don't beat a child and expect the child not to cry. You don't. You understand? So these people, they understand that you might take 1,000 of us, but if we take 10 of you, we still win the battle. Though you win the war, but we won the battle. And that's exactly what they are doing. Now you slowly grown these people into monsters, where among them they fight themselves. Forefather, the history today, when we talk about history, I live in the United States of America. I Speak the Truth, live here. Sometimes when we see some of our African Americans, when they tell us that some of your people, your king, sold us to become slaves. But because today now I know much better than yesterday, I try to tell them, I said, that story is a lie. They say, no. Then I will tell them, I said, do you know the story about King Jaja of Okobo? Do you know the story about King of Arome and every other thing? The king who fight them, who fought for the right thing, they take them down and they plant their own type of king that is doing their own bidding. How do you say my king sold these people to you? You understand? It never happened that way. You understand? The people who go against what they want to do, they take them down. They take them down. So it's just the same thing that is going on today. It's the same thing. So they cause problem among these people. It brings out fashion. It brings us different groups and every other thing. From there, it started bringing more ideologies, more different type of things. But these people were known to live in peace and harmony within themselves. Yes, they might have their differences, but it was not like this. Like I Speak the Truth said. But when you started creating faction among them that will do your bidding and everything, in all this part of the world, where did they started creating all this weapon of mass destruction? All these things came from the West. All these weapons of mass destruction, they all come from the West. You understand? Where are they getting all these things? Where in Nigeria that they produce one weapon? So these are the things. It is being barbaric. So we might say what we want to say, we might blame them, but we create this monster and we are asking the monster to become a doll, just be looking at us, not to do anything. It's laughable.
Thank you. Let's take this in I Speak the Truth. Please go ahead.
It is the height of hypocrisy, okay, when you want to talk about terrorism and you say, well, only if a group of non-sanctioned state actors carry out a violent act is the only time we're going to label it terrorism. Again, what I've been trying to yell probably into the void when we've been all screaming at each other. It's very simple, and that was a question I asked you, forefathers. What do you call the Judeo-Christian government-led government atrocities all over the world, not just in the Middle East, everywhere of the world? They have spread their evil tentacles and destabilized the world to what we know it today. What do you call them if not terrorists? Okay, so you cannot come around and say, well, for example, it has to be state-sanctioned warfare. They have to declare war. Example, in the case of Palestine, and we don't have a Palestinian state. So what you're telling us in effect is no matter what we do to the Palestinians, they have to accept it, because any retaliation they offer back will be regarded as terrorism. This is what you're telling people. They don't have a say.
He made none of those mentionings. You're just putting that in your head.
Let him speak now. You are too unruly. Let him speak.
Why are you shouting at me, bro?
Why is it when you
Please, I speak the truth. Go ahead. I speak the truth. Go ahead.
What control do I need? You don't like me today, or AY? I cracked. I broke you down.
After him, let him speak.
Yeah, please go ahead. I speak the truth.
So, in a case like Palestine, you attack them, and you say, well, the only way they can attack back, of course, will be in clusters of little groups, like, even though they are duly elected organizations like Hamas, but they do not have the sanction of a state by United Nations rules. So what would you call anything Hamas does? You would call it terrorism. That is absolutely not fair. If you want to say, well, we attack you, even if it's not justified, it is war, then if Hamas attacks, even if it's justified, it is going to be regarded as terrorism. Now, that leads us to, again, you know what, he threw me off. Let me just forget this. This guy's...
Thank you. I think the Hamas this thing is a fair point, because Hamas is different, to be fair. Hamas is elected government. I'm talking about non-state actors. Sometimes young men or old men coming together and attacking this, in forming a group and going to attack states, people, and properties. In the name.
I'll answer that question in a simple way.
No, we're going round. We've heard your 3 minutes. You've had your 3 minutes. We're going round. Don't be, because you got big voice, you're gonna
me
talk.
off. Are you freaking nuts, bro? You keep throwing me off every time I try to say something.
Shut your mouth, you wank. Shut your mouth, you wank thing.
This is not. Let's not. This is just a simple question, really. Let's not. I don't know why this is so inflammatory. I was expecting that.
Honestly, Jaguar
say something. He told me off.
Not you, AY. You've been priestly.
Bro, can we leave it? Black Panther, are you there? Black Panther, are you there? Black Panther,
I'm here.
Jago, please. Oh, Black Panther, are you there? 3 minutes. You want to go?
You know, he's speaking.
Panther,
So
you want to speak?
Let him go after me.
Give me his time.
His network is bad.
Coming on here.
Okay.
Black Panther is on the tunnel underground.
Jago,
his
please
time
go
and then
ahead.
he speak during mine.
Let Jago go ahead. It's Jago's turn. Jago, please go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? I didn't punch the mic. Sorry, Jago.
Loud and clear.
No, it's okay. Let me just go for it. Let me just go for it. You'll go after me. No worries.
Yeah.
Guys, we need to take ourselves seriously, and I don't think we are. Forefathers had asked a clear question. My man ended up in the Middle East. What were you doing in the Middle East? We're talking about things that
because the Middle East was where he asked a question.
I won't lose.
I thought it was Black Panther's turn.
No,
it was my turn, but Black Panther allowed me.
No, let him go ahead. Let him go ahead.
Okay, Jago, please go ahead. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Now, today's conversation largely came from the brevity of myself speaking about the issues that we don't like to speak about because we're not balanced as individuals. Now, Forefather broke down for real, why is it that this religion seems to impact its followers within the climate of what we today call terrorism? We're not saying that terrorism in itself does not have a meaning, and we are not saying that cultures across the world did not have terrorism. So all of that histrionics that you gave us, throw it all in the dustbin, because what we're talking about is how we in Nigeria are suffering under this thing. Now, if we do not allow ourselves actually to speak about these issues, then we miss it for another 100 years.
So why did you bring up the Middle
AY
East?
made it clear, underlining that these things have been happening for an awfully long time. And in AY saying what he said, I'm thinking that You're
You know, I
right.
think that's
It
you should have
has
never
been
said it.
happening
So
for an
I
awfully
think
long
No, I
time.
never
why
said that.
you
No,
would
no,
think.
I never
No,
said
you
that.
did. You said that
No,
it didn't start today.
let me
It
tell you
started from
what
a
I
long
said.
time ago.
Let me
Now,
explain to you what I said.
That's his
forefather,
twin
Lord,
issue. That's his twin issue. Let's leave him.
if you can
I
just
don't know how
mute
No,
them,
let
time is
this is
speaking to. I
forefather,
think you're
if you
gonna
can,
have
thank
about
you.
30 seconds
Just mute
left.
them so I can speak.
Let him. Okay, please go ahead. Your twin
Thank you very much. Now, all I'm trying to say is that because we are pointing our communication to how we are suffering as Africans, because that's what I'm concerned with. I don't need somebody's history books. You know, you keep your history book.
Yeah, we
We're
get it,
talking
but
about
listen,
Nigeria.
there's about 30 seconds left for you to go. Like, what the hell are you doing? You're talking too much.
It's
You
not
know
30
the same thing.
seconds. It's
You're
it's
talking too
1
much.
minute
Get
at
to the
least.
point.
I speak the truth. Leave it.
No, allow him. He reckons he knows himself. He's a wanker. Anyway,
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say
Listen, you
is
got like
that
10 seconds over, bro. Let someone else talk.
anytime that you do that,
Doing this, like, come
anytime
on,
you
man.
do
Like,
that,
let me
forefather's gonna add.
let me apologize.
Continue.
Hey, I get it. Beautiful. What Jagan is trying to
I
say
speak the truth?
is
Let him speak now. They let you speak now. Come on,
no,
let's
he
not do
didn't let me
this.
speak. No, what?
Let's let him
Nah, we're
speak.
doing
He
the
did
same
let you
thing.
speak.
Just mute him or take him out, if I may.
Okay, please
If
go
I
and
may.
finish. Yeah.
All I'm trying to say is that the difficulty in this conversation does need some respect. And the respect should be also that we're not just trying to flesh out everything in our head, but we are pointing our direction to how we are suffering in that country, because that's what concerns me. So when I look at the likes of Boko Haram and the situations that
Okay, but
prove,
we've heard you. You said this a lot, like 30 seconds.
is that fair? Is that fair, forefather?
It's not fair. I speak the truth.
If I did that, you would have taken me out.
Yeah, I speak the truth. Stop it now. You keep interrupting him.
He's trying to be smart, and he's a dunce.
You got
What
30
I'm trying to
seconds
say.
more. Go ahead.
Because he did it to, he
30
kept doing
seconds
it to
more.
me. What are you talking about?
What can I end, forefather?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank
30
you.
seconds.
Thank you. All I'm trying to say is that the importance of this subject, where Africa is concerned, if we don't tackle it and tackle it precisely, we are going to be another 100 years in this mire where we are afraid to speak. Basically, what's going on in Africa is that we have a cowardice nature. And because we can't face things, we cowardize. And in cowardice, we pretend over here and we pretend over there and think we're doing anything for anyone. I'm not of that ilk. I want to point the finger where the blame is. And that's all I'm looking for.
Oh my God, 30
Thank
seconds
you.
is up, bro.
I did my shit, bro.
Wow.
Speak the
Pastor.
truth. I did my
Pastor.
shit, bro.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Can I speak now?
Thank you.
Jago, to be honest, you are not normal
Okay,
today. I
Black
can't hear
Panther.
you. I'm sorry to say.
Thank you,
Hold
bro.
on.
You are not normal.
That's your opinion, but fortunately, you're not my
Can you hear
doctor.
me now? Can
So I
everybody
don't need
just
your opinion.
Yeah, Black Panther, we can hear you now. Please go
yeah?
ahead. Everybody come keep it quiet so Black Panther can speak,
I
please.
think the game, what is happening in Nigeria, like what you said, your question wasn't very, direct enough. I think what is happening is a game of power and money. And most of the people that you're talking about they are open to sort of a kind of having a sort of affiliation is because of the decadence and the kind of environment they found themselves in. And what is going on in the North is like this. It's a game of power and money. And who do they need to actualize this all so-called power and money? Is the youth that don't have jobs, that don't have anything to do, neither whether they are Christian or Muslim, but they bow to the power and the money game, and thereby getting themselves involved in what is happening right now in the country. But that does not mean that terrorism does not really take its ground in Nigeria. But other affiliates are trying to come in to take advantage of this thing. And it's all about power and money. And I want to say something here. We should not try to categorize terrorism and criminality, crime. One thing, if you look at the definition of terrorism itself, like my own definition, it's like this. Terrorism is an act that involves the use of threat and violence. Fear, they bring fear into the mindset of people, not just within, in a broader perspective, which sort of affect the entire people, and that what they want to bring forth, fear, it grows in the minds of people, and people react. So crime is different. Terrorism is a different ball game. So when you are trying to say the Christian terrorists and the Muslim terrorists, you are not being objective, and you're not being truthful.
Wonderful.
I feel the pain of what is happening around the world. In Israel and Hamas, I feel the pain. The reason why I feel the pain is the kids that don't know what is happening, and they have been put in an harm's way. And what do you see? Dead body all around the place. But we cannot separate from the act of war being brought forward by the insurgent, the Hamas. We cannot separate it, because when an act of war is being committed, you expect opposite reaction, and that reaction you cannot quantify.
Thank you.
It can come in different way and different format. Thank you.
I think that this is Pansat. Pansat, 3 minutes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Let me first ask if it's not a unanimous support, but from the host, that I'll be allowed additional 2 minutes for a total of
I'm sorry, no.
Pansat!
Categorically, no.
Okay, no problem. Let me first thank everybody who has spoken thus far. Everybody's put a very good effort. Those who have spoken before me, and I also thank Mazi Prince for his patience. I'm eager to hear what he has to say. And then I greet everybody who's in the comment section and everybody listening to us. You see, you have a lot more people here. They're not here to see you, forefathers. There's a difference. I'm here today. So now let me begin with a proverb, because of the kind of question you asked here, right? Hasina Oko bara fada ena juma obakwara mafonia, which basically means it's rumored that a reverend father got burnt, and you're asking if his birds also got burnt, right? This question you're asking is rhetorical. You're not stupid. You're Nigerian. You know the answer to it. I was volunteering to answer it. Now, because it's been very orderly, I believe that maybe Rudolph may want to feature this as a segment. He does things like that. So I'm going to be diplomatic. I'm usually not a diplomatic fellow. I like to lay it down as it is. Now, the reason why Muslims have this tendency for terrorism, right? First of all, what is terrorism? That's the official definition of terrorism, and then I have mine. There is the terrorism in a broad sense is the use of intentional violence and fear to achieve political or ideological aims, right? That's the kind of the official term for it. Premeditated, politically motivated violence perpetrated against non-combatant targets by sub-national groups or clandestine agents. Fits very well with what we have in northern Nigeria, right? But I argue that you cannot have terrorism in its from the way we all know it. We know it. It's like pornography. You don't know how to describe it, but you know it when you see it, right? There's a senator in the United States who that's what he said about pornography, and I tend to agree. You cannot really define pornography, but when you see it, you're gonna say, "Oh, that's pornography," right? So now, in my own definition, and I have a lot of weight. It's not like when I say, it's just say, Pansat said it. That's what it is. Right?
Pansat, your time is up. I'm sorry.
Come on, I haven't even begun my point.
I'm sorry. That's
Let me
it's your fault. You should use your time more efficiently. It's all your fault. Don't blame other people for it. You should use your time more efficiently, Pansat. You should use your time efficiently, Pansat. Massive praise. It's massive praise's turn.
Pastor, instead of you to give your comment, you go find some vocabulary that you try to use together. Instead of you
use your massive praises.
Well, let's behave now. Let's
give me 1 minute now.
No 1 minute. No.
You can come back. You can come back. We've done pretty well.
All right.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
See what I'm gonna do. I'm greeting everyone, and I'm gonna yield my time to Pansat.
All right, Pansat. You see, you have gotten time now. Please go ahead.
I really do appreciate that.
Nobody should be that.
Why the propensity, the recognition that you've already made here rhetorically that Islam is prone to terrorism is because of Islamic law allows the use of force, not only in self-defense, which is okay, in defense of those who are oppressed, which is good, and unable to defend themselves, right? But it also have what they call an offensive theory of jihad, which is untenable. Muslim states follow this defensive theory of jihad. Islamic law also allows them, under certain conditions, to do what's called anticipatory self-defense. All these defenses is okay in my book, right? It's good. But, you know, we are a secular state. The state reserves the right to do violence. It's like they have the monopoly of violence in any secular state, such as we have. Religion have nothing to do with that. If somebody makes you mad or abuses your prophet or whoever it is, you go to court. You call in the authorities. You become civil. You're never to take the law into your own hands. Now, this is, I kind of diluted this because I do want to get along, especially I'm using Mazi Princess 1 minute or two here. I don't even think I've used 30 seconds of it yet. But I'm saying to you that is the reason why the Christians, like you observed in the years past, 16th century, right? Christians were the same, right? The Pope can do whatever he wants, and he did do a lot of things that are bad. But then we went through a reformation. The Christians have changed. So we're saying, if you saw the way I was addressing Masca today, we need people such as I speak the truth here, AY, and Paul, who I consider to be a Muslim.
I'm
right?
minority. I'm minority. This is Igbo platform
that I'm making now, so that we don't have to do it. Because when Christians made the case to them, because they already have inferiority complex, right? Muslims have inferiority complex with Christians. You know, have you ever, as a Christian, on Christmas Day, or you go to church and you hear the heavenly voice of the choir, right? No, wait, forefathers.
Don't be all to yourself, Plassat.
Bro.
I must say that was funny, and he did try, and he also did try to answer the question to an extent.
He did extremely well. I love that. That was fantastic, man.
You see, can I start again?
You be Islamic, my brother.
I need to add mine from what I've heard.
Yes, sir. I don't talk to Muslim. Yeah.
From what I've heard,
Bismillah Ramodu Rohi.
Please now.
Yes, so Paul.
I'll put people backstage. Can I have my turn? You all had your turn.
Indeed.
From what I heard Pansat say, he seems to come closest to actually going directly to address the point, because he said there are some rules in Islam that makes it essential for people to fight for people that are downtrodden and stuff like that. And I'm surprised nobody mentioned the fact that some Western countries fund some of all these groups to go and do what they are doing. And there's intelligence saying that UAE and some Qatar, they fund some of all these groups going on, what is going on in Africa. So
I did mention that.
Yeah, you mentioned it as well.
Yeah, so I missed that when he mentioned it. So there are things going on within the religion that makes those things more likely. But the question you have to ask yourself, why are they funding these things? Especially from the point of view of UAE. Because it means that they believe that it serves the interests of the religion to an extent to be doing what they are doing. And if it's a tactic that they are using, why? And is this something that we have to push back on?
No, that's a lie. It's different. You are putting it in a very wrong way.
Okay.
Father, the way we have Catholic, we have Methodist, we have Presbyterian, we have Jehovah Witness, we have Celestial. The same way it is with the Muslim. So among them, they have their different one. So some people are pushing for one, but division among them is creating all these problems.
No, I agree with that. But the point is that the ones that are funding these groups, they believe that they are accomplishing something for them, not just bombing people all over the place. They believe
end goal for
Father,
can I correct you?
It's money.
Actually,
the end goal is money. Sorry, everybody. For example, let me give you a quick example. What happened in Hamas?
Then why are they more susceptible to it?
Hold on. Okay, so it's something that has a lot of tentacles. Okay, it's not just one thing. So there's different paradigms that make it one. I'll give you an example based on what you asked before you asked about what's more susceptible. When I said the answer is money. You have to follow the money. For example, look at Hamas. What happened in Gaza? They've blown up Gaza. They've displaced everybody. They've created orphans, right? And what did the United States just reveal yesterday? They said Israel is going to build a temporary port in Gaza to allow aid for the people of Gaza. This is the same Israel that is preventing aid coming in from the land.
No, point of correction, sir.
Let me finish.
I just want to correct that part you said.
But the reason why they're doing that, that's why you have to follow the money. But the reason why they're doing that area of the Gaza Strip has approximately $500 billion worth of petroleum and natural gas. So they now are doing what they set out to do in the first place. They're taking it over, they're building a port there, and they say it is going to be under Israeli control for the people of Gaza. After displacing them, telling them they cannot come back, the United States is sending 1,000 troops there that's going to be there before the summer. But
I think from what they said that this is strictly this is strictly for aid, and I think if it goes beyond
that, can I correct what you just said? Let me correct it.
Why are you pretending you don't know? We discussed this issue. This was
No, I know about that, but I'm talking about but it's not connected. It's not necessarily connected to this action.
Forget, it's connected.
How is it not
telling me that America should remain there? Israel will not allow America to remain there. Watch it. Israel will never allow America to be that close.
Let me correct something so that you will get in line.
Like I asked a question,
you don't know what
said
is happening.
it is not connected.
I do. How can you say I don't know what's happening? I just saw
in
it.
30 years, I asked a question.
Right here.
Mr. Datrop, can I correct what you just said?
That has been created today. If they come back and they decide to fight back at what happened to them, their parents, their sisters, their mothers, their fathers, their brothers, you're going to call them terrorists. And you say it is not intertwined. It is all
you can fight back like
forefathers. Can I speak on this issue?
Other people fight back. Just hold on, Black Panther. You can fight back the way the Vietnamese
information here is wrong.
Hold on now, please. You can fight back the way other people fight back. One of the things I will give to the faith is
hold on. They can fight back how the Vietnamese fought back, which is
other people have fought back too,
which is using guns and bombs, which is using guns.
Forefathers, can I address this issue before it escapes my?
Isn't that what they're doing?
No, I'm not. Hamas, I've told you, Hamas is different from the ones I'm talking about. Hamas is different.
What are you talking about?
Hamas is a state actor, technically. That's are you confused?
Said they can fight. You're criticizing how they're fighting back, right? So you're saying they can fight back how the Vietnamese fought back. So I'm saying how
state actors fight like that.
Okay.
Palestine is not a state. That was what I was trying to make. The first point I was making.
See, you are conflating two different areas. My point I made never really used Hamas as an example at all.
Forefathers, are you not the moderator? Are you not the moderator?
No, I am. But the point I was going for.
Forefathers, allow us to dialogue. Then
you
correct us when we are going offline.
No, that's not how it works. This is a different this in the format.
Forefathers' constitution is different, bro. Obey.
Yeah, it's a different.
It doesn't make sense now. You're talking with him. We're trying to correct what he's saying here.
This is
I think this guy.
This is a military environment.
We are trying to correct what he's saying here. He's saying the wrong thing.
You get your chance now. You get your chance.
Father, I beg, give her a bullet.
We are going to go backstage. So you are going to get your chance.
Black Panther just want to correct and speak the truth that the US is the one building the port. That's what he want to say.
Yeah.
That's what he
want to say. He said a lot of things that is wrong.
Hold on. There's US military ship heading to Ghana to build
wrongly.
There's a page I'm looking at right now on BBC that is saying exactly that. So I don't know what you're going on about.
There is nothing wrong.
I don't think.
Don't say that.
See, the point I'm making is
give
that
him 1 minute.
non-state actors, can you let me finish?
Please give him 1 minute.
He's trying to correct some other person. He's not even his turn to talk.
Himself, please give him.
He's trying to correct some other person's one statement.
Okay, Father, put your intro, then you start with AY again. Just put your intro, then you start with AY again.
Exactly. So the point I was making, how non-state actors are so susceptible to this thing. The only case I wanted to make for Islam was that because Islam has not necessarily been separated from government, and many of the stuff that goes on in most states where they even separate the military and everything from Islam, some parts of this in the ecosystem of Islam, they don't see any difference between it. If you are practicing Islam, it's tied to military struggle too. Everything is tied together. And Christianity has already separated those things a long time ago, but they haven't. So whenever they have any injustice going on, they tend to, that's my own explanation, they tend to link it to a physical military struggle instead of it being an injustice that they need to fight through processes. They go and physically fight it. Fight that they should leave for the state to fight, they go and do it as individuals, as terrorist groups and all kinds of different groups out there. That is my only generous explanation for that. But I really wish there were Muslims that can explain this, because the numbers are quite alarming and they are everywhere. Let's make no mistake, they are everywhere. The other people who carry out this, you have like the Niger Delta where they carried out attacks and all the rest, but it's nothing like this type. And when they are not going there saying Christian in the name of Jesus, that's why I'm seizing these guys as hostages. They were basically doing it because they felt that it was oil. They were not getting rewards from their oil resources. But while these Muslims, when they are doing these things, they don't talk about anything else other than Allah. They don't talk about anything else. They focus on their religion, not the struggle that they are doing. They are fighting again. But that said, that is my own take on it. AY, if you are there, it's your turn again. In short, I will leave it open now. People take it easy. And in short, you know what? Let me thank people. We need to go backstage. I don't have
bro.
You guys will see, I'm not well.
Bro.
The forefather, if I can just salute you, even though you keep picking on me, I don't know why you're picking on me, or is it because of the beard? I'm not being
forefathers.
The thing is, you've done very well this session. You haven't done badly at all.
Let us go back to the issue of Gaza. I want to correct Gaza. I want to correct him. He's saying something that is contrary.
That's for you guys to talk.
Let me put it forward. Mr. Paul was saying what's the piecemeal of what I want to say.
So let's self-regulate ourselves here. Let's respect each other.
Let me just say it so that you can put it open. You cannot subject somebody to that.
Can we follow the algorithm again? Can we just follow the pattern so that we'll turn ourselves to barbarians again? Can we just follow it? Okay. Let's just take our turns again.
Follow it.
Yeah, don't worry. AY, are you there? Steph, are you there? Luko, are you there? If you are there, turn your camera also. We know you are there and you are ready to have your turn. Otherwise, Paul will go first. But Black Panther, make your correction quickly, and so that Paul can.
Yeah, I want all of us to go back to the history of Gaza. Guys, who was occupying Gaza after the war? It was Egypt. What came up? Israel took over. And Mr. Dandruff is saying right here that there was oil there. If there was oil there, Israel would not have left that place to go. Egypt would have left that place to go. And who is building that? Who is building the what they call it? What they want to build there? It's America that is building it, and it's a mobile seaport. Mobile seaport, not a permanent thing. It's just to bring in what the Palestine need: the food, the water. That's what they want to do there. You don't play that rhetoric here that there's oil there. That's the rhetoric they are playing because they want to subject one particular set of people to hand something on one particular set of people that they are taking over the land and they want to take the oil in the land. That is wrong. Don't set that rhetoric round. That's the wrong information. Egypt was there in Gaza. They were in charge of Gaza. Israel took over Gaza. They were in charge. Before they let loose, they came out. And when they came out, the Gazarians, they came there and took they left the land and moved back. That was why they formed the wall there to separate themselves. The only way they can move out was either to come through Israel or come through the river. So when you send a rhetoric out, please go and get your facts. What I'm saying now, go fact check me if I'm saying it wrongly. Thank you.
Okay, Paul, please go ahead.
Oh, Father, this guy just makes me laugh with what he said and everything. That we should go fact check him and everything. It is just funny that I hope he understands that British was the colony to all this place that he talked about. You understand that the so-called Israel today that we're talking, we are not even in the picture at all. It was Britain that put them there. You understand? They put them there. So when you are talking about like Nigeria gave us independence, the Britain gave us independence, where they didn't even discover that we have that much of oil and every other thing. And even though when they discovered that we have, they didn't envisage that we have a lot like we do have. And it was even the America trying to show their strength, their power, that make that independence come around. That's why you see Ghana 57, Nigeria 60, you see so many countries and the like. That is the same thing that happened in the Middle East. So I don't know what you are talking about. They were coming out from colony. Not like they have any power, not like the Egypt also have any power as at that time that you are talking about. The Egyptian that you know to be a world power, to be anything, was not in this era. So you have to understand your truth very well before you are talking all those things that you are talking. So this thing that you're just talking, just make me laugh. You even make me lose my train of thoughts that you were talking. America telling you that they want to build some float barge port, seaport to bring some food. Is this not how they do? America is building the biggest drone port in the world. They say they are building it in Niger. Do you know what they call it? I believe you are in Nigeria, and I know you are in Nigeria. In Nigeria, when you see the military staying somewhere, they say military base, don't go close. You understand? I forget how they wrote those things those days in Nigeria. My brother, if they are stealing everything on the ground, they'll tell you that they are taking drone back. Nobody can go close to that place because it's military zone. Are they building anything there? You make me laugh. Do you know the landmarks that these people have in this country? Go and check the landmarks of America. Only the state of Alaska is bigger than the whole of Nigeria. Nigeria is almost about the size of Texas. You understand? If you remove Niger State from Texas, that is the size of Nigeria. So I don't know what you are talking about. They have arable land, they have space, they have dry land, they have any type of land that they can use to do whatever. Why are they begging another country to give them land to build drone? If not that they are doing something there. This is how they come. My brother, they will come with some funny way, like they come sometimes, give us ogogoro, they take our sons. They will come with some funny way. They've seen something there and they are coming with some pattern. My brother, wake up. Are you still letting these people read news and tell you what you come tell us? Wake up.
Mr. Paul, you are talking, you don't have the fact, you are assuming.
No, you have the facts.
It's assumption. Look,
no, you have the facts.
Mr. Paul, I'm not here to argue with you.
Of course.
Black Panther.
I'm here to learn from you.
There's no moderator.
When you are selling an assumption and you don't have the fact on
so if you have the fact, can you put the fact on the table
right now? What are you
saying?
We are not.
If
we all went to
you have
school.
the fact, put it on the table.
Mr. Paul, you cannot be shouting on top of my voice.
You leave, you learn. I want to learn from you. Give me your
facts.
The
fact. Look,
you're not a
this is how I
journalist.
learn. Let me tell you one thing. This is how I learn. Let me tell you one thing.
I want to learn from you. So that I won't waste my ungodly hour doing this nonsense.
This is how I learn. This is how I learn. Let me tell you.
I want to learn from you.
If
Give me your facts. You're not a journalist.
We cannot. You are a journalist. Are you? And we have so many journalists.
So that's why I want to learn from you. So give me your facts. You don't need to hold your facts.
What I want to learn from you is like this. If you have something to bring forward, it is better you state the facts and let us have the facts so that we can check, because we are all learning.
But
bring an assumption
if I
and assume that you put something on the ground, that they are taking something and something that is just a something lying on the surface. I cannot argue with that. Neither can I go and defend myself with what you have just spoken outside there when intellectuals are sitting down. I cannot argue like that.
Okay, I speak the truth. Yeah, you were saying something.
Thank you. If you know, it's always fair when you make accusations. You got to be open to criticism too. So you cannot come here and I say something that is easily verified.
No, my brother, I'm
Let
hoping.
me finish, please. I would really appreciate it.
I'm just telling that I
Get
need
him
a man so that I can do it well.
I'm talking about me. So I'm saying you started off by saying, and that was what Paul was trying to basically support or defend, that what I was saying were all lies, were all unverifiable, and they weren't facts. So when you make certain statements like that, it'll be fair for you to do yourself a favor and do us a favor, since we're all here to learn. Like I'm telling Brother Jagun in the background, we banter like this all the time, but if there's one person I respect his intelligence enough, that is him. I respect him a lot. I go at him at times, he comes at me, but I respect everybody here. Paul, I respect, even you. This is my first time seeing you. You know, I like it out because I came here to learn. But it's always imperative that when you make a statement, especially you say someone's position is false, then you have to bring evidence to it. Now, me, Paul, of the submission that there is a port being built in the Middle East, in Gaza right now, by the United States, by Israel. But we're saying there could be underlying reasons why they're pushing the United States forward. Of course, they cannot just come and say Israel is building this port. Then we're also saying, why would the United States and Israel be so interested in giving aid through the seas that they refuse to give through the land? And why would you have to displace people or kill them or demolish the whole of Gaza to achieve this aim? This is all we're saying, but you say, no, it's a lie. It's not this, it's that. So if you want to argue over it, bring facts and let's all review it. It's just very simple.
Yes, now.
Okay, you made mention of Israel fighting and they destroyed everything in Gaza, isn't it? The fact about that war is out there. What happened? We all know. That was an act of war committed by Hamas. When there's an act of war committed by a group of people, you expect a reaction, and the reaction might not be equal. It can either be more or lesser. The port being built, Americans have told after the war, I mean, during this war, there was one statement Biden made. He said, I cannot allow Israel to stay there after they might have taken Hamas out. You know what I'm saying? Then the Israeli blocked the border between Gaza and Egypt. The reason why they blocked it was very clear to everyone. It is right in the media. They said that most of the Hamas are going to use that tunnel to pass through to Egypt. That was why Egypt brought their military to the border.
Father, it's my turn anyway.
Brother, how does that make sense what you're saying? They blocked the border to stop the tunnel. Does that make sense to you?
There's a tunnel there.
And they haven't closed the tunnel. They decided to place border guards in front.
Wait, hold on.
Only you knows. Does that make sense to you, bro?
No, don't tell me. Don't put words in my mouth.
So where is this tunnel? Since you seem to be the only one that knows about this tunnel.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Where is this tunnel, bro?
I'm saying it. If you go and check, CBN. Go and check everyday report on it.
Send us a link. Because we all watch news on here. None of us saw a tunnel with.
Hold on, don't box me, brother. Don't box me. I'm more intelligent about what you're doing now. Don't box me. What I'm saying here is fact. You heard it from the president.
Where is forefather now?
And the president does not lie.
He will not. The United States president will not allow Egypt to stay in Gaza.
No, talk about the tunnel. Don't go. Tell us about the tunnel that the Egyptian border guards are guarding.
There's a lot of tunnel. Okay, if you can give me your address, your email, put it down to me on the private side. I'll send you all the information.
You can put it in. We have a private chat.
Put it here.
Everybody wants to see it. I'll send it to you.
Before you come build a tunnel in front of my house. Just
so don't play a game of trying to be funny. It's not something that everybody don't know. If you are not online, you cannot know what is happening.
Egypt don't even want their mass people, the Palestine people, to come into their country. So why are you conflicting? You are giving us conflicting stories.
Egypt does not want the inflow of Palestine to their city, to their own country.
Who is depriving Palestine food? Is it not Israel? And America is proposing in Congress now to give them 14 billion US dollars. America is the one giving them 2,000 pound weapon. And America cannot stand tall. What power cannot stand tall and say this will not happen? What are you talking?
Mr. Paul, you only know, Mr. Paul, you are only feeding us with the information of the other side. You are not feeding information from the other side.
I am feeding you information that Congress, they are begging to approve this money. What are you talking about? My story is open.
Mr. Paul, Mr. Paul, you seem to be passionate about Hamas. Isn't it?
I'm not passionate. I'm not passionate.
Paul.
I'm not passionate. But when you call people terrorists and they are elected
passionate, if a terrorist can attack your country, you are not reacting. They are killing your citizens. You are not reacting. And somebody decides to react. You are saying what?
Paul, hey, Black Panther. So first of all, let me apologize. Sorry, NEPA have done their worst, so I don't have light. Hold on, I will soon go up.
What are you talking about?
Anyway, so we are coming to Atlanta, no light.
My light. Hold on.
I will come Atlanta, no light.
You know the truth. You know the truth. Actually, Black Panther, I don't argue with people like you. I'm actually happy you are exposing yourself. You are here. You have an agenda.
Why? Black Panther is a MAGA.
He's a real MAGA. He has an agenda. He want to come here and gaslight people. He want to come here and pretend he know it all. Bro, this place, people are strong. Oh, you see how me and Jago they fight tomorrow now. I wish we did the same city now.
Let me tell you, Mr. AY,
our fight. You know,
AY, you cannot box me. Let me tell you, Mr. AY. You cannot box me, and I will not insult you.
You need to
I will not insult you because I am civil.
And watch.
Let me tell you, Mr. AY, I am civil. I will not insult you. Can I box you? You have a point to give your point. This is the forum where people are listening to us. You cannot be insulting me because you prove to be a gentleman. Don't insult me.
Sorry, Black Panther. If you feel it's an insult, I'm sorry. It's not an insult, Black Panther. You just coming to gaslight us.
Let me tell you one thing. Before you came to
this
channel, I've been coming to this channel for a long time. Don't think that you are the first to come to this channel.
Black Panther, hold on. If you feel it's an insult, I apologize. But that is not my intention. But I'm just saying that it appears to me you have an agenda. It's not an insult.
I don't have any agenda.
Because
that's why I asked Mr. Paul, why are you passionate?
Even Jagu that was supporting you,
I am asking you, if the US brings that food from that border, will the Israelis stop them?
Oh dear.
If the US bring aid from that border, will the Israelis stop them? I am asking you. If the US bring aid from that border, will the Israelis stop them?
Yeah, hold on, please.
Answer the
Ask
question.
Go ahead.
Answer the question.
Go ahead. It's only Pansa that can help you out now. It's only
Okay,
Pansa that
I don't want Pansa to help me out. Hold on.
Anyway,
I
Pansa
cannot
said not
box.
take 40
Either
years old whiskey.
Can I move from
The
the
whiskey
truth?
not the work for anybody. He don't weak.
I am not. Let me tell you one thing. I'm a very conservative person. When it comes to the reason of truth, I stand for the truth. I'm not passionate about anything. If there's an act of war, let me tell you one thing. If there's an act of war and somebody committed that crime, there is equal and opposite reaction. And when the reaction comes, you face it.
Bring aid.
Now,
if the US bring aid from that border, will the Israelis stop them? I'm asking you.
Like this. Questions like this. The border mounted by the Egyptian. That border you see there. The aid was coming from Egypt into Gaza.
Who is stopping the aid, the flow of the aid? Is it the Egyptians
the
or
reason
the Israelis?
why? Let me tell you the reason why they stopped the aid. They made mention of two
before
reasons.
you tell us the reason, you agree with Paul that the aid is being stopped by the Israelis, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but Black Panther, before you continue, do you understand Igbo? I was gonna give you a proverb.
No, I don't understand Igbo.
Okay, the proverb says, "Mano akaradoto, onyerato ibe ya aratwa." Right? What that means is that the bean cake oil is sweet. When one taste should allow others to have a taste too, which means, just because time is limited here.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
Mazi Prince would like to ratokwa some of the manual.
Sorry about that.
All right.
Mazi Prince,
All
go ahead.
I'm with you 100% in tandem. There's no daylight between you and I. On this thing, it's a fight of tradition.
I said to you now, it's only Pansa that can help you out.
Okay, so let's go ahead. Maybe Mazi,
do your job.
Mazi, let's
do it. Anyway, what's happened to you, bro? Have you been studying comedy? What's going on?
I think, Pansa, it looks like say that 17 years old whiskey you take. The thing they work well for your body today.
The man just a big joke anyhow. At anybody's expense.
Go ahead and then go to AJ.
I said that to Blampata now. Me and Jagu.
End the life now. End this life now.
No, I didn't watch you when you are Jagu the fight now. I didn't watch.
Jagu, we know the fight. We be the Marie guy. Jagu know the blood they there.
But Jagu, I made mention of one thing. I said Jagu's step is he put his foot down. You know they put your foot down. You are swerving.
We are different. We don't get the same mama and papa. We are different. That's why you need to learn something, right? We need to know your position because you are here. You are gaslighting us.
My position is clear. When there's an act of war declared on the country has the right to attack. That's fine. I don't support anybody.
You've been said that 1,000 times. We talk about the ports and
Black Panther, what you are saying, that is barbaric. If you said a terrorist organization, then you go hit the whole nation, which means you are not even fighting a war with the nation. You understand? Why don't you use your intelligence to bring these terrorists down, like America did with Osama bin Laden? Why are you destroying buildings? Why are you destroying buildings, destroying all infrastructure and every other thing? You understand? There is a motive to it.
You need to put words at the right places. What is barbaric?
That is what they're doing.
No.
That is what they're doing. When you destroy hospitals, you destroy every place.
What is barbaric, Mr. Paul?
Listen. I want to explain what is called barbaric. 3 different type of people in terms of their spiritual belief died in that part of the world. That place, they have Christians, they have Muslims, and they have the so-called people who believe in different things, and they buried them different way. The Israelis went and dug the Muslim grave. They say they are looking for the kidnappers.
They have
Okay,
Shame
Paul,
them. Even their
please.
loved ones that is dead that they buried, they dug them out.
Paul, please hold your
Come
peace.
on. What will you
let's
call
get
that
on the
one?
mic
Is it
again.
not, is that not barbaric?
No, we
Mr.
have
Paul,
barbaric.
Mr. Paul.
The barbaric stuff is in Nigeria. Let's just mind our own business for now.
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Mr. Pamsat. Thank you, Mr. Pamsat.
Jesus.
Thank you for answering me very well.
What the Israelis is doing
You are
is
singling
worse.
out,
In Nigeria, that is a peace.
one action to qualify a state. That is wrong of you.
Mazi Prince, you have
What
to
the Israelis is doing is genocide.
Wrong of you.
Paul,
That is wrong of you.
One thing for me, I don't talk when so many people are talking, but they could go ahead. That's fine. I'm okay. Yeah.
Okay, then go ahead, Jegun.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I do want to, guys, if I may, I did actually want to come in here, but again, because of my earlier behavior, I needed to perform some peace. You get me? So, in any way, my brother, Black Panther, I so like your name because I like the Panther and I like blackness. But at this stage, bro, I can't agree with you less. In what is going on, my brother, in the Middle East, if you can't view it in a way that is balanced, I don't believe you should speak. You can't have 30,000 people dead, men, women, and children, more than 50% of children dead. And if you ever can look at these photographs and see for you asking what is what word did you use, Paul, just now?
Barbaric.
Now, if you don't understand that word and how it fits exactly with what's going on right now in the whole of Gaza, then I don't believe that you really have a heart for humanity. You see, Neil, where we're talking about humanity and human life and how it is the highest thing on this planet, as far as me and you are concerned, as human beings, it's the highest thing. To take this and throw it away down a dustbin like it's rubbish, the level of sin, or whatever you want to call it, barbarism, you have to face it. You can't just be arguing words up and down, back and forwards, and like you're playing table tennis. We're talking about people's lives. So if 1,000 odd people died in the initial attack, that, it can argue that this initial attack was actually organized by the Israelis themselves, if you understand how clever these motherfuckers are. Now, if you're really being conscious and you're not just trying to make funny arguments, but you're actually looking at the news that's happening over the last, less than 200 days. Less than 200 days, if you go back to where this thing took place and how it's transpired and how the global media, the most powerful machinery in the world, which is the Western media, has been pointing everybody's attention away from their own ills and trying to say Hamas this, Hamas that. Bruh, if you're not balanced, I'm going to tear you apart. You have to be balanced. I don't want this thing out.
Mr. Jago,
No. I need you to really understand.
No, Mr. Jagun, you are the one understanding me. You know why I asked the question, what's barbaric and what's the definition of barbaric? The reason why I asked is this. When both sides have done the wrong thing, like you said, barbaric, then who do you tag barbaric? When both sides did the same thing, then who do you tag barbaric?
Who do you tag? Let me go back. Let me try.
We have to get our word very right now. You see, a group of people came into
You are very far from your this thing. Your audio is very, very bad.
You need to come closer to your mic.
It's your turn next, Black Panther. Let Jegun land, then you go next, right? It's coming.
Okay.
Coming to you. Yeah. Go ahead, Jegun. You got about
Thank you. I won't be long. I just want, sometimes we have discussions on this platform and we can see that there's an argument in the middle of it. There are two sides being taken and everybody's point of view comes across. And that's an argument as we had earlier. At this stage, I think we've kind of matured a little bit. It takes time, even for old people like ourselves, for us to mature in what we have to say. But you see, my brother, The world is constantly lying. This is something that we have to appreciate. The world is constantly lying. And unless we are astute to how they lie, we miss the trick. We miss everything altogether. Remember, the whole idea of the devil is to pretend that he doesn't exist. Next minute, you're in hell with him, burning. And I just want everybody to understand that there is always a higher way out in terms of your appreciation. And it has to start from the love of humanity. If you're not starting from that point and you want to blame the thing, oh, it's them. Oh, bro, you're not talking to me. You know what I mean? You're not talking anything to me. You're not communicating to me. If you're trying to say it's because of this race or because of this, and even though we can say these difficult things, but we have to still be as accurate as possible, because the devil is in the detail. And unless we're paying attention, we're going to get it wrong. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. Can I speak now?
Yeah, it's your turn.
Can you hear me clearly?
4 minutes.
Yes, good.
Okay.
Passat, you
Mr.
are the
Jago.
moderator today.
Mr. Jago, I just want to thank
timekeeper. Go ahead.
Mr. Jago, I just want to thank you for what you said. Quite clear, understood, well understood, and you spoke very well. And I want to say this. If you try to understand where I'm coming from, the reason why I asked Paul, why are you so passionate?
They don't. I'm sorry. I know it's your turn. I know it's your turn. Black Panther.
Yeah.
Also, like you said for the audience are watching. This your light that is blinking is also not good for people with autism. I hope you know that.
Oh, sorry.
Fair enough, man.
Is it okay now? It's no more blinking.
Let it just stay one place.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for observing that. What I'm trying to explain from two sides. And when two sides are wrong, when two sides are wrong, you shouldn't stand on one side and judge from one angle. Like I said earlier on, when there is an act of war, you expect equal and opposite, or the reaction might be different in terms of what we are seeing. What we are seeing is not something that we can take in. It's not good. That is why we never advocate for war. And that is why we never advocate for any group of people to meddle with any other country, because we don't know what the reaction that will come after month. And the reaction that might come is going to affect every one of us. That is where I stand. But when Mr. Paul made mention of the word he made mention, barbaric, I was trying to look at it from two angles. And I asked the question, who is barbaric in this case? Is it the Hamas or is it the Israeli? But if I were to speak very objective, I'll say both sides are barbaric. If I want to use your word, I beg to use the word of Mr. Paul. Both sides are barbaric. The reason why I said it is like this. When one group of people come into an environment, meet with innocent people, you plan an attack, you meet with innocent people, you slay people, you even slay people that even come to visit the generation of a particular race. You slay them down, then you not kidnap some, then you not take some down and rape.
Your mic is still going. Your mic is still going up and down again.
Yeah, man.
That's why somebody is speaking.
Where is he in the world? Is he in Nigeria or what?
He's in America.
My man said, sorry.
He's in America.
He's America. Is it the poorest state in America?
Which state?
Oh, can you hear me? I'll speak slowly so that I can get it.
He's in Texas.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Are you getting now?
Yeah, but you got about it.
Okay, let me speak. You see, where I'm coming from is like this. If Hamas comes into a place, destroy, maim civilians, rape, and it was even shown that the investigation is going on, and we are getting it, is rape, and they were killed, young youth were killed, and Israeli reacted and also commit the same crime. barbaric crime. So we can equalize those two people that they are being barbaric. That is where I stand, because nobody like war. Because the product of war is like you are hurting the soul of we human, because they are all human and we can tag them as our brothers. But I wouldn't stand on the trajectory of standing on one particular side and now, demonize one side without not looking at what brought about the barbaric incident from both groups. That is where I stand.
Can I quickly interject?
Thank you.
Very quickly, 2 seconds.
Hold on. I'm going to let you, but what I'm saying is, I thank all of you for us to show that we don't need forefathers or even Rudolph. We could get this done without anybody. So go ahead and then you put to speaks the truth. Let's show them that we don't need.
And that, oh boy, you need a 21 gun salute as you enter. Oh, fuck,
Taking this 40 years old whiskey right now.
Hard talk. The thing I'm trying to say is that where history is important, especially where the country that they call Israel today, it's not just the history of Israel over the last 70 odd years, but the history of the people that they call the Jews in Europe. And if you don't check this history, I'm afraid you have no idea what you're talking about in terms of taking sides. Now, it's not that anybody wants to take sides. You're quite correct about both would commit evil. You're quite correct about that. But then you see, if you have two children, you have to understand what each have done before you can now start apportioning the punishment. And if one is more right than the other, but you punish them equally, you do wrong, I'm afraid. You don't do correct. Because when people have issue, the whole idea of a judge in that issue is that they will go to the minutiae and discover what is it that began this whole thing and who is majority to blame. That's what they do. So we can't come here and act like you're speaking to a group of school children, because you're not doing that. You're speaking to people with nous and knowledge. And when you're speaking to people with nous and knowledge and you come out with half-truths, bruh, on this platform, you're going to be torn apart. That's what would happen.
All
so
right,
as you Christianize yourself, or as we baptize you upon this platform, or understand the rules, bruh, because it's a dangerous walk. They will tear you apart. Hell, everybody's been through it. Everybody.
Yeah. So, Black Panther, like you rightfully corrected yourself after pressure from Paul, is both sides causing problems. But because at first you were actually speaking out of both sides of your mouth and apportioning blame to just one side. But it is appreciated that when we learn, and we should be open to changing our opinions depending on the narrative that's presented to us. It is very easy with all these discussions that we're having to know who is still getting the information from the mainstream media and who gets their information from ground sources, aka social media, even though you did tell me, you have to go online to understand these things. Let me tell you something. For almost 20 years, most people of a certain generation, not limited to that generation, but most people of a certain generation have discounted the views of mainstream media, meaning we don't even look at them. If we do not see someone on the ground in Gaza telling us this is what is happening, or someone in Haifa showing videos on either their Telegram or YouTube or Instagram or other forms of social media, Twitter, we're not listening, because we know there, like Jagun rightly said, there is an objective. So you have to always be ready to sift through the lies. There's a lot of brainwashing. There's a reason why me, for example, since I was a teenager, I stopped watching the TV. I could go years without watching TV. But how do I know? Like my dad will call it, they'll say it's an idiot box. So the TV is just there to create idiots. Each side is brainwashing people.
Yes, so
Yes, this side tells you this, and this side tells you this. And if you don't have a brain and you don't understand, like you even right to say, Jago, if you don't understand the history of what is going on, you will be misled. So I would have loved to go on, but I know my time is limited and I'm going to see the mic now. But I was going to talk about, hopefully when it comes back to me, the issue that is going on in Nigeria, how it started, the impact the United States had by attacking Libya, and how it is currently affected us with the security problems that we have today.
All right, we'll start with you in the next round. After it goes, we're going to go to the top now, but let me just interject like Forefathers does when he's keeping the time here, to say that the problem between Israel and Palestine, I look at it as episodic, right? Somebody who's for this episode might not necessarily be who was right the last time around, because it comes in installments, right? So this time around, Hamas started it, and it almost stopped when Hamas finished their terrorist act that was unprovoked, unnecessary. A lot of people sympathize with them, with their plight. But you cannot cross over and start killing civilians and doing that kind of stupid stuff they did, right? So we blame them for that. But then Israel, on the other hand, the second episode is them going overboard and then committing genocide. So who's at fault? United States of America, not Israel or Palestinians. It's Biden administration and that's State Department, which is the same problem we have in our country. That's State Department. That's I don't know what's going on there. I know there's a lot of corruption. There has to be. But how do you let in the 21st century for what's going on in that Palestine, killing that many kids, children, and so that's the way I look at it. It's episodic. Israel occupies Palestinian lands, but Muslims in the past have taken over. It's like our Egypt. Egypt belongs to Africa, right? They're sitting there looking stupid, looking at those pyramids. They don't know anything about it. They don't know how those pyramids were built. And then they're bothering the neighboring states there. They're not a democracy. Muslims occupied Jerusalem, occupies Egypt. So, but that goes all the way back, and Jago knows a lot about that. So, as a moderator, I could talk all I want all day, but I'm not going to do that to you.
So let me, no, it's my turn.
I go to Paul.
It
goes to Paul.
No, it goes to me. It goes to me.
No, let AY speak. Let AY
Pastor,
speak.
I thought you are a good moderator.
Counterclockwise, my friend. It's counterclockwise.
Why are you biased?
Okay, go ahead.
I thought you would do better than
AY, we're not here to play around.
Okay.
If you want to play,
actually, Passat, I want to actually thank you. Today is the first time I'm listening to you speaking like a human. Let me not complete it. I'm surprised. You taking that position, actually.
No, bro. I tell you. No. The thing, I learned this a long time ago with Pansat. There was a time when me and Pansat went backstage. I think it was me, Pansat, and Speak the Truth.
Passat.
And we went deep. We went deep. And you can't play with Pansat, bro.
Again.
You know, he's his own man. He does his own thing.
Time has expired.
And he's not going to change. But, Steph, you take what you can from the brother, man.
I will not bully Passat again today. You are a free man tonight. In fact, I go buy you lunch. Actually, that was really impressive. You see, well, I know Passat to be very intelligent. It's just that he just chooses to do what is wrong. There are people like that. He knows what he's doing, to be honest.
No, you see, sometimes, you know what I've learned, AY? What I've learned is that people at different generations, so you have to take them differently, man. You know, they're not
just like you are Passat.
Indeed, fair enough. I agree. I agree. I have to agree. You know what I mean? Because there's certain things I just can't qualify, or there's certain ways of speech that I should curb, but I don't, because I've never learned how to curb my tongue in the same way.
You're all tough. Actually, I've learned to actually accept Jago. When you speak like that, you think it's after your life. No. I understand
Yeah, you know, that's why when sometimes I listen to Pansao, I do my own editing, if you like.
To be honest,
what he says, you see, from I don't know how old people are, but people like Speak the Truth, Paul, yourself, you know, I see you. I see that what I learned from you is encouraging because I know you are a different generation, but you are still people who are gunning for the truth, and it is important. This truth matter is, you know, it's the only thing to die for. No, wait, understand me. It's the only thing. It's the only thing that I'm gonna die for. And if a man is speaking the truth, as it were, and he's prepared, I'm on their side, bruv.
Hey guys,
I'm
look,
on their side.
if you hurry up, maybe we'll call Steph and sleep. Local peace, sleep. So it
they've
comes
gone
back
now.
to call.
It's best you just take them
Hurry
off.
up and let me call Steph.
Yeah,
if he
yeah.
sleep,
You
especially
see,
I don't want him to wake up.
the thing is on issue of Gaza.
What's wrong with you? Why are you calling my name?
See that guy? He just came like a phantom.
They want you to speak, Seth. On issue of,
Why are you calling my name?
yeah, on issue of Gaza and Palestinian, Palestine is to me, to be honest, when I see people supporting Israel with what all they do it over there, like I don't want to reply anymore, to be honest. To me, it's irritating to me. Like I feel like if you watch the people, if you study them very well, trust me, there is a reason they do that. It's not just ordinary. I can tell you for free. Because no human being will look at what is going on in Gaza. You're calling it war. Which war? Call it massacre. Call it what it is, man. Stop calling it war. What do you mean by war? Russia and Ukraine, they are fighting. The media will never call it a war. They will tell you, oh, Russia invasion of Ukraine. Are you kidding me? Are you calling when Ukraine even have weapons to fight? They need to give them everything to fight. You are talking of Hamas that have nothing to fight. Do you know the kind of weapon Israel are using? To be honest, people just pretend they don't know the truth, know what is happening. To me, if you believe in that, I feel sorry for you. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not gonna go into the argument. That's the way I actually take it right now. I don't take it. I will just laugh over it. But what is going on? You know, it's so easy for us to defend evil because if same thing happened to us, how are you going to take it? You need to have this thinking. If same thing happened to us, happened to your people, how are you going to feel?
It happened to us. And it's
I know, of course. We've discussed like the Biafra war. No, to me, it can call that war evil, but it's unnecessary, killing your whole people. This has been my position. Biafra war too, I don't like discussing it because there are some things I know.
Hey, why are you sure? Are you sure you've said this thing before?
I swear to God, I've said it many times. This has been my position.
You don't even believe in God. You don't even believe in God. You say you swear to God.
Steph, be serious.
What's going on today?
Biafra war.
You are trying to be like Pansat. I've not said it before.
No,
I've been listening to you concerning Biafra.
No. Steph, no data group.
No, look at let me tell you something. Let me tell you this.
Go ahead.
It's your turn now, Steph. So go ahead.
Go ahead.
The problem. I'm not making excuses for Israel, but the problem why there is more casualty in what is going on there than the Ukraine you cited is not just because of the major contributing factor is a kind of guerrilla warfare. Israel shouldn't have approached that war in the first place the way they approached it, but there's no country that will approach it that way that wouldn't have the kind of casualties they're having. You know, they're also losing soldiers.
Yeah.
So there are people that are fighting, but the issue is that you can't when it's difficult for you to distinguish where you're fighting, then it makes that war, it means that just like what you said before, it means that you are ready to kill anything. You understand? That's just the problem. But I don't even know why we put in more effort into Israel, Palestine, when hundreds of people are dying in our backyard every day in Nigeria. The future of our country is being destroyed every second.